Only 3 days had passed when the investigation report regarding Chairman Baekhyun was placed before Jin Jia-moo. However, the information about Chairman Baekhyun was rather vague, leaving Jin Jia-moo feeling extremely frustrated. He felt as though the identity of this individual had been meticulously concealed. Every time he looked at it, Jin Jia-moo's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Additionally, his assistant spoke up. Chairman Baekhyun is an incredibly mysterious figure. I've inquired among several other tycoon families, and it seems like no one knows about him. Upon hearing this, Jin Jia-moo couldn't help but wonder. Well, that's strange. Where did his wealth come from then? It surely didn't just fall from the sky, did it? Master Jin, don't worry. Considering his actions up to now, this is just jealousy speaking. This person is nothing but a local tycoon. That's the conclusion. Foolish. Jin Jia-moo gently lifted his assistant's chin, his voice low and sinister. My Jin family holds significant influence in the entertainment industry, unmatched by anyone. My flagship studio holds a unique position, a place where any actor dreams to set foot. In terms of resources, connections, and wealth, he is simply not our match. No, I believe he knows his weaknesses perfectly well, for he dares to openly confront me, indicating he has a plan. I speculate that his true purpose isn't the film studio at all. The film studio is merely a facade. What he truly aims for is real estate. Jin Jia-moo's warm breath brushed against the assistant's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. She swallowed nervously, her voice beginning to lose its composure. Master Jin, you're right. Should I assign someone to investigate and thoroughly check the background of this Chairman Baekhyun? Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. I need to know exactly who this Chairman Baekhyun is, and what purpose drives him to defy me. Furthermore, immediately put someone to closely monitor his every move. I believe in a few days, we'll have news about the location of the real estate area that Youngsil Television will invest in. At a level such as Jin Jia-moo's, the higher the position, the more cautious every word and action must be. The assistant nodded, taking note of Jin Jia-moo's instructions. At this point, Jin Jia-moo squinted, his sharp gaze piercing. Regardless of whoever this Chairman Baekhyun is, he has crossed me. There's only one outcome. I'll make him understand in this China. Those who dare to oppose me will face dire consequences. I'll make him wish you were dead. Indeed, Chairman Baekhyun's actions this time showed no regard for Jin's status. From now on, the enmity between the two seemed irreversibly set. Meanwhile, at the small estate agency, though it had been only 3 days, these 3 days passed leisurely for Park Jimin. He just lingered around the house, doing nothing productive. All day it was just eating, sleeping, and gaming. His room was a mess, cluttered with belongings strewn about. Piles of dishes towered high, clothes thrown carelessly. Park Jimin's indifference was evident in Kim Jenny's eyes, presenting an opportunity for her to win his favor. From morning till night, every meal was meticulously prepared by Kim Jenny, ensuring his satisfaction. Jimin, open your mouth for a bite. In just 3 short days, from a low-ranking player, Park Jimin tirelessly worked his way up to a prominent position in the game. Moreover, Kim Jenny actively pleaded with him to play, even going as far as spending money on the game for him. It could be said that Kim Jenny resorted to any means necessary, all just to spend each day by Park Jimin's side. You're so good, Jimin, you won again. However, today, Park Jimin felt incredibly frustrated sitting at home. He had just completed a streak of 90 consecutive victories in the game. Yet he was repeatedly accused of using hacking software, which infuriated him. Feeling disheartened, Park Jimin turned to Kim Jenny and asked, Kim Jenny, you've been taking care of me for 3 days now, and every day I'm just playing games. Don't you have any objections? Finishing this sentence, Park Jimin couldn't help but think to himself. For the past 3 days, she's been cooking, cleaning, making soup for me, doing my laundry. Honestly, even my own mother has never been this attentive to me. Kim Jenny not only had no objections, but also gave a very reasonable explanation. This is my house. I do what I want. Why should I have objections? Park Jimin continued to inquire. So you don't think I'm a spineless, useless man? Kim Jenny didn't feel that way. Instead, she appeared admiringly provocative. How could that be? Just a few days ago, your ranking was only 700 points. Today, it's jumped up to 9,800. I've never met a man with a stronger drive for progress than you. Hearing this from Kim Jenny, Park Jimin was intoxicated. Damn, aren't girls supposed to hate guys who play games the most? I'm just leeching off and waiting to die. Yeah, I'm still being praised, damn it. As Park Jimin stood up, Kim Jenny still watched him. Unlike any other day, after finishing his meal, he didn't rush to turn on his gaming device. Instead, he changed clothes and prepared to go out. Seeing this change, Kim Jenny suddenly felt deflated. Hey Jimin, do you want to go out? Can I go with you? Park Jimin shook his head, explaining. I'm going to discuss business matters. It's not very convenient. Today, Oh Young-sil wants me to visit Young-sil Television, mainly to determine the location for the Film City project. This needs to be decided by me personally. There's nothing for Park Jimin to hide about this. Anyway, everyone in China knows he's invested. Upon hearing that, Kim Jenny waved her hand and said, All right then, take care, Jimin. As soon as Park Jimin left the house, Kim Jenny felt her position in Park Jimin's eyes had significantly risen. He no longer hides things from me, ready to share the reasons with me. Men, the most important thing for them is privacy. Clinging too tightly only makes them feel pressured, pushing them away from me. Like this, quietly caring is the skillful approach. This is the strategy of slowly but surely wearing away resistance. And this is my heaven-sent advantage. When Jimin gets used to having me around, he won't be able to live without me. After so many relationships, this might be the beginning of a beautiful one. Just wait, when it comes to competing for men, I never lose. Leaving the small residential area, Park Jimin drove straight to Tianhu Square. Young-sil TV station was recently established, but quickly asserted its position in the media industry, and currently had its headquarters in a high-end office building within the bustling Tianhu Square complex. Upon learning that Park Jimin was about to arrive at Young-sil TV station, Oh Young-sil immediately personally came to greet him. The main hall was adorned with a dazzling red carpet. 100 neatly dressed employees lined up in 2 long rows, solemnly awaiting the arrival of Chairman Baekhyun, the esteemed guest with an impressive and grand demeanor, leaving many in awe. After all, Chairman Baekhyun's reputation resonated throughout the country. Everyone knew. 2 employees glanced at each other curiously and whispered, What's so special today? Any special activities planned? Not sure, but it seems someone is coming. Rumor has it that an investor from our company will be visiting today. Even Chairman O personally went to greet them. Investors aren't. As soon as Park Jimin stepped into the main hall, Oh Young-sil greeted him with a radiant smile. This smile stemmed not only from the respect for the esteemed guest, but also harbored a hint of excitement from the depths of her heart. Chairman Baekhyun, you finally arrived. Oh Young-sil, I am a celebrity, but personally greeting me like this is a bit much. You're our investor, and this formal gesture is necessary. Standing beside Park Jimin, Oh Young-sil suddenly felt an indescribable feeling creeping into her heart. Lately, I feel that the more I look at Park Jimin, the more pleasing he appears. Being next to him always makes me feel uniquely secure. It seems I really like him. As soon as Park Jimin stepped into the building, the team of 100 people immediately bowed and collectively exclaimed, Welcome Chairman Baekhyun to visit and inspect Young-sil TV. Park Jimin paused for a moment, his face showing a mixture of surprise and amusement. Then he curiously asked, Are these arrangements also you're doing? It's too extravagant. Next time, you're not allowed to do this again. Oh Young-sil nodded in response. Understood, understood. I'll pay attention next time. Park Jimin nodded and followed Oh Young-sil into the conference room. But in her heart, Oh Young-sil couldn't help but mutter, Men are hypocritical and rotten. Clearly they like it but still pretend. Inside the conference room, apart from the just-arrived Park Jimin, 5 people had already gathered, led by Oh Young-sil and Yang Sison, the 2 key figures of Young-sil TV. The other 3 were Kim Kwan-jong, Siang Xiaoi, and Wang Weizong, veterans in the film industry with years of experience. Currently, these 3 were also placed in crucial positions within the company, contributing to the senior management team. At this moment, the project department began to speak. Today's meeting is mainly to determine the location for our future 100 billion Film City project. We discussed this issue a few days ago and proposed that, to build an internationally renowned film city, the best geographical location would be in a first-tier city. First-tier cities have abundant human resources, making it easier to attract collaborative partners and stimulate the development of surrounding areas. Compared to remote locations, First-tier cities have many outstanding advantages. After hearing the project department's opinion, Oh Young-sil also shared her perspective. Land prices in first-tier cities are currently very high. If we build a film and television city in these areas, the costs will skyrocket. In my opinion, choosing a second, third, or even fourth-tier location would be more suitable, saving costs while still being able to attract labor from nearby areas. Moreover, building the film and television city in these areas will also contribute to the local economic development. Yang Sison also disagreed with Oh Young-sil's opinion. I don't think so. In my view, the nature reserve located in the northwest of Hubei province is the most suitable location for the film and television city. It is closer to nature, convenient for filming, and possesses beautiful natural scenery to serve as backgrounds. Moreover, building the film and television city in the nature reserve area will also contribute to the promotion of local tourism. After speaking, the three turned to look at Park Jimin in unison and asked, Chairman Baekhyun, which option do you think is better? Each of the three proposals had its own advantages and certain limitations, and above all, this investment was substantial, so careful consideration was needed. However, Park Jimin was not satisfied with any of the three proposals presented because they all focused on making money. But Park Jimin didn't want to make money. He just wanted to rake it in. However, before expressing his opinion, Park Jimin also pretended to ponder for a moment. Oh my opinion is so important. Oh Young-sil calmly replied, Of course, you're the investor, and ultimately, the decision is yours. Essentially, we're all working for you. Park Jimin nodded decisively. All right then, I've made up my mind. I don't think any of the three options are suitable. Saying this, Park Jimin stepped forward to the podium, took a pen, and circled a corner on the map. Choose this location. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole meeting room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion. The crucial issue lies in the fact that there's nothing here. It's impoverished. The natural scenery is nothing special. All factors are limited. Moreover, this area is not part of the province's key development plan, leading to difficulties in construction and potential risks. The project team was stunned. This is Tianmen City, too remote. No airport, no university, no potential for development at all. Park Jimin, upon hearing this, became even more delighted but still had to explain for a while. It's precisely because there's no potential that land prices here are very cheap, allowing us to freely pursue our ambitions. Then, the project team along with 5 senior company officials immediately discussed this geographical area. I think Chairman Baekhyun makes sense. It's his money. He can spend it however he likes, but Tianmen is too remote. As the discussion went on, everyone's faces darkened. Not only the project team, but also the 5 senior company officials couldn't help but break into a sweat. Moreover, Park Jimin didn't allow any objections. It was decided like that. Especially Park Jimin's demeanor at this moment seemed as elusive as mist, as ethereal as the wind. Seeing him so gentle, some even placed their trust in him. Maybe Chairman Baekhyun has some other intentions, in terms of business acumen. He must have a broader vision than us. However, contrary to everyone's suspicions, Park Jimin had no ulterior motives. He was simply pleased with this foolish investment. I'm from Tianmen. I don't even know what Tianmen is like. This 100 billion is as good as gone. I'm telling you, even if Jesus came, he couldn't save it. There's no other way. Your plans might have a high potential for making money. I want to spend money. Spend a lot, the more, the better. Decision made, investing 100 billion in Tianmen City. Park Jimin went to Young-sil TV station, and in just a brief 10-minute meeting, he made a hasty decision on the location for the multi-million-dollar film city, which seemed rushed to the point that people couldn't get a word in edgewise. As soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, colleagues couldn't help but gossip. We thought the meeting would last until morning, but it ended so quickly. Yes, I've been working here for over 10 years, and this is the first time we've had such a swift meeting. It feels like we're discussing a deal worth 100 yuan, not 100 billion. Yet, the results are surprisingly effective. Chairman Baekhyun's working style is as effortless as breeze, without any hesitation or worry. It only takes him a few minutes to resolve everything. Compared to other large companies, where it takes 2 or 3 months of research to make investment decisions or negotiations that can take up to half a year, it's vastly different. Is he truly a genius, leaving people unable to comprehend? After bidding farewell to Oh Young-sil, Park Jimin is also indulging in his thoughts. If the film city is established in Tianmen, it will surely bleed money. By then, I can inject more capital, perfecting the plan. I have a system of 90 trillion lickspittle funds, enough to last a lifetime. Yet, people still want to make money. Please, stop chasing money. Continue to be a failure. At this moment, the familiar ringtone echoed. For my sake, I've learned patience. For my sake, I've let go of bad habits. Opening the phone, Park Jimin couldn't help but be curious when he saw Kim Jisoo calling him via video. Why not just make a regular phone call? Why video call? Is there something so important that requires us to see each other's faces directly? The issue of the partnership between Big Cat TV and the streamer once again caused disagreement between Kim Jisoo and Seo Hyun. This time, the conflict arose from the selection of the management department. Kim Jisoo wanted to assign it to the marketing department, while Seo Hyun supported the advertising department. The difference in the perspectives of these two powerful women led to a heated debate. As soon as Park Jimin picked up the phone, Kim Jisoo went straight to the point. Park Jimin, you mentioned before that you wanted to discuss recruitment, organize a meeting over the phone. You were prepared, so why are you on the road? Then, with a slightly annoyed look, Kim Jisoo glanced at Park Jimin, asking, You couldn't have forgotten about this, could you? It was only then that Park Jimin suddenly remembered. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Thinking so, Park Jimin quickly laughed off the situation. Haha, how could I forget? Haha, I just thought being outdoors would be better. Frustrated that she couldn't argue with her senior, Kim Jisoo began to explain the issue to Park Jimin. All right, I'll keep it brief. Because of the press conference, more people are starting to pay attention to our Big Cat TV, but currently we're facing some difficulties. The most important issue is the revenue share with streamers. Currently, the common revenue split is 5-5. There are platforms that suck blood with a 3-7 split. I think our Big Cat should establish itself as a reputable platform. Therefore, I propose setting the split at 6-4, which will attract more streamers. However, the experienced leadership of the company believes that such a split will cause too much loss for the company, and operational costs will skyrocket. Chairman Kim's approach seems like a way to buy reputation at the expense of money. Park Jimin frowned as he heard this. He felt, sharing profits at a 6-4 ratio. Big Cat TV has already made a considerable amount of money, yet the PR department still deems it less profitable. The more he thought, Park Jimin began to feel uneasy. Opening live streams is supposed to help people make money. But at this rate, in just a few days, they probably won't need me to invest anymore. Continuing with Seo Hyun's opinion. Exactly, we believe that maintaining the 5-5 profit-sharing ratio is sufficient. If it continues to decrease in the long run, the company will incur heavy losses. This is our experience and lesson learned. This time Park Jimin couldn't contain himself any longer. He interrupted Seo Hyun, his voice filled with indignation. Hold on, did you just say loss? Seo Hyun saw Park Jimin's widened eyes looking at her. She felt a bit flustered, but with life experience since the age of 20, she still confidently asserted. Indeed, Big Cat is currently in a loss-making situation, and if the losses continue, there will be a significant capital shortfall. Park Jimin retorted with a sarcastic tone. Haze, capital shortfall. The management layers in your company fundamentally lack a long-term vision, truly challenging to resolve. Despite speaking as if agreeing outwardly, in Park Jimin's mind, he was thinking, losing money is actually good. I like losing money. The more losses, the better. Thinking this, Park Jimin broke into a bright smile and decisively proposed. So here's the plan. We split it 8-2. The company takes 2, and the streamer takes 8. We want to build a reputable platform. How could we exploit the streamers? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire leadership was stunned. Even Kim Jisoo couldn't comprehend Park Jimin's approach. No need to think far, just a glance was enough. With Chairman Baekhyun's way of doing things, the company would close within a month. As if knowing everyone's thoughts, Park Jimin began to preach. I founded Big Cat to create the world's #1 live stream platform, to help all the girls who aspire to become streamers change their destinies. We must have a far-reaching vision. We will use this commission rate to dominate the market as quickly as possible. Amidst the current chaotic market, let's carve out a bloody path. Money is not a concern. I have my own purpose. I've set my piece. Who's in favor? Who opposes? Park Jimin's words silenced the entire meeting room. Everyone bowed their heads, afraid to speak up. After a while, they began to reconsider the issue. Could it be that we were wrong, lacking a long-term vision, affirming it like that? Chairman Baekhyun could expand business like this. Naturally wouldn't analyze it wrongly. Moreover, the current market has been shaped. To open up a bloody path, we need a breakthrough plan. While the meeting was still lively with debates about Park Jimin's opinion, Kim Ji-soo's phone suddenly received a notification. Upon checking, it was a message from the bank stating that her account had received a transfer of 5 billion, asking her to verify it. After reading the message, Kim Ji-soo was also taken aback. That was fast. 5 billion has been transferred. Immediately after, Kim Ji-soo resumed the meeting with a resolute voice. Gentlemen, have you seen it? Our company is not lacking in money, fame, or talent. If we lack nothing, then sticking to conservative thinking will lead us nowhere. Our Big Cat TV doesn't seek stability, but aims to strike like lightning, swiftly seizing the market, fulfilling the mission entrusted by Chairman Baekhyun. Only then can we emerge victorious. While Park Jimin casually transferred the 5 billion to Kim Ji-soo, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Loss. Let there be plenty of losses. Let them incur plenty of losses. Only then can I refund plenty. While Kim Ji-soo was still shaken by Park Jimin's words and actions, someone in the meeting room spoke up. Chairwoman Kim, why did you suddenly zone out? Kim Ji-soo took a sip of her coffee, wearing a mysterious smile. Just now, Chairman Baekhyun transferred another 5 billion of working capital to us. Kim Ji-soo's words were like a delayed bomb, causing the entire meeting room to fall silent. Everyone was gaping in disbelief. The transfer was that fast, and it's 5 billion. Just as they were recovering from their astonishment, their spirits soared. At this moment, Park Jimin's earlier words acted as a morale booster for them. Coupled with this additional 5 billion in working capital, they all had absolute faith in Chairman Baekhyun and Big Cat TV. Chairman Baekhyun is truly decisive, unhesitant, a true magnet. Initially, I thought the boss would be a young girl. With the company being newly established, I assumed there would be many difficulties in business. But they immediately slashed through 10 floors. Seo Hyun couldn't hold back her tears either. Although I knew Chairman Baekhyun was capable, I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Initially, I was foolish to stir up trouble for him. Indeed, we should follow Chairman Baekhyun's teachings. As long as we attract viewers, naturally there will be ways to turn it into profit, without fussing over profit sharing with the streamers. Chairman Baekhyun truly lives up to his name. He can always see through the essence of things. Kim Ji-soo held Park Jimin in high esteem. I understand now. Park Jimin's thoughts are extraordinary. They seemed wild at first, but they enlightened me to a path I had never seen before. He is truly a genius. Luckily, he doesn't pay attention to petty people like me. He's the one who ignited the fire within me. Thanks to him, I can see my own potential. Just wait, I'll show those jealous enemies who can make the most money for him. When that time comes, his gaze towards me will change. But why did the money not transfer to the company's account, but to me personally? I understand now. He must worry that I'm still young. It's hard to make everyone trust me. This money I hold and distribute, they have to act based on my facial expressions, unconditionally obey me. He can think so considerately, it's so gentle, I want to cry. After hanging up the phone, Park Jimin felt a bit dull. Just a few days ago, everything was chaotic. But now everything had been resolved smoothly. He didn't know what to say at this point. Park Jimin also suddenly thought about the issue Kim Ji-soo was considering. Oh my, suddenly I remember. The 5 billion should have been transferred to Kim Ji-soo's company account. What should I do? Contemplating a solution, at this moment, a message arrives. I opened my phone to see that Kim Ji-soo has sent a profound thank you. My dear husband, I appreciate you. Park Jimin, seeing this form of address, almost drops his phone. Short and meaningful, but it also gives him a slight headache. Kim Ji-soo, what's going on with you? Why suddenly confess? Is it because of the 5 billion earlier? Overjoyed, trying to spend money, squandering for me, enjoy every penny, until you have nothing left, and then fail in entrepreneurship, at which point your mood will be discouraged, accompanied by tears, and then I'll be here to support you. I'll help you get up and continue moving forward, and you'll trust me and rely on me more. Finally breaking through 100 points is right within reach. That is my greatest joy and happiness. Wishing you all the best of luck. Turning back to Big Cat TV, Kim Ji-soo steps into the finance room to announce, Dear colleagues, Good news! Good news! Right now, our investor has transferred $5 billion to the company. This amount is the strategic capital for our next phase. Starting today, the company officially adopts a 9 to 9/7 work regime, working 9 hours a day, 9 days a week, with 7 days off each month. I believe this is a flexible working arrangement, helping everyone balance work and life. In addition, the company has also decided to double everyone's salary and double the year-end bonuses. This is the company's recognition of everyone's efforts. Do you all believe that Big Cat will become #1 in the entertainment industry? As soon as Kim Jisoo finished speaking, cheers erupted throughout the office, especially from Jin King, the finance department head, who was so excited that she seemed on the verge of going crazy. Just yesterday, she had submitted her job application with her master's degree, and immediately she was promoted to the position of finance department head, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Now this seemingly newly established company brings her such immense joy, with a 9 to 9/7 work regime and doubled salaries and bonuses. All of this feels like a dream to her, seeing the enthusiasm and momentum of everyone at work, making Kim Jisoo think of someone dear to her heart. Have you seen this? Park Jimin? With these benefits, I believe Big Cat will attract many talents, while also motivating current employees to give their all. This is a historic turning point for the company, marking the beginning of a resounding success. I will definitely not let him down. Let's together create glory for Big Cat TV. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Park Jimin returned to his dormitory, opened the door to his empty room, which made him feel a bit lonely. Kim Jenny isn't here. I never imagined being left alone like this. It seems everyone's gone home for the summer break. Perhaps it's time for me to visit home too. I wonder how Meng, Mr. Wang's daughter next door, is doing. She must be taking the university entrance exams this year. I've heard she's doing very well academically, and she's quite attractive too. As Park Jimin was muttering to himself, he noticed a piece of paper on the table and picked it up to read. This is a message from Kim Jenny. Jimin, I have to go home tonight. Please take care of dinner yourself. After reading it, Park Jimin felt a bit disappointed. Regardless of whether it's manipulation or truth, Kim Jenny has been thoughtful and considerate lately, truly making me inadvertently fall into the trap of affection, getting used to the feeling of having someone by my side, and then suddenly she disappears, naturally leaving me with a sense of loss. Well, I guess it's take out for dinner then. Park Jimin tried to push the image of Kim Jenny out of his mind, but the feeling of emptiness gradually crept into his thoughts, stirring up emotions about Kim Jenny. It's the cat and mouse game again. Quite interesting. Kim Jenny. First, she finds excuses to take care of me, to make me feel dependent, and then suddenly withdraws, making me feel uncomfortable. Despite knowing she's playing mind games, I can't bring myself to hate her. Perhaps this is Kim Jenny's dangerous charm. Thinking about this, Park Jimin messaged all his old friends, but no one responded. Currently, they all have their own careers and are putting in their utmost effort, trying to improve themselves and become worthy of him. Only he is idle. Once again, Park Jimin finds himself in a state of desolate loneliness. It's been a long time since anyone has been by my side, allowing me to be this peaceful. Kim Harry-won must have gone home recently too, right? It's been quite a while. I also want to go home and visit my parents. I wonder how they're doing. The next morning, Park Jimin casually bought a high-speed train ticket online. He felt that driving his supercar home would cause unnecessary hassle, so he decided to take the train instead. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Park Jimin arrived at Tianmen South Station. He then took another bus to get home. As soon as he got off the bus, Park Jimin took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air of the countryside. Finally, I've arrived. It's been so long since I felt such fresh and peaceful air like this. Why didn't I find going home troublesome before? Couldn't it be because I've been living too comfortably lately? It's a shame I can't drive my supercar home to show off. Otherwise, my parents would definitely ask if I've started living with someone, or relatives and friends would know my family has money, and they might come asking for loans. Explaining that would be quite a hassle. Anyway, I'm just a student, not yet graduated from university. Where would I get so much money? Park Jimin walked along the village road. Everything familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. The lush green rice fields, winding village roads, and tiled houses covered in moss. The sound of barking dogs echoed, welcoming Park Jimin back to his beloved hometown. As he walked, Suddenly a Mercedes 350 slowly approached, its horn honking loudly. "Hey Park Jimin, is that you?" The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face that caught Park Jimin's eyes. "Isn't that Zheng Xiaozhong, my elementary school classmate?" Our houses were opposite each other. Then he moved to the town for schooling. Having not seen Park Jimin for several years, Zheng Xiaozhong now looked at him in this state. He chuckled mockingly. "Well, if it isn't Jimin. After all these years, and you're still as fair-skinned as ever. Still studying, huh? Learned anything interesting yet?" Park Jimin replied, "I'm studying at Jiangbukang, just back home for the summer break." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaozhong gestured generously. "Well then, hop in. Let me show you around." Park Jimin, not one to decline hospitality, accepted his invitation. Inside the car, Park Jimin was astonished and asked, "Zheng Xiaozhong, is this your car? You're driving a Mercedes now. What business are you in to become so prosperous?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaozhong became even more delighted to boast. "Forget about calling me Zheng Xiaozhong. Just call me Brother Zheng. You spent how many years buried in books, and it didn't do you any good. After graduating from college, you'd be lucky to earn 3,000 to 5,000 a month. Look at me now, I sell live-streamed seafood, making a ton of money." Park Jimin, hearing this, couldn't help but elevate him to cloud nine. "Wow, Brother Zheng, you're amazing." Zheng Xiaozhong chuckled. "Ha ha ha ha, it's nothing special really. My old man used to say I was no match for you. Now he can see who's truly successful. Besides, even college graduates end up working for me." Just then, a young woman stepped out from inside the house, standing tall at about 1.7 meters, wearing a simple floral dress. Her hair was tied up in 2 ponytails. Her sparkling black eyes seemed to speak volumes. But none of that was the focal point. The most important thing was that this young woman exuded a naturally enchanting beauty. Her face untouched by makeup, simple yet stunning, as if sculpted from jade, especially her captivating eyes, emanating an air of elegance and sophistication beyond compare. Even Park Jimin, who hadn't seen such beauty in a long time, couldn't help but wonder, "Is this Wang Mengmeng, Mr. Wang's daughter?" Zheng Xiaozhong gazed at Wang Mengmeng so intensely that he almost drooled. "Oh my, she's so beautiful. Mr. Wang's daughter is indeed stunning. Since childhood, I've seen her as a peerless beauty. I never expected her to grow up to be this beautiful. Living in a big city full of beauties like her, I've truly never seen anyone more beautiful than Wang Mengmeng." Wang Mengmeng took small steps forward. Many years had passed, and upon meeting her again, Park Jimin noticed a lot of changes. She looked at Park Jimin for a moment, as if trying to recognize him. "Jimin, you're back. You become even more handsome, taller, with brighter skin, and you exude a mature charm, just like the oppas in Korean dramas." Park Jimin watched Wang Mengmeng swallow like this, blood dripping from her nose, unable to control himself. It's only been a few years, but as the saying goes, a woman's beauty is timeless. Wang Mengmeng's appearance has undergone a remarkable change, her beauty resembling a lotus flower emerging from the mud, completely different from all the girls I've met before. Getting out of the car, Park Jimin gently reached out, stroking Meng Meng's soft hair. Looking at her delicate and elegant face, he couldn't help but feel, "Meng Meng has grown up like this. Have you finished your homework?" Wang Mengmeng gently avoided Park Jimin's gesture. After all, she was already a young lady. Such intimate gestures seemed somewhat inappropriate. Then, her face blushed slightly as she said, "Park Jimin, I have graduated from high school. I'm no longer a child. I'm resting now, waiting for the university entrance exam results, so I don't need to do homework anymore. Moreover, I'm no longer a little girl. You can't just pat my head casually." At this moment, Zheng Xiaozhong's gaze was fixed on Wang Mengmeng, desire evident in his eyes, unable to restrain himself. Zheng Xiaozhong blurted out a proposal. "Meng Meng, you're getting more beautiful every day. How about becoming my wife? Studying is useless. Come with me. Enjoy good food and drinks." Zheng Xiaozhong's proposition made Wang Mengmeng turn away, refusing to even glance at Zheng Xiaozhong again. She never expected him to say such things. Her expression turned colder, her voice full of disdain. "Zheng Xiaozhong, who do you think you are? What right do you have to say such things? Education is useless. Do you realize how shallow and immature your thoughts are? I don't want you. You're not my type, and you're too fat. Zhang Xiaozhong didn't get angry, his smile still on his lips. You're right, I am a bit overweight, but I can lose weight. I'll exercise every day. Watch my diet. If you agree, I'll try to change myself to deserve you. Wang Meng decisively shook her head, her tone icy. I don't like you. You're too old, already 22. Go away, you filthy thing. Right at this moment, the system began to announce. Licking dog behavior initiated. Name Wang Meng, age 18, height 167 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms. Beauty score 95 points. Student affection for the owner 30 points. Tightly bound dog licking relationship, making the female student exceed 95 points in affection for the owner. Successfully initiating reverse assault. Status transformation. The other party will become the owner's dog. Reverse assault completed. Reward 10% of dog licking expenses. Reward enhanced points 35 points. Reward skills. Performing artist level proficiency. The female student's affection for the owner has started too high. The tightly bound dog licking relationship fails. The inability to bind Wang Meng left Park Jimin somewhat perplexed. What? Binding failure. I can't believe the system evaluates Wang Meng's beauty so highly. Part of the reason is her natural, unadorned beauty. Without the need for elaborate makeup, her beauty still shines brightly. With just a little refinement, her beauty will explode, rivaling that of a fairy. So the system's evaluation of her beauty is very accurate. However, with affection level too high, binding tightly becomes impossible. Then let's lower the affection level. Anyway, 95 points of beauty, even if unable to bind tightly, is too regrettable. And I'm the best at this. Thinking this, Park Jimin approached Zhang Xiaozhong, his tone mild. Meng, how can you speak like that? Zhang here values you. From my perspective, this is a great opportunity for you. Zhang is talented, successful, generous, and kind-hearted. Moreover, you're only 4 years apart, not too disparate. I think this is a very suitable relationship. You should feel honored. Don't be like an elephant asking for a fairy. As he spoke, Park Jimin glanced at Wang Meng, affirming to her that this is a perfect choice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhong smirked satisfactorily, nodding vigorously. He gestured towards the luxurious car parked by the roadside, his tone full of arrogance. What's the use of studying? Look at me, only 22, and already have a luxury car to drive, while you'll spend your whole life stuck in this remote village, being the laughingstock. Is that how you want to live? For Wang Meng, Zhang Xiaozhong had never been of any interest. Park Jimin's words hit her like a bucket of cold water. She didn't expect him to support Zhang Xiaozhong's pursuit of her. Immediately after, Wang Meng looked at Park Jimin, with disappointment in her eyes. Wang Meng's affection level decreased by 10. After uttering these words, Zhang Xiaozhong turned to pat Park Jimin's shoulder, his voice gleeful. That's right, Park Jimin, this kid here. You're indeed my good brother, speaking out for me. In the future, when you follow me, it's all one family. I won't treat you poorly. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Park Jimin modestly replied, You're too kind, Zhang. Compared to you, I still have a lot to learn. I'll strive to learn more from you in the future. As Park Jimin finished speaking, Zhang Xiaozhong's eyes looked at him with satisfaction. Park Jimin, this kid has been training outside for a few years. His IQ has increased significantly. Seems like being a university student isn't enough. Should I start calling you brother? After pondering, Zhang Xiaozhong nodded, looking at Park Jimin with a gesture. All right then, if Wang Meng agrees to be with me, it's only fitting to change the way we address each other to be more intimate. Call me brother-in-law. Initially, Wang Meng had some goodwill towards Park Jimin. However, after hearing the unpleasant words from both Zhang Xiaozhong and Park Jimin, her affection quickly vanished. A surge of nausea and anger overwhelmed her. Jimin, how could you? I hate you, Park Jimin. Wang Meng's affection level decreased by 10. Wang Meng's affection level decreased by 10. Current affection level 0. Kang, dog licking relationship bound tightly successfully. With tears in her eyes, Wang Meng hurriedly ran into the house, her demeanor at this moment truly pitiful, which made Park Jimin couldn't help but feel sorry. I'm sorry, Meng, because the attractiveness enhancement points were too tempting for me. Even though my words were really harsh, not only did they lower myself, but also excessively glorified the name of Zheng Xiaozong, while simultaneously turning myself into a flatterer, despicable. But those things aren't important. What's important is that I've bound Wang Mengmeng tightly. This time surely won't be in vain. Returning home, Park Jimin paused at the gate. The large door, usually wide open when he returned, was now tightly shut, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. My parents aren't usually this cautious. Is something wrong? Park Jimin called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." But there was no response. Park Jimin cautiously stepped towards the main door. "Ha, why is the main door locked? Are they not home? What's going on?" A growing sense of unease filled Park Jimin's heart. Just then, Aunt Lu Hong waved him over, signaling for Park Jimin to come closer. "Park Jimin, stop calling out. Come here. I need to tell you something." Park Jimin hesitated, looking at Aunt Lu Hong suspiciously. "Aunt Lu Hong from next door. What's going on?" Aunt Lu Hong spoke softly. "You should lay low for a while. Don't come home anymore. There's trouble at your house." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin felt his head spinning. Then, he hurriedly asked again, "What kind of trouble is the village being demolished? Is my house being demolished?" Aunt Lu Hong shook her head. "You're dreaming. When has it ever been your turn for demolition in the village? Read fewer novels. Your dad and Wang Mengmeng's mom have run away together, causing a commotion. Your mom, enraged, went back to her maternal home, while Uncle Wang is off getting a DNA test." Aunt Lu Hong sighed softly as she recounted. "This happened a long time ago, before you were born. At that time, Quan Hanny was the most beautiful woman in the village, beloved by many. Your dad was Quan Hanny's first love. They were very close since childhood, growing up together. They were a couple that made others envious. But the Quan family, being wealthy, looked down on your dad because of his poor background. They made every effort to stop their relationship, and eventually forced Quan Hanny to marry Wang Zhailong. After marriage, however, their life was far from happy. Quan Hanny always felt remorseful about the past, and your dad couldn't accept it either. They often argued, and since Wang Mengmeng was born, rumors spread everywhere. People whispered that the child didn't resemble your dad, but instead looked a lot like Park Jian-hong. The rumors spread further, planting seeds of doubt and jealousy in your dad's heart. Unable to contain his suspicions, your dad decided to undergo a DNA test. The result was like a bolt from the blue. Wang Mengmeng wasn't his biological child, carrying with it bitterness and disappointment. Your dad was determined to find his father to seek revenge. But what nobody expected was that Park Jian-hong would run away with Quan Hanny. This news was like a delayed bomb explosion, making everything more chaotic than ever before. Park Jimin's mind spun, a tumultuous feeling flooding his heart. Oh my! What is happening? How can relationships be so chaotic? My dad ran away with Aunt Quan Hanny. This is even more intense than when I used to be a chat boy. Then Park Jimin looked towards Aunt Lu Hong, his eyes pleading. "So Wang Mengmeng is my sister. Does she know about this?" Aunt Lu Hong nodded, her face filled with sadness. "It seems so. Your dad and Quan Hanny left the village together early this morning. Wang Mengmeng, who was once a cheerful and innocent girl, now has to face the harsh truth about her family. I'm afraid this knave girl won't be able to withstand this blow, especially since your dad has such a hot temper. It will only cause her more harm." Aunt Lu Hong's confirmation struck Park Jimin like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dazed. So earlier, I was tightly binding a pet relationship with my own sister, trying to tie her down. I even flirted with her. I'm such a beast. Thinking about this, regret surged in Park Jimin's heart, and he slapped himself hard, so forcefully that his cheeks turned red and stung. Aunt Lu Hong hurriedly intervened. "Park Jimin, don't do this to yourself. This is something your dad did. You shouldn't punish yourself." Park Jimin wiped the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, attempting to contain his emotions. "I'm fine, Aunt. Don't worry about me. Leave this matter to me to handle. Regardless of the DNA test results, I will face it calmly and not evade. If it's my father's fault, I'll repay the debt in his place and try to make amends for Aunt Wang. All right, Park Jimin, don't act foolishly. This child is good in everything except being too rigid and having excessively high morals. He will surely suffer in the future." Park Jimin felt mentally exhausted. Wang Mengmeng is my biological sister, so I must protect her well. Zheng Xiaozong, don't even think about harming a hair on her head. The old man does wrong, and then wants his son to clean up the mess. What's going on here? Hasn't the old man been secretly involved with Aunt Quan Hanny for 19 years? So why weren't any of their shady actions discovered during that time? This old man really knows how to hide. Wang Mengmeng remained completely clueless about everything, still feeling uncomfortable about being teased by Zheng Xiaozong and Part Jimin before. Zheng Xiaozong's mischief in the village didn't mean anything. And as for this Part Jimin, how could someone change like this after a few years of schooling? Will I turn out like that when I go to college? Is education really useless? After learning the results of the DNA test, Mr. Wang felt like his heart had been ripped into pieces. Upon returning home, he kicked the door and shouted loudly, "Where have you all gone? Why is nobody here? For the past 20 years, what kind of life have I been living? Love, marriage, all turned into a joke. Tell me, what is really happening? Have you all been lying to me for 20 years? Why? Why would you do this? I just want an explanation." As he vented his frustration while drinking, Wai Mengmeng looked at him, still greeting him normally, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. "Dad, you're back. Huh? What's wrong with you? Drinking so much during the day? Oh, by the way, where's Mom? I haven't seen her all day." Wang Mengmeng's voice was gentle, but it felt like a dagger stabbing into Mr. Wang's heart as he looked at the daughter who wasn't his own. An indescribable pang of bitterness surged within him. "Dad, ha 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 ba." The resentment in Mr. Wang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He slapped Wang Mengmeng, while angrily growling, "Who's your dad? You're a deceiver. You've been deceiving me for 20 years. Wang Mengmeng was stunned by the slap. Her face, originally smooth and fair, now bore bruises on her cheeks. She had never been hit by her father before. This was the first time. The stinging pain from her cheek spread throughout her body, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. "Dad, why are you hitting me? Why would you get me? And you have the audacity to ask me why I'm getting hit, you bunch of scoundrels. Daring to mention your mother in front of me, shameless." At this moment, the demon within Mr. Wang was completely unleashed. He looked at Wang Mengmeng with hatred and desire. Wang Mengmeng knew her father intended to do something heinous to her, so she fiercely resisted. But just then a voice shouted, "Stop, don't hit her anymore." Mr. Wang paused and turned to look at the gate. "Oh, it's you, Part Jian Hong. He thought I was Part Jian Hong. Huh, seems like he's not sober." Mr. Wang stood up and walked into the kitchen. A hint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. "You despicable bastard. You've come at the right time. I have to unleash my wrath." 2 seconds later, Mr. Wang burst out of the kitchen like a wild beast, wielding a large kitchen knife. "You dare to come here and provoke me? Do you want to die?" Wang Mengmeng saw Mr. Wang rushing out of the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife. Her face paled with extreme fear. She hastily shouted a warning. "Part Jimin, be careful. Quickly dodge. My dad is insane." Mr. Wang swung the kitchen knife, aiming it at Part Jimin's head with terrifying force. He had no intention of sparing him. "Part Jian Hong, you dead dog. Go meet the king of hell. I'll kill you first, and kill that bitch later." The kitchen knife whistled through the air, swiftly descending towards Part Jimin's head. Part Jimin saw the menacing blade, but he showed no fear. As the knife came close to his head, suddenly Part Jimin reached out, using his grappling arts technique. He quickly grabbed Mr. Wang's hand, causing the kitchen knife to slip from the old man's grip. In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly subdued Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang fell backwards, glaring angrily at Part Jimin and shouting loudly, "Damn it, Part Jian Hong! You bastard Part Jian Hong! Let me go, I'll kill you!" Mr. Wang struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Part Jimin's grip, but to no avail. Part Jimin's strength was now 5 times that of an average person. With just a little tightening, it was enough to render the old man immobile. After a while, the old man finally released his grip and bowed his head. Part Jimin leaned in close to Mr. Wang, speaking coldly, "Uncle Wang, you're not young anymore. Yelling and fighting all day long. Beware of the consequences. I'm not Part Jian Hong. I'm Part Jimin." Mr. Wang growled in anger. "So you're that scoundrel Part Jimin, just alike. I swear, if I don't die today, I'll make sure you become dog food. Part Jian Hong, you dead dog. You gave birth to a blind son. You cowardly scoundrel. If you have the guts, kill me now, or I'll kill your whole family. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Damn it, this old man is cursing someone. If it were someone else, I would have taught them a lesson already. But it's because my father didn't act like a man and ended up as a lackey, Sai. Park Jimin knew that getting angry at this point would only make things worse, so he lowered his voice and advised, Uncle Wang, it's settled now. I'll let you go, but you must promise me to calm down. It's a lawful society now. Park Jimin still wasn't entirely at ease, looking at Mr. Wang, so he turned to Wang Mengmeng and urged her. Meng, go inside and find a piece of rope. Why are you standing there blankly? Hurry up, yes. Finishing his words, Park Jimin turned to the crowd of onlookers and shouted loudly, Stop staring, there's nothing pretty to see. Uncle Wang and I were just practicing. Go on. The onlookers hastily dispersed, still gossiping incessantly. Did you see that? Those moves from Park Jianhong's son just now. It was like in a movie, so swift and powerful. He's really something. And Mr. Wang is no pushover either. His strikes were quick and deadly. It's really lively today. Inside the house, Park Jimin sincerely looked at Mr. Wang and apologized. Uncle Wang, are you calm now? I know my father has wronged you. I apologize on behalf of him. Mr. Wang looked at Park Jimin, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Apologize? Tie me up to apologize? I can't let this go. That bastard Park Jianhong cuckolded me for 20 years, and I could endure it, but am I still a man if I let it slide? Park Jimin felt a twinge of guilt hearing this. He couldn't blame Mr. Wang for his anger, so he tried to advise him. Uncle Wang, I know you're suffering, but revenge isn't the solution. Things have come to this point. Seeking revenge will only make everything worse. I came here to see if there's anything I can do to make it up to you. Feel free to suggest. Mr. Wang smirked. Then he looked Park Jimin up and down, his eyes filled with resentment. Compensate me, can you? If you really want to compensate me, then go and castrate yourself. I want Park Jianhong to end. Park Jimin was stunned, unable to believe that Mr. Wang would make such a twisted request. Then he tried to restrain his anger and said, Uncle Wang, I can't comply. What you're asking is unreasonable. Even if I were to castrate myself, my father still wouldn't end. You understand, don't you? Mr. Wang paused and looked at Park Jimin with suspicion. What are you saying? Park Jimin glanced at Wang Mengmeng with a meaningful look, and Mr. Wang also cleverly realized that Park Jimin was not the only one who could continue the Park family line. Park Jimin's gaze made Wang Mengmeng feel a bit confused. She didn't understand what he meant. Park Jimin thought for a moment and then suggested, or I can compensate you financially. Mr. Wang looked at Park Jimin with a complex gaze. Money. What's the use of money? Can money buy back a family? Can it buy back my 19-year-old daughter? You fundamentally don't understand my emotions. I want 100 million. Can you afford it? Park Jimin looked at Mr. Wang with a calm gaze. All right, if it can make you let go of your hatred, I'll give you 100 million. Mr. Wang spat on the ground. You're just like your father, dark-hearted. Can you actually come up with 100 million? I'm not deceiving you. Don't believe me. See for yourself. With that, Park Jimin took out his mobile phone, opened the banking app, entered his password, and then accessed his personal account. On the phone screen, there was a long row of numbers. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Mr. Wang looked at the long row of numbers on the phone screen, his mouth gaping in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Do you really have 100 million? At this point, Mr. Wang was no longer furious. Instead, his eyes sparkled with greed. Over 40 years of working, he hadn't managed to save much money. But with 100 million, he could still find a young, beautiful woman to bear him a child. Age wasn't the issue. Money was. Sensing his thoughts, Park Jimin instantly transferred 100 million to him At this moment, with Park Jimin's 100 million, Mr. Wang harbored a grand aspiration. If I really have 100 million, opening up a second spring in my life would be as easy as eating candy. Despite the fact that my daughter is not my biological flesh and blood, I can still find a young, beautiful girl to bear me a child. Yes, I'm over 40 years old, but I can still have a child. As long as I have money, I can live in a luxurious mansion, enjoy a lavish urban lifestyle. I can even bring my elderly parents to live in the city, and I won't return to this place of pain and loss anymore. Before, I had no options. Life was extremely miserable, with no purpose to continue living. Consider myself fortunate to have found Park Jian-hong, to end him with a sword. Of course, it came at a high price. But now, Park Jimin has given me an opportunity to choose. So the idea of complete retribution against Park Jian-hong's family doesn't seem very wise. I'm still young, with countless possibilities. Indeed, this is an opportunity, a chance for me to change my life. Indeed, wealth can bring countless desires, while also instilling a fear of death in people. Moreover, when the amount of money is too large, it can automatically lead Mr. Wang to start fantasizing about life after having money, not only younger than 40 with an unpleasant appearance. After thinking about it, Mr. Wang seemed to revert to his 20s, becoming much more handsome and rational. Mr. Wang took a deep breath and asked again, "Are you really giving me 100 million? If Mr. Wang was calculating, then Park Jimin was also calculating. When he transferred the money earlier, he made sure Mr. Wang knew he really had 100 million. Then he looked at Mr. Wang and presented his condition. Of course, I've transferred the 100 million to Wang Meng's card. Although you're not her biological father, you've still raised her, so she should repay you. I'll give you 10 million in the first month, and the rest will be divided equally over 10 years. See how you feel about that." Mr. Wang did some mental calculation, 9 million per year, so it'll take 10 years to reach 100 million. Then Mr. Wang couldn't help but inquire again, "Why spread it over 10 years instead of giving it to me at once?" Park Jimin continued to explain, "I'm afraid you might go back on your word and seek revenge on my father, so I've divided it over 10 years. While doing so could indeed prevent Mr. Wang from changing his mind later, Park Jimin was also thinking to himself, "Earlier, I showed Mr. Wang the account. It was indeed a personal account, not the system account. But when transferring to Wang Meng, I can still use the system's money, so giving away 100 million doesn't hurt. I hope this 100 million can soothe the pain in Mr. Wang's heart. Moreover, this 100 million can only be used in this way through Wang Meng to increase the system's expenditure. It's truly killing two birds with one stone." Currently, Wang Meng's mind was as confused as a tangled thread. Mr. Wang's earlier erratic behavior, along with the dialogue between him and Park Jimin, had clarified everything. Finally, Wang Meng came to a shocking realization. "I am not my father's biological child. I am the daughter of Uncle Park. Park Jimin is my elder brother. Although I don't know why Park Jimin has so much money, but he never hesitated to spend it for my sake." In an instant, this blood relationship became reliable and solid. Wang Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Wang Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Wang Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Current goodwill score, 30 points. Park Jimin also felt somewhat puzzled. Why can my biological younger sister be so tightly bound and even increase her goodwill? Isn't this system abnormal? Couldn't it be that mere beauty is all it takes? Even my own sister doesn't care. Park Jimin couldn't accept this. But when he looked at Wang Meng, he still believed that Wang Meng's goodwill towards me seems different from others. It feels intimate, trustworthy. At this moment, Wang Meng also received a message from the bank. Notification. Your account has received 100 million. Please check. 10 minutes later, Wang Meng transferred 10 million to Mr. Wang as agreed. Immediately the bank's message notified the old man. Your account has received 10 million. Please check. Uncle Wang, the money has arrived in your account. I release you from any obligation. Don't compare with me anymore. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's unsettled mind gradually began to calm down, as if he had started to accept the reality, though his face still displayed traces of anguish. Just as Park Jimin was untying Mr. Wang, Wang Meng looked at him with fearful eyes. The horrifying memory still deeply ingrained in her mind, casting shadows within her. Currently, she dared not share a room with Mr. Wang. Subsequently, she ran to Park Jimin's side, pleadingly saying, "Park Jimin, can I stay at your place tonight? I'm a bit scared." Park Jimin looked at Wang Meng, quickly embracing her as his biological younger sister, a bright smile appearing on his lips, and he didn't hesitate to stroke her head as before, saying, "Of course, whatever you want, sis." Just as Park Jimin was helping his father wipe himself in the global financial center's data stream, Detailed investigations into every aspect of Park Jimin had yielded results. Even the DNA test results of Park Jimin were available. Young Master Jin, the investigation report on Chairman Baekhyun has been completed. Additionally, I've stumbled upon a coincidence. Someone else is also investigating Chairman Baekhyun's identity. Chairman Baekhyun's real name is Park Jimin, 21 years old this year, born in Tianmen City, Hubei Province. Looking at his external information, his life story seems very ordinary. So ordinary it's peculiar. However, I refuse to believe that someone like him is just that ordinary. Therefore, I decided to dig even deeper, investing a lot of effort. After hiring numerous detectives to thoroughly investigate, I finally obtained a health examination report of Kang Che-won, Park Jimin's biological mother, from the #1 gynecological hospital in Tianmen City. This health examination report was conducted over 20 years ago. At that time, the doctor diagnosed Kang Che-won as infertile. This also implies that Park Jimin is not the child of Kang Che-won. Especially during lectures, the ample bosom of the assistant kept brushing against his face, causing young Master Jin to lose focus. He had to divert his gaze elsewhere to concentrate on the lecture. You've been investigating for so many days, and you've only managed to gather such meager information. What are you trying to prove? That Chairman Baekhyun has no connection with those two villagers. At the same time, Park Jimin was completely unaware of these matters. He escorted Wang Mengmeng home. After everything was settled, upon hearing the investigation results, Jin Jiamu asked in a cold tone, "So the final result of your investigation is just that Park Jimin is not the biological child of his parents, right?" The assistant nodded hesitantly, "Yes, sir." Before she could finish her sentence, a slap struck her cheek like lightning, leaving her mind reeling. Jin Jiamu roared in anger, "You worthless fool! Spending all that effort just to investigate. Chairman Baekhyun has no blood ties with those two peasants. Is this trivial matter all you can uncover? What I need to know is the source of Chairman Baekhyun's money, any backing he might have, his true background. That's the crux of the matter. Do you understand?" Faced with Jin Jiamu's outburst, the assistant hastily replied, "I understand, young Master Jin. This time, I will personally approach him." Jin Jiamu snorted coldly, "That's for the best. You must understand, you're like a dog raised by the Jin family since childhood, but not the only dog. If you continue to disappoint me, you'll be of no value anymore." "Yes, I will not disappoint, young master." Jin Jiamu nodded, giving the assistant a disdainful glance. "Now leave, and remember to keep in touch." Back at Park Jimin's house, Wang Mengmeng was taking a shower. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, flowing along the soft curves of Wang Mengmeng's body. The scent lingered in the air, stimulating the senses, accompanied by the sound of water trickling, evoking a mesmerizing ambience. Park Jimin murmured affirmations to himself, trying to keep his mind calm. He entered his parents' room to fetch a set of clothes from the wardrobe, then brought them to Wang Mengmeng. Approaching the bathroom door, Park Jimin called out in a gentler tone than usual, "Meng, I found some clean clothes of Mom's. I'll leave them outside for you." Wang Mengmeng paused, her cheeks flushing pink. "Oh, okay, thank you, Jimin, big brother." The heartfelt call from Park Jimin stirred a peculiar sensation within Wang Mengmeng. "This is the first time someone other than my parents has addressed me so intimately. My mother doesn't need me anymore, and my father isn't even my biological father. Why is this happening to me?" Wang Mengmeng choked up, each sob escaping her throat. This was an overwhelming shock for her. She felt like a fledgling bird cast out of the nest, adrift and forsaken, with pain and despair engulfing her soul. Yet, at the thought of Park Jimin, a strong surge of curiosity arose within her. "But thankfully, I have him." Yet, why does he have so much money? Isn't his family in the fruit business? He wouldn't engage in anything illegal, would he? I'm grown up now. He treats me so well, and he's still young. If he ever strays into wrongdoing, I must bring him back. As Wang Mengmeng pondered, she suddenly noticed a few suspicious points. When my father figure brandished the knife, he showed no fear on his face, only composure and confidence. This isn't the demeanor of a normal person. There must be something more to it. Every action of Park Jimin made Wang Mengmeng more suspicious, more incredulous with each passing thought. Since the old man disappeared with Quan Hanny without a trace, Park Jimin had been incessantly calling but unable to make contact. Anxiety and annoyance made him mutter curses under his breath. They're good at hiding. All they do is hide. And they always turn off their phones. Who treats their parents like that? Their mess leaves me to deal with the consequences. After Wang Meng Meng finished bathing, she entered the living room. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. She hesitated and called out, "Jimin, I'm done bathing." Meng Meng, I'll sleep in this room tonight. That's my parents' bedroom. You can sleep in your own room. If you need anything, just call me. Once Wang Meng Meng was settled in her room, Park Jimin also went to his room, but he paused as Wang Meng Meng grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Meng Meng, is there something else? Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" With an immensely pitiable expression, Wang Meng Meng said, "Could I sleep in the same room as you, please? I'm scared alone. I can even sleep on the floor. Please. It's not very nice here. Sleeping in my parents' room. Their room is very spacious." But when Park Jimin returned, seeing Wang Meng Meng's pitiful appearance softened his heart a bit. In the end, he could only sigh and nod. "All right, I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed." Inadvertently, Park Jimin admitted Wang Meng Meng's younger sister identity, unable to deny it anymore. The truth and evidence were clear before him. Despite the slight discomfort of sharing the room with a member of the opposite sex, Park Jimin remained composed. He regarded Wang Meng Meng as his own sister, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, Wang Meng Meng stubbornly refused to sleep on the bed, leaving him no choice but to let her sleep temporarily on the floor. In the novels I've read, fathers always bear all the consequences for their sons. But here, everything is completely reversed. I'm the one who has to stand up for my father, he thought, finding it ironic. Oh well, we're siblings after all. One room, no big deal. It's like a dream, having a little sister like this. With that in mind, Park Jimin pushed aside his worries and tried to sink into sleep. Just a few days after Park Jimin returned to his parents' hometown, the Yangsil conglomerate dispatched a team of expert surveyors to the city of Tianmen to conduct a thorough investigation. "Is this Tianmen? Looks rather impoverished," as Chairman Baekhyun remarked. Tianmen City is not a focal point of development in the province, nor does it boast any notable cultural landmarks or scenic attractions to draw tourists. However, Tianmen City possesses certain potentials to evolve into a leading modern city. Exactly, Chairman O, with a colossal investment capital of up to 100 billion. Tianmen City can indeed generate unique and enticing features, turning the non-existent into existent, fostering distinctiveness and breakthroughs. The construction of a film city in this impoverished locality holds promise for yielding substantial benefits to the local economy. Therefore, upon the survey team's arrival, they were warmly greeted. "We warmly welcome Yangsil Television to visit Tianmen City for project assessment. Ms. O Yangsil, welcome to our Tianmen City. On behalf of the city's leadership, I warmly welcome you here. The vehicles are ready. Let's proceed." At noon today, the survey team from Yangsil Conglomerate had a meeting and engaged with the leadership of Tianmen City. As soon as they learned that this was not an ordinary project, but a film studio project worth hundreds of billion dong, likely to be implemented in the city, the leaders couldn't hide their immense joy. The radiant smiles on their faces clearly showed their elation. This is truly a golden opportunity for Tianmen City. In no time, Oh Young-sil and the survey team quickly reached an initial cooperation idea with the city leaders. Our city leadership is committed to providing the strongest support for this project. The next task is to meet with the management officials of the Department of Natural Resources and Environment. Then, the team will discuss compensation issues with the local residents, involving land totaling up to 1 million acres, including not only fallow land but also farmland, mountain forests, and local residents' homes. Dealing with the reclamation of fallow land, farmland, and mountain forests seems relatively straightforward. However, compensating and resettling residents from housing areas will be much more complex. This is a major obstacle that needs careful consideration to ensure the balanced interests of all parties. In order to resolve compensation for 1 million acres of land for the project, the compensation fees are higher than initially anticipated, but still within acceptable limits. Overall, everything is progressing extremely smoothly. Chairman O, this area is the land we've surveyed. Chairman Baekhyun's intentions are not simply to make small profits. Indeed, with this 100 billion investment, his goal is to generate profits tenfold, reaching up to 1 trillion. This is the bold and intelligent move of a skilled investor. However, what the Young-sil conglomerate survey team did not expect was that just 2 hours after they signed the cooperation agreement with the city leadership, this information leaked at the G Clan conglomerate's headquarters. Chairman G, we have some hot-off-the-press updates. Young-sil conglomerate is highly likely to invest in a film studio project worth hundreds of billions in Tianmen City. The proposed location revealed is in the northern outskirts, about 30 kilometers from the city center. Ji Chil-hee narrowed her eyes, her gaze cunning like a lifelong fox. Can this information be trusted? Is there absolutely no mistake? Rest assured, Chairman Ji. The informant asserts that this information is entirely accurate. The authorities in that city have already confirmed it. All right, you've done well. The funds will be transferred this afternoon. Ji Chil-hee pursed her lips, wearing a smile full of calculation. All done. We've identified a preliminary location for our film studio base in Tianmen. Immediately summon the finance department. Seize this opportunity to arrange for the acquisition of land within the project. When the time is right, we'll sell it back to the Young-sil conglomerate at a high price. There's potential for significant profit. Yes, sir. I'll promptly summon the finance team. Ji Chil-hee took a drag of her cigarette, the smoke swirling around her weathered face, her eyes full of contemplation. Hee, Chairman Baekhyun, I can't quite fathom you, but I'll use your momentum to acquire a large amount of land in the project area. In just a few months, the value of this land could double, triple, even increase fivefold or tenfold. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Ha ha ha. As soon as the Ji clan learned of the film studio project, the news spread. Ji Chil-hee has found out that Chairman Baekhyun has chosen Tianmen as the location for the film studio project, preparing to buy land and make a profit on the difference. We need to act fast too. Within minutes, major conglomerates such as Long River Agriculture Group, Kwan Family Group, A Group, Red Earth Group, and Jung Family Group all swiftly received news about the city of Tianmen. Ah, Tianmen. All right, someone said. I'll immediately mobilize funds. Regardless of how the location for the Cinema City development unfolds, we still need to prepare early. Who knows, luck might smile upon us, and we'll get a share of the pie. Time is of the essence. I'll immediately dispatch someone to Tianmen. Even if we can't buy land, we can still make money by opening other services within Chairman Baekhyun's Cinema City. We're sure to make a fortune. Yes, I'll head to Tianmen right away. Oh, I've gone all in on Tianmen. Before half a day had passed, Tianmen City suddenly turned into a land frenzy. Hundreds of companies large and small from all over flocked here, crowding the streets and causing severe traffic congestion. Car horns blared. People shouted loudly. More bustling than a market. Damn it, hurry up, those ahead. I'm in a hurry to make money here. Who do you think you are? Everyone's out to make money. We must buy. I must quickly buy a piece of land here. Chairman Baekhyun, making so much money, a sip of soup isn't even worth it. Right, at this moment, Park Jimin was busy cutting watermelons. Old man going out is really enjoyable. When the melons in the field ripen, there's nobody paying attention. It's such a waste to throw them away like this. Meanwhile, news about the selection of the Cinema City construction site was leaked. This was not good news for Young-sil and the conglomerate's project. Land acquisition would become more difficult, competition fiercer, and investment costs would soar. After the emergency meeting ended, Young-sil immediately called Park Jimin. Park Jimin, you truly are foolish. You've messed up. I don't know who leaked the information about the Cinema City construction site. Now land prices in Tianmen are skyrocketing. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Land prices are rising. That means we'll have to spend more money. It's a good thing. He then confidently remarked, turns out it's just a small matter. All Jiailu's concerns, they don't affect anything. We can still continue to collaborate with the city leadership. As for Jiailu's money problem, it can be solved with money. There's nothing that can't be done. Young-sil was extremely concerned about the soaring land prices, which could far exceed the initial estimates, even reaching astronomical figures. But such a significant issue being trivialized by Park Jimin left Young-sil incredulous, prompting her to inquire, Park Jimin, what are you saying? This is a big deal. Young-sil, listen, you're saying this is easily solvable. You'll transfer the money to me, that's it, at the place where you're currently having weak signals. Upon hanging up the phone, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel triumphant. Another place to spend money. Indeed, this time the advantage is mine. Without hesitation, Park Jimin transferred an additional 100 billion to Oh Young-sil. But this time a dialog box appeared, reminding, "Are you continuing to transfer funds to the public account of Young-sil Broadcasting Corporation?" Park Jimin confirmed again, and the system displayed another reminder. The transfer cannot be made because the beneficiary of this company is the owner, and money cannot be transferred from the system to lick a dog's mouth. The failed transfer left Park Jimin bewildered, unable to transfer. Oh Young-sil opened the company, and the beneficiary is me. Why is that? Park Jimin had not foreseen this situation at all, and he continued to analyze. In theory, although Oh Young-sil is the legal entity of the company, in reality, the system judges that the actual beneficiary is me, so the system believes that I am transferring money to myself blatantly. This situation left Park Jimin in a dilemma. He began seeking ways to resolve it without compromising his plans. After some contemplation, he picked up the phone again, initiating a new course of action. This time, he transferred the money into Oh Young-sil's personal account. However, the system once again displayed a reminder. Are you continuing to transfer funds to Oh Young-sil's personal account? Park Jimin confirmed again. The transfer cannot be made, as the owner's behavior is associated with money laundering. This time, Park Jimin was truly puzzled. What's going on? Money laundering. How can I invest 100 billion like this? Am I, the chairman Baekhyun, trying to deceive? I'm not the type of person who doesn't keep his word. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, meticulously reconsidering. It's possible that the system has predicted that after receiving this amount, Oh Young-sil will focus on investing in the Film City project, and ultimately, the money will flow into my pocket. It seems that transferring funds to the other side is currently not feasible. The more he thought, the tighter Park Jimin's brows became. As long as the Film City project is separated into a new independent company, with a legal representative and the sole shareholder being other strawmen, the transfer can be carried out. Thinking to himself, Park Jimin glanced towards Won Meng. An idea sparked in his mind. The only solution is to transfer the money to Won Meng, allowing her to establish her own company, and then proceed with the transaction. Meng is the designated strawman, which means that giving her the money will directly affect her favorability rating. If her favorability rating exceeds 95 points, the reward will increase to a huge amount. Besides, Meng is my sister, so no matter how she uses that money, I won't feel heartbroken. It's a win-win situation. Wang Meng tilted her head curiously and asked, Jimin, who did you just call, your girlfriend? Park Jimin replied honestly. Oh Young-sil called just now. She wants to be my girlfriend, but I need to consider it carefully. Wang Meng hugged a watermelon slice, giving Park Jimin a meaningful look. Don't fool around. She's a big star, and now she's even starting her own company and planning to build a film studio. I know you're wealthy, but it's best not to dream about these kinds of big stars. Wang Meng's words left Park Jimin speechless. He chuckled before changing the subject. Meng, you're quite savvy, aren't you? But I just heard that Oh Young-sil intends to build this film studio in her own city, Tianmen. Now that you have money too, do you want to earn some extra spending money? Wang Meng's eyes lit up, revealing a money-minded expression. What? How can we make money in our Tianmen? Park Jimin explained, look, our village has a lot of land. Buy it all up. If the film studio chooses to build in our village, you'll make a fortune. Even if it's not here, just building in Tianmen, we can rely on tourism to make money. The film studio can attract a lot of people, and with the crowd, you can do business. Resorts, farming, greenhouse gardening, anything. It's promising. Wang Meng pondered for a while, realizing Park Jimin's words made sense. Even if the Film City project isn't built in my village, having it in Tianmen still brings many benefits. When construction starts, people from elsewhere will flock back to develop their hometown. At that time, investing in models like vegetable farms, fruit orchards, and livestock farms will have abundant consumption, without worrying about unprofitability. Moreover, the money I have now is given by Park Jimin, not my own. I can't just let Park Jimin spend it for me. I have to strive for independence in the future. Wang Meng, after speaking, hurriedly walked away, like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Park Jimin, I think you're absolutely right. I'll go talk to the village chief and gather everyone for a discussion. Watching Wang Meng Meng leave eagerly, Park Jimin couldn't help but think, this girl dares to think and act. If she really succeeds, it would be quite good, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, having a peaceful place with beautiful scenery for free. However, Wang Meng Meng is still young. I hope this won't affect her. At that moment, several luxurious Bentleys were driving into the village. Not only were these cars expensive, but they were also limited edition versions, priced at over 10 million. As they arrived in front of Park Jimin, the cars suddenly stopped, and the doors were gently opened by bodyguards. A petite figure stepped out gracefully, lightly touching the ground. A young girl adorned in a cute princess dress exuded sweetness and charm. Two tall bodyguards stood on either side, emanating a formidable presence. Jung Ji-lu muttered to herself, "What kind of place is this? There's not even a decent road. I feel like I'm in a horror movie." After speaking, she approached Park Jimin and asked, "You're Park Jimin, right? And who are you?" Jung Ji-lu curiously looked at Park Jimin while introducing herself. "I'll introduce myself a bit. I'm Jung Ji-lu, Chairman Baekhyun's assistant. Nice to meet you again." Park Jimin, looking displeased, retorted, "Nice to meet you. Who are you?" As soon as Park Jimin returned to the village, Jung Dik had already anticipated his intention to build a film city in Tianmen. Therefore, the leakage of project information was not beyond his expectations. Moreover, Jung Dik held a grudge against Park Jimin for the previous car exhibition incident. Furthermore, he was also enraged by Yang Wei deleting him from WeChat, which made him feel humiliated. He learned that Chairman Baekhyun was a lecherous person. Jung Dik decided to send his younger sister to Tianmen, ostensibly to discuss cooperation, but in reality, he intended to exploit every scheme to undermine Park Jimin. Back to the moment when Park Jimin and Jung Ji-lu greeted each other. "Sorry, I have a bad memory. I don't think we've met before, have we?" Jung Ji-lu, feeling a bit sad, replied, "Oh, you don't remember? It was at the car exhibition. I was there with my brother, Jung, the eldest son." Park Jimin furrowed his brow, trying to recall. If she says so, then yes, there was a girl standing next to that brat, Jung Dik. Observing Park Jimin's reaction, Jung Ji-lu also furrowed her brows, pondering, "I've heard that Chairman Baekhyun is quite flirtatious, often wooing women. Yet he doesn't seem to remember me at all. No matter, I'll make sure he remembers me forever." Remembering Jung Ji-lu, Park Jimin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "All right, Jung Ji-lu, what brings you here?" Instead of directly answering, Jung Ji-lu glanced at Park Jimin's neighbors, her gaze filled with implication. "Chairman Baekhyun often entertains guests from outside. Why not invite me into the house to discuss matters?" Park Jimin glanced at the curious neighbors, briefly furrowing his brow. "I didn't expect to see a few luxury cars parked here, attracting so many onlookers. It's true that one shouldn't flaunt too much in the countryside." After some hesitation, Park Jimin reluctantly nodded. "All right, you can park your cars on the roadside and then follow me. Just be careful not to damage anyone's crops." The arrival of the luxury convoy directly disrupted the peace of this rural village. The neighbors gathered more and more, but the tall bodyguards standing guard made them hesitant to approach and inquire. Nevertheless, whispers and gossip continued to echo in front of Park Jimin's house. "Looks like Jimin must be doing big business in the city. Now he's back in the village flaunting his wealth. Yeah, with those luxury cars. He must be very wealthy." Stepping into the house, Jung Ji-lu remained silent. She was quite surprised to see such an old and dilapidated house, which Chairman Baekhyun could also be living in. Park Jimin, losing patience, spoke up again. "Well, talk about the purpose of your visit here." Seeing Park Jimin being straightforward, Jung Ji-lu also got straight to the point. "Does Chairman Baekhyun think I'm too young and insignificant to talk to you? Are you planning to deceive potential investors? Don't pretend anymore. You may fool others, but not me." Park Jimin didn't understand the thing but found her blunt approach intriguing. "Huh? What plan? Deceive what?" Thinking Park Jimin was pretending to be ignorant, Jung Ji-lu began reciting the prepared script by Jung Dik, which he had analyzed for her to present. "Chairman Baekhyun, let me be clear. No matter how clever your plan is, it won't escape the scrutiny of me and the Jung family." Speaking of this, Jung Ji-lu smiled knowingly, as if he had grasped Park Jimin's intentions. "Chairman Baekhyun, I admit that you are a discreet individual, capable of controlling the overall situation, and enjoy manipulating others as pawns. Many have become puppets in your hands. However, you have made some serious mistakes. Firstly, you leaked information about the 100 billion film studio project led by Oh Young-sil, and as soon as the project was announced, it immediately made waves in society, attracting the attention of millions of netizens. Since then, the name Chairman Baekhyun has become famous on social media. However, surprisingly, such an important project was entrusted to Young-sil TV, a newly established company less than a month old. Most of Young-sil TV's management team come from the film industry, with Oh Young-sil herself being an actress, lacking experience in managing a company, let alone handling large investment projects. Yet you entrusted a 100 billion project to such a motley crew. Isn't this a trap? Furthermore, the management team has many loopholes, making it easy for commercial spies to infiltrate and gather confidential information. Ironically, these spies didn't realize that leaking the company's confidential information might have been part of your plan. It may even be a part of your scheme. Rumors are spreading, and they all see this as an opportunity to get rich, especially as land prices soar. People are practically going insane, including investors, sensing blood in the water, flocking in. Some are so crazed that they borrow from banks, mortgaging projects already underway, rush to tie in men to snatch up land. In the end, your plan is to cut off all their resources. It's truly a clandestine operation. After listening and analyzing, Park Jimin's facial expression remained utterly composed, without a hint of disturbance. Yet inwardly, he was laughing hysterically. Ah, look at me, playing it cool. Who would have thought that this sum of money was meant for such a dirty scheme? It wasn't intentional on my part. But it seems you've all misunderstood. However, shortly after, Park Jimin continued to sink into contemplation. Initially, I had no intention of carrying out this plan, but after hearing her analysis, I realized that failing to follow through would betray your trust. Observing Park Jimin's reaction, Jung Ji-Loo couldn't help but raise his estimation of him even further. To be exposed like that and still maintain such composure, this man's depths are truly unfathomable. No wonder my brother is so obstinate. Yet upon learning Chairman Baekhyun's plan, he immediately abandoned his own intentions. He couldn't possibly confront someone like this. At this point, Park Jimin appeared enigmatic, while also not forgetting to offer Jung Ji-Loo a word of praise. Your analysis was spot on. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such profound knowledge. I had underestimated you. Upon receiving praise from Park Jimin, Jung Ji-Loo smiled confidently, his gaze displaying determination. I'm here primarily as a representative of the Jung family, to discuss cooperation with Chairman Baekhyun. At that moment, the voice of Wang Mengmeng echoed from outside. What are you people doing? This is my house. Let me in. What's going on? How come you don't understand anything? Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Just as Lam Zilu began to delve into the topic of extensive cooperation, Wang Mengmeng returned. She had just arrived home, intending to find Park Jimin to share some good news, when she unexpectedly encountered two burly bodyguards in black uniforms blocking her path at the large door. Seeing Wang Mengmeng attempting to push through, one of the guards immediately restrained her. I'm sorry, but there are important discussions taking place inside. You cannot enter. Upon hearing Wang Mengmeng's voice, Park Jimin also hurriedly stepped outside. As he emerged from the door, he saw one of the guards restraining his sister, his face darkening with anger, shouting loudly, "What are you people doing? Let go of my sister." However, the tall bodyguard, despite hearing Park Jimin's words, remained unmoved, gripping Wang Mengmeng's arm tightly without releasing her. Then, his gaze shifted towards Jung Ji-Loo, awaiting instructions, completely disregarding Park Jimin. Jung Ji-Loo glanced at Wang Mengmeng, particularly captivated by her radiant beauty surpassing his own, igniting jealousy within him. Normally Park Jimin is calm and composed, but this time, he's getting worked up over his sister, quite intriguing. This is an opportunity to test his limits. Next, Jung Ji-Loo pondered on Park Jimin's reception inside, sensing Wang Mengmeng's aristocratic temperament emerging. She glanced elsewhere, disregarding Park Jimin's request to release Wang Mengmeng. Park Jimin also noticed Jung Ji-Loo's deliberate provocation, his tone lowering. What are you playing at? Immediately after, his hand clenched into a fist, containing anger and indignation. 5 seconds later, Park Jimin exerted force into his legs, charging straight towards the tall bodyguard. The tall bodyguard, standing at 1.9 meters, barely registered a figure darting past him, accompanied by the whistling wind in his ears. Immediately thrown into the air like a puppet, Park Jimin then shouted loudly, "Get lost!" After tumbling several rounds in the air, the bodyguard landed somewhat clumsily, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Jung Ji-lu and the remaining guards all widened their eyes, mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could this happen? My guards are all ex-Special Forces soldiers, rumored to be able to handle 10 opponents at once. Yet they couldn't withstand a blow from Park Jimin. Isn't it true that the wealthier you are, the weaker your health becomes? My elder brother climbed 2 flights of stairs and was already sweating profusely, yet this guy is as strong as a machine. Park Jimin withdrew his hand, gently patting Wang Mengmeng's head with concern. "Are you okay now?" At this moment, Jung Ji-lu couldn't explain the strange emotions welling up inside her, finding Park Jimin increasingly captivating. His jet-black eyes exuded intelligence and sharpness, possessing an irresistible allure. The more I look, the more entranced I become. Park Jimin is completely different from the wealthy young men I've encountered before. He's a true man, the kind of man I've been longing for. Kang. Lick dog. Action initiated. Full name Jung Ji-lu, 18 years old. Height 162 centimeters. Weight 46 kilograms. Beauty score 90 points. The female student has no favorable impression towards the owner, successfully binding the dog-lick relationship, making the female student's favorability towards the owner exceed 95 points. Then successfully reverse-rated, identity transformed. The other party will become the owner's dog-lick. Reverse raid completed. Reward 10% of the dog-lick's expenses in cash. Reward enhancement points 30 points. Reward skills. Proficient in drawing. Proficient in singing. Proficient in Go. As soon as the binding system was activated, Park Jimin also glanced at Jung Ji-lu, making him incredulous. This high school-looking girl is already 18 years old. Luckily, the system didn't bind me with a minor. After considering for a while, Park Jimin felt he could still accept it. Then he let Wang Mengmeng in front of Jung Ji-lu, his voice full of anger. "Is this your cooperative attitude? In my territory, you don't give me any face. Or do you think I dare not touch the Jung family?" Wang Mengmeng asked curiously. "Oh, who are they?" "She's Jung Ji-lu, here to discuss business with you, but it doesn't seem to be going well." Jung Ji-lu, naturally arrogant, now feeling slighted by Park Jimin's comments, couldn't help but feel angry. Wang Mengmeng looked at Jung Ji-lu and assessed for a moment. She looks even younger than me, yet she's already starting a business. Quite impressive. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jung Ji-lu hesitantly said, "Well, it's my fault. These bodyguards are my brothers coming to find me. They never listen to me. Are you satisfied?" Park Jimin said solemnly, "I can't say I'm satisfied. If there's a next time, our cooperation will be considered finished." Park Jimin was about to lecture her further, but Wang Mengmeng quickly intervened. "Big brother, why so fierce? You've scared the other girl." "Hi, I'm Wang Mengmeng." "Oh, I'm Jung Ji-lu. Hi." "Mengmeng, how old are you?" "I'm 18. And you?" "I'm also 18. What a coincidence. When's your birthday?" "Mine's June 29th. "Wow, mine's also June 29th. I didn't expect us to share the same birthday." This time, not only Wang Mengmeng and Jung Ji-lu, but even Park Jimin was astonished. The slightly unpleasant atmosphere gradually dissipated because of this incident. Subsequently, the two girls began to become more open, no longer hiding anything from each other. The more they talked, the more they realized they shared common interests and passions. "Sister, did you forget that your big brother is still here?" Girls these days are so natural. After half a day of heartfelt conversation, the two girls talked until they were hoarse, making Park Jimin's head ache. Even the two girls didn't realize that this seemingly random encounter would become a crucial turning point in their lives, especially in terms of their future roles. Jung Ji-lu skillfully extracted information about Park Jimin from Wang Mengmeng. "What was your brother like before?" "He's a man of few words. Even when he was little, he used to sneakily eat watermelons from other people's gardens." Wang Mengmeng recounted with enthusiasm, adding a touch of mischief, which made Jung Ji-lu burst into laughter. Park Jimin shook his head as he sat picking green beans, listening to the two girls chatting. This surprising expose was revealed to Jung Ji-lu by Wang Meng herself, Park Jimin's own sister. However, Jung Ji-lu not only gathered information, but also shared what Jung Dik had investigated with Wang Meng. Park Jimin isn't just an ordinary student. He's also a successful young entrepreneur, owning his own projects, and making money very well. Listening to Jung Ji-lu talk about her brother, Wang Meng couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my god, really? That's amazing! No wonder Big Brother is so outstanding. No wonder he can easily pull out 100 million financially. I didn't realize he was so capable. If it weren't for Jung Ji-lu telling me, I wouldn't have known anything. My brother truly is a genuine treasure trove of a guy. I haven't fully explored him yet. Praising him a few words made you blush, thinking, he's a conceited guy. At this point, Wang Meng also had a new perspective on Park Jimin. Thoughts of Park Jimin's criminal behavior had disappeared, and instead, she felt extremely proud and also more at ease. Wang Meng's favorability increased by 10 points, bringing her current favorability to 35 points. After learning about Park Jimin's childhood watermelon theft secret, Jung Ji-lu also had a new view of Park Jimin. Behind Park Jimin's cold and serious exterior, he is also a normal person with moments of joy and sadness, mischievous like anyone else. The relationship between Park Jimin and Wang Meng is truly good, especially considering his possession of billions worth of assets. Yet Park Jimin chooses to live a secluded life in the mountains. His insight and vision, I fear, have reached the realm of a sage, and behind his humble appearance lies a cunning and calculating Park Jimin. At first, I didn't fully understand Park Jimin's calculations. Park Jimin once spent 100 million on a female streamer in one night, and he spent $1 billion buying 3 cars for his 3 sisters. At the time, people thought he was a spendthrift. But through our conversations, I realized that Park Jimin is not as simple as rumors suggest. Moreover, Park Jimin not only possesses extraordinary intelligence, but also has strong combat abilities. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? I always feel he harbors many secrets. The more Jung Ji-lu thought, the faster her heart beat than usual. The more she thought, the more she felt that Park Jimin was no longer the lofty Chairman Baekhyun, but rather a young man with simple, adorable traits. Jung Ji-lu's favorability increased by 10 points, bringing her current favorability to 10 points. Darkness slowly enveloped the countryside, painting a completely different picture from the sparkling lights of the city. The night was as dark as velvet, casting its hue upon every street, every house, every corner of the garden, leaving only the sky above still bright with shimmering stars. Jung Ji-lu suddenly asked, Park Jimin, can I stay at your place? Park Jimin gracefully declined. What? Stay over. It's not very comfortable. There are plenty of boarding houses outside. You can find a place to rest at your convenience. Besides, my house has mice. Jung Ji-lu coaxed. Boarding houses in the countryside aren't very good. This village doesn't even have a 5-star inn. Everything is too dirty. I can't stay. Park Jimin remained resolute. What's the problem? If you can't stay, you can always go home. And besides, you think I'm very close to you, don't you? When it comes to business, it's business. What does it have to do with me? Get lost. I won't see you off. This time coming here wasn't just to discuss cooperation. Jung Ji-lu also wanted to investigate the true identity and background of Chairman Baekhyun. Only by being beside him could she uncover more clues. How could she easily leave without satisfying her curiosity? Moreover, such a big secret couldn't go unexplored. Therefore, Jung Ji-lu switched to a pleading tone. I want to experience rural life, how about it? Rare days of leisure, not many people at your place. Why not? That's also not allowed, guys and girls alone. Wang Meng jumped in to intervene. Oh dear, if Jian-lu wants to stay a few days, you should indulge her. I'll go tidy up a room for her. At this point, Park Jimin also felt truly helpless. Furthermore, his younger sister kept staring at him without relenting, her eyes constantly changing, even annoying Park Jimin. After enduring Wang Meng's intense gaze for a while, Park Jimin finally compromised. All right, I'll go along with it. Just don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Jung Ji-lu and Wang Meng rejoiced ecstatically, dancing and celebrating. However, neither of the two girls knew that behind Park Jimin's pretense, he had carefully considered this matter. She's too kind-hearted. She has no idea that this is inviting the wolf into the house, pretending to experience rural life, thinking it's so enjoyable, leaving her here for 2 days to see if she'll make a fuss and demand to return to the city. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in making money, but if I can harvest a wave of appointments, I wouldn't mind cooperating with the Jung family, because the money earned is personal property, not considered the system's licking dog money. I can spend it as I please. By leaving Jung Ji-Lu behind to come up with a plan, Park Jimin achieved his goal, making her very pleased. Hemph, I must stick close to Park Jimin. I must dig out his shocking secrets. Lying on the bed, Park Jimin continued to ponder. The key issue is how to take advantage of the current situation to cut the mustard. Collaborating with the Jung family is a great choice. The Jung family can not only attract many investors to Tianmen City, but also open up many relationships. This step will help me expedite the progress of the new film studio project, influence government decisions, reclaim land, and execute cutting-edge operations. Therefore, I can only rely on the Jung family to handle the dirty and heavy work, while I stay behind the scenes. When the time is right, all I need to do is reap the benefits. But the Jung family only sent a girl here, Jung Ji-Lu. Can she be trusted? Park Jimin was deeply suspicious. Moreover, that brat Jung Dick, isn't he afraid of what I might do to his sister? Perhaps the Jung family sent Jung Ji-Lu here not hoping for her success. Or they deliberately fed her false information to probe me, making me lower my guard. Or they want to appear cooperative on the surface, but actually have malicious intentions. Indeed, the horsefly catches the horse, and the sparrow lurks behind. So I'll counterplot accordingly. After all, Jung Ji-Lu is also a target of the licking dog. Of course, I won't hesitate to throw money at her. Even giving her tens of billions won't be a problem. Park Jimin narrowed his eyes and continued to think. Using the assets and current power of the Jung family to interfere with my affairs won't pose a real threat to me. They must be targeting the land in Tianmen. Well, let it be. I won't dwell on it anymore. However, I'll only benefit from this situation. Let's see if Jung Ji-Lu can handle that brat. Time to sleep. As Park Jimin drifted off to sleep, the crisp laughter of the two girls echoed into the room. Ha 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 ha, oh my Meng Meng, you look so beautiful in this outfit. Oh my goodness, there's no comparison. Ji-Lu, your outfit looks even better. Park Jimin buried his face into the pillow, trying to block out the noisy laughter of the two girls, but the sound felt like sharp needles piercing his ears, making him extremely uncomfortable. Women are noisy, no matter their age. My mistake. Forgive me. Ji-Lu, I won't dare anymore. Ha ha ha. After enduring a night of torture for his ears, Park Jimin could finally fall asleep later. However, as he woke up early in the morning, he was greeted by the loud noise from outside. The mixed sounds of people chatting and machines banging ringing in his ears, making it impossible for him to continue sleeping. Irritated, he threw the blanket off his body and sat up. What time is it? Why is it so noisy early in the morning? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Park Jimin staggered out of bed and walked to the door to see what was happening. As soon as Jung Ji-Lu spotted Park Jimin, she greeted him with a sweet smile. Oh, Park Jimin, you're awake. Good morning. Ignoring her, Park Jimin continued walking outside, only to be met with a chaotic scene that left him feeling a bit dizzy. The adjacent room had been completely flattened by Jung Ji-Lu with machinery, leaving only the bare walls and piles of debris scattered around. Park Jimin felt utterly helpless and couldn't help but start scolding angrily. Jung Ji-Lu, what are you up to? I kindly let you stay here for the night, and you wreck my house like this. Park Jimin couldn't believe that Jung Ji-Lu wanted to completely renovate the entire house. He severely underestimated the capabilities of this young entrepreneur. Within just an hour, the renovation team arrived, consisting of over 50 people and 5 trucks loaded with equipment. They proceeded to renovate Park Jimin's entire house, except for his and his parents' private rooms. In less than 3 short hours, the renovation team had completed the entire house, all without prior planning. They utilized only high-quality imported materials. The labor cost for the renovation team alone for a single day amounted to nearly 1 million. Upon completion of the work, Jung Ji-Lu began to boast. This isn't destruction. It's renovation, optimization. In the future, our young lady will stay here for a few days. Of course it has to be comfortable. The previous bathroom in your house was too awful. Our young lady has spent money to purchase an imported toilet bowl and renovate the entire bathroom. Now the bathroom has become bright and luxurious, meeting 5-star standards. Park Jimin looked at himself in the mirror with utter helplessness, reluctantly accepting this change. Not stopping there, Jung Ji-Lu continued to drag Park Jimin to the livestock area. And there's the pigsty of your house, pitch black, completely torturing the animals. Our young lady has bought a luxurious versus bathtub for each pig. Now everything is perfect. Watching Jung Ji-Lu renovate the livestock area, Park Jimin was taken aback to the point of almost falling over. Rich people are so peculiar, completely incomprehensible. Heading to the bedroom, Jung Ji-Lu proudly exclaimed, "All right, now on to the most important room that needs a grand introduction. The room where our young lady will stay for the next few days." Tada! Inspired by a television series, this room exudes simple yet elegant beauty, still radiating warmth and romance, enhanced by natural light from the window, adding a gentle touch to the room. The bed, where I put in the most effort, has been completely transformed into a Nordic princess style, with sweet pastel colors. Wine Meng Meng cheered joyfully upon seeing Park Jimin arrive. "Big brother is here. Ji-Lu is so amazing. This chair is so comfortable." Park Jimin looked at his sister's radiant smile, not knowing what to say, only managing a reluctant smile. "Ha ha ha, as long as you like it." Stepping into the living room, Jung Ji-Lu gestured proudly, her face beaming with pride. "Every detail in this room has been meticulously chosen by me, using the highest quality materials, ensuring they are completely free of formaldehyde. This not only adds to the elegance and sophistication of the living space, but also ensures absolute safety for health. To elevate the living experience, I plan to install an underfloor heating system, providing warmth and relaxation during the cold winter months. Additionally, a satellite phone system will be equipped to facilitate easy communication, regardless of geographical or weather conditions." At this moment, Park Jimin had no words left. Everything in the house had been completely changed, so unfamiliar that he felt lost. Indeed, the young miss, wherever she stays, demands intricacy. I'm not stingy either, but I didn't think Ji-Lu could be so extravagant with money, especially when she's only staying here for a few days. When my parents come home, they won't even recognize the house. I'm not coming home to rest. I'm coming home to be a servant. Look at this. Ji-Lu is truly remarkable, absolutely, incredibly talented. At the very moment Jung Ji-Lu was enthusiastically introducing the house to Park Jimin, completely unaware, a bodyguard was quietly monitoring them. He quickly dialed his phone to contact Jung Dick, the heir of the Jung family, to report on the situation. "Young Master Jung, the plan is going very smoothly. Miss Ji has successfully infiltrated the inner circle. President Baekhyun is very interested in cooperation. However, yesterday I deliberately engaged his foster sister in combat to investigate. President Baekhyun has extremely terrifying combat abilities. Even though we were prepared, we couldn't match his skill. He moves as fast as lightning, but clearly holds back. I apologize. Young Master Jung, we couldn't ascertain President Baekhyun's true strength." Jung Dick pondered for a moment before responding. "Interest is good enough. As for investigating his true strength, I'll find a way. You must protect Miss Ji well and keep in constant contact with me." After hanging up the phone, Jung Dix took a glass of red wine, turned to the mysterious beautiful woman in front of him, and invited her for a drink. Yu Ling Shuang observed Jung Dix's satisfied expression and raised an eyebrow lightly. "So everything is going smoothly. I find President Baekhyun to be very generous towards women. Miss Lam, being youthful and lively, adds to her beauty. President Baekhyun surely won't refuse. Of course, it's going smoothly. I've heard President Baekhyun is quite amorous. I sent my sister, and naturally he showed great interest, especially with the assistance of the Jung family. President Baekhyun can boldly proceed with his plan to cut the mustard greens without reservation. After all, he's the one laying out this chessboard. Indeed, young Master Jung, using my sister as bait for a big fish. President Baekhyun must be extremely pleased at the moment, thinking his mustard greens harvesting plan is flawless. Unfortunately, while the horsefly catches the cicada, the sparrow lurks behind to seize both. Even if he injects private companies into the investment banks, whether he invests 100 billion or even 200 or 300 billion, I doubt he can withstand the onslaught from the Jin family, tycoons, and the two major domestic investment banks. Moreover, my Jum family plays a pioneering role. What do you think? Yu Ling Shuang took a sip of red wine, a suggestive smile curling her lips. This move is truly ingenious. When the Zheng and Jin families cast their nets, he'll wish he could retract his words. The plan has succeeded. Now, I should move on to the next step. It's truly regrettable for a carefully laid out plan, only to end up making wedding dresses for others. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's ample bosom shone brighter than ever, illuminating the suggestive smile on Zheng Dick's lips. Are you planning to leave already? Why the rush? Is my wine not to your taste? It's delicious. But waiting until everything is resolved will make its flavor even richer and smoother. You're absolutely right, Yu, he remarked. Since being taken in and raised by the Li family like a stray dog, Yu Ling Shuang had used her exceptional intelligence to climb to her current position. No one would have thought that the girl who had been treated like an animal could now manipulate everyone like a puppet. That night, Yu Ling Shuang got into her car and headed back to the city of Tianmen. Her goal was to infiltrate the inner circle and find a way to approach President Baekhyun sensibly. It's best to stay close to him, like Zheng Zhilu, and eventually maneuver him into a desperate situation. If President Baekhyun and Zheng Dick are similar, then when I approach him, he won't be able to resist my beauty trap, she thought. Late at night, Wine Meng Meng and Zheng Zhilu slept together in the newly renovated room. The two young girls, with harmonious souls, easily found a common voice on the large princess-style bed. They chatted animatedly, their laughter intertwining crisply. However, this time, even if they screamed until their throats were sore, they couldn't penetrate the 60 centimeters thick soundproofing. Now Part Jimin could enjoy a peaceful sleep like a puppy, despite the two girls reigning supreme throughout the night. It must be said that this renovation truly provided a better space than expected. And the next morning, a crowd of gossipers had gathered outside Part Jimin's house, munching on pickles prepared beforehand. However, Part Jimin's house now surpassed the entire village in quality, with tall walls, a gate cast from solid aluminum alloy, equipped with fingerprint recognition technology, looking extremely luxurious. Though unable to peek inside, lively chatter could still be heard. Have you heard? Wang's daughter Meng Meng has moved in to live with Part Jimin. Really, even siblings should live separately, shouldn't they? Part Jimin, he's quite the playboy, not even sparing his own sister. Relationships are indeed messy. Did you see the car parked in front of his house? A Bentley, too posh. He used to hang out with that beautiful rich girl, had a whole bunch of bodyguards trailing him before. Now she's moved in with him too. Zhang Xiaozhong, upon hearing this, felt both jealous and resentful. Well, besides his handsome face, what does Part Jimin have that I don't? Why does everything good seem to come to him? At this moment, Part Jimin stepped out from the house. Despite seeing him emerge, some couldn't resist speaking ill. From childhood to now, he's just a leech, only knows how to rely on women. Isn't he essentially a gigolo? Quite the talent, huh? Zhang Xiaozhong hurriedly approached to greet him. Hey Part Jimin, wanna go downtown with me tonight? Part Jimin turned back to ask. Downtown? Where to? Excitedly, Zhang Xiaozhong suggested. Oh, it's a junior high school reunion. It's been so many years since we've had a chance to meet again. Tianmen City has been bustling lately. Heard there are many classmates wanting to visit the Xinjiang area across the river. Tonight we'll go for drinks, and tomorrow we'll take a stroll around the real estate area. See if we can find some investment opportunities to make a fortune. Heard Oh Young Sil is over there too. Who knows, we might even bump into a celebrity. Zhang Xiaozhong's suggestion didn't pique Part Jimin's interest at all. Student reunions are usually just for showing off. I hope Zhang Xiaozhong won't give me that chance. Lately, I've been showing off too much, feeling a bit tired. But the most urgent matter now is to deal with the project involving Oh Young Sil. Might as well pay her a visit. After some consideration, Part Jimin nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. What time tonight? 6 p.m. I'll come pick you up directly. It'll take about 6:30 p.m. to get to Xinjiang on the other side. Not later than 7 p.m. That's fine. I'll be free around then. Then, without further ado, Part Jimin dragged Zheng Zhilu outside. As they walked further away, within moments, they arrived at a cornfield. Inside the cornfield, Zheng Zhilu looked around but didn't see anyone, which made her a bit anxious. It's so deserted here. Is Part Jimin planning something inappropriate in the cornfield? If he really tries anything, I might be assaulted. Then, Jung Ji Lu, fearful, asked, Park Jimin, why did you bring me here? Park Jimin chuckled mockingly. Ha 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 ha, you're in my territory now. Even if you scream your head off, no one will come to your aid. Hee hee, now you're finally scared. Too late. Jung Ji Lu blanched and cried out like a child. What do you want to do? Don't scare me. Park Jimin suddenly paused, feeling something was off, then tossed her a basket and said, Here, take this basket and go pick 20 corn cobs. Thinking she was about to be assaulted by Park Jimin, Jung Ji Lu was taken aback when he instructed her to pick corn, leaving her speechless. What? Pick corn? Previously, when eating corn, Jung Ji Lu thought it was dug up from the ground, not realizing it grew on stalks. This new sensation felt like discovering a new continent. Afterwards, Jung Ji Lu showed no negative reaction at all. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy herself. So this is corn. It grows on stalks, not dug up from the ground, ha. Park Jimin thought Jung Ji Lu would cry over this task. So he secretly smirked. Hee. Let her taste how hard farm work is. She'll be eager to return to the city. After picking the corn, Jung Ji Lu was exhausted, sweaty, but her face radiated indescribable joy. Seeing Jung Ji Lu's enthusiasm, Park Jimin decided to take her to dig sweet potatoes. Jung Ji Lu eagerly began digging, the soft soil making it easy. Before long, the sweet potatoes were harvested, and Jung Ji Lu's happiness only increased upon seeing the results. Park Jimin then led her to the riverbank to fish. But Jung Ji Lu showed even more interest, starting to play around in the water. A morning full of joyful experiences had come to an end, but its lingering echoes still resonated cheerfully within Jung Ji Lu. Park Jimin, turns out life in the countryside is this fun. I'm so happy. From now on, I want to stay here. I don't want to go to school anymore. I don't want to go back to the city. Park Jimin froze upon hearing this. Failure. The plan failed. After a tiring morning, she doesn't feel tired at all. Instead, she wants me to go farming with her every day. It's outrageous. So many rural folks strive all their lives, wanting to step into a wealthy life. Yet she, living a carefree life every day, wants to farm. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from afar. Help me! Help me! On a small road near a cornfield, a group of strangers appeared. Running ahead was a graceful young woman, her youthfulness evident in her demeanor, her countenance pure and serene. In pursuit behind her were 5 to 6 fierce-looking men. She ran towards Park Jimin as if seeking assistance. Save me! Yu Ling Shuang pretended to desperately flee, simultaneously pleading for help and fear. Suddenly, she changed direction and ran towards Park Jimin. But when the distance between her and Park Jimin was certain, she deliberately stumbled. Oops! The ruffians behind also caught up, their leader Kang with an angry expression. Hey, you little troublemaker! Why stop running? Let's see how far you can run. Kang, this girl's a catch, a bit muddy, but I reckon she's still a virgin, surrounded by cornfields like this. No one around. Ha 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 ha. Another one chimed in. Good point. Not a bad idea. Listening to his younger gang member's words, the gang leader Kang smirked cruelly. He roughly grabbed Yu Ling Shuang's hair, pulling her head up forcefully, saying, Finally caught you, little sister. You're quite fast. Ha. Let me go. Don't cry. Behave and come with us obediently, or else you'll regret it. Yu Ling Shuang, originally graceful and beautiful, now looked pitifully abused by the rogue. This sight was unbearable for Jung Ji Lu as well. Before Park Jimin could speak up, she stood up angrily, one hand firmly on the table, the other pointing angrily as she scolded. Release that girl. This is outrageous, absolutely unacceptable. You trash, how dare you treat a girl like this? You lowlifes, daring to bully a weak girl in broad daylight. Let her go. Park Jimin looked at Jung Ji Lu in admiration, unable to help but exclaim. This girl is really bold. She didn't bring any bodyguards today, yet she still dares to rush in like this. However, upon scrutinizing Yu Ling Shuang's face, Park Jimin couldn't help but be astonished. Her beauty was diverse and captivating, along with an aura emanating from her that sparked a hint of suspicion in his mind. A woman so beautiful, why would she be pursued by a gang of ruffians? Moreover, she even deliberately let me encounter this. What is happening? But why do I feel a bit coincidental? just stepping out and encountering such a situation. And these ruffians seem like they're putting on a show. As the gangsters were about to lay hands on Jung Ji-Lu, Park Jimin stepped forward calmly, his tone remarkably composed. "All right, have you guys had enough fun? Show some respect and leave." The gang leader Kang glared at Park Jimin, his face full of hostility. "Respect you? Who the hell are you, damn it? Daring to act tough here? Do you even know what death looks like?" The thug's performance was too exaggerated, making everything seem fake. Park Jimin, seen through the charade, decisively intervened. Within just a minute, all 6 thugs were lying on the ground, writhing in pain, tears almost streaming down their faces, their agonizing moans echoing across the cornfield, sending shivers down the spine. Yu Ling Shuang could only curse inwardly at the scene. Just a drama. Why did this kid have to be so brutal? Jung Ji-Lu looked at Park Jimin with admiration. "Park Jimin, you're amazing. I couldn't even see your moods clearly, and yet you've already subdued them all." Although it was just a performance, Jung Ji-Lu was unaware. Park Jimin's demeanor at this moment was flawless, beyond reproach. In the moment when the thugs were about to harass her, Park Jimin appeared like a hero, rescuing the beauty. Since meeting him, this was the first time Jung Ji-Lu felt the strong, masculine aura emanating from Park Jimin, which made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Jung Ji-Lu's favorable impression, +10, double kill, triple kill, wada kill, benta kill, current favorable impression, +60 points. Park Jimin approached Yu Ling Shuang and asked, "Hey comrade, are you okay?" Yu Ling Shuang's initial fear quickly disappeared, replaced by a natural and sincere demeanor. She looked at Park Jimin with sparkling eyes full of gratitude and spoke with heartfelt emotion. "Thank you. My name is Yu Ling Shuang. I will definitely repay you in the future." Yu Ling Shuang's eloquent eyes, coupled with her shy demeanor, were enough to melt the heart of any man. Park Jimin was no exception. He was deeply shaken. "Damn, those seductive eyes. I'm hooked." Activate the dog-licking action. Name Yu Ling Shuang. Age 23. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Duty score 93 points. Female student's favorable impression towards the host -80 points. Forging a tight bond with the host, surpassing 95 points in favorability, then successfully launching a reverse ambush, transforming into the host's dog licker. Reverse ambush successful. Reward 10% of dog licking fee. Reward +50 points for reinforcement. Reward for mastering stealth disguise. Business management proficiency. Proficient combat. Morse code mastery. Hacking proficiency. Tea art proficiency. Cooking proficiency. Wine tasting proficiency. Stock market proficiency. Painting proficiency. Piano playing proficiency. English proficiency. Fashion design mastery. As soon as the system finished its announcement, Park Jimin was utterly perplexed. Who is this person, and why are they proficient in so many skills? The crucial thing is, despite me saving her, her favorability towards me is -80 points. Could I have done something wrong, or is her character just too peculiar? I can't understand it. There's no precedent for this. Did I kill her mother? With such low favorability, she probably sees me as an enemy. Even Park Min-young didn't dislike me this much before, pretending to be moved to tears. At first, I wasn't sure if she was acting, and her performance was too perfect. It was impossible to distinguish between truth and falsehood. But favorability can't be faked. She definitely has an issue. Jung Ji-Lu looked at Yu Ling Shuang with concern and asked, "Little sister, are you okay? Why did they want to chase after you?" Yu Ling Shuang hesitated as if there was something difficult to say. Finally, gritting her teeth, she replied softly, Because I owe them a lot of money." Yu Ling Shuang began to portray a storytelling role, then fabricated an incident. "Since I was young, I have lived in a single-parent family. My father went to prison early on, and my mother passed away a year ago, diagnosed with a serious illness, which further plunged our already struggling family into hardship. In order to treat my mother, I had to sell our house, and even take out high-interest loans. Despite a year of struggle, my mother didn't make it, leaving me alone with no support. I carry an overwhelming debt burden with exorbitant interest rates and no ability to repay. The creditors want to force me into prostitution to pay off the debt, but I refuse to accept such a grim fate. I would rather die than allow myself to be disgraced." In the end, I decided to flee. Although the script seemed somewhat cliché, through Yu Ling Shuang's narration, it became incredibly sincere and moving, coupled with her deeply emotional tone, which moved Zheng Ji-lu to tears. "Oh, poor sister, how much debt do you owe? I will help you repay it. I am Zheng family's young miss." Yu Ling Shuang shook her head, biting her lip, her eyes radiating determination. "Thank you, little sister, I can earn money on my own. Just need a little time." Zheng Ji-lu looked at Yu Ling Shuang with an indescribable sadness, evoking her sympathy. "Oh my, you're truly resilient, like a lotus flower rising from the mud." Park Jimin remained unchanged amidst life's myriad changes. Even as Yu Ling Shuang silently observed, she could only see his face devoid of any ripples, with a hint of mockery even flickering in his heart. Damn, this cheap TV drama plot. How boring is this? It's so contrived, only someone as naive as Zheng Ji-lu would believe it. Despite thinking so, Park Jimin had no intention of exposing Yu Ling Shuang's intentions. As they walked, Zheng Ji-lu continued to inquire. While Yu Ling Shuang adhered closely to the storyline, Park Jimin had long seen the dark intentions hidden beneath Yu Ling Shuang's exterior, so as he listened to her tale, the corners of his lips occasionally curved up. "My life has always been dull," and her deliberate approach to me, staging a heroic drama of rescuing the beauty, truly makes for an interesting experience. Beneath her sweet exterior lies a gaze full of hostility, on guard. Clearly she's wary of me, which piques my interest. It's as if Yu Ling Shuang has been manipulated by someone. What purpose does she have in approaching me, especially with her skills, indicating she's an assassin? Could this be a dangerous plot? A daring thought suddenly sparked in Park Jimin's mind. Yu Ling Shuang hasn't posed any threat to me whatsoever. In fact, I could even keep her around as a plaything, stirring up this dull life. Providing her with some misleading information for a counterattack is also a good idea. It's best to lure out the mastermind behind her. That's right, no matter how good Yu Ling Shuang's acting is, if her favorability is low, Park Jimin, will never trust her. With this in mind, Park Jimin tried to suppress his excited emotions. "All right, Zheng Ji-lu, you take Miss Yu back home to tend to her wounds. And while you're at it, give her a bath." Zheng Ji-lu became extremely enthusiastic upon hearing this. "Exactly, you sister's clothes are all dirty. She needs a bath and a change of clothes. I was just telling her. Take a look at yourself. You look like a coal miner now, no longer resembling a young lady of the Zheng family." After Zheng Ji-lu spoke, Park Jimin turned back to Yu Ling Shuang with a bright smile. "Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I have a company where you could work." Park Jimin's words secretly delighted Yu Ling Shuang. I didn't expect approaching President Lin would be so easy. Initially, I was struggling to find a way to stay by his side, but now, he actively invites me to work at his company. It really saves me some effort. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, according to the information in the investigation files, Park Jimin is as lustful as noted. Just seeing a beauty makes him want to claim her as his own. Yu Ling Shuang was eager inside, but still pretended to hesitate. "Mr. Park Jimin, did you start the company by yourself? We've just met. This doesn't seem quite right." Seeing that the fish wasn't biting yet, Park Jimin gave a few more tugs. "All right then, if Miss Yu doesn't want to, then forget it. Consider I haven't said anything." Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang's joy was dampened, and a bit of annoyance arose. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Can't he be a bit more persistent? I thought he would linger a bit, but he just jumped straight to these steps. If he had been a little more persistent, I would have gone along, and besides, I didn't say I wanted to refuse. Zheng Ji-lu noticed the sorrowful expression on Yu Ling Shuang's face, and tried to comfort her. "It's like everyone craves for your job, Sister Yu. With such beauty, you'll surely find employment. Miss Zheng is exaggerating. Compared to you, I'm nothing." Turning to Park Jimin, Zheng Ji-lu added with a hint of jest, "Sister Yu speaks so eloquently, unlike some people who only know how to insult me as a swamp monkey without understanding anything about art." Yu Ling Shuang could only smile awkwardly at that remark. Miss Zheng not only possesses beauty, but also a noble soul. Then, Yu Ling Shuang glanced at Park Jimin, who remained indifferent, stirring up anger within her. What's with Park Jimin's attitude? He clearly looks down on my appearance, but perhaps he's hesitant due to someone else's presence, hence not showing his true feelings. Zheng Ji-lu, enthusiastic as ever, suggested. Or how about this? Sister Yu can join my company. I have a major project coming up, and if you perform well, I'll promote you to assistant general manager with a salary of 50,000. Not just a dream. Yu Ling Shuang became even more irritated hearing this. But in this situation, she couldn't outright refuse Zheng Ji Lu's invitation. Therefore, she chose to remain silent in her anger. Who wants to be your assistant? What a nuisance. My goal is Park Jimin, that Dan brat, daring to stay here and interfere with my good fortune. Get lost. In just a moment, Park Jimin had escorted Yu Ling Shuang back home. Seeing the young lady who always cherished cleanliness and paid special attention to her attire now covered in dirt, Park Jimin couldn't believe it himself. Alongside Yu Ling Shuang, he too was covered in mud. Immediately, the bewildered bodyguards couldn't believe their eyes. Miss, how did this happen? Miss, are you all right? It looks terrible, indeed, and you're injured too. How do we explain this to the young master? As they spoke, the bodyguards turned to inspect Yu Ling Shuang closely. Seeing this, Zheng Ji Lu's eyes blazed with anger. Furious, she scolded, "You idiots! What are you doing? I'm the real miss. Get out, all of you. You mistook me for someone else, and you'll answer to my brother for this." The bodyguards, feeling unjustly accused, were on the verge of tears. One of them explained, "Miss, you're dressed so differently, so it's understandable that we mistook you. You can't blame us, can you?" Wang Meng, seeing the situation, quickly intervened. "Come on, Ji Lu, they didn't mean any harm." On one side, Zheng Ji Lu was scolding the bodyguards, while on the other, she dramatically recounted Park Jimin's 1 versus 6 battle in the cornfield. Then, Wang Meng glanced towards the beautiful girl Park Jimin had just brought home. Contrary to expectations, she didn't feel jealous. Instead, an indescribable feeling arose within her. This sister, although a bit dirty, is quite beautiful. Her gaze at Big Brother is clearly meaningful. It's only been half a day, and my Big Brother has already charmed another girl. His romantic luck is truly abundant. Wang Meng began to observe the relationship between Park Jimin and each girl meticulously. But Miss Jung also likes my Big Brother. He's really cool. Only a male god has such allure, attracting so many goddesses around him. It's like a romance novel. In that moment, Wang Meng's eyes lit up with pride as she looked at Park Jimin. Park Jimin found Wang Meng's unusual reaction perplexing. This little girl, looking at her Big Brother with such a strange gaze. Meng, have you finished your writing assignment? Upon hearing Park Jimin's question, Wang Meng teased him playfully. Big Brother is so amazing. Too fantastic. Just now, he found 2 sisters for me. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin became flustered and hurriedly clarified. Big Brother, no, don't talk nonsense. As predicted by Wang Meng, both girls reacted strongly, their embarrassment evident on their faces, impossible to hide. Zheng Ji Lu exclaimed, What sister-in-law? Meng, don't talk nonsense. I'm the young miss. Don't want that. Yu Ling Shuang bowed her head shyly and also quickly explained. Good little sister, my brother and sister just met for the first time. I misunderstood. Seeing the awkwardness on their faces, Wang Meng felt extremely amused. Hey, still pretending with me, there will be a lively scene in this house later, The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward, and the bodyguards quickly brought a medical kit for Zheng Ji Lu. Zheng Ji Lu took the medical kit and suggested, Sister Yu, you were injured before. Let the young miss apply the medicine for you. It's not good for me to do it. I can handle it myself. What are you afraid of, sister? The young miss is very professional. All right, then be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt. Zheng Ji Lu opened the medical kit, suppressing her mischievous expression, replaced by professionalism. With just a piece of cotton soaked in hydrogen peroxide, her slender hand gently applied it to Yu Ling Shuang's wound. Although her movements were confidently executed, Zheng Ji Lu's technique was peculiar. However, Yu Ling Shuang was quite the opposite of her. In less than 5 seconds, Yu Ling Shuang cried out in pain, Ah, it hurts so much. Hearing this, Zheng Ji Lu panicked even more. I'm sorry. I was not careful and applied too much pressure. Afterward, Zheng Ji Lu was more cautious, but she kept pushing harder onto the wound. This time, Yu Ling Shuang began to scream even louder. Ah, It hurts so much. Seeing Yu Ling Shuang panting heavily due to the unexpectedly strong and professional treatment, Zheng Ji Lu became even more flustered. Unfortunately, the bottle of hydrogen peroxide accidentally spilled all over Yu Ling Shuang's wound. "Oh, I'm sorry, I applied too much force by accident." Yu Ling Shuang, in pain, sobbed, "No, it's okay, you didn't mean to." The flip side of pain was ignited fury. "You little demon from the Zheng family, I won't spare you. Go die, just die." At this moment, Park Jimin could no longer stand idly by. He reached out and gently took Zheng Ji Lu's hand to stop her. "Let me handle this." Zheng Ji Lu hesitated for a moment, but eventually allowed Park Jimin to take over. "I'm sorry, she's never done this before. She hurt you, I apologize. Let me help you disinfect the wound." As he spoke, Park Jimin gently applied medication to the wound, his movements displaying ample professionalism. Not only that, he took the opportunity to steal a glance for a moment. Yu Ling Shuang looked at Park Jimin. "You're so gentle. Thank you, Mr. Park. I didn't expect you to handle the wound so professionally, truly impressive." Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill rating -5. Current goodwill rating, -85 points. Park Jimin looked at her with a touched expression, seemingly at a loss for how to react. If it weren't for her goodwill rating towards me, which stands at -85 points, I might have thought she genuinely appreciated my help. A heart as deep as a bottomless lake, a face serene hiding deep emotions, a delicate flower with hidden thorns, fox concealed beyond reveal, unable to display, a passionate kiss dripping with tears, formidable, truly formidable. Park Jimin meticulously reconsidered once again. Her acting is truly outstanding. Fortunately, I have a reminder system to keep my spirits optimistic. Otherwise, I might assume she is grateful and admiring me. But ultimately, I must wonder what she desires. With such acting skills, the self-respect of an ordinary man would be stirred. Then, falling into her trap and being spun around by her. Among the women I've encountered, perhaps only Kim Jenny can be compared to her in acting. She is a formidable opponent and must be dealt with carefully. Meanwhile, Yu Ling Shuang, towards Park Jimin, a man full of masculine grime, had a new perception. This President Lim is only handsome and well-endowed. Sadly, he is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. According to Kang Chao-won's health examination results, Park Jimin's mother, it shows she is incapable of reproduction. Thus it can be inferred that Wang Mengmeng clearly has no blood relationship. Currently, all conclusions are still premature and President Lim's identity holds too many mysteries. But contemplating this, Yu Ling Shuang felt Park Jimin was a hypocrite. Clearly, he knew that Wang Mengmeng wasn't his biological sister, yet he didn't inform her. In fact, he deliberately exploited their sibling relationship to live together and gradually execute his plan. That must be the case. Even if we overlook the hostile relationship between me and him, purely in terms of character, Park Jimin is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Mengmeng is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, regarding him as her real brother. Yet he dared to deceive her and waited for the right moment to take advantage of her. Truly, he is a despicable creature, making everyone disgusted. When the opportunity arises in the future, I must certainly expose his true face. Moreover, he even took advantage of my injury to gaze at my body. Indeed, opportunism knows no bounds. Sooner or later, I will make him regret his actions thoroughly. Yu Ling Shuang smirked inwardly. Park Jimin's reaction was also within her expectations. I don't know if Park Jimin suspects anything about my identity, but behaving like a beaten thug is truly beyond shocking. Park Jimin's vanity and ease of access to me, overall, is a significant mistake. A while later, Park Jimin finished disinfecting Yu Ling Shuang's wound. The bandage is done. Let's go shower and change clothes." "Yes, thank you, Miss Zheng." As soon as Zheng Ji Lu finished speaking, she immediately led Yu Ling Shuang to bathe. After half an hour, when Zheng Ji Lu had finished bathing and changed into new clothes, the bodyguards were mesmerized by her beauty. "Oh, she's absolutely stunning, truly remarkable." This beauty rendered Yu Ling Shuang completely renewed. In her chalky pants and white shirt, she shone brilliantly with her inherent beauty, smooth white skin, sparkling gem-like eyes, and elegant, dignified face. Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but admire her. You're so beautiful." Even Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. The contrast before and after bathing was so significant that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Although I know they're both beautiful, it's only upon closer inspection that you realize they're unbelievably beautiful. Zheng Jilu was proud, while Yu Ling Shuang was aloof. Neither was inferior to the other. "You is the most beautiful," she said. After speaking, Yu Ling Shuang gently patted the girl's head, silently admiring Park Jimin's discerning eye. "Park Jimin, you have a truly unique sense of aesthetics. Choosing a little sister is like finding such a precious gem." Humph, even at Mado Film Academy and Beijing Film Academy, renowned as havens for beauties, it's rare to find students with such exceptional beauty as Wang Mengmeng. Simply choosing either of those schools randomly, they would still be the most dazzling flowers. The more Park Jimin gazed upon the beauty of Yu Ling Shuang, the more he felt regretful for not having her by his side. Immediately afterward, he once again extended an invitation. "Miss Yu, either you come to work as my personal secretary. I find you very suitable." Yu Ling Shuang pretended to be coy and inquired, "Oh, why so suddenly? What a coincidence. I'm currently looking for a new job. What does President Park do exactly?" Though appearing innocent and harmless on the surface, inwardly, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't contain her laughter. "Ah, why is he so eager? Men are so shallow. Clearly mesmerized by my looks, he wants to turn me into his personal secretary. Haha, hilarious." Seeing Park Jimin remaining silent, Yu Ling Shuang feared he might say something unpleasant, so she hastily exclaimed, "I'm not one to forget favors. President Park saved me, and I will certainly repay him." Park Jimin replied firmly, not allowing any room for refusal. "Regarding my profession, I'll let you know after careful consideration. From now on, don't call me gentleman anymore. Call me President Lim instead. This decision is final. Don't worry too much. The job isn't complicated, and you're fully capable of doing it. But before officially taking up the position, you need to complete a test, a special task." Park Jimin didn't ask for Yu Ling Shuang's opinion, knowing well that with her personality, she couldn't refuse this offer. He also used this offer as an excuse to invite her without making a mistake, believing that based on Yu Ling Shuang's intelligence, she would understand and agree immediately. Indeed, less than 5 seconds later, Yu Ling Shuang nodded in agreement, albeit with some suspicion when asking about the special task. Thinking about Park Jimin's twisted personality, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help but think disorganized thoughts. "Damn it, does this jerk intend to make me do something special?" Park Jimin turned back to gesture to Yu Ling Shuang with his fingers, then proceeded to climb to the 3rd floor, heading towards the room on the rooftop. Yu Ling Shuang knew that as the personal secretary of Master, keeping secrets was crucial. Some things couldn't be known to outsiders, and she understood Park Jimin's intention. Therefore, she didn't hesitate, quickly following along. In Yu Ling Shuang's thoughts, this relationship has only just been established, mostly due to physical attractiveness. Park Jimin completely distrusts me, so this task is a significant challenge for me. As she followed Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang mentally prepared herself meticulously and constantly encouraged herself. Things have come to this point. No matter what challenges Park Jimin throws at me, I must excel. Since childhood, being recruited into the Jin Corporation, I have undergone numerous rigorous training sessions, even deep specialized training. Everything is for one sole purpose: loyalty to Jin Corporation, loyalty to the young master Jin Jiamu. So no matter how cruel the task, even if it means sacrificing my own beauty, I must overcome this challenge. This is an opportunity for me to gain Park Jimin's trust, that scoundrel, and thereby access the core secrets of the corporation. Quickly, they arrived at a room on the top floor. Park Jimin slouched into a chair, one hand picking at his nose, his expression lazy, but his eyes emitting a mysterious and unreadable aura. Yu Ling Shuang asked seriously, "Master, what task do you have for me? Please assign it." Park Jimin casually flicked away the booger, not bothering to hide his disgust, then glanced at Yu Ling Shuang's reaction before calmly responding, "All right, provide me with your bank account number." Though unsure of Park Jimin's intentions for wanting her bank card, Yu Ling Shuang remained vigilant. After Park Jimin spoke, he took out his phone, opened his WeChat, and quickly added Yu Ling Shuang as a friend, saying, "All right, done." After adding each other, Yu Ling Shuang smoothly tucked her phone into her chest pocket, her nimble and tidy movements causing Park Jimin to widen his eyes in surprise. Yu Ling Shuang noticed Park Jimin's gaze, which seemed fixed on her ample bosom. She felt momentarily embarrassed, but quickly chuckled inwardly. Is he suspicious of my identity, wanting to investigate me using my bank account number? Ah, how could I leave such a loophole? All the banking information I provide is completely clean. I've prepared for this in advance. He won't find anything. Ha ha ha. Quickly, there was a message notification from the bank. Yu Ling Shuang, curious, opened it to see. Ding! Your bank account, ending in 7687, has received 100 million. Yu Ling Shuang stared at the message on her mobile phone, eyes widening in disbelief. What? This is 100 million? Yu Ling Shuang was extremely flustered, her mind racing, as she tried to analyze Park Jimin's intentions. What does Park Jimin want? Is this funding for a secret mission? But we've just met, and he's already transferring 100 million to me. Isn't he afraid I might take the money and run, or is he intentionally using this amount to test my loyalty and integrity? With these thoughts in mind, Yu Ling Shuang tried to calmly inquire. Master, this is... Park Jimin smiled mysteriously, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he leaned closer to Yu Ling Shuang, his tone full of implications. Ling Shuang, let me be blunt. Your task is to spend all of this 100 million within one day. If by this time tomorrow, you've managed to spend it all, consider yourself having passed my challenge. Otherwise, if you fail, I won't be able to keep you. Yu Ling Shuang quickly disappeared completely. This is quite strange. I have never heard of any company requiring such a thing. Just spending all 100 million is enough. He is too casual about it. But as she pondered, Yu Ling Shuang began to analyze the 100 million from a professional financial management perspective. No, it's not right. It's not that simple. Park Jimin is cunning. Everything he does has a hidden agenda. This task is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be deeper intentions. Especially since Yu Ling Shuang had undergone extensive training and absorbed rich experience in financial management and investment, along with business management experience. However, faced with the challenge of Park Jimin's task, she was completely puzzled. What does he really intend? Is the purpose not to make money, but to waste it? Does he want to see if I will spend recklessly? It can't be that simple. No employer allows employees to spend 100 million freely. Only someone sick would do that. But Chairman Lim isn't sick. He's very intelligent. So, is this a trap or a challenge? I have to spend all 100 million within a day, while also making money for him. But I can't excel too much, or else I'll be suspected, and I can't be too incompetent, or I'll fall out of his favor. So what exactly do I have to do? Yu Ling Shuang hesitated, her mind feeling like it was about to explode. She felt this task was incredibly difficult, to the point of absurdity. How am I supposed to do this? They didn't teach us these things in training camp. Park Jimin didn't expect Yu Ling Shuang to think so much. He simply wanted to find someone to spend a large sum of money. Conveniently, Yu Ling Shuang became the fall guy. He used the excuse of a challenge to squander money. After pondering for a while, Yu Ling Shuang still doubted and asked, Master, are there any conditions for this 100 million? Are there any restrictions, like not being allowed to buy a house, a car, or do I need to make a reasonable investment plan? Park Jimin calmly replied, You don't need to worry about such complications. There are no restrictions whatsoever. Do whatever you want. All right, the task has been assigned. Report the results to me tomorrow. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, consider the experiment a failure. Hearing Park Jimin's words, Yu Ling Shuang was completely speechless. Park Jimin concluded and walked away from the rooftop room. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Just 100 million, and she's already puzzled. If she were my secretary, I'd give her 200 billion. Wouldn't she hemorrhage her brain? I wonder if it's someone's scheme to send spies. Indeed, she hasn't experienced much in life. After receiving the task from Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang wanted to call Jin Jia-mu to request guidance regarding Park Jimin's perplexing actions. However, she feared that there might be surveillance cameras in the area monitoring unusual activities, so she could only accompany Park Jimin downstairs and wait for another opportunity to report the details. As soon as she saw Park Jimin coming downstairs, Wang Mengmeng hastily asked, Has the boss finished assigning tasks to Sister Yu? Can I ask a little? Park Jimin pointed at Wang Mengmeng's forehead solemnly. Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Then Part Jimin quickly changed the subject. Oh, this afternoon, the boss has to go out for a trip. Yeah, about buying land. Yesterday, how did he talk to the village chief? Wang Meng Meng smiled brightly in response. The village chief said I should negotiate with the uncles and aunts in the village first. We can only buy the land if they agree to sell. Wang Meng Meng asked curiously again. Where is the boss going this afternoon? The boss is going to the city center this afternoon. At the same time, Yu Ling Shuang came downstairs from upstairs and unintentionally overheard the conversation between Part Jimin and Wang Meng Meng. This seemingly simple story couldn't help but arouse suspicion in her heart. Buying land, could it be related to the film studio project? Instantly, Yu Ling Shuang woke up to this realization. Nowadays, everyone is rushing to buy land in Nanfang Tianmen City, causing the prices in this area to skyrocket. But they overlook Mayang Shizhen, in the southeast corner, where Part Jimin grew up. This person is too cunning, too clever. This is precisely the strategy of attacking the east, while feigning a move to the west. He doesn't want to develop in Baifang, but in Nanfang. Though land in Nanfang may also see appreciation, it will never reach the exorbitant levels of Baifang. Waiting until all the land speculators have poured their money into buying at high prices, he silently swallows up the Nanfang area. And if the film city decides to choose a location in Nanfang, then at that time, land prices in Baifang will plummet while those in Nanfang will soar. Ultimately, no one will have a chance to compete with him anymore, while he allies with the Zheng family, taking advantage of the opportunity to cut deals with small investors, just a decoy, truly cunning. Who knows how many people will face financial ruin, families torn apart. Thinking about this, Yu Ling Shuang's train of thought became particularly clear. So Part Jimin's investment in Baifang of Tianmen City is just baseless rumor. He can withdraw at any time without losing anything. Attacking his land acquisition plan now would be rash. We must wait for him to invest more financially here, and then cut off his escape route, forcing him to face a difficult situation. The more she thought, the more alert Yu Ling Shuang became. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on her face. Unfortunately, I won't let him succeed. This time, both the Zheng and Jin families will cooperate in external support. By then, we must make sure he reaps what he sows. At this moment, Wang Meng Meng persistently begged next to Part Jimin. Boss, can I go with you to the city center this afternoon? Part Jimin looked straight at Wang Meng Meng and asked back, Why you want go? What for? Wang Meng Meng fluttered her eyelashes and whispered, I want to buy some new clothes. Observing Wang Meng Meng's appearance and her current attire, Part Jimin suddenly realized. This girl seems to have been stimulated by Zhang Jilu, that rustic girl. Seeing others have many clothes while she herself lacks, she wants to dress up. After all, she's still a young girl, who doesn't like to look beautiful. As soon as he understood this, Part Jimin continued to pat Wang Meng Meng's head, speaking with a tone of indulgence. All right, no problem. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Wang Meng Meng happily nodded repeatedly, but Part Jimin's patting made her feel annoyed again. Oh, I hate this, my hair is all messed up now. Even if I were a star in the sky, you'd still pick me. Suddenly, Zhang Jilu burst out with excitement and indignation. Fine. You caught me red-handed. If you guys are going out to play and don't let me go, then forget it. I want to go too. I want to go buy clothes. The more she talked about shopping, the more agitated Zhang Jilu became, her voice filled with indignation. In situations like this, you should have called me earlier. Is this how you treat a comrade in arms? Furthermore, I've never been to Tianmen City, so I also want to go see. I'm a responsible person. But you didn't invite me. Were you planning to call a taxi? Part Jimin pondered silently, nodding in agreement to himself. This rustic girl can come along too. At least she has a car. We won't need to call an extra taxi, saving some transportation money. Later, Part Jimin rubbed his chin again, looking towards Yu Ling Shuang. And there's Yu Ling Shuang too. She can come along. She has a big role. Seeing Part Jimin's gaze, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help but shiver momentarily. What's with that look, Part Jimin? So creepy. But it just so happens that Part Jimin asked me to spend all 100 million, so spending this money sooner is better. A while later, all four of them set off for the city center. Upon arriving at the Tianmen City Shopping Center, Zhang Jilu dashed off like a wild horse, completely letting loose. She dragged Wang Meng Meng along, urging her. Meng Meng, don't be scared. Run faster. It's just shopping. Follow me. Wang Meng Meng was equally excited, feeling like she had taken a tonic. Okay, it's my first time here. I love it. All right, I'll show you around this area. Park Jimin turned back and saw Yu Ling Shuang still sitting in the car, so he said, "Hey you, get out of the car. Let's go." Yu Ling Shuang was currently calculating with the 100 million. Upon hearing Park Jimin's suggestion, she asked back, "Oh, what am I going for?" Park Jimin chuckled calmly and said, "Come here and carry our stuff. Otherwise, what else are you here for? Why are you still sitting there? You're my secretary now. Got it? Serve me." Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang was so angry that the pen in her hand was unconsciously snapped in half. Tianmen City, though a small city, is not lacking in famous brands. Park Jimin, accompanied by 3 beauties, just stepped into the shopping center, immediately attracting all eyes. Each of the 3 ladies possessed their own unique beauty, illuminating wherever they went. The passing crowd, with heads turning, reached a 100% gaze rate. Park Jimin, exuding ample confidence, flashed a sunny smile. Meng Meng, don't hesitate with your big brother, just say what you like. The first destination was a clothing store, and the shopping frenzy officially began. The most distressing moment for Wang Meng Meng was the decision-making process while shopping. She stood before countless choices, left, right, front, back, all incredibly appealing. This dress was beautiful, that one was cute, leaving her unsure which one to choose. At this moment, Park Jimin showcased his irresistible charm, expressing it flawlessly. "I think these outfits are very beautiful." After saying that, Park Jimin stepped forward to the staff, winking mischievously. "My 2 little sisters just picked out those outfits. Take all of them in every color, bundle them up. I'll sweat the card." Park Jimin's words startled the staff, causing them to jump and break out in a cold sweat. Buying clothes this time, they probably won't need any for 3 years. Next, the 4 of them moved on to the handbag store, where Wang Meng Meng was delighted with each choice. "This bag looks nice." After saying this, Park Jimin skipped the selection process entirely and went straight to the cashier. "All the handbags in the store. Take 2 of each color. 1 to carry and 1 to admire at home. I'll sweat the card." The way he sweat the card, both casual and handsome, left the girls swooning in admiration. "Buy everything. Sweat the card. Hurry up. Finalize all orders. Sweat the card. Shop to your heart's content. The card will take care of everything. Okay, let's go all out. Swipe the card." Wang Meng Meng pointed to items, and Park Jimin promptly paid for them, his shopping speed measured in seconds, truly overwhelming her. Just as Park Jimin was about to swipe the card again, Meng Meng hastily intervened. "That's enough, boss. We've bought too much today. You must be planning to buy me enough clothes for a year. 1 outfit for every day." Park Jimin waved his hand dismissively, seeming indifferent. "Too much? Why do I still feel empty-handed then?" Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng was also at a loss with this older brother, so she pointed accusingly at Yu Ling Shuang, who was panting for breath, with a tone full of reproach. "Of course you feel empty-handed. All the stuff is with Sister Yu. You really don't know how to cherish what you have, not even sparing a horse to such an extent." Park Jimin leaned close to Yu Ling Shuang, intentionally quirking his lips and inquiring, "Are you really tired, Secretary Yu?" At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang tried to send out a distress signal, but all she could do was shake her head with a forced smile. "Hi, not tired. I can still handle it." Park Jimin assumed the demeanor of a master, his tone devoid of any sympathy. "Even if you're tired, work still needs to be done. If you don't do it, someone else will. The company isn't a charity organization. You have to prove your worth." Pressured by Park Jimin to this extent, Yu Ling Shuang could only swallow back her anger and tears, silently cursing. "Listen to this. This is what humans say." Suddenly, Park Jimin had a thought. "All right, I need to buy a house here later, so there's a place to stay every time I come to the city center. After all, I'm also someone with a secretary, can't do everything on my own. Being a master requires the demeanor of one." After some thought, Park Jimin turned to Yu Ling Shuang and delegated. "Having so much stuff like this is quite troublesome. Secretary Yu, later you'll go to the city center to buy an apartment. Purchase it under Meng Meng's name. For storing clothes, absolutely not under my name." Yu Ling Shuang heard this with genuine bitterness. Treating Mr. Hanny like a servant, Park Jimin is despicable. I must kill him. As if realizing this was an opportunity to escape from Park Jimin's gaze, Yu Ling Shuang quickly nodded in agreement and swiftly left. Yes, master, I'll leave immediately. With a house in place, Wang Meng Meng and Zheng Ji Lu dressed up luxuriously, following Park Jimin down the street. Along the way, he also informed Zheng Xiaozhong that there was no need to pick them up. 10 minutes later, Park Jimin stopped in front of the Yujin restaurant, where immediately two old classmates of Park Jimin were standing outside, stunned. Whoa, who's this? A Bentley 728 worth over 10 million. In Tianmen City, we even have someone who can drive this. Wang Meng Meng and Zheng Ji Lu got out of the car, doubling the melancholy, feeling like an endless ocean. Longing, but unreachable. Oh my God, these two girls are truly beautiful. The kind of people we could never keep up with in our lifetime. As Park Jimin stepped out of the car, a hint of recognition flashed through the minds of his old friends. But it had been over 10 years since 9th grade, and his appearance had changed a lot. Therefore, the group of friends stood there discussing among themselves, hesitant to approach and greet him. Hey, that driver looks familiar, doesn't he? He does, but I don't think he's someone we know. Anyway, driving a Bentley, I don't know anyone that wealthy. Seeing his two old friends, Park Jimin's face revealed a pleasant surprise. Wu-Wei, Jian, it's really you guys. Unaware that they would meet their two close friends again after many years at this middle school reunion, Wu-Wei pushed up his black-framed glasses, pretending not to recognize Park Jimin. But after a while, both of them exclaimed in amazement. Park Jimin, it's you, damn, oh my God, you've changed so much. We didn't even recognize you just now. Park Jimin, you've made it big. Driving a Bentley, Park Jimin, you're amazing. Can I join you later? Just as Wu-Wei and Jian were longing, an unfriendly voice rang out beside them. Ha ha ha, driving a Bentley, you guys actually believe this kid can drive a Bentley. This car isn't even his. Park Jimin followed the voice, only to see a group of people who were both familiar and unfamiliar. He tried to recall their names but couldn't quite remember. Leading the group was Zheng Xiaozhong. Park Jimin, why the need for such extravagance lately? Renting a car to attend the class reunion. Can't we just be real with each other? A girl with a mocking expression chimed in. Exactly, Park Jimin. Weren't you always honest before? Now, meeting old classmates and still trying to show off wealth. Everything should be based on one's own abilities. We all know your background, so stop pretending. After hearing Zheng Xiaozhong and Wang Xian's words, Wu-Wei and Jian, who were just longing moments ago, now looked at Park Jimin with disappointment. Park Jimin didn't care about others' gazes, but Wu-Wei and Jian were childhood friends, and so many beautiful memories with them were still vivid in his mind, which made him feel both awkward and embarrassed. At this moment, Park Jimin began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Here we go again. Every time we meet, it's the same old show. I'm really tired of it. I bet someone will come out with a big fuss again soon. Just as the tension in the air was palpable, a tall and sturdy male student stepped forward to mediate. All right, Wang Xian, ease up a bit, and Zheng Xiaozhong, tone it down too. We're all friends here. It's been a while since we've seen each other. No need to provoke each other right off the bat. At first, Park Jimin didn't recognize Zhang Dongsai, but after rummaging through his memories for a while, a glimmer of recognition flashed in his mind, and gradually the pieces of memory came flooding back. This is Zhang Dongsai. Back in 9th grade, Zhang Dongsai was the shortest and skinniest student in the class, so he was often bullied. But how he's changed so much over the years, it's like a miracle. With these thoughts in mind, Park Jimin looked at Zhang Dongsai with a somewhat complicated expression. Who would have thought that after so many years, the boy who used to be bullied in school had become someone all of his classmates sought to flatter? Truly, time changes people, and Zheng Xiaozhong lowered his tone, trying to flatter Zhang Dongsai. Wow, Zhang, why did you personally come out to greet us? The girls gathered around, showering Zhang Dongsai with endless praise. Zhang Dongsai, you changed so much. Now you're tall and handsome too. Seriously, we almost didn't recognize you. At this point, Zheng Xiaozhong teased and flattered at the same time. Not only tall and handsome, but even more than that, Zhang's father was promoted to become the district party secretary a few years ago. Remember back when Zhang was just a class monitor? Now he's a district official and an outstanding student at Fushan University in Mado. People used to misunderstand him. Zhang Xiaozong's eloquence made Zhang Dongsai very pleased. He stood tall, beaming with satisfaction. Xiaozong, don't exaggerate. We're all old classmates. There's no need to dwell on the past. My father always taught me to be modest and restrained when interacting with others. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Park Jimin, then settled on the faces of Wei Mengmeng and Zhang Ji-lu, his expression filled with curiosity. Back in 9th grade, there weren't many standout beauties among the girls. The most eye-catching were Qin Lan Lan and Liang Jing. But compared to these two young ladies, the difference is huge. Zhang Dongsai smiled gently, exuding a confident and graceful demeanor, as he turned towards Wang Mengmeng and Zhang Ji-lu, asking, "Oh, these two young ladies look unfamiliar. How did I miss knowing them back in junior high? Could you introduce them a bit?" Instantly, all the eyes of Park Jimin's old friends turned to the two girls. Wang Mengmeng, who used to dress modestly, concealing her inherent beauty, today adorned herself in fashionable attire with subtle makeup, showcasing her pure beauty that mesmerized onlookers. Park Jimin proudly pointed to his sister, introducing her with great pride. "Oh, this is my sister, Wang Mengmeng, and this is her friend, Zhang Ji-lu. I brought them here for lunch today. Hope it's not a bother." Park Jimin's introduction made Zhang Ji-lu feel extremely irritated and uncomfortable. "I am Zhang Ji-lu from the Zhang family. Since when do I have to lower myself to the level of going out for lunch?" Upon learning that Wang Mengmeng was Park Jimin's sister, Zhang Dongsai's eyes lit up, and his attitude towards Park Jimin became more enthusiastic. Why would it be a bother? Welcome, welcome. Not only was he warm towards Park Jimin, but Zhang Xiaozong Wei and Jian were also the same. Exactly. Let's enjoy together. It's not early anymore. Let's go to a private room. No need to stand outside. Walking behind the two beautiful young ladies, Zhang Dongsai felt his body heat up, his heart beating faster, blood surging, almost spurting out of his nose. He began to fantasize. "I've never seen two fantastic girls like this in Tianmen City appearing at the same time. I wonder whom to choose, or should I choose both? Such a dilemma." Park Jimin glanced at Zhang Dongsai, who was eyeing Wang Mengmeng with longing, feeling a hint of disdain inside. "Hemph, this guy also wants to become my brother-in-law, huh? Rich dad, so the kid thinks he's the best, without even checking if he's worthy or not. Such delusions." As the food quickly arrived, the initially unfamiliar atmosphere gradually became warm and congenial as laughter filled the air. At Zhang Dongsai's table, he stood out the most, continuously praising the future development of Tianmen City. His topics were all high-level, reflecting a broad and far-reaching vision. People enthusiastically discussed the city's development, Chairman Lim's 100 billion investment. After a while, Zhang Dongsai turned to Park Jimin and inquired, "Park Jimin, what are your plans after graduation?" Park Jimin was eating enthusiastically, pondering for a moment upon hearing the question, then calmly shared his thoughts. "Graduation? Huh. Seems like I've never really thought about that." But deep down, Park Jimin felt life was as lonely as snow. Such happiness, enduring it alone like this. Everyone is busy seeking employment, while I live each day carefree, not needing to work, yet having endless money to spend, sleeping whenever I want. Life feels mundane, and there's a bunch of girls chasing after me. Honestly, I'm getting tired of this monotonous routine day after day. With a sigh, Park Jimin continued, "Graduation? Huh. Honestly, I haven't thought about it. I can't work. In this life, I can't work. Perhaps I'll travel and explore the world outside." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongsai smirked, then looked at Park Jimin with a suggestion. "Why are you so sluggish? Youth is the time to strive. If you want to travel, do you have money? Or how about coming to work at my company? I'll pay you 5,000 a month." Zhang Dongsai's words were meant to boast about his established career. But to Zhang Ji-lu's ears, Zhang Dongsai's words felt like a mockery. She took a sip of water and promptly spat it out, remarking, "Here's the chairman of Lim Corporation. Yet this kid wants to offer 5,000 a month to lure people to work for his company." Seeing her reaction, a bit exaggerated, Zhang Ji-lu quickly tried to cover up, Ha, sorry. I choked on my drink. Ha. Afterward, Jung Ji-Lu continued to laugh lightly, silently thinking. This kid, not only does he not know that Chairman Lim is present here, but he also offers 5,000 a month, boasting about his newly established company. This boy is quite audacious. Upon hearing Zhang Dongsai's offer, Park Jimin tactfully declined. Dongsai, I appreciate your good intentions, but I still don't want work. Zhang Dongsai nodded with a smile. All right, everyone has their own direction. Can't force it. His words were only meant to boast about his career, so when Park Jimin declined, although he didn't show any sign of it outwardly, deep inside, he felt extremely disdainful. Mud diluted with water won't stick to the wall. What kind of person are you? You're already overthinking it. If it weren't for your beautiful sister, I wouldn't even bother introducing a job to you. Wang Xian, surprised and curious, asked, What's going on? Dongsai, you've started a company? What kind of company is it? Zhang Dongsai appeared extremely modest, saying, It's nothing much, just a small business. I've started a construction company. Anyway, I studied architecture and construction engineering, and even in my first year of university, I did some external work. As I got more involved in this field, I decisively founded the company. Currently, we have over 10 employees, and we're operating steadily. Alongside him, Zheng Xiaozhong chimed in. Zhang's company is not small at all. This time, the illustrious Chairman Lim wants to invest in a film studio, so Zhang has a great opportunity. Indeed, Zheng Xiaozhong was worth his weight in gold. Without Zhang Dongsai needing to suggest anything, there were others helping him shine bright. That's right. If Chairman Lim wants to develop a film city, he'll definitely need an architectural design company. This time, if we can collaborate on the Film City project, it will surely be a significant breakthrough, a rare opportunity. So I will definitely spare no effort to bid for the Tin Men City Film Studio project. This is a chance to become famous after just one battle. Hearing that, Kin Lan Lan, the former campus beauty queen, suddenly became extremely excited. The illustrious Chairman Lim, who has donated hundreds of millions on Shark Livestream platforms, recently investing in various fields, is truly a wealthy tycoon. Dongsai, do you know this person? Seeing everyone looking at him with admiration, Zhang Dongsai also enthusiastically boasted, Ha, I've met him once. Upon hearing this, the group of old classmates immediately started praising him endlessly. Dongsai is truly remarkable. Despite being a party secretary's son, he still strives like this. He even started his own company while still in college, such a talented youth. Everyone has met the illustrious Chairman Lim. Compared to us, they're on a different level. Their family is wealthy yet humble and courteous, with boundless generosity. While the old friends were happily chatting, some insensitive guy belched loudly, leaving the others feeling annoyed and powerless. The son of the county leader, but he's not content just waiting for his inheritance. Look at him, that's the difference. The thing people fear most is being compared, and some are truly like muddy swamps, unable to compare with talented and hard-working individuals. At this moment, Zhang Dongsai's face was filled with confidence and satisfaction. Indeed, one must show off their best when returning to the countryside. Just a little display is enough to intimidate those rustic friends. And as for this guy, Park Jimin, he just eats and waits to die every day. Fresh out of university, even a 5,000 salary is not low. Many people only get 3,000. He truly doesn't know how to consider his options. Listening to these people jesting around, Zheng Ji-Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is truly outrageous. He dares to say he wants to bid for the Film City design project, right in front of Chairman Lim. He wants to make everyone laugh, doesn't he? The more days passed, the more Zheng Ji-Lu looked at Zhang Dongsai with amusement, as if watching a clown perform. Zhang Dongsai also noticed Zheng Ji-Lu's mocking smile. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but when he sneakily glanced at Zheng Ji-Lu, he couldn't help but desire to shove a potato into the oven. Hemph! Why is Miss Zheng laughing so oddly? What's her intention towards me? If that's the case, then nothing beats it. However, after observing for a while, Zhang Dongsai noticed something off about Zheng Ji-Lu's smile. There was an indescribable hint of mockery hidden behind that smile, leaving him puzzled. Miss Zheng, why do you keep smiling at me like that? Zheng Ji-Lu pointed to her face, laughing as she explained, Oh, it's nothing. just suddenly remembered something funny. Then she burst into laughter again, casting a meaningful glance at Park Jimin. Park Jimin remained absorbed in his spare ribs, completely indifferent to Jong Dong-se's antics. It's truly amusing, being shamelessly deceitful in front of Chairman Lim. Park Jimin, typically associated with high society tycoons. He might not be interested in this saying, but perhaps he didn't want to cause a scene. For me, if a man I'm interested in isn't the type to be laughed at like a wild dog, what's so intimidating about the son of a party secretary? Thinking this, Jung Ji-Lu took out her mobile phone, calmly starting to text. Watching Jung Ji-Lu's actions, Park Jimin frowned, sensing something amiss. Hemph. What's this kid up to? With that sly smile. After the party ended, Jong Dong-se boldly approached Jung Ji-Lu to flirt. Miss Ji-Lu, may I add you on WeChat? Jung Ji-Lu raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Add on WeChat. Why? Jong Dong-se leaned in close to Jung Ji-Lu, his tone playful. Why not? Just thought you're cute. Wanted to make friends. Jung Ji-Lu gave Jong Dong-se a cold look from head to toe, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Make friends with you? Are you worthy? Jong Dong-se might be charming, but to Jung Ji-Lu's regret, she adamantly refused to give him any face. Her blunt rejection followed. Be friends with me? Are you even worthy? Her words silenced the whole school. Even her friends standing beside her couldn't believe it. Jong Dong-se, known as a handsome, wealthy young master, yet he's being disrespected by a cute little girl like that, deemed unworthy of being her friend. Too arrogant. Feeling irritated at being looked down upon by an unknown girl, Jong Dong-se couldn't bear it and started to retort. Fine, very well. I'm not worthy to be friends with a brat like you. Acting all high and mighty. Jung Ji-Lu's demeanor was nothing short of disdainful, his following words not only escalating in arrogance, but also dripping with contempt. My face may not be grand, but it's certainly not like some people's, to have mange and yet want to eat swan meat. In an instant, Jong Dong-se's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit hurriedly approached Jung Ji-Lu. This man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an incredibly strong presence. Wherever he went, all the staff of the Yujin Hotel hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, CEO. Greetings, CEO. Greetings, CEO. Jong Dong-se's expression suddenly eased as he couldn't help but speculate about the man's appearance. Is it him, Fan Shissy, the CEO of Yujin? Last time my father spent money here, he didn't even bother to show his face. What is he doing here? Fan Shissy, originally exuding an air of arrogance, suddenly became extremely deferential upon approaching Jung Ji-Lu. Second miss, I didn't expect you to personally come to the Tanmen City branch. Why didn't you inform us beforehand, so we could welcome you properly? I will arrange the most luxurious room for you. In the face of his respectful demeanor, Jung Ji-Lu waved dismissively. No worries, I'm just strolling around casually. Who would have thought I'd end up at my own doorstep? If you're busy, go on, don't disturb my leisure. Jung Ji-Lu's arrogant gesture left Jong Dong-se feeling dizzy, his mind reeling. My own doorstep. Not just him. Even his old classmates were astonished and gaping. Damn, Yujin is a nationwide chain, with at least 500 branches, total assets exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, it's said that the person behind the Yujin conglomerate is the Jung family in the capital city of Hancheng. If this isn't a coincidence. Wait a minute, Jung Ji-Lu is also surnamed Jung, and moreover, according to the legend of the Jung family, the second young miss is about 18 years old. Just now, that CEO even called her the second young miss. At this point, the expressions of those around turned even more varied. Fear lurking in their eyes couldn't be concealed. It can't be. Is it really a coincidence? The second young miss of the Jung family dining with us. Wang Meng asked in astonishment. Ji-Lu, are they telling the truth? Are you the daughter of that wealthiest tycoon? Jung Ji-Lu spoke with a haughty expression, then turned and sneered at Park Jimin. Hemph, I originally wanted to be normal and blend in with everyone, but instead, all I got was coldness and distance. No more pretending. I give up. My father is Lin Shufu. Park Jimin's head swirled with darkness. This dialogue sounds familiar. This scene too. How did this middle school reunion turn into this rich kid stage? Is this rich kid trying to steal the spotlight from the main character? Jung Ji-Lu's words silenced the entire school. Zhang Dong-sai took 2 steps back, his face filled with disbelief, his expression fluctuating between green and red, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Is this real, or am I dreaming? I just had dinner with the daughter of the Jung family, from the capital in Hanqing. And now, she's boasting in front of classmates. But they don't even bother to expose me. I'm humiliated to my core. If there were a crack in the ground right now, I'd crawl into it. At that moment, Jung Ji-Lu turned to Park Jimin, who was approaching, and grabbed his arm. Enough said. Let's just go home, Park Jimin. It's disgusting. To have mange and yet want to eat swan meat. We should look at ourselves in the mirror before judging others. Finishing his statement, Jung Ji-Lu leaned his head on Park Jimin's left arm, displaying an extreme intimacy. This remark reached Zhang Dongxi's ears, almost causing him to faint, his entire body feeling drained, nearly collapsing to the ground in despair. Unbearable. Why couldn't it be me? Where exactly am I lacking? Park Jimin's old classmates also looked at him with disdain. Jung Ji-Lu isn't even ashamed. He's even personally holding onto his arm. Isn't that even more abnormal? This Park Jimin is something else, latching onto the daughter of a tycoon. Jung Ji-Lu is basically just an ATM for that brat. It's a pity for a jasmine flower stuck in a dung heap. Assistant manager fan. I'll go ahead. I'll take care of this. And so the 2 beautiful young women followed Park Jimin out of the Eugene Hotel, leaving behind a shadow that made his old classmates insanely jealous. Outside the parking lot, Park Jimin looked at Jung Ji-Lu, who seemed pleased, and asked, "Are you satisfied with today's performance? I can't understand why a young lady like you enjoys playing these games. I don't like seeing them belittle me." At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly called Jung Ji-Lu. "Hello, Miss Ji-Lu, where are you?" Jung Ji-Lu chuckled cheerfully in response. "Sorry, you sister, Park Jimin took us to a gathering of old classmates. It was fun. I'll tell you all about it when I get back." "Okay, I got it." Hanging up the phone, Yu Ling Shuang felt a mix of fear and sinking thoughts. Why didn't Park Jimin invite me to meet his classmates? Is he deliberately keeping me out? Afraid I might uncover some secret? It must be so. After grasping the situation and relying on her calculations, Yu Ling Shuang came to a conclusion. It's likely that Park Jimin is wary of me, which is why he didn't let me accompany him. This method also aligns with Chairman Lim's cunning nature. But when thinking from Park Jimin's gathering perspective, Yu Ling Shuang smirked slightly. Being wary of me is futile. He already looks down on me a bit. With such a large number of attendees, all it takes is gathering information from one person, and the content of the gathering won't be a secret anymore. Even what they ate can be found out if I want to investigate. However, that's not urgent. The most pressing matter now is to fulfill Park Jimin's task of spending 100 million before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Spending 100 million isn't that hard. If there's no limit, spending this amount will be a piece of cake, just a matter of moments. Yu Ling Shuang wandered around the city center, carefully observing her surroundings, making sure no one was following her, before taking out her phone and calling Jin Jiamu for instructions. Does Park Jimin have any ulterior motives for leaving me alone? Could he be secretly sending someone to monitor my every move? With Chairman Lim's immense power, I can't afford to be careless. As darkness descended, tinted orange by the dazzling lights of a luxurious mansion, this was Jin Jiamu's private villa, the young master standing at the pinnacle of power in Mado. He was enjoying a moment of relaxation, nestled in the tender embrace of 2 beautiful girls. He reclined in the bathtub, closing his eyes to savor the gentle touch of the hands massaging his neck and shoulders, the faint scent of essential oils wafting through the air, the taste of wealth lingering. Just then, the phone rang. "Young master, I have approached Chairman Lim, but he's quite peculiar. He assigned me a task, but I don't understand his intentions." "What task?" Yu Ling Shuang voiced her suspicions. "Park Jimin gave me 100 million and asked me to spend it all within a day." After listening, Jin Jiamu immediately felt uplifted. "Is that so? He gave you 100 million and expects you to spend it all within a day. This is good news. It shows that he is testing your capabilities. This is a test for you. You don't need to worry. I'll assign someone to support you fully here, ensure you quickly spend this 100 million. Only will you pass the challenge can you access his secrets. You're doing great. Keep it up. Having just encouraged her with those words, Jin Jiamu then spoke with a serious tone. If this is the first challenge, then show him your investment abilities. It's crucial to thoroughly investigate the relationship between Park Jimin and the Park family. Understood, sir. I will continue to make efforts. As Jin Jiamu finished the call with Yu Ling Shuang, at that moment, Oh Young-sil was overwhelmed as the director, the issues becoming increasingly serious day by day, everything falling on her shoulders, leading Oh Young-sil to unavoidable mistakes. Furthermore, all internal decisions were leaked outside in less than a day. Under immense pressure, Oh Young-sil felt useless, not knowing whom to trust, thus deciding to call Park Jimin. The mobile phone of Park Jimin rang, illuminating the screen. He saw Oh Young-sil calling. Quite clever. Just as Park Jimin was about to call Oh Young-sil to inquire about the situation, she called first. Upon answering the phone, Park Jimin heard loud sobs from the other end of the line. Concerned, he asked, "Hey Young-sil, what's wrong?" Oh Young-sil's voice choked, almost breaking down in tears. Sob Park Jimin. "I messed up again. I'm so stupid. I only sleep for 4 hours a day, but the more I try to solve the problems, the more they pile up. I really don't know what to do anymore." Hearing this, Park Jimin felt exhausted too, hastily comforting her. "Yeah, take it slow. Whatever it is, whatever problems you can't solve, just tell me." Oh Young-sil spoke wearily. "Park Jimin, it's all my fault. The land prices have tripled compared to our initial estimates, exceeding our affordability. I never expected this. The city government is also delaying. It seems they want to wait for land prices to rise even higher. Moreover, after news of the film city location in Tianmen City spread, the situation has become even worse. I really don't know what to do." Park Jimin spoke calmly. "If the land prices triple, it's fine. Not a big deal. But this issue isn't difficult to solve either. We can just change the location for building the film studio. Isn't that okay?" Oh Young-sil asked anxiously. "Is this feasible? Moreover, for such an important project, can it be easily changed without any consequences?" Park Jimin replied nonchalantly. "What consequences could there be? If the city leaders want to blame us, we'll just straightforwardly say it's because the land prices are too high, so the film city will choose another city. Besides, we're in business, not in the blame game. If someone is speculating on land, don't blame us for being ruthless. Change the location. Just make that decision." Currently, land prices have reached the level of a second-tier city, but by the end of the call with Park Jimin at 9 p.m., a significant turning point occurred. Oh Young-sil once again spoke out on TikTok, Weibo, and other social media platforms. Oh Young-sil once again held a press conference, stating that due to unforeseen circumstances, the chosen location for building the film studio had changed. Indeed, this event had been anticipated by Yu Ling Shuang, and finally, it became reality. The next morning, this news spread vigorously, causing a sudden uproar on social media. In less than an hour, land prices began to plummet. Previously, when prices were at 20,000 per square meter, no one wanted to sell their houses. But now prices had dropped to below 10,000, even lower. Oh Young-sil immediately faced countless criticisms and curses from the online community. "Oh Young-sil, this dog is really cunning, leading people like dogs, saying she would build a film studio in Tianmen City, and now changing her mind, shameless. My father borrowed 8 million online to speculate on land. Now Oh Young-sil changes the location for building the film studio. Soon we'll be on the streets, hoping kind-hearted people will help us. The biggest scam in history. Will Oh Young-sil's film studio ever succeed? Why does this person seem like a scammer, demanding handshake security to arrest Oh Young-sil?" Just that morning, as public opinion spread, major investors also began to wake up, especially those who have purchased land in the new urban area of Tianmen City at high prices are now extremely angry. They rushed to the film studio area to protest vigorously, with many investors so enraged that they even wanted to resort to violence. By 2 p.m. on that day, room prices had dropped to 8,000, a terrifying figure. Fear began to creep into people's hearts, overriding reason and leading to serious consequences. There were rumors that 6 people in the neighboring building had jumped off, allegedly due to heavy losses from land speculation in Tianmen City. Indeed, land prices in Tianmen City are now plummeting, a truly pitiful sight. Just as two gossiping aunts were chatting, they suddenly heard a shrill scream from outside the window. Oh, young Sil, worse than a dog. The two aunts were instantly terrified upon hearing this sound, sweating profusely. Did I lock the door to the rooftop? I don't remember if I did or not. I thought I did. But now, if not, I'll be deducted from my salary again. How pitiful. Returning to Park Jimin's small house. It was now past 2 p.m., lying on the bed. Park Jimin was absorbed in staring at his phone screen. The hottest news right now is that land prices in Tianmen City are plummeting, reaching historic lows. The land, which was considered a promised land just a few days ago, with grand film studio projects, is now immersed in gloom. Furrowing his brows, Park Jimin quickly scrolled through the comments full of disappointment and frustration from land speculators. Oh my, the land prices dropped drastically right after the press conference, plunging uncontrollably. It's like going back to pre-liberation era. If the Film City project isn't built in Tianmen City, there would be no reason for property prices to soar like this. This is truly a bubble, just waiting to burst upon touch. However, the real losses will only befall upon those hoarding speculators. Ordinary citizens will be less affected by this volatility. Suddenly, Wang Meng Meng burst through the door, her face full of excitement. Boss, wake up, come out and see this. Park Jimin, engrossed in his phone, was startled by Meng Meng's shout, causing the phone to slip from his hand and hit him in the face. Annoyed, he shouted back, Meng Meng, you're a grown woman now. How can you just barge into a boy's room like that? Wang Meng Meng recoiled for a moment, thinking her brother was watching something inappropriate, then feigned innocence. But we're siblings, it's okay. Come on, get up, there's something interesting to see. Park Jimin followed Wang Meng Meng outside, asking, all right, what's so interesting? Wang Meng Meng replied, someone in the village is getting married. Perplexed, Park Jimin asked, getting married? Whose family? Down the village road, a convoy of luxury cars followed one another, totaling about 20, each worth millions, slowly making their way to the small village of Myeongshizhen. Villagers on both sides of the road curiously gathered to watch. Wang Meng Meng pointed to the first car, saying, look, so many cars. There must be a wedding. At this point, Wang Meng Meng felt something was amiss. Strange, isn't it? Wedding cars without decorations or the word happiness. Why are these cars heading towards our house? Just as Wang Meng Meng was curious, Yu Ling Shuang stepped out of the car. Oh my, what's going on here? Is that Sister Yu? What is Sister Yu doing? In front of Park Jimin's house. Villagers also gathered to watch out of curiosity. What's happening at Park Jimin's house? A few days ago, there were construction teams here, and now so many cars are coming again. Who knows what's going on? That Park Jimin guy better not have messed with the underworld. Park Jimin stepped out, feeling stunned at the scene. Yu Ling Shuang confidently approached Park Jimin, with two staff members behind her carrying a large bag. Sir, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Here are 10 Mercedes-Benz and 10 BMWs. Additionally, I have recruited 36 staff members, including a personal lawyer, a personal doctor, a butler, a nanny, professional chefs, accountants, financial analysts, stock analysts, and comic editors. We are ready to serve you anytime. Here are the deeds to 100 houses. The funds you entrusted to me have been spent. As soon as Park Jimin saw the large bag on the ground being opened, filled with bright red deeds, his mind immediately went into a whirlwind, utterly stunned. Damn, this girl actually bought 100 houses, for real. Despite the brief turmoil in his heart, Park Jimin quickly regained his composure. Amidst life's myriad changes, his expression remained unchanged. Park Jimin then looked at Yu Ling Shuang with a cold gaze and asked, whose names are these houses under? Yu Ling Shuang reported confidently, Master, I have successfully acquired a real estate company named Phi Tian. Currently, these 100 houses are all under the company's name. Just sign this document, and all of Phi Tian's assets will belong to the master. Park Jimin took the document, pretending to casually glance through it while secretly pondering. Although she's a spy, her effectiveness is unbelievably high. In just one short day, she has acquired a real estate company, bought 100 luxury apartments, along with 20 supercars. She also conveniently handed over to me a team of professional staff, but no one knows if this team is in her control or not. Park Jimin retrieved the documents and turned to enter the house. ascending the stairs towards the room on the third-floor terrace, saying, "Let's put aside the matter of those documents for now. Come up here with me for a moment, we need to talk privately. There are too many people around here." Yu-Ling Shuang nodded, her brows furrowed with suspicion. Following Mr. Jin's instructions, I demonstrated my true abilities. However, his cold demeanor makes me feel uneasy. Something doesn't feel right. Could it be that my display of strength was too much, causing Chairman Lim to be suspicious? Damn it, I should have been more careful. But Mr. Jin has brought in too many helpers, and they're all too eager. Following Park Jimin upstairs, Yu-Ling Shuang felt restless, constantly devising countermeasures. However, to her dismay, Park Jimin was not someone who could be easily predicted or understood by conventional means. In the spacious room near the top floor, Park Jimin leaned against the side, facing the world, his gaze profound, exuding a regal demeanor. "Secretary Yu, do you know why I called you up here?" For some reason, Yu-Ling Shuang suddenly felt tense. "No, master, I don't know." Park Jimin turned around, handing the document to Yu-Ling Shuang, his voice gentle yet decisive. "Take this. I won't sign this part of the document. From now on, you will be in charge of Fei Tian real estate, along with the 100 million assets." Yu-Ling Shuang froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, her response hesitant. This isn't appropriate. I shouldn't receive unearned rewards." Before Yu-Ling Shuang could finish her sentence, Park Jimin interrupted. "Yes, you can." Yu-Ling Shuang, bewildered, asked, "Why?" Park Jimin spoke slowly. "There's no why, because..." At this point, Park Jimin suddenly smiled, his gaze softening. "Because I love you." Yu-Ling Shuang was completely taken aback when Park Jimin, who was usually reserved and taciturn, suddenly confessed his feelings to her, without any prior indication. This unexpected revelation caught her off guard, leaving her mind and heart racing with thoughts of "he likes me, he loves me." Park Jimin continued his relentless pursuit to the point where he leaned in close to Yu-Ling Shuang, his tone serious and his eyes filled with sincerity. "Indeed, not to mention 100 million, even if it's 1 billion or 100 billion or even 1 trillion, I would gladly give it all for you, because I like you. Since the moment I saw you yesterday, I've liked you." Yu-Ling Shuang, though just a 20-year-old girl, had a life and experiences unlike any other. From a young age, she was raised in a strict environment where emotions and aspirations for freedom were deeply suppressed. With a loyal heart to the Lee family, as Park Jimin persistently confessed his feelings, she grew more anxious and kept withdrawing. "Mr. Park, are you joking? This isn't a joke. We've only just met yesterday." Yu-Ling Shuang tried to maintain her distance, but Park Jimin continued to close in, making her unable to remain calm. His gaze remained sincere, and his tone grew even more serious. "Joking? But if it were just a joke, would anyone in this world be willing to spend 100 million just for a joke? If there were no feelings involved, could anyone dare to give away such a huge sum?" Yu-Ling Shuang found herself backed against the wall, flustered under Park Jimin's gaze. She wanted to say something, but the words choked in her throat. But, before she could react, Park Jimin pressed her against the wall, firmly locking her hands. His warm breath brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush red. "Time is not an issue," he said. "There are those who have known each other for over 10 years and still remain strangers, while others bond for a lifetime after just one glance. As for me, I have felt a connection with you. From this moment on, you are my personal secretary. Congratulations on completing your mission." With that said, Park Jimin smiled gently, took out his mobile phone, and casually initiated a bank transfer. At this moment, Yu-Ling Shuang looked at Park Jimin, her inner turmoil still unsettled. "Oh my, I'm done for. I thought he wanted to do something to me. My heart is pounding so fast. What does he really want?" Action spoke louder than words, as Park Jimin added another tenfold to the surprise. In less than a minute, Yu-Ling Shuang received a notification on her phone. "Pain. Your account ending in 7687 has received 1 billion. This time, the figure left Yu-Ling Shuang somewhat stunned. 1 billion, sir, this is..." Park Jimin casually replied. "This is your next task. Spend this 1 billion for me within a week." The simple yet weighty words only added to the confusion in Yu-Ling Shuang's heart. For the first time, a big question mark emerged. What does Park Jimin really want? Could he actually be fond of me? Park Jimin teased Yu-Ling Shuang, like a cat toying with a mouse, adding to his already playful demeanor. He observed her rapidly changing facial expressions with delight, unable to contain his amusement. Ha ha ha, she's already starting to entertain that possibility. Secretary Yu, you are truly fascinating, making me even more excited for your performance. However, Yu Ling Shuang's determination was unwavering, as she quickly regained her composure. No, the Lei family has treated me with immense kindness. How could I betray the young master? Even with 1 billion, I will never be bought. Though I cannot deny, the young master is an extraordinarily charming man, handsome in appearance, generous in action, and exceptionally talented. He is truly outstanding. Yu Ling Shuang clenched her fists tightly, striving to dispel the jumbled thoughts in her head. But I detest his arrogant demeanor. So what if he's wealthy? Does he think money can buy the affection of every woman? That will never happen with me because I have integrity. However, as a spy, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't remain indifferent to Park Jimin's actions. She pretended to be moved, even mixing in a hint of fear in her gaze. Boss, you've been really good to me. I'll repay you no matter what. Boss, do you want me to spend 1 billion within a week? Park Jimin glanced at Yu Ling Shuang's favorable score. Still a solid 85 points. No change at all. Clearly, the recent emotional display was just a facade. My actions just now were utterly ineffective. The female spy is indeed difficult to sway. It seems wealth alone isn't enough to erode her will. Stronger impacts are necessary. However, I'm not rushing. Besides, our acquaintance is still too brief. Progress must be made step by step. Carefully considering, Park Jimin waved his hand and departed, saying, repaying favors is unnecessary. You're free to spend this billion however you please. Decide for yourself. Seeing Park Jimin leave decisively, Yu Ling Shuang felt a bit disappointed, muttering, "Oh, so that's it. No follow-up, how boring." Just as he descended the stairs, the familiar ringtone of his phone echoed. Thanks to my persistence, thanks to my abandonment of bad habits, Park Jimin opened his phone to find Yang Weibai calling. It's her. Since the conflict with Park Jimin, Yang Weibai, he had shown anger and disregarded her feelings. This had caused her mood to plummet in recent days. As Park Jimin answered the call, Yang Weibai couldn't contain her emotions, immediately asking straightforwardly, Park Jimin, where are you? I want to meet you, can I? Before Yang Weibai's call to Park Jimin, despite being the owner of Kim Mao Tower, business matters were relatively lax. Besides signing lease contracts, Yang Weibai only dealt with important issues. Simple tasks like collecting rent or leasing temporary spaces were delegated to subordinates. Thus, Yang Weibai had quite a bit of free time. Lately, the conflict between her and Park Jimin had left her in a bad mood. Seeking to lighten her spirits, she decided to call a friend to hang out. The first person that came to her mind was Park Min Young. Hey Min Young, are you free this weekend? I haven't seen you in a while, and I want to invite you for a stroll. Currently, the Nova Company is in a phase of rapid development, with key projects such as the launch of advanced features and comprehensive improvements to the application. The entire company is immersed in an urgent atmosphere, with everyone working overtime continuously to prepare for an upcoming intense battle. Park Min Young is so busy that she barely has a spare minute, so when she heard Yang Weibai's invitation, Park Min Young promptly declined. Oh, I'm sorry, Yang Weibai. My company has been swamped lately. I was just promoted to vice president and I'm focusing on getting acquainted with the new responsibilities, so I have to work overtime this weekend. Our company, the Nova, is about to launch a new intelligent algorithm, and we're all racing to perfect it. Additionally, we've entered into a deep collaboration with Big Cat TV. According to the agreement, Big Cat TV will be the first company to test our latest algorithm in fraud prevention support. As the vice president and project manager for this endeavor, I can't afford to skip work. Hearing that, Yang Weibai couldn't help but sigh. All right then, you go ahead and stay busy. We'll make plans for another time. Okay, see you later. Yang Weibai proceeded to call Kim Jisoo. Hey Jisoo, are you free these days? At this moment, Kim Jisoo and Seo Hyun were working in Mandu, exchanging ideas about an important project. Upon receiving Yang Weibai's invitation, Kim Jisoo promptly declined without hesitation. Oh, what a shame, Yang Weibai. I'm currently on a business trip in Mandu, attending a summit in our industry. I won't have any free time these days. Maybe you can ask Min Young. Upon hearing this, Yang Weibai couldn't help but feel disappointed. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. If you're busy, then it's fine. We'll plan for another time. After ending the call, Yang Weibai slumped onto the bed, feeling disheartened and exhausted. Her once beautiful face now bore traces of sadness. Oh, everyone seems to be busy. A sense of loneliness crept into Yang Weibai's soul. She became lost in her thoughts, reminiscing about the happy days spent with Park Jimin. His warm smile and affectionate gaze pierced her heart, causing it to ache with every beat. Yang Weibai couldn't bear it any longer. Each passing day felt like torture. She wanted to take the initiative, to salvage Park Jimin's heart. Whether unconsciously or out of habit, Yang Weibai pressed Park Jimin's number on her phone without realizing it, silently reproaching. Park Jimin, you're so heartless. If I didn't seek you out, would you ever come looking for me? And so, a proud girl who never knew how to apologize or bow her head, now humbled herself, calling Park Jimin in hopes of repairing their relationship. Hey Park Jimin, where are you? I want to come find you. Following the call of her heart, Yang Weibai ventured alone to 10 men. The closer she got to Park Jimin in her heart, the more anxious she became. As she entered the village, the roaring engine of a Lamborghini shattered the quiet atmosphere, drawing countless stares. Since the old man left with a girl, no one has tended to the melon patch. It's a pity it's been abandoned. Park Jimin had to subsist on watermelon instead of rice. Just then, the car stopped right in front of Park Jimin's house. Oh, a Lamborghini, a limited edition, worth 90 million. I've only seen this car online. It must be from a ridiculously wealthy family to afford it. Better keep your distance. If you accidentally scratch it, your whole family won't be able to pay for the damages. Just as the crowd was gaping in astonishment while munching on watermelon, the car door opened, and Yang Weibai stepped out. Zhang Xiaozhong was stunned, overwhelmed by her beauty. Yang Weibai's appearance was like that of a celestial maiden descending to earth, with her slender figure, graceful demeanor, and refined aura, all perfect to the point of awe. This girl is so beautiful, and she owns such an expensive car. I wonder why she's come to our village. Yang Weibai hurriedly ran up to Park Jimin. She couldn't understand why she was so eager before, but now that Park Jimin stood before her, she could only utter his name. Her inner turmoil was like turbulent waves, ceaselessly stirring up intense emotions. Neither of them knew what to say, only able to exchange glances filled with complex emotions. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibai like that, then let out a sigh. Come inside. The moment Park Jimin turned back to look at Yang Weibai, her heart seemed to constrict at the sight of his cold gaze. That look, it has changed so much compared to before. Witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Xiaozhong's heart filled with bitterness, and he began to question life. Damn it, it's Park Jimin again, and another rich lady coming to find Park Jimin. Why is that? After all these years of effort and striving, suddenly it all seems meaningless. What's the point of making money? Isn't it to find a beautiful girl, to be like Park Jimin at this moment? But Park Jimin, someone who doesn't need to make money, can possess everything, even more. Why is life so unfair? Thinking this, he couldn't hold back any longer, stepping directly in front of Park Jimin, pointing angrily at his own face. Clearly, I'm more handsome than you. Why do all these rich ladies only look at you, and not at me? Do you have some kind of magic spell? Park Jimin could only laugh bitterly upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha, Xiaozhong, you're truly funny. Then, Park Jimin ushered Yang Weibai into the house and closed the gate. Park Jimin's towering figure stood firm before Yang Weibai's eyes, like a steadfast sanctuary that she had been seeking all along. Yang Weibai looked at Park Jimin, emotions welling up and bursting forth in her heart, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Yang Weibai, like a little bird returning to its nest, ran to embrace Park Jimin tightly, the hug containing so much love, longing, and even regrets and sorrows. Park Jimin, could you please not be so cold? I've come here to apologize to you. Can you stop being angry with me? I miss you so much. Yang Weibai held on to Park Jimin tighter, her voice choked with sobs. Beam away from you. I miss you so much. This time apart has been suffocating, but just seeing you makes all my worries disappear. Could you please stop being so distant with me? Park Jimin paused, his body suddenly stiffening. Unconsciously, he reached out and took Yang Weibai's small hands into his own, feeling a surge of intense longing to hold someone, to comfort and be comforted. He looked into her eyes, sensing the deep-seated pain and exhaustion within them. With choked words at the tip of his tongue, he wanted to reassure her that everything would be okay. Yang Bai. Yang Billy gently looked up at Park Jimin, her eyes sparkling with tears. It had been so long since she had heard such warm words of comfort. Feeling the sincerity in his gaze, and sensing his love and care. Just then, Jung Ji-Lu stepped out from the house, holding a bowl of grapes intended for Park Jimin. Seeing Park Jimin from a distance, she joyfully called out, "Park Jimin, come here and have some grapes." But the smile on Jung Ji-Lu's lips vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of shock. The bowl of grapes slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the floor and shattering into pieces. Before her eyes, Park Jimin was holding hands with another woman, their gestures incredibly intimate. This sight sent an indescribable pang of pain through Jung Ji-Lu, as if something precious had been stolen away. At the same time, an uncontrollable jealousy surged within her, blood rushing to her heart. She trembled with anger. "You, all of you, are too much, too much." At this moment, Yang Bai's gaze also froze upon seeing the person opposite her. Although some time had passed, the impression of Jung Ji-Lu at the car exhibition that day remained vivid. Yang Bai looked at Jung Ji-Lu in surprise and asked, "Miss Jung, why are you here?" As she spoke, countless doubts arose in her mind. Why is the second daughter of the Jung family appearing in Park Jimin's house? What is happening here? The sound of the bowl shattering echoed, and Wang Mengmeng hurriedly rushed out of the room, anxiously asking, "What's going on? Ju-Lu, are you okay?" 3 seconds later, Yu-Ling Shuang also stepped out from the house. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng saw another beautiful woman beside Park Jimin, and she was slightly stunned. Then, with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation, she asked, "Hey, big brother, who is this elder sister? What's going on? Why we have another beautiful woman beside us?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Bai suddenly took 3 steps back, stunned and unable to believe. "I shed tears every day, feeling unhappy every day. I thought that when returning home, Park Jimin would be like me, longing painfully every day, every hour, every minute. As a result, he enjoys a comfortable life at home, while I drown in tears every day. Everything is shattered." Park Jimin not only hid pearls in the house, but also hid 3 more, each with its own beauty, a pure one, a lively one, and an admirable one. Furthermore, they are all people I don't know. Perhaps one doesn't appreciate what they have. Park Jimin cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. "Yang Bai, let me introduce you." Then, calmly and without any hesitation, Park Jimin introduced everyone. "This is Jung Ji-Lu, the second daughter of the Jung family. You might have met her before." Pointing towards Wang Mengmeng, Park Jimin continued the introductions. "And this is my biological sister, Wang Mengmeng. She is my half-sister from another father." Then he gestured towards Yu-Ling Shuang. "And this is Yu-Ling Shuang, my secretary whom I hired." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Both Wang Mengmeng and Yu-Ling Shuang looked at Yang Bai with curiosity. Park Jimin cleared his throat again and extended his hand towards Yang Bai to introduce her to Jung Ji-Lu, Wang Mengmeng, and Yu-Ling Shuang. "And this is Yang Bai, my high school friend, a talented student from Seoul National University." As soon as the words were uttered, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. The girls' gazes emanated strong hostility, the smell of gunpowder thickening in the air, especially between Yang Bai and Jung Ji-Lu. These two are like water and fire, never meant to mix. Jung Ji-Lu was extremely displeased with Yang Bai. "Hemph, this girl not only added my brother on WeChat, but also captivated him to the point of obsession. Just to be in contact with her, my brother has been relentlessly cooperating with the Yang family in business, even willingly sacrificing profits. On this matter, the Yang family did not refuse the goodwill of the Jung family. But why did she return to seduce Park Jimin? What is her ultimate intention? Does she want to simultaneously court 2 wealthy and handsome men? Surely she's a wicked woman. I absolutely cannot let my brother fall into her hands." Yang Bai looked at Jung Ji-Lu with unfriendly eyes. In her heart, she also thought, just because of this kid's brother, both Park Jimin and I have misunderstood each other. Now she's here meddling. I just want to see Park Jimin and leave. But it seems I have to stay here for a while. Thinking of this, Yang Weibai's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. If she's considering stealing Park Jimin from me, fine. But she doesn't know I'll be here, ready to strike her a fatal blow. Later, Yang Weibai pretended to stumble into Park Jimin's arms. Oh, my head feels dizzy, Park Jimin. Can I stay here for a few days? I've been feeling a bit anxious lately, and I could really use some relaxation. Park Jimin didn't object at all. A thought crossed his mind. This woman truly knows how to seize an opportunity. After all, raising one sheep is like raising a whole flock. Besides, this kid has been quite restless lately. Yang Weibai might be able to handle her. I also want to see what will happen when these two rich girls stay together. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibai, then nodded enthusiastically. Yang Weibai, my house is your house. Stay as long as you want. Let me help you with your luggage. After saying that, Yang Weibai tossed her long hair lightly, dragging her suitcase into the house. She intentionally swayed her hips provocatively in front of Jung Ji-lu, whose face darkened with anger. Jung Ji-lu gritted her teeth, her expression turning grim. Humph, I can't believe she's so shameless. As Yang Weibai passed by Jung Ji-lu, she clenched her fist tightly, her eyes full of determination. Right now, my group with Jisoo and Min Young is very harmonious. We can't let any more women interfere. I must stop her. I will use any means to win Park Jimin's heart, even if it means sacrificing anything. Through the days spent together, Jung Ji-lu realized that her feelings for Park Jimin were growing stronger. For the first time in her life, her heart knew fluttering, knew love for a man. But now, seeing her favorite toy snatched away, her heart surged with anger and jealousy. I cannot bear to lose Park Jimin, the man I have given my whole heart to. This woman is a formidable rival. To have Park Jimin, I must overcome this beauty's challenge. In the following days, Park Jimin, along with Jung Ji-lu and Yang Weibai, experienced days filled with memories in the watermelon garden. They stargazed together, plowed fields with oxen, sowed seeds, cut grass, lit campfires, set up tents, hunted wild rabbits, experiencing all sorts of enjoyable activities. Jung Ji-lu truly loved farming. Although Yang Weibai enthusiastically participated, her stamina couldn't quite keep up afterward. Nevertheless, she was just a delicate girl. Only Jung Ji-lu felt every day of farming was immensely joyful. Perhaps her mind was wired differently, hence her fascination with such strenuous tasks. During that time, Yu Ling Shuang proposed an incredibly attractive incentive program to spend 1 billion within a week, which Park Jimin entrusted. Fei Tian Real Estate agreed to repurchase town residents' properties at market prices and offer a free high-end apartment with a minimum area of 100 square meters to those willing to sell their houses. Moreover, after selling their houses, people not only received the full payment but also were allowed to stay in their old houses for free for 1 year. After 1 year, when the apartment complex was completed, people could directly move into the new apartment without paying any additional fees. Of course, the residents were not easily deceived. Fei Tian Real Estate offered very high compensation and even gifted a new apartment. Therefore, many people carefully considered and agreed to sell their houses. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang promised to generously reward those who could persuade the residents to sell their land. Day by day, this matter spread throughout the small Mayang Shizhen. However, alongside this, many people were also worried. Aunt Lu Hong, upon hearing this news, felt like burning with anxiety, eagerly waiting for Park Jimin to return to handle ideological work. As soon as Lu Hong saw Park Jimin's figure from a distance, she hurriedly called out, "Park Jimin, come here quickly, there's good news." Hearing this, Park Jimin felt puzzled, turned back to look at his two younger sisters who were tailing him, Yang Weibai and Jie Lu, and said, "You two go home first. Aunt Lu Hong is looking for me for something." After saying this, Park Jimin approached Lu Hong and asked cheerfully, "What's the good secret you have, Auntie? Has Dad come back home?" Lu Hong shook her head. "What are you thinking? Your dad has been having a great time lately. How could he possibly return? Haven't you been hoping for compensation? Our village is about to get compensated." Park Jimin was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, "What? Compensation? How come I haven't heard anything about it? What are the conditions?" Lu Hong then shared the rumors that had been circulating recently. "The conditions are very good. I heard that for this compensation, as long as you agree to sell your land, you will be gifted an apartment in a city area, limited to the first 100 people only. First come, first served. An apartment plus the compensation money, isn't that a great deal? After the land is developed, all revenue from the operation of the utilities on that land, you will still get a share of the money. This really is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. If you want to change your life, reach the pinnacle of living, you just need to seize this chance. Park Jimin, observing Aunt Lu Hong's enthusiastic invitation, asked with suspicion, "Aunt, why do I find you acting so strangely? Have you joined any odd organizations recently?" Lu Hong, seeing Park Jimin's question, held up her membership card and explained, "Oh, Park Jimin, how did you get so clever? Recently, I've joined the compensation persuasion group of a real estate company responsible for the compensation. They say the more people we convince, the more commission they will give us. I've only been involved for 3 days, but I already reached the diamond member rank." After hearing this, Park Jimin was at a loss for words. Isn't this just multi-level marketing? Then, Park Jimin looked at Aunt Lu Hong seriously and advised, "Aunt, I think you've been deceived. What kind of compensation scheme is this? It sounds like a complete loss." Lu Hong immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Their company is very reputable, called Phi Tien Real Estate, operating in the real estate sector on a very large scale." Upon hearing these words, a look of surprise and curiosity inevitably flashed in Park Jimin's eyes. "Phi Tien, isn't that my real estate company? Yu Ling Shuang, what are you up to?" Over the past few days, Wang Mengmeng wanted to buy the entire village simply because Park Jimin had casually mentioned wanting to start a farm. However, for this, she also endured a live injustice. Many villagers had deep affection for their homeland, so it wasn't just about having money to buy it back. Wang Mengmeng had to endure many admonitions and withstand many scornful glances. "This is the last house. If we can persuade this one, we can buy up all the land in this village. I've been working hard for these days, Mengmeng. I'm just supporting you. The one putting in the effort is you." After Wang Mengmeng finished laughing, she sincerely thanked. "If it weren't for you providing the capital and coming up with the plan, buying land wouldn't have been so smooth. Many uncles and aunties are very difficult. Luckily there's you. Doesn't my older brother want to create an eco-farm? This time, it will surely bring him a big surprise." Through their interactions, Yu Ling Shuang understood Wang Mengmeng's character and morality even more. This girl, with her simple soul devoid of any scheming, is remarkably sincere. Her mind is only filled with thoughts of Park Jimin, and that scoundrel Park Jimin only ever exploits her. "No, I can't stand by and watch an innocent girl fall into Park Jimin's hands." Yu Ling Shuang couldn't bear it any longer and decided to clarify the situation. Taking a deep breath, her tone became serious. "Meng Meng, have you ever considered what if Park Jimin isn't your biological brother?" Wang Meng Meng, noticing Yu Ling Shuang's concerned demeanor, asked, "You, please don't joke with me. How did my brother not be my brother?" Yu Ling Shuang shook her head, her expression grave. I didn't want to meddle in your and Park Jimin's affairs, but you're too naive. I think it's necessary to let you know the truth about everything. Here's some documentation. Take a look for yourself." Wang Mengmeng was stunned, taking a step back, unable to believe her ears. What is this?" Yu Ling Shuang retrieved the dossier from her bag, handing it to Wang Mengmeng, while explaining, "These documents contain all the facts about Park Jimin's background. It even includes medical records of Park Jimin's mother, Kang Che-won, over 20 years ago. These records clearly state that Kang Che-won was unable to conceive, meaning Park Jimin isn't your biological brother." Wang Mengmeng trembled as she held the dossier, her face turning pale, her eyes wide with horror. Seeing Wang Mengmeng's reaction, Yu Ling Shuang offered a comforting word. "Mengmeng, I know this is a hard truth to accept, but you have to stay strong. Park Jimin is just a despicable person. You're still very young, with a bright future ahead." Wang Mengmeng was dazed, her mind buzzing. She stared intently at the health report, hardly believing her eyes. She examined it over and over again, scrutinizing every detail from the paper quality, ink, stamps to the dates, all indicating that this was indeed a genuine report. Then, Wang Mengmeng, feeling bewildered, asked, "Oh my God, what's going on? Could it be that because Kang Che-won couldn't have children, Park Jimin was adopted?" Yu Ling Shuang shook her head. Things are still unclear because there are no indications in his records regarding adoption. Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng's voice lowered. So, whether my father is his biological father or not, both I and my brother have no blood relation to Park Jimin, right? Even as Yu Ling Shuang nodded in affirmation, Wang Meng Meng still found it hard to accept that Park Jimin wasn't biologically related to her. This truth was too surprising, turning everything upside down. She even had a peculiar thought. Why, upon hearing this news, do I not feel sad at all, and even feel a bit secretly happy? Why Meng Meng involuntarily recalled the time she spent with Park Jimin. Park Jimin, always caring and looking after me. He's always been extremely gentle and accommodating, always fulfilling all my requests. When danger arose, he would bravely step up to protect me, like a mighty mountain. He gave me a sense of absolute safety. He's too perfect, to the point where I worried that the days we spent together were just a dream. It turns out I've long been in love with him. I just didn't dare to admit it. When this feeling blossomed, I'm not sure. It might have been since childhood, when the two of us grew up together, sharing the ups and downs of life. It might have been from the caring glances, the tender gestures he showed me, or simply from the understanding and empathy between two kindred souls. And the first time I realized my feelings was at 18, when my older brother had just graduated from university and returned home. He was tall, handsome, and incredibly gentle. I was intensely attracted to him. I knew this love was forbidden. Society wouldn't accept it. My family would object. But I couldn't resist my heart. I love him with all my heart and soul. Thinking to herself, Wang Meng Meng regained her composure, silently sighing with relief. Finally, I admit my feelings for Park Jimin. For so long, I've buried those feelings in my heart, afraid to confront them. But now that everything is clear, I have nothing to fear anymore. Indeed, the future still held brightness, but it was brightness in darkness. Just as Wang Meng Meng was indulging in her thoughts, Yu Ling Shuang continued to strip away Park Jimin's facade of deceit. Meng Meng, I know you also have feelings for Park Jimin, but have you ever considered that he might have known from the beginning that you two aren't biologically related? He's wealthy and powerful, not a simple character. He's much more complex than you imagine. So it's possible he had abnormal intentions toward you from the start. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Meng Meng, puzzled, asked, Is that true? What do you mean? Yu Ling Shuang had to be blunt. Park Jimin is a pervert. He enjoys playing role-playing games. You're just prey in his mouth, ready to be devoured at any moment. You should be careful and quickly sever ties with Park Jimin. Wang Meng Meng grew increasingly flustered. All right, you. Please stop talking. I'm feeling very confused right now. Let's go home. Yu Ling Shuang also only wanted to strike while the iron was hot, but seeing Wang Meng Meng's mood like that, she didn't know what to say for the best. After taking a few steps, Wang Meng Meng felt her heart beating fast, joy mixed with worry. I never expected that Sister Yu would pierce through this layer of window paper. I was originally afraid that after the truth was exposed, Park Jimin would be very distressed. But if he knew from the beginning, then it can be explained that Park Jimin also loves me. Turns out I'm not the only one infatuated with myself. But he is really flirtatious. There are always many girls around him. Both Yang Weibai and Jai Lu love him. Both are outstanding. One is the second young lady of the Zheng family. The other is the noble young lady of the Kuikeu family. Compared to them, I feel like nothing at all. I'm just a country girl. How can I compare with those noble young ladies? I'm just an unacknowledged wild child, the result of a clandestine relationship, such a despicable existence. How can I deserve a talented older brother like him? Wang Meng Meng's heart became sensitive and insecure. Her mood suddenly plummeted. Her eyes reddened. Then, Wang Meng Meng turned to Yu Ling Shuang. Her voice choked. Sister Yu, I beg you not to speak of this. I only have one older brother. He is my only family. I don't want to lose him after everything falls apart. Seeing Wang Meng Meng in pain, Yu Ling Shuang's hatred towards Park Jimin grew even stronger. Oh, how pitiful. He doesn't know how much Wang Meng Meng has suffered. The poor girl already has an unfortunate background, making people look down on her, being pointed at by others. Yet he still wants to toy with her feelings. This Park Jimin is truly despicable, worthless. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score towards Park Jimin -5. Current goodwill score -90 points. At the same time, Park Jimin was directing Zhongji Lu Cook. Suddenly Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score towards him decreased by 5 points. Park Jimin felt utterly helpless and confused. What decreased again? Goodness, what did I do? And the goodwill score decreased even more. Can anyone explain this to me? It's so frustrating. Jung Ji-Lu looked at Park Jimin's dejected expression and asked, Park Jimin, what are you looking at? Park Jimin hastily brushed it off. Nothing. Nothing. Let's quickly start the fire. As Jung Ji-Lu lit the fire, he curiously inquired, It's troublesome, Park Jimin. Why don't you install a gas stove or an electric stove instead of using such an old-fashioned wood stove? Moreover, why not use an electric rice cooker to cook rice? Park Jimin smiled as he explained. What do you know? Rice cooked with wood is the best. Cooking rice with an electric rice cooker lacks soul. Do you understand? Jung Ji-Lu nodded in admiration. City folks really don't know anything. Park Jimin is indeed impressive. I will learn from you. After instructing Jung Ji-Lu, Park Jimin turned to Yang Weibai. Yang Weibai, go wash the vegetables. Yang Weibai happily complied. Okay. At this moment, Park Jimin also noticed Wang Mengmeng's gloomy expression. He immediately showed concern. Meng, why the long face? Go wash your hands. Today I'll personally cook you a delicious meal. Do you know how to cook? Well, I just learned recently. Cooking might be the only skill I excel at without much effort. When it comes to cooking skills, Park Jimin doesn't need any enhancement system. He's already a master in this field. Coupled with Kang Cheo-won, a renowned chef in the region with exquisite skills, Park Jimin began learning cooking at the tender age of 10, receiving meticulous guidance from his mother. Gradually, he mastered the secrets of cooking and even surpassed his mother's culinary prowess. However, he had few opportunities to showcase his talent. Next, Park Jimin started cutting vegetables and fruits. Observing his knife skills, everyone recognized his mastery and finesse. It wasn't just for show. Park Jimin genuinely possessed talent. Moreover, with the system's reinforcement of his physical fitness and agility, Park Jimin's cutting speed was astonishing. Handling those vegetables and fruits was effortless for him. His movements were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also transformed ordinary cooking utensils into magical tools. Then, Park Jimin selected freshly laid chicken eggs. He began pouring oil, adding salt, whisking the eggs, controlling the heat. Watching Park Jimin confidently shake the pan, even a 3 Michelin-starred chef would have to acknowledge his skill. Quickly, the tantalizing aroma of the dish stimulated everyone's taste buds. The eggs and rice were cooked to perfection, blending together to create a visually appealing golden hue. Even the undercover bodyguard was surprised at the sight. Park Jimin is an artist and an athlete, but I didn't expect his cooking skills to be at such a pinnacle. No, I should say it's transcended. This isn't just cooking, it's the art of mastering fire. This is truly remarkable. Jung Ji-Lu, observing Park Jimin's intense pan-shaking technique, also felt a bit amazed. Park Jimin, why such intensity? After all, it's just a simple fried rice with eggs. After 15 minutes, a simple fried rice dish was ready. Park Jimin served the fried rice along with a plate of potatoes. Here, shredded potatoes and traditional fried rice. Meng, give it a try. Wang Meng, looking at the dish, couldn't understand why. But just the sight and smell made her mouth water involuntarily. Clearly not very hungry, yet she felt a strong urge to eat. Wow, it smells amazing. Why does the fried rice have such a shiny golden color? And each grain looks plump and round like pearls. Wang Meng accepted the portion of rice handed to her by Park Jimin. A burst of exquisite flavor hit her senses, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. The aroma and delicious taste exploded, strongly stimulating her taste buds, enveloping her entire being with excitement to the point where she exclaimed, "It's incredibly delicious." In just a few short seconds, Wang Meng seemed to be engulfed in a feeling of ecstasy, from her body to her soul. This sensation even happier than love itself. This feeling is so refreshing, so warm, it's pure bliss. Wang Meng began devouring the food. If her mouth weren't relatively small, she might have almost shoved the entire plate of rice into her mouth. Park Jimin chuckled at Wang Meng's pig-like eating habits. Eat slowly, don't choke. Jung Ji-Lu, witnessing Wang Meng's near-death eating expression, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Is it really that good? Do we need to call an ambulance?" Wang Meng didn't respond. She continued eating like a hungry tiger. Seeing this, everyone couldn't resist anymore and scooped up a bite to try. Immediately, the eyes of the girls widened just like Wang Meng Meng's. A rich flavor spread throughout their mouths, enveloping their entire beings. Then, all four of them continuously praised Park Jimin's cooking skills. This fried rice is seasoned just right, not too salty or bland. It's delicious, incredibly delicious. How could there be something so delicious? Save me, it's too delicious. It's heavenly. Oh my, what kind of fried rice is this? How can there be fried rice so delicious in this world? Just one serving of fried rice, and it's tastier than any food I've ever eaten in my life. Park Jimin, you're amazing. You cook better than my family chef. Park Jimin, you're so talented, so delicious. This is the best fried rice with eggs I've ever had. Boss, how did you do it? I can't believe it. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Normally, these beautiful girls were very reserved when eating, but now they were eating like starving wolves. At this moment, Park Jimin was the vast ocean. Park Jimin was their entire sky. Their eyes looked at him with increasing admiration, not wanting to leave his side. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill score increased by 10. Her current goodwill score is 65 points. Zheng Jilu's goodwill score increased by 10. His current goodwill score is 90 points. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 20. Her current goodwill score is negative 70 points. The owner's cooking skills have been praised by the target. Congratulations to the owner for unlocking mastery level in cooking skills. Current skill level reached level 10. Since the owner independently created the skill for the first time and received high praise from the target, the system rewards 10 enhancement points. These enhancement points can only be used to improve cooking skills. Enhancement points automatically increase. Each enhancement point increases cooking experience by 55. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 65 supplementary cooking experience points for Park. Jimin was completely surprised, never expecting that I could unlock a skill on my own and receive rewards from the system. Just reaching level 10 and receiving endless praise. Now I've leveled up to level 60. I guess you guys have to call me Dad now. Even more surprising is that with just a simple fried rice and shredded potatoes, I could skyrocket the goodwill of 3 girls. If Yang Weibai didn't increase, it's probably because she already reached 99 points. Not passionate enough to reach 100 points of goodwill. Even the hardest to please, undercover Yu Ling Shuang, increased by 20 goodwill points. Indeed, flavors can conquer all. The heavens would spare a meal, but Park Jimin seemed to enjoy going against the grain. He then tapped Yu Ling Shuang on the shoulder and said, "Secretary Yu, stop eating for a moment. Come here, I need to talk to you." Yu Ling Shuang, reluctantly pausing her meal, asked, "Right now?" Seeing her somewhat regretful expression, Park Jimin's tone turned impatient. "What's wrong? Do I have to schedule an appointment with you? Are you the boss or am I?" Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang could only force a bitter smile. "Boss, calm down. I didn't mean that. I'll come right away." Following Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang tried to suppress her anger, muttering to herself, "Calm down. Calm down. Who does he think he is? Making people feel uneasy, even when eating. Just wait. One day, I'll hang him from a lamppost." On the rooftop, under the radiant sunset sky, Park Jimin leaned against the railing, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Beside him, Yu Ling Shuang stood upright, her eyes attentively following Park Jimin's every move with intense focus. Park Jimin glanced at Yu Ling Shuang, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Secretary Yu, your business seems to be booming lately. How's the spending going?" Yu Ling Shuang was fully prepared, handing Park Jimin a thick dossier. "Sir, here's a detailed financial report regarding my land purchases and other expenditures. The entire 1 billion you allocated has been fully utilized. As of now, Fei Tian Real Estate Group has acquired 2,000 apartments and 10,000 acres of land. Additionally, the company has undertaken further recruitment. Currently, there are over 500 permanent employees and 700 contract employees, totaling approximately 2,000 staff members. Of course, there are some expenses not yet accounted for in this report, which I will finalize at the earliest convenience." As she finished speaking, Yu Ling Shuang smirked, her eyes gleaming mischievously. He must be quite surprised, huh? Probably didn't expect the 1 billion to be spent so quickly. Fei Tian Real Estate is still rapidly recruiting employees. Currently, the staff count is nearing 3,000. I barely even considered whether Fei Tian Real Estate can handle this massive workforce. I'm only concerned that the more employees we have, the greater the financial pressure on the company. Furthermore, I have many other projects I want to implement. If we continue the current policy of providing free housing, without any restrictions, I can quickly amass a large amount of land, and then the company's capital chain won't be able to bear it. That's why the aggressive expansion of Fei Tian Real Estate is like digging a big pit and waiting for him to jump in and burn money. If he doesn't continue to invest, the company will go bankrupt, and he'll lose everything. I'm curious to see how he'll handle this mess. Ha ha. Park Jimin pretended to scrutinize the financial report as if everything was in order. Damn it, I absolutely don't understand a thing. What the hell is this? After folding the report, Park Jimin glanced at Yuling Shuang, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Her work efficiency is remarkable, surpassing my expectations. Spending 1 billion in a week, she's truly a potential talent, albeit for burying money. I couldn't care less where she digs her hole or how she compensates for it. I only care about her spending speed, whether it's fast enough or not. Then, Park Jimin encouraged Yuling Shuang with a sentence. Secretary Yu, you've been working hard lately, you're doing great, I trust in your abilities. Yuling Shuang was still guessing how Park Jimin would react, imagining he would get angry, even furious. But contrary to her prediction, Park Jimin remained calm, as if nothing had happened, his composure momentarily startling Yuling Shuang. Ha, he's not even angry. Park Jimin unexpectedly reached out towards Yuling Shuang, causing her to tense up in anticipation. What is he planning? What does he want to do? It can't be that he's about to force me into marriage, right? What should I do? Contrary to Yuling Shuang's expectations, Park Jimin gently raised his hand to her cheek, plucking out a leftover grain of rice. But what surprised Yuling Shuang even more was that Park Jimin put the grain of rice into his own mouth, teasingly saying, "Next time, be careful when eating rice. Getting rice or soup on your face during a report might make you lose your professionalism." Teased by Park Jimin, Yuling Shuang couldn't help feeling embarrassed, a slight warmth spreading from her neck to her cheeks, her ears, her face flushing red like ripe tomatoes. She lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Okay, boss, I'll pay attention next time." Yuling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Park Jimin was just teasing me, scaring me to death. Park Jimin continued to pat Yuling Shuang's shoulder, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Why so startled? Your efficiency far exceeds my expectations, spending 1 billion so quickly. You truly are a rare talent, Secretary Yu. With that, Park Jimin took out his phone and made a transfer. Ting. Your account ending in 7687 has received 5 billion. Yuling Shuang stared at the 5 billion figure on her phone screen, her eyes widening, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is 5 billion. Looking up at Park Jimin, Yuling Shuang's sorrow doubled once again. Previously, when he transferred 100 million and 1 billion, she could still rationalize it. After all, Chairman Lim has a mysterious background, but 5 billion is a colossal figure. Yet he casually transfers it to someone else without any worry or hesitation. Does he really treat money as trash? Isn't he afraid of any issues arising? Perhaps it's because poverty has limited my imagination. Park Jimin looked at the inexperienced spy, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, this 5 billion is the operational budget for your activities next week. If you can spend all 5 billion within a week, I'll grant you access to the core secrets of the Park family. You'll also officially join the inner circle of the Park family conglomerate and gain the privilege of knowing some secrets. Yuling Shuang had been investigating the secrets of the Park family conglomerate for a long time, but had yet to yield any results. Now acknowledged by Park Jimin himself, it ignited Yuling Shuang's excitement like a shot of adrenaline, immediately setting her blood boiling, her determination surging within. She felt the latent power within herself, ready to erupt to fulfill the mission. Then, Yuling Shuang spoke with a resolute tone, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Certainly, sir. I will ensure the completion of the task." However, no matter what Yuling Shuang did, everything lay within Park Jimin's foresight. The corner of his mouth also curled up slightly, concealing a mocking smile. Even a spy eventually obediently becomes my pawn. Spend away, the more she spends, the more I benefit. Though spending 5 billion in a week was no small challenge, Yu Ling Shuang was determined to execute the campaign, expanding Fei Tian real estate on a large scale. In the following days, besides Mayang Shizhen, Tan Men also owned several other areas such as Bao Shizhen, Ta Shizhen, Zhanggang Shizhen, totaling more than 20 towns, all simultaneously implementing this acquisition campaign. Furthermore, this plan had no limits. The initial investment of 5 billion was certainly not enough, and even 50 billion might not suffice. If this plan were applied citywide in Tianmen, even if Park Jimin poured in 100 billion, it would still be difficult to shoulder. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang demanded the completion and turnover of countless apartments within a year, or else it would be considered a breach of contract. Clearly, this was a plan aimed at pushing Park Jimin into a corner. By the afternoon of today, the four girls began their eagerly anticipated journey of exploration in the bustling city of Tianmen. Determined to conquer every famous landmark and indulge in the finest cuisine here, they said to Park Jimin, "We're going shopping now. It's all girls, no room for you. Goodbye." Busy for the past few days, Yu Ling Shuang had not had the chance to report to Jin Jiamu. The closer she got to the Park family tycoon, the more excited Yu Ling Shuang felt. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Ling Shuang began to present all the information and knowledge about Park Jimin that she had gathered. After meticulously detailing the current situation, Yu Ling Shuang promptly hit the enter key to send the email. A cold smirk appeared on Yu Ling Shuang's lips, indicating her confidence in this cunning plan. A perfect scheme to make Park Jimin sink deep into the economic quagmire. Does he dare to underestimate women? I will make him taste bitterness and never lift his head again. The email was dispatched and then forwarded to Jin Jiamu. Young Master Jin, I have successfully approached Park Jimin and gained his trust. The key to unraveling the mystery of the Park family lies within Park Jimin himself. Soon enough, I will be able to access the core secrets of the Park family conglomerate. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. The scattered acquisition of non-contiguous land parcels will pose significant obstacles to the development of the filmed city and impose a substantial financial burden on Park Jimin. Currently, I am using the 5 billion that Park Jimin provided to continue purchasing land in neighboring towns, maintaining this chaos. Park Jimin will need to invest even more money. Await favorable news from me. At the same time, Park Jimin was playing a game on his phone, effortlessly handling the flashy combat moves, leaving his opponents stranded at home, clinging to their bases. Somehow, Yu Ling Shuang's curses made Park Jimin's right ear itch uncomfortably. Park Jimin furrowed his brows slightly, reaching up to scratch his ear. Why is my ear itching like this? Oh well, probably some girl thinking about me again. Such casual gesture distracted him, almost leading to his defeat by the opponent. But even then, victory for Park Jimin was as easy as pie. By 7 p.m., if Park Jimin wasn't being bothered by Zheng Jilu's nagging, he felt oddly empty. Park Jimin suddenly realized that he had grown accustomed to the presence of those girls, despite their constant bickering and teasing. Now, the sounds that used to annoy him seemed distant and vague. They want to see me but then go off to play. Can't understand women. So frustrating. The feeling of loneliness crept into Park Jimin's mind, evoking thoughts about his current life. Now there's only me left in the house. It feels so cold. If only things were still the same. With my parents still here, I could still be a regular college student, relying on my parents, mooching off them, eating and drinking for free. As Park Jimin lamented his fate, a middle-aged woman with a weary expression, dragging the suitcase, stepped in, just returning home. Kang Chao-won was overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sight before her, a row of expensive luxury cars parked in front of the gate, representing various brands. Approaching the gate, she was even more astonished to see the lavish decoration of the living room and other rooms. All of this made her feel lost and estranged. Where is this? Why has it changed so much? Is this still my home? Why do I feel like this isn't my home? And all these expensive cars. It's obvious they cost a fortune. Could it be that Park Jun-hong, that beast, has sold the house to someone else? Kang Chao-won walked around the house, trying to find an explanation for this strange change. After hesitating for a while, she dragged her suitcase inside and called out loudly, "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come out and talk." Part Jimin heard the familiar sound and quickly sat up. What's that sound? Why does it sound so familiar? Then, Part Jimin was stunned when he saw his mother. Mom, you're back. In front of Part Jimin stood a woman who was neither beautiful nor ugly, but one could guess she had been attractive when she was young. Kang Chao-won had a serious expression, intending to confront the homeowner. But as soon as she saw her long-unseen son's face, she was also taken aback. Part Jimin, you're home, so I can relax now. I was going to ask you about our home. Seeing his dearest relative, Part Jimin didn't let Kang Chao-won finish speaking before he hurriedly hugged her. So many changes had occurred in such a short time, flooding his heart with emotions, tumultuous and poignant, mixed with joy and regret. Mom, I missed you so much. Kang Chao-won looked at her only foster son, her heart filled with complex emotions. From childhood to adulthood, she hadn't been particularly attentive to Part Jimin. She was always busy with work and the cares of life. But now, seeing the weakness and pain of her son, she realized that her love for him had always quietly flowed in her heart. She gently patted Part Jimin's back, her voice soft and warm. You're grown up now, but still acting like a child. Hungry, huh? Mom will cook you some food. Part Jimin, while eating, expressed his concern. Mom, I know all the terrible things that old man Part Jian-hong has done. Don't worry, I will definitely stand by you. Kang Chao-won's emotions were already stirred up, but upon hearing her son say that, her eyes softened a bit. It's good that you understand. Let me tell you 1,000 times, don't become like that despicable Park Jian-hong, promiscuous and irresponsible. How could you ever be like that? I know you. Ever since you were little, you've been obedient. Just talking to girls makes you blush. Just then, the noisy chatter burst in from outside the gate, and Jung Ji-lu happily skipped into the house. Part Jimin, we're back. As they stepped inside, the 4 girls were taken aback to see a stranger woman. Likewise, Kang Chao-won was surprised to see the beautiful girls standing at the door, especially Jung Ji-lu, cute, lively, and without any hesitation calling Part Jimin Big Brother, which made her curious. It's only been a few days since we left the house, and the kid has already brought a girl home. Afterward, Kang Chao-won, full of suspicion, asked, Part Jimin, who is this? Part Jimin awkwardly introduced, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Jung Ji-lu. The relationship between Jung Ji-lu and Part Jimin was difficult to define, somewhere between friendship and love. Now hearing Part Jimin address the stranger woman in such a manner, she stiffened, her usually imposing demeanor now appearing extremely awkward and hesitant. Oh, hello, auntie. Behind them, each person had their own thoughts. Yang Weibai was equally startled. Part Jimin's mother, this is unexpected. Before coming to Part Jimin's house, I imagined that Part Jimin's mother would be an elegant, sophisticated woman with a radiant aura, but it's completely the opposite. She's just like an ordinary woman, exuding a simple and rustic charm. Perhaps the wealthy truly are humble, approachable, and sincere like this. Yu Ling Shuang wasn't too surprised, as everything was within her predictions. While Wang Mengmeng kept her head slightly lowered, standing hesitantly in a corner, her eyes revealing a mix of confusion and apprehension. After a few seconds of thought, Yang Weibai and Yu Ling Shuang took the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, Auntie, I'm Yang Weibai, a high school friend of Part Jimin's. Hello, Auntie, I'm Yu Ling Shuang. Kang Chao-won looked at the girls in front of her and felt puzzled. This kid is quite something. Bringing 1 girl home is enough. But he brought 4 at once, and they're all so beautiful. Besides Wang Mengmeng, whom I recognize, I don't know the others. But judging by their demeanor, they're clearly not ordinary. Although not from noble backgrounds, they come from relatively wealthy families. As she thought to herself, Kang Chao-won also greeted them with a smile. Hello girls, hello. Being simple and hospitable, rural people don't seek elegance. When guests arrive, the first thing they do is offer tea and greet them warmly, then quickly get to cooking. Kang Chao-won was no different. She was extremely enthusiastic. Hello girls, come inside and have a drink. Auntie will go cook rice for you. Jung Ji-lu was usually playful and whimsical, but in front of the older generation, she remained polite. Then she quickly stopped Kang Chao-won. Auntie, don't worry, you should rest. I'll go to the kitchen and cook. Yang Weibai chimed in. That's right, Auntie. You just returned, so take a rest for a bit, and let us handle it. With that, Yang Weibai turned and headed straight into the kitchen, followed by Wang Mengmeng and Yu Ling Shuang, who also rushed in to help. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibai in astonishment. What, she can cook too? Why didn't she do it before? These daughters-in-law each had their own skills, but in terms of professionalism, Yang Weibai still lagged behind Zhong Ji-lu a bit. Previously, when Zhong Ji-lu came back from outings, she just wanted to lie around, but now she became surprisingly industrious. When Zhong Ji-lu took the initiative to mop the floor, even Kang Chao-won was taken aback. Oh my, Ji-lu, why are you mopping the floor? You're a guest. But if you're going to act, you must act convincingly. Zhong Ji-lu spoke as if it were true. It's okay, auntie. While you were away these few days, we all took turns doing the housework. I'm used to it. Park Jimin looked at Zhong Ji-lu, exaggerating without shame, leaving him 3 parts speechless and 7 parts flabbergasted. Zhong Ji-lu, you're still a kid, and yet you're like this. Clearly the laziest in the house, the room's a mess, the house is filthy, and I do everything in the house. Though Park Jimin couldn't quite accept this harsh reality, his willingness to pitch in had left an impression on Kang Chao-won. She looked at Yang Weibai and Zhong Ji-lu with great satisfaction. These girls, they're all worthy of this kid. Park Jimin may not be stunningly handsome. His family may be ordinary with no outstanding talents or grand ambitions. But nowadays, girls are precious, and it's hard to find wives for rural boys. Compared to these girls, if Park Jimin manages to marry one, he'll have to be reborn several times. And yet, this kid still carries an air of nonchalance. The more Kang Chao-won thought, the more she couldn't hold back. So she said, Park Jimin, look at Yang Weibai, she's definitely into you. You didn't notice? Ha! Her eyes have been following you all this time. If she becomes my daughter-in-law, I'll be over the moon. Just as Kang Chae-won finished speaking, Yang Weibai brought out a plate of food. Hearing Kang Chae-won's high praise, she almost couldn't contain her emotions and felt extremely honored. I thought that wealthy mothers are usually very demanding. I even prepared myself to be scrutinized. But I didn't expect Park Jimin's mother to speak so highly of me. I'm even more hopeful about my future with Park Jimin now. Yang Weibai's goodwill score just went up by 1. Just as Zhong Ji-lu was passing by to take out the trash, Kang Chae-won added another comment. That little girl named Jai-lu is very lively and adorable. I really like her. Upon hearing Kang Chao-won's appraisal, Zhong Ji-lu was ecstatic. Like Yang Weibai, she also had some expectations. If your mom has accepted me, then there won't be much conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. This is something to look forward to, isn't it? Zhong Ji-lu's goodwill score just went up by 1. Park Jimin felt a bit overwhelmed. This is it. My life is over. Mom hates playboy men the most. I thought I was going to get a good scolding from her. While contemplating how his mother would react, Kang Chae-won looked at Park Jimin meaningfully. My son is really capable. I used to worry that you wouldn't find a wife in the future. But it seems like I worried for nothing. Park Jimin has grown up and I'm very happy. Park Jimin was a bit speechless, suspecting whether his mother was being intentionally biased. Mom, this is too biased of you. Kang Chao-won returned home, barely getting a chance to warm up the house when Liu Chun-hong's voice echoed from outside the door. Chao-won, you're back. Despite being close neighbors, the Kang Chae-won family had recently faced several unfortunate incidents. Upon seeing Liu Chun-hong come to visit, she always appeared cheerful, but also somewhat awkward. That's right, just got back, Chun-hong. If there's something, come in and tell me. Why stand at the door? Chun-hong approached with a mysterious expression, urging with a sense of urgency. Chao-won, I have something important to tell you. Come here. Chao-won sensed the unusualness and felt a bit worried. Why so secretive? Subsequently, Kang Chae-won stepped closer, curiosity piqued. What's going on, Chun-hong? Why do we have to be so secretive? Seeing Kang Chae-won taking the bait, Liu Chun-hong began ideological work. Chao-won, you must have noticed too, our village has changed a lot lately. Not just the village, but also Mayang Shizhen has changed a lot. Kang Chae-won seemed to grasp something, then nodded in agreement with Liu Chun-hong. Indeed, there have been many changes. I heard there's a real estate company called Phi Tian coming to town. They seem very strong. Indeed, Liu Chun-hong's opening remarks sparked Kang Chao-won's curiosity. She maintained a serious expression and explained, "That's right, I've also heard about Fei Tian real estate. They're indeed very wealthy." Liu Chun-hong paused briefly after saying this and continued, "To be honest with you, I am currently an employee of Fei Tian Real Estate, responsible for ideological work. They are currently buying land in the town, offering high compensation. I'm telling you, selling our homes and lands wouldn't be a loss. Firstly, let me tell you about the conditions offered by Fei Tian Real Estate. They agreed to buy our houses and land at market prices. Furthermore, if we sign a contract, they'll pay the entire amount up front, without any delay. Moreover, they'll also provide a free apartment near the city for us, with a size no less than 100 square meters. After completing the contract, we'll be given an additional year of free accommodation, waiting until the real estate company hands over the house before we move out." Having grasped the situation, Kang Chae-won furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "Chun-hong, are you suggesting that I sell my house? I haven't reached such a desperate situation yet." Liu Chun-hong began to poke at a sore spot. "Of course, you may not need to, but Park Jimin does. Do you think it's easy for him to get married now? He needs a house, a car, money for the wedding. Otherwise, won't our parents worry about our children? I estimate that once this apartment building is completed, a commercial apartment of 100 square meters will fetch at least 300 to 500 million dong. So, at the very least, you could earn 600 million dong. With that, you'd have money for your son's marriage, buying a house, plus whatever savings you already have. You wouldn't have to worry anymore." Faced with the temptation of money, Kang Chae-won's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Her words do make some sense. Nowadays, young people prefer to work in the city. There are very few willing to farm in the village. No one wants to be tied to the fields for their whole life. Besides, it's true that the girls Park Jimin brings home are all very accomplished. If he wants to get married, it'll definitely cost a lot of money, and Park Jimin is already grown up. By then, we'll need to prepare everything necessary for our son, and Fei Tian Real Estate is offering extremely favorable conditions." Liu Chun-hong observed Kang Chao-won beginning to waver, and she continued to push. "I sold my house, got compensated with an apartment and 600,000 in cash. Your house is bigger, more land. You could probably earn 1 to 2 million, and 2 to 3 apartments. Plus, such a large fruit garden. Selling for 3,500,000 to 4 million is very possible. With such a good opportunity, you really shouldn't think twice about selling your house to move to the new apartment complex. There's nowhere around here as nice as that." Kang Chae-won, upon hearing this, was completely overwhelmed, remaining silent, her mind racing incessantly. It took a while before Kang Chae-won spoke up. "Chun-hong, what you say makes sense, but I need to think about it more. Discuss this with Park Jimin." At the same time, Jung Ji-lu, for the first time, realized how spacious the house was. Feeling a bit impatient, she began to glance around to see if Park Jimin's mother was still observing her. But after looking around for a while and not seeing Kang Chao-won anywhere, she turned to Park Jimin and asked, "Oh, where's Aunt Chae-won? Can't see her anywhere." Park Jimin glanced at Jung Ji-lu and replied, "Went to talk with the neighbors." "Oh, Ji-lu, you're quite diligent today." At this point, Park Jimin paused and spoke with a mysterious expression. "Ji-lu, your performance today has been impressive. However, should you go back home now? It's not convenient for you to live alone in our house for too long. The cooperation between us is something we should discuss. I feel the time has come, and there's a task I want to assign to you. I wonder if you'd be interested." Finishing his words, Park Jimin headed towards the rooftop. Jung Ji-lu hurriedly followed. "A task? What task? Come with me to the rooftop, and you'll find out." Following Park Jimin, the ever-present smile on Jung Ji-lu's lips gradually faded, her usually lively and cheerful demeanor turning serious. "Before, Park Jimin mentioned wanting to cooperate with the Jung family, but I got too caught up enjoying my time at Park Jimin's house, almost forgetting the purpose of my visit here, to discuss cooperation. That was risky." On the rooftop, Park Jimin casually handed a bank card to Jung Ji-lu. "Here, for you." Jung Ji-lu only glanced at it briefly and exclaimed in astonishment, This is the supreme black card from a U.S. bank, with global limits. Even my older brother doesn't have one. At this moment, Park Jimin's eyes casually gazed at the starry sky, while waving his hand and foot, exuding a strong aura of authority. Ji Lu, here's 50 billion. The password is your birthday. I'm entrusting this to you now. I hope you won't disappoint me. As Park Jimin finished speaking, Jung Ji Lu was taken aback. She had never believed in worldly matters, but in this moment she fully trusted. Park Jimin's determined and imposing face, along with the dominating aura emanating from his gestures, seemed capable of grasping the sun and the moon, directing the vast expanse of land. Her heart began to race. He's just handing me the money. Isn't he afraid that I... Before Jung Ji Lu could finish her sentence, Park Jimin interrupted. I trust you. In that moment, Jung Ji Lu felt her heart conquered. He likes me. Emotions surged within Jung Ji Lu, alongside a sense of suspicion. But why would he give me so much money? What task does he want to entrust me with? Park Jimin decisively replied, I plan to entrust you with full authority over the project, including acquiring land for the film studio. Jung Ji Lu hesitated and asked, such an important task, and you want to assign it to me? I don't know anything, Ji Lu, and why do you think I can do it well? Park Jimin spoke seriously. Currently beside me, you're the only person I can trust. But what about you, Ling Shuang? Isn't she reliable? Park Jimin shook his head, turned away and explained, all my actions are currently under surveillance. Ling Shuang is a spy planted by other conglomerates, so my actions are greatly restricted. There are many who seek to harm me and target me. Being a celebrity makes one an easy target of envy. Therefore, you are the only person I can trust beside me, Ji Lu. Park Jimin's statement that she was the only one he could trust immediately shocked and deeply touched Jung Ji Lu. Just a second ago, Jung Ji Lu's emotions were wavering, but a second later she seemed to grasp what was happening. Then, she asked, a mixture of shock and curiosity evident in her voice. You Ling Shuang is a spy. If you know she's a spy, why keep her around? Park Jimin casually explained. Exactly, visible dangers are easy to avoid. Hidden ones are harder to deal with. Currently, many are investigating my identity, and Ling Shuang is the spy they've planted, intentionally getting close to me. If I were to dismiss her, someone else would come. Instead of guarding against each individual, by keeping her close, I can more easily control the situation. Furthermore, she's aware of the affairs at the film studio, making me a target for many. When the Joan family wants to cooperate with me, naturally there will be other conglomerates seeking to harm me. So Ji Lu, you're the only one I can trust right now. Jung Ji Lu suddenly realized. So Ling Shuang's main purpose is to investigate Park Jimin's background. No wonder she suddenly split off during our stroll today. Along with her behavior during this time, there are indeed many suspicious aspects. Jung Ji Lu, born into the Jeonbokgung family, only truly understood the enormity of 50 billion when she held it in her hands. At this moment, an 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in life, was moved by Park Jimin's heartfelt words. A fortune of 50 billion, saying it's for me. Even the Jung family may find it hard to trust me with such a large sum to manage. Doesn't this still lack trust? And how significant is the Film City project to the extent that Park Jimin wants to entrust me with full authority to handle land acquisition? He truly doesn't see me as an outsider. Beside her, Park Jimin was also observing Jung Ji Lu's reaction, considering a possibility. Throughout this time, Jung Ji Lu's favorability rating has steadily increased to 92 points. I wonder if this time, it can directly push her out of the single zone. At this moment, Jung Ji Lu's heart was completely conquered. The unconditional trust that Park Jimin has for me renders all words unnecessary. Isn't this love? Only two people truly in love can trust each other blindly like this. He trusts me completely. How could I bear to betray that trust? The system suddenly echoed. Jung Ji Lu's favorability rating +1. Jung Ji Lu's favorability rating +1. Jung Ji Lu's favorability rating +1. Current favorability rating is 95 points. Measuring towards target number 10, Jung Ji Lu. Congratulations to the owner for successfully reversing the favorability breakthrough to 95 points. Kane, target number 10, has spent a total of 50 billion licking dog money, rewarding the owner with 5 billion. Kane. Jung Ji Lu successfully transformed into the owner's dog, rewarding 30 enhancement points. Kane, congratulations to the owner for acquiring proficient skills in painting, singing, and playing Go. Name: Park Jimin, age 21, height 183 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, strength 59, physique 45, spirit 30, agility 55, in an extremely robust state. Park Jimin looked at the rich rewards in the system's announcement board, along with the 5 billion reward, feeling extremely happy. Success at last, this time truly a sword of profit. Park Jimin gently lifted Jung-ji Lu's chin, his tone becoming more intimate. Don't tell anyone about today's matter. It's a little secret between us. Only the two of us know. Okay. Jung-ji Lu blushed and shyly said, "You and I have a secret." It felt like the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. Park Jimin, I'm going back to Gyeongbokgung tomorrow. Remember me? Okay. Park Jimin replied calmly, "Of course I will remember you." Hearing this, Jung-ji Lu happily bounced out of the room. Park Jimin watched Jung-ji Lu's figure leaving and felt a bit nostalgic. This Jung family's second miss is quite adorable and inherently kind-hearted. It's not because of that brat Jung Dick being a bit difficult. I really don't want to deal with the Jung family. If that brat Jung Dick doesn't insist on opposing me in the future, then I might be more lenient towards the Jung family. As Park Jimin left the rooftop terrace, he checked his personal account. Indeed, my personal account has been credited with 5 billion. I've decided to use this money to give back to my parents. At that moment, Kang Chao-won approached him for negotiation. Park Jimin, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Park Jimin looked slightly puzzled. Huh? What is it? In Park Jimin's room, Kang Chae-won began to speak. Well, the thing is, last night I talked to Aunt Chun Hong, and I decided to sell this house. Park Jimin asked anxiously. Huh? Why suddenly sell the house? Mom, this is not a trivial matter. Whatever the case, we shouldn't do it. As he spoke, Park Jimin couldn't help but worry. Why suddenly want to sell the house? Is there something going on at home? Or does Mom urgently need money? Whatever it is, it shouldn't come to the point of selling the house. Ever since being brainwashed by Liu Chun Hong, Kang Chae-won had been thinking a lot, but when she thought about Park Jian Hong and Kwon Hanni running away, it caused her immense pain. I don't have any lingering feelings anymore. It's better to decisively divorce. Live separately from now on. No longer have any connection. Sell the house. Sell the fruit garden. Start a new life. Then, Kang Chae-won looked at Park Jimin and explained, You're grown up now. It's time to think about starting a family. Our family situation has become like this. Your father following other women. I don't want to think about it anymore either. Over the years, I've saved over 300,000 for you. Enough for you to buy a car. Selling our house and fruit garden would almost cover the cost of you buying a house in Gyeongbokgung. I've also calculated it. Fei Tian Real Estate Company is offering a very high price for that land. Once the compensation is settled, your father and I will each have a house. And there will be extra money for you to use after you graduate. Park Jimin cursed under his breath. Damn it, Fei Tian Real Estate. Isn't that Ling Shuang's company? They've not only persuaded others to sell their houses, but also managed to persuade my mother, and even succeeded in brainwashing her. Now my mother is planning to sell our house. Park Jimin looked at Kang Chae-won, feeling an indescribable emotion stirring within him. Mom, you don't know, your son has already begun to build his career, earning money on his own. Buying the house is something I can handle without you worrying. I even plan to buy a villa for you. Don't worry, Mom, you know me well. All right, let's settle it this way. Mom came here just to tell me one thing. A while ago, Mom called Dad, and he agreed. From now on, it's over. We'll split all assets, and neither side owes the other. I don't need to worry about this anymore. After saying this, Kang Chae-won left Park Jimin's room. Park Jimin watched her leave, his eyes hiding many unspoken words. Mom still doesn't know how well off her son is now. Just thinking about selling the house. It's pitiful in the hearts of parents. This is what they call self-inflicted. Park Jimin thought it over for a moment. Fei Tian Real Estate, buying up all the land in the village, will eventually have to demolish it for development projects. If all other houses are to be demolished except mine, it would be quite strange. It's better to go with the flow. There's no need to obstruct Mom's decision. Anyway, in the future, I'll bring Mom to live in the city. By then, I must buy her a large villa, one in Gyeongbokgung, one in Yanjing, one in Mado. I'll be very considerate and attentive to Mom, making her feel truly cared for. Currently, Park Jimin's only small joy was watching the balance of his bank account decrease little by little. But this was also the reason for his profound disappointment. I've spent money like water, but that enormous sum hasn't diminished at all. Not even a fraction. Roughly calculated, at a spending rate of 10 billion a day, it would take me over 200 years to spend it all. And if I spend 50 billion a day, I could shorten that to 50 years. However, the problem is I don't have many big expenses like that. I can't spend 50 billion every day. Moreover, spending too much money in a short period could cause inflation. In haste, success is elusive. Who cries for this pain? For those crying, there are also those laughing. Fei Tian Real Estate is expanding its operations, acquiring land across Tianmen. Yu Ling Shuang employs word-of-mouth strategies and offers high commissions to persuade residents to sell their land. Aunt Chun Hong, living next door to Park Jimin's house, earned $2 million overnight compared to farming. She fears she couldn't save that much in her lifetime. Thanks to this positive response, more and more people are joining in, especially elderly women, who have joined the brokerage team and earned a considerable amount of money. Additionally, Fei Tian Real Estate also commits to purchasing land with cash and never defaulting on payment. Consequently, the speed of land acquisition has increased rapidly, with residents trusting Fei Tian Real Estate as they see many villagers selling their land and receiving substantial compensation. Kang Xiaowan is a living example. Her wish to sell land to marry Park Jimin has been fulfilled. Gradually, people also believe that Fei Tian Real Estate will build a new, more upscale urban area and bring benefits to the residents. Time flies like a dog running the field. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. Fei Tian Real Estate has made remarkable strides in expanding its scale and establishing over 10 new branches. More than 5,000 employees have been recruited for various departments, stationed in 10 towns within the Tianmen city, thanks to the robust word-of-mouth team. More and more residents are agreeing to sell land to Fei Tian Real Estate. The number of part-time sales staff has reached over 10,000, which is evidence of Fei Tian Real Estate's strong recent growth. Therefore, this time, before Park Jimin could find Ling Shuang, she proactively came to meet him. They met at their usual spot, the third-floor rooftop. Park Jimin leisurely leaned back on a bamboo chair, contemplating life, when Ling Shuang approached and presented a new financial report. Boss, here's the financial report for this week. The recent expansion pace of Fei Tian Real Estate has far exceeded our projections. As of now, we have acquired 20,000 apartments and 100,000 land plots. Park Jimin pretended to skim through it, then casually asked, "Is this the latest financial report?" Indeed, recently, the Fei Tian conglomerate has been expanding its business rapidly. We bought up all the land in this town and even neighboring ones. But currently, the company is facing financial shortages. I just found out yesterday that the company's account is running low on funds, and the lower-level employees haven't been informed. They're still aggressively buying land, causing us to suffer severe deficits. According to the standard contract, the company may have to pay a huge sum to compensate for this shortfall. This is entirely my fault. I apologize. I should have limited land purchases, or else we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Yu Ling Shuang bowed her head, displaying profound remorse outwardly. Yet inwardly, she was quietly chuckling. How could I limit land purchases? This is me intentionally causing trouble. Fei Tian currently has no money but continues to crazily buy land. Once the capital chain breaks, according to the contract, they'll have to pay back tenfold. I wonder how he'll handle it. Truly insane. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Park Jimin smiled faintly, his demeanor as serene as drifting clouds. How much money is needed to compensate for this deficit? Ling Shuang respectfully replied, We need 10 billion. Originally, this troubled Park Jimin immensely, his money-making goal, but now he didn't know how to achieve it. This kind of anguish and frustration, only Ling Shuang could truly understand. This made Park Jimin incredibly elated. I tell her to spend money. She spends money, and never hesitates. She never thinks about ways to make money or save money for me. Moreover, she even opens up a new path, helping me find an effective way to burn money. Thinking of this, Park Jimin was so delighted that he exclaimed, 10 billion, 10 billion. Excellent, absolutely excellent, splendid. We must continue. Ling Shuang thought that creating such a massive financial loophole would enrage Park Jimin. But to her surprise, Park Jimin not only remained calm, but also looked at her with a peculiar gaze. This look puzzled Yu Ling Shuang as well. He looks at me with an appreciative gaze. Yes, that's an appreciative gaze. Too strange. Does this guy think differently? Why, when I've made such a serious mistake, does he still appreciate me? If it were Jin Jiamu, when I made such a serious mistake, the young master would definitely be furious. Park Jimin was extremely excited. He hugged Yu Ling Shuang gratefully. Secretary Yu, sometimes you don't disappoint me. In just a short week, not only did you spend 5 billion, but you also accumulated another 10 billion in debt. You truly are my right-hand person, boss, am I wrong? Park Jimin spoke naturally, as if he wasn't joking. Why would I be wrong? Your ability to spend 15 billion in a week is truly genius. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang felt faint. She even thought Park Jimin might have some mental issues. Park Jimin still spoke calmly. Employees who know how to make money are countless, but those who know how to spend it are the ones with real capability. From this perspective, you are my Zhuge Liang. After saying that, Park Jimin's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Weaklings, playing with me. The more losses they incur, the more I earn. How foolish. No matter how many workers Fei Tian real estate recruits, or how much land or apartments they buy, I will never interfere. Even if she were to buy the entire city of Tianmen, I wouldn't bat an eye. Who's afraid of whom? That assertion and icy gaze made Yu Ling Shuang's body suddenly tremble violently. Is it true? Could I really be a business genius? Why didn't I realize it before? Just as Yu Ling Shuang was stunned, her 2 cell phones suddenly vibrated, indicating new messages. Your account ending in 7687 has received 20 billion. Ling Shuang glanced back, and this time it was indeed 20 billion. At this moment, she began to tremble from the depths of her soul. 20 billion, this man is so wealthy to the point of being inhuman. Truly insane. 20 billion could buy 20 airplanes, could buy 50 luxury yachts, could buy 100 armed helicopters, could buy 200 mansions, or 3 million of the latest Apple phones. What is he thinking? He trusts me this much, even without a hint of doubt. He transferred 20 billion to me. Not even Jin, the young master, could treat me like this. Ling Shuang was shocked for a few seconds, then became extremely confused. Master, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid? Park Jimin responded decisively and with a commanding demeanor. Not afraid. Trust those without suspicion. Suspect those without trust. Ling Shuang had studied psychology. If someone lied to her face, she could easily see through it. But the man in front of her showed no signs of worry. His gestures were incredibly natural, and his gaze was also very firm. This trust originated from his inner being, causing Ling Shuang's inner turmoil like a tsunami. Ling Shuang's favorability increased by 20. Ling Shuang's favorability increased by 20. Ling Shuang's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is negative 10 points. Park Jimin saw the system notification, feeling extremely satisfied. This action instantly increased my favorability by 60 points. This 20 billion was truly not wasted. The crucial point is her fundamental favorability towards me is too low, still in the negatives, indicating the hostile relationship between us remains unchanged. Completely neutralizing a spy is indeed not easy. Tomorrow is the official launch day of Big Hit TV's online broadcast. It's time to return to Gyeongbokgung. Park Jimin turned back to Ling Shuang and assigned. Right, there's one more thing. Secretary Yu, prepare a car for me. I have to go back to Gyeongbokgung tomorrow. Ling Shuang felt that Park Jimin might be planning to make a major move. Her spirit immediately stimulated. What? Going back to Gyeongbokgung? Why so suddenly? What does he want to do? Jung Ji-lu took Park Jimin's task and left. Park Jimin was also very assured when entrusting 50 billion finances to her. An 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in life, easily stirred and lacking thorough thinking, and carrying bankruptcy attributes. Not feeling psychologically threatened, Yang Weibai also left on that day without any worries. Currently, only Wang Mengmeng and Yu Ling Shuang are by Park Jimin's side. However, Wang Mengmeng's presence forced Kang Cheo-won to move in with their neighbor, Mr. Wang. The reason for moving to the neighbor's house is because Wang Mengmeng's identity is somewhat tricky, unrelated to her personality. The issue lies in the fact that she is the biological daughter of Park Jeon-hong and Kwon Hanni, two people who have been elusive for 20 years, and have now run away together. This situation is unacceptable to Kang Chao-won. It's like an unresolved feud from a past life, difficult to resolve. The next morning, knowing her son is about to leave, Kang Chao-won went into the guest room to help Park Jimin pack. Park Jimin, why are you coming back so early? Your vacation isn't over yet, is it? Seeing his mother so attentive, Park Jimin tried to explain. Oh, a friend of mine is starting a company and asked me to come help out there. Park Jimin, Big Hit TV is about to launch, scheduled for August 1st. By then, you become join the activities as an invited guest, could you please? Kang Chao-won found it a bit puzzling and asked again. Help out, doing extra work? But immediately after, she involuntarily compensated in the opposite direction. The image of Park Jimin distributing advertising flyers appeared in her mind, causing Kang Chao-won to shed tears uncontrollably. This child, Park Jimin, has been obedient since childhood. He saves money even when spending, always wanting to lighten the burden for the family. He's been through a lot over the years. Seeing Kang Chao-won crying so much, Park Jimin also worriedly asked, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? As Kang Chao-won wiped away her tears, she explained, Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. I just can't bear to see you leave. Saying so, Kang Chao-won took out a bank card and handed it to Park Jimin. Park Jimin, here's 50,000. Don't be too thrifty. Spend it as you need. The pin is your birthday. It was the first time his mother gave Park Jimin so much money, leaving him astonished. Mom, why suddenly give me so much money? Aren't you going to spend it? Kang Chao-won firmly placed the card into Park Jimin's hand and instructed, I do spend. But you also need money even if hanging out with friends. Then she thought about how during this period, Yang Wei-bai had been particularly close to her. She was quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law, only missing the official confirmation of her status as such. So she specially advised Park Jimin. Mom sees that girl Yang Wei-bai as very good. She also has intentions towards you. So if you want to take it further with her in the future, be more open-minded. Park Jimin replied candidly. Mom, I have money now. I'm a tycoon already. Hearing this, Kang Chao-won gave Park Jimin a stern lecture. Park Jimin, are you feverish? Look at yourself. Do you resemble a tycoon anywhere? All you wear are t-shirts and ripped jeans. Where's the resemblance to a tycoon? Stop daydreaming. Park Jimin almost collapsed. Why is it that nobody believes me whenever I speak the truth? Do I not have a bit of the aura of a billionaire tycoon? Park Jimin looked down at his flip-flops and his faded green shorts, then sighed. Kang Chao-won took Park Jimin's hand and, with special instructions, added a few more words. Don't worry about me. I have money now. This 50,000 is my commission. You're still a student, so focus on your studies. Don't worry about buying a house. I'll take care of that for you. Park Jimin asked in surprise. Mom, you're not involved in any pyramid scheme, are you? Kang Chao-won quickly denied. What are you thinking? No, of course not. Aunt Chun Hong pulled me into Fei Tian Real Estate Consulting Group, and I've closed several deals already. Anyway, as long as you keep moving forward, I'll always support you. It seems like Xiaohu next door hasn't sold their house yet. I'll go persuade them. Also, this afternoon I have to convince your uncles to sell their houses. I can't see you off, but remember to bring your wife home soon. Park Jimin slapped his forehead, almost bursting a blood vessel. Comrade Chao-won, why did you join this involuntary organization? This real estate sector is truly formidable, with no weaknesses whatsoever. Just last week, my mom was talking about selling our house, and now, after just 1 week, she's joined. If she knew that Fei Tian's real estate owner is her own son, she'd probably faint. Well, I'll just keep it from her. During this period, Wang Meng also noticed an invisible barrier between herself and Park Jimin's mother. So, as Kang Chao-won stepped out, Wang Meng cautiously approached and called out, Big brother. Wang Meng cautiously peered into the room with a solemn expression and asked, Is Big brother going to Gyeongbokgung? Park Jimin glanced at her for a moment before nodding. Yes. Meng, what's up? Wang Meng hesitated before asking, Can I go with you to Gyeongbokgung? I feel bored at home alone, and Aunt Chae-won doesn't seem to like me much. Park Jimin pondered for a moment upon hearing this. If I'm not at home, it might be difficult for the little one to handle my mother alone, and soon she'll have to start studying at Fushan University in Mado, So it's a good opportunity to take her for a taste of luxury life, so she won't feel overwhelmed when she gets to Mado. Park Jimin rubbed his head in agreement. All right, it's not good for you to stay alone at home. Get your things ready. We'll leave this afternoon. Wang Meng asked excitedly. Really? Really? Seeing Park Jimin nod, she happily exclaimed and hurriedly left the room. Thank you. I'll go pack my things right away. Take your time. No need to rush. Park Jimin looked at the small girl with some emotion. Having a little sister feels really good, especially one as obedient as her. As her big brother, I have to take good care of her. This time, I'll show her what the extravagant life of the bourgeoisie is like, drinking and expanding her horizons, increasing her knowledge. My little sister, Park Jimin, will never be deceived by those scoundrels with sweet words in the future. Furthermore, the emergence of Feitian real estate has stirred the capitalist circles. The reason being that this company has acquired nearly 16 billion square meters of land in just half a month, and they showed no signs of stopping. They are relentlessly expanding, sparking intense discussions within the capitalist circles. Many are analyzing Feitian real estate's intentions, and various hypotheses have been put forward. What is their true purpose? Will the Film City project be revived? Is Feitian real estate connected to Chairman Lim and Ouyang Sil? He hasn't given up on his plan to build a film city in Tianmen. Could his move to spread rumors about Ouyang Sil wanting to withdraw from Tianmen just be a cover-up while quietly acquiring land? Contemplating these possibilities, many investors and real estate businesses have begun to make exploratory moves. However, this time, they are much more cautious. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Park Jimin, along with Wang Meng and Yu Ling Shuang, set off to Gyeongbokgung in a BMW owned by Feitian Real Estate. While the car wasn't overly luxurious, it was sufficiently comfortable and prestigious for someone in Chairman Lim's position. Ling Shuang took on the role of the driver, while Park Jimin and Wang Meng relaxed in the backseats, sipping Coca-Cola and chatting. At this moment, he realized the importance of having a secretary. Having a secretary was indeed convenient. Long-distance driving could be exhausting, but now it was entrusted to Ling Shuang, allowing Park Jimin and Wang Meng to enjoy some relaxation time. Park Jimin felt comfortable in every moment, and he couldn't resist teasing Yu Ling Shuang incessantly. Secretary Yu, I asked you to find a car for me, and you found this big thing. Does this BMW fit Chairman Lim's status? Be more careful next time. Ling Shuang was boiling with anger, but she couldn't do anything except swallow her frustration and anger. Yes, I apologize, sir. I'll pay more attention next time. Wang Meng, peeling an orange, chimed in uncomfortably. Brother, stop picking on Yu Ling Shuang all the time. This car is nice too. In such a short time, there aren't many luxurious cars for you to choose from. Plus, Yu Ling Shuang is busy with company matters every day, to the point of exhaustion. Now she even has to worry about your transportation. Can't you hold back your tongue, even for an orange? As she spoke, Wang Meng gently handed the shiny golden orange segments to the person she liked in an intimate manner. Park Jimin not only didn't refuse but also eagerly accepted the orange segments Wang Meng offered, saying, "He, little sister, understands me best." Though a simple gesture, when Jai Lu handed Park Jimin an orange segment, it carried boundless care and affection. Coupled with Park Jimin's remark that only his little sister understood him best, at that moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, an indescribable sensation creeping into her soul. His intention, only I can bring him happiness. Wang Meng's goodwill increased by 5, currently standing at 70 points. Yu Ling Shuang, observing this scene through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Such a brat, truly a giant child, treating little sisters like servants. The oranges were even peeled, yet he still demands to be fed. This attitude is truly excessive. Ling Shuang's goodwill decreased by 5, currently at a negative 15 points. Just as the system notification sounded, Park Jimin took a sip of Coca-Cola and immediately choked, coughing and sputtering. Wang Meng looked at Park Jimin with concern. "Slow down with your drink." Park Jimin muttered irritably to himself. "What's going on? Just a moment ago, I asked Wang Meng to hand me an orange segment, and her goodwill not only didn't decrease, but also increased by 5 points. Yet Ling Shuang's goodwill decreased. What does that have to do with her? My little sister didn't say anything. Yet she raised her tone. I spent 20 billion to buy this goodwill, but it seems so volatile. Just a few minutes ago, the sky, once clear blue, suddenly turned a murky gray. Thunder rumbled, as if someone was resentfully accusing, and lightning flashed, tearing across the sky. Rain began to fall, lightly at first, then gradually increasing in intensity. On the highway, the rain poured down like a deluge, heavy droplets hitting the car's windshield like tiny stones, creating a noisy commotion. Visibility was greatly reduced, leaving only a blurry trail ahead. Wang Mengmeng suddenly spoke up. "Look, it's raining." Park Jimin nodded in response. "Yeah, this weather is unpredictable. They say there are strange places, where just a few steps forward, it pours rain like a waterfall, but step back, and there's not a drop. Even the rain in the sky has its own boundaries." Finishing his words, Park Jimin glanced at Lane Shuang, instructing, "Secretary Yu, slow down, keep a safe distance from the car ahead." Hardly had Park Jimin finished speaking when a sudden incident occurred. Ahead, a blue sedan abruptly changed lanes on the highway for no apparent reason. This reckless action caught the driver of the truck behind off guard. Curses and honking echoed in vain before the truck plowed straight into the sedan. "Damn it! Brake! Brake!" Lane Shuang, driving at high speed, couldn't decelerate in time. All three of them immediately braced themselves. "It's over. Does she want to go down with me?" The truck rammed straight into the sedan, resulting in a horrifying collision. The blue sedan was thrown up high before flipping over onto the road. The BMW crashed into the two vehicles involved in the accident ahead, before being propelled into the air as well. In the moment of danger, Park Jimin quickly shielded Wang Mengmeng, embracing her tightly. Immediately afterward, the vehicles behind couldn't brake in time, causing a chain collision. Unfortunately, just as their car was flipping, a Mercedes suddenly came rushing from behind. Another horrifying crash echoed, causing the car to sustain severe damage. In the moment of danger, Park Jimin once again acted as a shield, holding Wang Mengmeng tightly in his arms. Seconds after the dreadful collision, everything fell into silence. The blaring horns, the frantic screams, all disappeared. The BMW lay overturned on the road, twisted and completely deformed, resembling nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Park Jimin gazed out, his eyes filled with concern. Coiling back, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending the already deformed door flying off. Carefully, Park Jimin helped Wang Mengmeng crawl out of the car. For an ordinary person, such a strong impact could lead to internal bleeding, even death. However, with Park Jimin's robust physique, he only felt a slight soreness in his lower back from being jolted several times, with his arm being the only part scratched. "What bad luck! Thankfully my body is 4 times stronger than an average person, or else I might have perished." Wang Mengmeng, being tightly held by Park Jimin, remained uninjured. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng also regained consciousness after the strong impact. Just a few seconds ago, she thought she would die, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Park Jimin holding her, which left her extremely frightened. Tears streamed down Wang Mengmeng's cheeks as she choked out, "Are you okay? I was so scared." Park Jimin looked at her reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, I'm safe and sound. How could anything happen to me?" The rain continued to pour heavily, soaking Park Jimin's and Wang Mengmeng's clothes. After comforting Wang Mengmeng, Park Jimin then observed the scene of the accident. The once busy highway was now engulfed in chaos due to the multiple vehicle collision. Damaged vehicles were scattered across the road, blocking all lanes. The rainwater mixed with oil, forming muddy puddles, and the pungent smell of burning vehicles filled the air. Some people were panicking, trying to flee the scene, while traffic congestion stretched for over 10 kilometers, creating a tense and chaotic atmosphere. Wang Mengmeng suddenly exclaimed, Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang is still in the car." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin hurriedly escorted Wang Mengmeng to a safe area. "Don't wander around. I'll go rescue her." After giving instructions, Park Jimin took off the t-shirt he was wearing and covered Wang Mengmeng's head with it. Then quickly went to rescue Ling Shuang. Compared to Wang Mengmeng's minor injuries, Ling Shuang's condition was much more severe. Fortunately, she had fastened her seatbelt, and the airbag had deployed at the critical moment, which helped prevent life-threatening injuries. "Secretary Yu, are you okay?" Hearing Park Jimin's voice echoing in her ears, Ling Shuang tried to move. She realized her body was numb, seemingly trapped by the metal shards from the mangled car after the accident. Ling Shuang exerted all of her strength to try to move, but each movement caused her extreme pain. "My leg seems to be trapped in here, can't get out." After saying this, Ling Shuang felt the world darkening, a thought emerging in her mind. Am I about to die? Oh, how absurd, to die like this. Park Jimin roared, using force to remove the deformed car door. "Come out." With a physique 4 times that of an ordinary person, the force exerted on the car door reached 23,000 Newton, enough to easily tear even a living buffalo in half. Seeing Ling Shuang not making any movements, Park Jimin urged her continuously while rescuing her. "Secretary Yu, hang in there, you'll be fine." Ling Shuang watched as Park Jimin sweated profusely in the dim and misty sky. Despite his bleeding arm, he dared to risk saving her. At this moment, Ling Shuang's normally firm and steel-like inner self was once again stirred. Though he's a scoundrel, he always displays the gallantry of a man in moments of danger. Whatever happens, he never disappoints, always appearing at the most opportune moments, exuding an irresistible charm. Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 20, bringing her current goodwill score to 5 points. Seeing the notification, Park Jimin immediately shed tears of joy. Finally turned positive. It was really challenging. Ling Shuang's right leg seemed to be broken, nearly immovable. Park Jimin had to carry her princess style to where Wang Meng was. Wang Meng anxiously asked, Ling Shuang, are you okay?" But as she approached and saw Ling Shuang's face, Wang Meng gasped in horror. "Oh, Ling Shuang, your face." Seeing Wang Meng's grave expression, Ling Shuang panicked and asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Just moments ago, in the midst of her pain, she hadn't paid attention to her own appearance. Now, she hurriedly felt her cheek, finding her hand covered in fresh blood. Wang Meng hastily searched for a piece of mirror to inspect. "Look, just look." Just a second later, Ling Shuang looked and was startled. Moments ago, as the car turned, her left side had collided with the broken piece of mirror. Her once flawless face now bore a more than 10 centimeters long tear. Though not life-threatening, this wound could mar her beauty. For a woman, appearance mattered greatly. Such a deep wound, even if healed, would leave a scar. Ling Shuang staggered back 2 steps, the handheld mirror slipping from her grasp to the ground, the pain in her right leg nearly causing her to collapse. She couldn't accept this. Her emotions shattered. She felt lost and dizzy. Park Jimin tried to console her. "It's okay, as long as you're alive. Medical science has advanced so much now, even scars can be fixed." Wang Meng nodded in agreement. That's right. Ling Shuang, still incredulous, asked again, "Really, it can be fixed? You won't see me as a monster, will you? You won't?" Who? Park Jimin didn't say much, simply embracing Ling Shuang tightly for comfort. The rain poured down heavily, and under its deluge, the two held each other tightly amidst the cold of the rainy day. Ling Shuang felt a warm ray emanating from Park Jimin. Just a moment later, the ambulance arrived. Ling Shuang, with severe injuries, was placed on a stretcher, while Park Jimin, Wang Meng, and the others with minor injuries from the accident were also loaded onto the ambulance and taken to the hospital. Observing Ling Shuang's extreme sadness, Park Jimin couldn't help but ponder. Today's events have truly been tumultuous. Regarding the fractured bone, it just needs to be reset and then immobilized with a splint for a while until it heals, and she can move normally again. The scar on her face can also be treated, but it will require a special ointment. Ling Shuang's appearance has been compromised, and it may take a long time for her to recover, but this could be advantageous. When a woman's appearance is compromised, their psyche tends to weaken, and their will is not as steadfast as usual. I can take advantage of this opportunity. I will tenderly care for her, while assigning her important tasks. I doubt she'll be able to endure it. When she truly can't bear it anymore, I'll have another formidable assassin. It seems it's time to elevate my medical expertise. Who knows? Perhaps future goodwill will depend on it. The next morning, the sky was clear, with gentle white clouds drifting lazily. The 3 of them, Park Jimin, hurriedly left the hospital. Fortunately, Wang Meng only suffered minor scratches, while Ling Shuang, though her limbs were injured, with no serious bone damage, had a life-threatening wound on her face. She looked a bit disheveled, but her spirits were relatively high. The phone rang, and Kim Jisoo quickly answered. "Hey Park Jimin, have you arrived at Gyeongbokgung yet? Big Hit TV is hosting an event opening today." Park Jimin's voice carried a hint of gravity as he responded. "I've reached Gyeongbokgung, but there's a bit of an issue. We had a car accident on the way here, and we're currently at the hospital." Kim Jisoo exclaimed anxiously. "A car accident? Are you all right? Which hospital are you at?" "Just now, I heard the radio news reporting a massive pileup on the highway, causing a 5 kilometers traffic jam. I didn't expect you to be involved in it. Do you need me to come help?" "Xiao Lai, quickly call the driver." Park Jimin calmly reassured. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been discharged from the hospital already. If anything serious had happened, I wouldn't be able to answer your call. Please, don't come here." Kim Jisoo, still concerned, asked, "But, can you still attend the press conference for Big Hit TV's activities today?" Park Jimin affirmed. "Of course, Jin-Lu was just a minor accident. I'll attend the event tonight. It won't affect my work." Lane Shuang looked into the distance, silently thinking, "As a well-trained female spy, I am more resilient and stronger than ordinary women. If another woman had her appearance marred, she might lament endlessly." The more she thought, the calmer Lane Shuang became oddly calm. She had gradually accepted reality. Beauty is fleeting. It cannot accompany me throughout life. Perhaps, losing my appearance isn't such a bad thing. Compared to looks, competence and intelligence are my greatest weapons. Losing my beauty allows me to see the true intentions of those around me. Only those who stand by me when I'm at my lowest, who don't turn away when I'm in despair, are truly driven by genuine affection from within. I should cherish such people. Yu Ling Shuang couldn't understand why she had these thoughts. Perhaps adversity truly reveals sincerity. Park Jimin looked at Ling Shuang's dismal mood, unable to help but sigh deeply. Then, with a reluctant expression, he said, "Secretary Yu, I have a task for you. In the next 2 days, pay attention to whether there are any beautiful villas in Gyeongbokgung. I want to buy one. After a while, I'm Mikotomato. I don't want to stay in hotels, so I also want to buy a villa there, preferably near the city center." Wang Meng regarded Park Jimin as an unscrupulous boss, crazily exploiting the value of employees, especially when Ling Shuang was in a vulnerable state, prompting her inability to endure. "You'll be hung on the lamppost. Yu Ling Shuang is injured, and yet you're still ordering her around." Park Jimin smirked. "Oh my, but if Secretary Yu doesn't help me, I won't have anyone reliable by my side. She works for me quite diligently. Secretary Yu, you've done a great job." Wang Meng protested indignantly. "How can you exploit someone like that? Right, Yu Ling Shuang?" Wang Meng was about to confront further, but upon seeing Yu Ling Shuang tearfully distressed, she immediately stopped, unable to say another word. However, only Yu Ling Shuang knew how much Park Jimin's words warmed her heart. After her appearance was marred, she feared being rejected by society, no longer valued or trusted. Yet Park Jimin still assigned tasks to her, which meant he didn't underestimate her. Wang Meng intended to console Yu Ling Shuang, but upon seeing tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart suddenly halted. Why is Yu Ling Shuang crying? Park Jimin couldn't hide the remorse in his eyes. He looked at Ling Shuang, and then reproached himself. Did I really go too far? Afterwards, both of them stood silently by, sensing Ling Shuang's sorrow. But only God knew why she was so sad. Ling Shuang wiped away her tears while explaining, Meng, you misunderstood him. He doesn't look down on me because of my appearance. He still treats me the same as before. That's the greatest affirmation and kindness to me. Yu Ling Shuang said solemnly, Master, rest assured, I will definitely complete this task with the utmost seriousness and ensure your satisfaction. Today is August 1st, the day Big Hit TV officially launches online. In just a short half-month, Big Hit TV has spent nearly hundreds of millions of dong to create a massive advertising effect, from social media platforms like TikTok or QQ to major online portals like Weibo. All are inundated with advertisements for the grand launch of Big Hit TV. Even the most famous cinema hall in Gyeongbokgung has been exclusively booked by Big Hit TV today for a magnificent opening ceremony. It's said that many famous stars will attend the launch event today. Indeed, Big Hit TV has not only invited Kung Kung, Deng Zifei, but also Dai Renji, Hui Zi, Ga Gu Kao, Gu Xiaoming, and many other famous streamers. Bicket TV really knows how to make an impact. After returning to the Kinyuan neighborhood, Park Jimin took Wang Mengmeng to the opening ceremony of Bicket TV. Wang Mengmeng, with an enthusiastic expression, asked, "Wow, this is the event you're about to participate in. It looks so grand." Unexpectedly, Wang Mengmeng encountered a familiar young actor and immediately showed extreme excitement. "Oh, that's Kung Kung, isn't it? I can't believe I'm seeing Kung Kung for real. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I can meet Kung Kung here. I want to get his autograph. Oh, and there's Tun Tun too," smiling so sweetly. Wang Mengmeng was overjoyed, jumping around when seeing her idols. Park Jimin looked at Wang Mengmeng with disdain. "What's the big deal to get so excited? He's just more handsome than me." "Oh my! What did I just say? Though you're handsome too. But Kung Kung has a different kind of handsomeness. Kung Kung has a very handsome appearance, while you're just elegant, not as refined." Park Jimin rolled his eyes disdainfully. "Meng Meng, in the future, you'll often have to attend events like this. Today, I'm taking you to practice getting used to it, so you won't be overwhelmed later." Wang Mengmeng lowered her head somewhat self-consciously. "But can we dress like this? I see everyone wearing suits, evening gowns, and the like. Are we too casual?" Park Jimin patted his chest confidently. "Too casual? Haha. Meng Meng, those fancy things are for ordinary people. Even if I wear flip-flops, no one will dare to look down on me tonight." At that moment, two elegantly dressed girls were enthusiastically discussing. Where did these country bumpkins come from? They've never interacted with society before, and we don't know how they managed to sneak in here. Xiao King, don't pay attention to them. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin's expression subtly changed, his inner anger boiling, while Wang Mengmeng, ridiculed as a country bumpkin, felt extremely self-conscious. Bowing her head in embarrassment, Wang Mengmeng felt humiliated, and Park Jimin, observing her demeanor, couldn't contain his fury. "You bunch of nonsense! Where do you come from to dare to mock my sister? Who do you think you are to insult my sister? You want to die." Park Jimin approached coldly, not typically having such a hot temper. If others mocked him, he might not even care, perhaps just brushing it off with a laugh, because after 3 years of serving Jung Hoseok, he had become accustomed to being ridiculed by others. But facing the two girls now, Park Jimin's attitude was devoid of any courtesy. "You two, be careful with your words and actions." Park Jimin's words caused the two girls' expressions to change. Before them stood two young, beautiful girls, in the bloom of youth. Looking at their beauty, their attractiveness isn't the kind that could topple cities or nations, but rather, it carries a refined, gentle allure that captures the gaze of those they meet. Wang Xiaoqing, standing to the right, has short, gently curled hair that hugs her slender, delicate face. She wears a simple yet sophisticated blue dress. Standing beside her is Wang Xiaoqing's close friend, Naimizi. She has long hair that falls over her slender shoulders and wears a pastel yellow dress, light and feminine. In stark contrast to their physical beauty, Wang Xiaoqing's speech is a chaotic mess, crude and unpleasant to the ear. "Who are you calling miss? You're the miss, you country bumpkin." In this day and age, everyone thinks they're the best, only having to see some internet hot girl to start calling her sister, without knowing what they themselves amount to. Naimizi, chiming in with support, is no less grating. "What are you to tell me to watch my words? That's laughable. Like attracts like birds of a feather flock together, fish swim in the same waters. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. No matter how hard they try to dress up like some big shot, they can't change their true nature." Hearing this, Park Jimin became even more infuriated, his face turning purple with rage. Wang Mengmeng, seeing Park Jimin clenching his fists in anger, gently pulled on his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, just let them be." But Park Jimin was unmoved, giving both women a cold warning look. "I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize to my sister right now." Wang Xiaoqing, far from repentant, became even more provocative. "Apologize? For what? Do you have any idea how many fans I have?" She started to boast about her impressive following. But before she could finish her sentence, Park Jimin stepped forward. A strong gust of wind blew and smack, a powerful slap landed on her delicate face. Wang Xiaoqing was utterly stunned, humiliated in front of so many people by a man she deemed unsophisticated. This humiliation made her nearly lose her mind. "You dead dog, How dare you hit me? How dare you? What gives you the right? Before Wan Shao King could call for help, Park Jimin doubled her misery. Smack! Another slap left Wan Shao King dazed and confused. Wan Shao King lay motionless on the ground, resembling a statue, pain radiating throughout her body, yet nothing compared to the agony of humiliation and emptiness in her mind. Park Jimin's action of striking his daughter stirred the anger of many women present. Naimisi began to shout, "Stop, you despicable man! How dare you, a man, hit a girl?" People united in condemning him. Who is this guy? How could he hit a woman? Does he even know who she is? She's Wan Yuxin, the daughter of Wan Lai Company, and her boyfriend is Bai, the only son of Xiaomi Group. If he dared to hit her, he's finished, utterly finished. Hitting a woman is cowardly, utterly lacking in dignity. Faced with such criticism, Park Jimin remained calm, even amused. Oh, come on, don't be so hypocritical. Who says women can't be hit? If a woman acts out of line, she deserves a slap. Dignity? What's that for? I don't need such a thing. Upon learning that his girlfriend had been assaulted, Bai, the young master, immediately gathered a few of his cronies and rushed over, looking fierce and intimidating. As soon as they arrived, he stared daggers and bellowed, "Whoever dares to cause trouble in my territory, speak up." Unfortunately, the situation took a turn for the worse. Bai, upon spotting Park Jimin, instinctively recoiled, sweating profusely as if caught in a downpour. "Chairman Lim," he stammered, "since our last encounter, Chairman Lim's prestige has only grown. He's already a legendary figure, not to mention his plans to build a film city in Tianmen. I'd also like to get a piece of the action. Not everyone gets this opportunity, only Chairman Lim does. It's fortunate to meet you here." Seeing Bai's arrival, Wan Shao King lit up with joy. She quickly ran over to plead her case with Bai. "Young Master Bai, you're here. This country bumpkin dared to hit me. You have to take charge for me." Bai was taken aback by her words. Not only was their relationship now in jeopardy, but he also risked offending powerful figures. Before Wan Shao King could finish her plea, Bai swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving her utterly flustered. "Shut up, you disgraceful woman. There's no place for you to speak here. What else do you have to say? Do you think I will know what you're up to? You act obediently in front of me, but behind my back you scheme. And you want to use the Bai family to expand Wan Lai Company. Dream on, I'd slept with you. Now get lost." After cursing, the young Master Bai immediately approached Park Jimin with reverence. "Sir, I apologize for this. I've bumped into this dog several times, unaware of my place. If there's any offense toward you, I'll have her apologize instead, hoping you'll forgive this insignificant person." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous hot girls, artists, and onlookers were all astonished. Am I seeing things? Isn't this the arrogant sign of the Bai family? How come he's so polite? What's his background after all? Even young Master Bai can't lift his head. Wang Meng Meng knew Park Jimin was wealthy, but had no specific idea about his identity. Feeling his protection, she was genuinely happy. Normally, in such situations, I would swallow my anger. But unexpectedly, Park Jimin is so assertive, unwilling to let me endure any humiliation. He's like a dominant character in a movie, but I really like it. Moreover, Park Jimin's face is incredibly handsome. This Bai young master seems to wield considerable influence, naturally having to be respectful in front of him. Turns out he's as tough as an ox. At this moment, Wang Meng Meng's inner feelings surged incessantly, the feeling of fondness for someone burning strongly in her heart. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill rating increased by 5, her current goodwill rating being 85 points. Right when Park Jimin attended the official opening event of Big Hit TV at apartment 2603, Building 8, Kinyuan District, Ling Shuang was far from idle. To guard against surveillance, she first utilized her counter-surveillance techniques to carefully inspect the entire room for any monitoring devices. After confirming it was safe and free of any oversight, she called Jin Jiamu. It's time to update young Master Jin on the situation. But at this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's inner turmoil and conflict were intense. After this period of living together, her once firm resolve from half a month ago had wavered. Park Jimin, damn it, why is my mind filled with images of this man? Despite betraying his trust, I have no other choice but to remain loyal. Yu Ling Shuang wavered for a moment, But she quickly dismissed those thoughts. I will not betray Jin Jiamu, nor will I betray the Jin family. At the same time, under Mato's dazzling night sky, Jin Jiamu sat leisurely on the rooftop of a skyscraper, overlooking the bustling city. He raised the phone to his ear, his voice neither bland nor salty. "Hello, it's me." Yu Ling Shuang began her report. "Young master, we can now proceed. Chairman Lim is currently attending an event at Gyeongbokgung. In Tianmen City, I've discreetly acquired several plots of land scattered across various locations. Acting now would impact the core area of the film studio development plan. It's possible to deliver a fatal blow to Chairman Lim, effectively blocking his throat." Upon hearing the situation, Jin Jiamu felt extremely pleased. He responded with a tone full of praise. "Well done, Ling Shuang. You've worked hard during this time. When you return, I won't overlook your efforts." Jin Jiamu's praise acted as a soothing balm to Ling Shuang's wounded soul. She hastily replied with a choked voice. "Young master is too kind. This is what I should do. As long as the young master requests, Ling Shuang can sacrifice everything for you. Without you and the Jin family back then, I would have died starving on the streets long ago." Ling Shuang's memories of her early days began at the orphanage. She had no relatives, no friends. The head of the orphanage was strict, but still a support for her. But when she was 7 years old, the orphanage closed. The 7-year-old girl wandered the streets, and human traffickers kidnapped and cruelly beat her. They were ruthless people, exploiting vulnerable children like her. They withheld food, clothing, brutally beat, and abandoned them to beg on the streets. Yu Ling Shuang endured those dreadful months for a year, the darkest period of her life, a life devoid of light, enduring daily agony, like hell on earth. Then one day in the freezing winter, a handsome, gentle young man appeared. He wrapped Ling Shuang in a coat, gave her shoes, bringing warmth to her in the icy winter. With words of compassion, she could never forget. "From today, you won't go hungry or cold anymore. You'll have a new life. Little sister, would you agree to come with me?" From then on, she was called Yu Ling Shuang. She had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, no longer enduring filthy streets. She even got to go to school, receive a proper education. The Jin family provided a new life for girls as destitute as her. They have no home. The Jin family conglomerate is their home. The Jin family is the only place they belong to. Being trusted and valued by the young master is the greatest honor. She will never betray the Jin family. Yu Ling Shuang analyzed sincerely. "Thank you, young master. I have carefully analyzed the documents on Fei Tian real estate and will send them to you shortly. Moreover, this person's identity is truly mysterious. There are many things about him that I cannot understand. Furthermore, I have been monitoring the bank account he transferred money to me from. This bank account is the prestigious black card of a Swiss bank, and only those with a net worth of over 10 billion can upgrade to this black card level. The security factor of this account is too high. I couldn't find any useful information. I'm afraid the power behind Chairman Lim is not simple at all." "All right, Ling Shuang. This information of yours is very useful to me. Regarding the car accident case, don't worry. Rest and recuperate well. When you return, I will invite the best orthopedic surgeon in South Korea to treat you." Hanging up the phone, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly frowned. "Young master, how did you know I had a car accident? I never mentioned it, and even your people who came didn't bring it up. So why does the young master know so quickly that I had a car accident?" At this thought, she suddenly felt shocked. A disappointed idea emerged. Could it be the young master doesn't trust me and secretly had someone else follow me? This can only explain the situation. Meanwhile, at the grand opening ceremony, the long-awaited moment finally arrived. Come Come's performance, a combination of singing, dancing, and explosive rap, thrilled the female fans, making them cheer enthusiastically. "Come Come, I love you. Come Come, I want to have your baby." Come Come's performance ended, leaving the audience still eager for more. At the same time, the host spoke up, impressive indeed. "Let's all thank Come Come for the performance. The next act will be presented by a special guest we've invited." As soon as the host finished speaking, a sparkling crystal piano was suddenly lifted onto the center stage. Wang Meng Meng curiously asked, "Who is the mysterious guest, and do you know anything about it?" Seeing Park Jimin silent, Wang Meng Meng looked up, then couldn't help but be surprised. "Ah, why are you suddenly wearing a mask?" At this moment, Park Jimin was wearing a Batman mask, leaning close to Wang Meng Meng, and whispered, "Meng Meng. Next, I'll perform an act for you." Saying so, Park Jimin stepped towards the center of the stage. Not only were the celebrities and famous people buzzing with discussion, but there were also bursts of excitement from the audience below the stage. "Look, that piano seems familiar. Could it be the one Lang Shen performed with at the 2008 Olympic Games? Wasn't it reported recently that this piano was auctioned for 500 million and bought by a mysterious tycoon? Damn, the legendary crystal piano. Isn't it Lang Shen himself who came, showing how capable Big Cat TV is, even able to invite Lang Shen? Big Cat TV is really something." Just as everyone was curious about who would perform this act, Park Jimin confidently strode towards the center of the stage. Each step he took was firm and confident, causing Wang Mengmeng and the audience below the stage to be thrilled. Park Jimin, truly handsome. I never imagined that Park Jimin, my Rain brother, would be even more outstanding than I had imagined. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng's heart beat with excitement, like a little bird finding its cage, feeling a wonderful sensation spreading throughout her body, awakening every cell within her, brimming with vitality. Wang Mengmeng's goodwill increased by 5, her current goodwill rating reaching 90 points. When Park Jimin sat on the piano bench, murmurs arose from the audience below. Everyone was curious about the identity of the mysterious masked man. Who is this guy? So pretentious, wearing a mask even on stage. Thought he's a secretive singer? Isn't he Lang Shen? Apart from Lang Shen, perhaps no one deserves this expensive piano. No, I've met Lang Shen before. He's a bit chubby. But this masked guy has a balanced figure, even a bit slim. Clearly not Lang Shen. Park Jimin immersed himself in silence, closing his eyes to concentrate for 5 minutes. Under the stands, celebrities, streamers, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Perhaps Kung Kung's explosive performance had thrilled the audience immensely. Now Park Jimin simply sat silently by the piano, wearing an additional mysterious mask. This made many audience members increasingly uncomfortable. So eager. What's this guy up to? It's been 5 minutes and he hasn't played yet. If you want to perform, take off the mask. Think you're some wealthy tycoon here to flaunt? Still trying to act mysterious. Don't know how to play, then get off. Don't try anymore. The murmurs of conversation echoed incessantly, the audience seemingly dissatisfied with the eccentric presence of Park Jimin. Nevertheless, Park Jimin remained composed, unaffected by the gossip swirling around him. Simultaneously, the live-stream room of Big Cat TV exploded with over 800,000 viewers, the atmosphere more lively than ever. However, due to Park Jimin's 5-minute commemoration, the screen trembled as shards of tiles scattered. Where did this name come from? Performing a silent drama. Is my internet lagging? 5 minutes of my life wasted by this idiot. Roll out. If you're so good, take off your mask. Let everyone see your face. Kung Kung's fans also chimed in. Big Cat TV inviting someone like this, demeaning Kung Kung's status too much. If you don't start, I'll switch channels. We want to watch Kung Kung. Roll out. Are your fans of the idiot Kung Kung your fathers? Huh? Why don't you show respect to your parents like this? Get lost. Make way for the real deal. All these trash comments. Inside the monitoring booth, Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun Sun were equally concerned. Initially, Kim Jisoo merely wanted Park Jimin to attend the event as an investor. However, his prodigious piano skills persuaded her to urge him to contribute a performance. Nonetheless, this unexpectedly silent 5-minute opening began to unsettle her. Jun Sun Sun was genuinely worried. Jisoo, the public opinion in the comments is quite negative. We need to think of a solution. Kim Jisoo reassured Jun Sun Sun. Don't rush, let's wait calmly. I believe he will bring something surprising. Despite understanding Park Jimin's personality well, Kim Jisoo's heart was burning with curiosity. Park Jimin, he's a piano genius. What is he up to? These 5 minutes of Park Jimin were not a mere passing fancy either. He pondered extensively on which piece to play, but having reached this realm, his vision had become too elevated. Ultimately, he decided to compose a piano piece himself, a song titled Breaking Barriers, all within those fleeting 5 minutes. This music took Park Jimin himself as its prototype, depicting the poignant journey of a once lowly boy, as insignificant as a dog, as feeble as a worm or an ant. After enduring emotional shocks in the realm of love, He transformed into a confident trap boy. Finally, the resounding bass of the piano echoed, and Jun Sun Sun burst into tears of joy after this unprecedented and heart-stopping performance. He's moved, he's moved, he's moved. Park Jimin screamed inwardly, his lyrics slightly chaotic at this moment, suddenly feeling a tinge of sadness, reminiscing about the pigeons by the fountain, their sweet taste fading away, emotions inexplicably pulled along. I still love you, while you sing ambiguously. With a relaxed demeanor, Park Jimin suddenly sank into a state of absolute unconsciousness, the piano's sound growing deeper, penetrating into the hearts of each listener, though melancholic, yet profoundly stirring their innermost feelings. Then, waves of emotions surged intensely, as if to engulf everything. Many audience members suddenly recalled painful memories, the days of insignificance and humiliation, increasingly melancholic, increasingly suffocating. The suppression makes the listener's heart extremely uncomfortable. What song is this? It's so good. The more I listen, the more my heart hurts. Even Lang Shan here can't be compared to him. It's hard to believe. The piano initially melancholic, suddenly the melody soars high, like a new turning point in life. The feeling is immensely exhilarating, profoundly clear. It's the sensation of complete liberation, satisfaction to the utmost. The more suppressed, the more relieved afterward, pretending as if nothing happened. Time has passed. Love stands at a crossroads. You're cold and tired, while I cry, leaving without joy. I pour my emotions into these cards. Park Jimin's intense emotions resonate deeply within the listener, like a flame burning the soul, erupting fiercely. Wang Meng Meng exclaimed profoundly. The feeling that Park Jimin evokes in me right now is no different from top stars. How many more secrets does he have left? Looking at the man on stage, Jun Sun Sun's mind began to wander. Damn, how can this Park Jimin guy be so captivating? I'm almost losing control. Every time I see him, I'm reminded of the first time we met in the restroom and the image of my naked body in front of him. It's embarrassing, but he's my lover. The concluding notes of the piano flowed like a waterfall, echoing the suppressed frustration of 3 days and nights, finally erupting fiercely. Some loves can only come this far, it truly hurts. What now? I'm exhausted, but happiness seems elusive. You understand, no need to say more. Love has faded, dreams have awakened. Somewhere in China, Oh Young-sil watched the live stream, her heart constantly stirred. This kind of song, though it's not the first time I'd heard Park Jimin play the piano, every time I listen, I feel something different. Only those who truly love with all their hearts can sing like this. So, beneath his seemingly carefree appearance, could there be a heart full of wounds? At this moment, Park Jimin's music seemed to touch Oh Young-sil's soul, leaving her more intoxicated than any drink. Oh Young-sil's goodwill score increased by 1. Her current goodwill score is 93 points. Park Jimin's performance is like flowing water, drifting clouds, completely captivating all audiences. His fingers dance on the piano keys, each note resonating wildly, stirring the soul of everyone present. The intense emotions elicit deep empathy from within, igniting the soul into a frenzied blaze, burning passionately. Everyone holds their breath as if turned to stone, and as the music ends, they remain stunned. After 10 seconds, someone finally reacts, and the whole scene immediately erupts with applause, thundering like thunder. Absolutely amazing, truly incredible. I have never heard such beautiful music before. Just now, I felt tingling sensations all over, like being electrified. I feel the same way. Damn, this is a deity, a true deity, at the pinnacle of excellence, like a dream. Waking up still moved. A pianist over 70 years old couldn't help but exclaim, I've lived to this age and never encountered anything like this. I have always been proud of myself, but seeing this deity today, I bow in reverence, never daring to boast again. An artist on the verge of holding their breath also nodded in admiration. There are so many piano players in the world, but compared to this deity, they still fall far short. I even feel that even famous piano artists would find it hard to match this person. It's just shocking and unbelievable. At this moment, the gaze of everyone has changed, from initial disdain to genuine admiration, stemming from within. No need for many words. True excellence doesn't require excessive explanation. Sheer talent can prove everything. Simultaneously, Big Cat TV's livestream room exploded with cheers. Get Tivai is number 1. Play one more piece. I want to hear more. Even Kum Kum's hardcore fans did a 180-degree turn. Listening to this makes me cry. I apologize for doubting the deity. You're even more powerful than Kum Kum. I want to bear your child. I remember Chairman Lim bought this piano, but who would have thought it would be played like this? Looks kinda handsome, huh? Oh mine, where did this piece come from? I'm going crazy. It's so amazing. There's nothing more to say. This is the greatest piano performance I've ever seen. Park Jimin truly delivered a captivating performance, presenting a piece of music never played before, a composition merely imagined in one's mind. With boldness, he dared to bring it to life on the spot, before millions of viewers watching live. Every note resonated with the passion and exhilaration of Park Jimin. The audience was drawn into his musical world, experiencing a range of emotions. Some shed tears, while others felt immensely uplifted and satisfied. It can be said that Park Jimin successfully captured the hearts of all present tonight. Recently, thanks to the collaboration with Jump Company, the shipping conglomerate of the Yang family, Yang Webai has taken a step closer to Dragon Gate. Jung Dick hosted an evening banquet and extended an invitation to Yang Webai. The Yang family could not refuse this invitation. Therefore, a few hours earlier, Yang Webai had to accompany Lee Hee-jun to attend the evening banquet. As the music came to a halt, Yang Webai found herself immersed in astonishment, gazing at the live images on her mobile phone. Her heart couldn't calm down. Park Jimin turns out to be truly outstanding. Where are the limits of this man? Does such genius really exist in this world? How can someone possess such a multitude of high-level skills? He's fluent in 5 languages, excels in basketball, dancing, track and field, cooking, martial arts, piano playing, investing, structuring, exceptional intelligence, extraordinary wit. Currently, his singing is as good as that of a professional singer. He truly is the man of my affection. I wish I could rush to the scene immediately, to cheer for him, to scream, to shout wildly. The allure of Park Jimin makes it hard for me to contain myself. Please, don't radiate that allure anymore, or else I'll go crazy for him. In the elegant dining room, Lee Hee-jun turned to Yang Webai, emphasizing in a reproachful tone, Yang Webai, it's impolite to use your phone while eating. Quickly remove your earphones. Jung Dick smiled softly, as courteous as a warm spring breeze. It's all right, Lee Hee-jun nowadays. Hardly anyone among the youth dislikes using their phones. I myself enjoy it. Lee Hee-jun felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, Jung-er, it's my poor supervision. Lee Hee-jun is just joking. Yang Webai, your honesty is admirable. I quite like it. Inviting guests for a meal today is also to promote cheerful cooperation between our families. There's no need for formalities like this. Yang Webai, I've prepared a special performance for you today. Don't you love playing the piano? Actually, I've been learning for a few years. Today, I have a piece of music I want to dedicate to you. I hope you like it. As he spoke, Jung Dick confidently approached the piano. Every gesture of his exuded the refinement and demeanor of the upper class. However, Yang Webai could only sneer disdainfully. It's this guy who intervened and caused an argument between me and Park Jimin. Now he's using the excuse of being a major client cooperating with the Yang family to demand my presence at the dinner party. How bothersome. It must be said, Jung Dick could be considered highly experienced in the art of wooing women in this aspect. As the music played, other girls at the party almost couldn't help but praise and applaud enthusiastically. This only highlighted his talent and charisma, but it was all part of his careful arrangement. While skillfully playing the piano, he silently boasted to himself, "Hemph, with my superior flirting skills, I refuse to believe she won't be moved." Yang Webai knew that comparison would only lead to hurt. Jung Dick played the piano well, but Yang Webai felt disappointed. Just minutes ago, she had witnessed a soul-stirring performance, and now this guy came along with a mediocre rendition. What's he playing? It's not even in the same league as Park Jimin. No emotions whatsoever, dull and tasteless. Seems like this Jung Dick guy isn't anything special. At this moment, Yang Weibai's feelings were incredibly complex. I'm sorry, Park Jimin, I didn't realize until now how exceptional he truly is. Only through comparison do I realize that Park Jimin is truly the best. I always believed that apart from Park Jimin, I could meet someone even better. But upon reflection, I realized that the best person was the one I overlooked. Returning to 10 minutes ago, in apartment 2603 of Building 8, Kinyuan Estate, Yu Ling Shuang was pondering. Does the young master trust me? At that moment, receiving a direct share from Wang Mengmeng, Yu Ling Shuang immediately set aside her tangled thoughts and opened the live stream sent by Baket TV, Part Jimin's magnetic voice, as if possessing the power to penetrate souls, combined with his extraordinary piano performance. Deeply moved Yu Ling Shuang, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she didn't want to admit it, in this moment she was truly touched. Why? He's clearly despicable. Yet how can he play music that moves me like this? This man is like the moon, emitting a captivating light. Perhaps it's because he has endured so much pain and suffering that he can understand the nuances of human emotions. This makes me see him in a different light, a compassionate and understanding perspective. Once again, without comparison, there would be no hurt. Thinking of Park Jimin's trust in her, and the trust placed in her by Jin Jiamu, Yu Ling Shuang's feelings became more complex. Her goodwill towards him increased by 30 points, currently standing at 35 points. After receiving 50 billion from Park Jimin, Zheng Ji-lu was far from idle. Instead of returning to Gyeongbokgung, she spent the whole week diligently surveying Tanmen City, Xiandao, and Qilanjiang. Zheng Ji-lu understood that Park Jimin never engaged in meaningless endeavors, and he had bestowed great trust upon her. Therefore, she was determined not to betray that trust. Finally, Zheng Ji-lu also unraveled Park Jimin's intentions. Mayang Shizhen belonged to Tanmen, bordered by Xiandao and Qianjiang. If Mayang Shizhen were taken as the focal point, constructing a film city here would bring many favorable policies, especially since the three city governments would compete with each other, eliminating the risk of monopoly by any one city, which was the downfall of Ouyang-sil before. Particularly, thanks to the balance among the three cities, the Film City project would have a stronger voice. Park Jimin's move was indeed shrewd, seeing 10 steps ahead with just one step, carrying the attributes of bankruptcy and grand ambition. Zheng Ji-lu decisively utilized her family's connections. She reached out to the leaders of Xiandao City and Qianjiang, and began acquiring land in neighboring areas. Meanwhile, Zheng Ji-lu established a new company, named Chu Jin The La Company, abbreviated as Jodixi. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang had set the example, and Zheng Ji-lu only needed to follow suit. From the team of buyers to the commission percentage and contracts, everything was the same. Returning to Park Jimin's 5 minutes of contemplation, his assistant spoke up with concern. Miss, according to our plan, we've acquired a large amount of land around Tianmen. However, the current compensation prices seem rather high. I'm worried about our funding. Zheng Ji-lu looked at the report with a resolute tone. This is not something you need to worry about. Just continue with the acquisitions. Having said that, Zheng Ji-lu pondered meticulously once again. Yu Ling Shuang's goal is to buy back the majority of the land in Tianmen. I can only start from the surrounding areas to contain her strategy. The triangular area formed by the three new cities is the ideal location to build a film city. Therefore, the information about building a film city in Tianmen is just bait from Park Jimin. This man is truly cunning, appearing indifferent on the surface, but possessing a mysterious heart. I thought I was quite clever, but every step I take is within his plan. Currently, Park Jimin can only trust me as the future wife of a mysterious tycoon like him. I cannot just be a decorative flower. Social status is not important. What matters is that I must have enough ability, the capability to make accurate judgments and keen observation skills. Only women like this are worthy of a wealthy young man. However, thinking about this, Zheng Ji-lu felt a bit angry. This despicable person really underestimates me, a noble young lady. If I had known his intentions and still failed to recognize them, then I am truly foolish. Don't think that just because I am young, I am foolish. I am Ji-lu, exceptionally intelligent. Yu Ling Shuang, she may soar in the sky, but I will burrow underground. Wait for my punishment, you damned spy. At this moment, Zheng Ji-lu received a message from Wang Mengmeng. Ji-lu, quickly tune into this live stream to watch our friend perform. Zheng Ji-lu frowned irritably. What's up, Mengmeng? I can't understand why Park Jimin, who is already so wealthy, enjoys doing such ridiculous antics. Is it perhaps because being a tycoon is too lonely, So he wants to experience being a streamer, pretending to be Lim Corporation's chairman? Live streaming like this is nothing but demeaning oneself. As Jung Ji-Lu clicked to watch, she saw someone performing on stage, wearing a Batman mask, sparking her curiosity. Still wearing a mask, hiding behind it. But just as Park Jimin's 5-minute tribute ended, he began to scream. Jung Ji-Lu was completely shaken. This is Park Jimin singing, so amazing. If he wasn't a tycoon, perhaps he could have become a star in the entertainment industry. But all this mundane wealth has overshadowed his artistic path. China has truly lost a great star. At this moment, Jung Ji-Lu felt like she had discovered a completely new Park Jimin, a Park Jimin who utterly overwhelmed her. Jung Ji-Lu's goodwill rating increased by 1, her current goodwill rating being 96 points. Jung Ji-Lu's target of licking dogs experienced a breakthrough in goodwill rating of 96 points, rewarding a bonus of 10 points. Park Jimin received a surge of goodwill, feeling extremely satisfied. It seems the performance tonight was not in vain. As Park Jimin was leaving, the audience was extremely curious about the identity of the masked idol. Below the stands, calls began to flood in. With exceptional singing talent, he is surely a top-tier singer, not some unknown. So why does he hide his face? Why leave now? Idol, please don't go. Reveal your face before leaving. Oh, even his departure is so graceful. He's my style. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Park Jimin did not follow the usual path. After finishing singing, he threw the microphone down and left the stage without saying a word. This action left the audience in the theater speechless, and millions of viewers watching live felt extremely regretful. People were buzzing with excitement, with many conflicting comments about this action. This idol is truly bold, but by not removing the mask today, no one will know his identity in the future. What a waste of opportunity for fame. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, he'll regret not unveiling. I don't think so. Perhaps the idol doesn't want fame to interfere with his private life. Despite the regret of not seeing the idol's face, his unique singing voice and performance style left an unforgettable impression on the audience. 5 days passed, while Yu Ling Shuang was recovering from injuries and not paying much attention to the company. Significant changes occurred. Externally, a mysterious force targeted the Fei Tian real estate conglomerate. For the second time, the intense battle for land in Tianmen City continued, and this time, Fei Tian real estate suffered consecutive defeats. Especially concerning were the locations of the extremely crucial parcels of land, which were scattered and fragmented. Originally, Yu Ling Shuang intended for the Jin family tycoons to intervene in these parcels of land, with the aim of leading Park Jimin into a trap. The assistant rushed in with a report. CEO Yu, it's not looking good. Someone is competing with us for land, and the opponent seems very strong. We're continuously failing, and moreover, they poached quite a few employees from our land acquisitions. Upon hearing the assistant's report, Yu Ling Shuang immediately thought of a possibility. Land seizure. It seems that Jin's young master has begun to act. If Lai's plan fails, the entire Fei Tian conglomerate will collapse, and more than 10,000 people will lose their jobs. Well, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. With that in mind, Yu Ling Shuang remained remarkably calm. I understand the situation. I will contact Chairman Lim to see if there are any instructions. I'm sorry, the phone number you dialed is currently turned off. Sorry, your phone number is currently turned off. Yet Park Jimin had his phone off. At such a crucial moment, this guy doesn't seem to want to be bothered. Just as Yu Ling Shuang couldn't reach Park Jimin, her mood shifted slightly, even feeling more dissatisfied with Park Jimin's indifference. The company was in dire straits, with over 10,000 employees relying on her. But now she felt she had let them down. Especially seeing the branch managers visibly agitated, Yu Ling Shuang could no longer maintain her usual composure. Instead, a sense of shame overwhelmed her, not only within the Fei Tian real estate conglomerate, but also within the internal circles of the Bickett TV Corporation. A gloomy and anxious atmosphere has enveloped everyone over the past 5 days. It all began when Bickett TV officially went live after a grand debut. The video of the masked idol attracted a massive viewership, yet Bickett TV found itself in a rut. The reason being that there were rumors circulating beforehand that the illustrious Chairman Lim would appear and be ready to invest millions in the platform's streamers. However, surprisingly, after Bickett TV went live, the chairman remained silent. leaving many streamers puzzled and worried. I heard our company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Is it true? Just a few days ago, the company was buzzing with the launch of new products. This is hardly known. They say our company is backed by Chairman Lim, but since the launch, he has never appeared. Some say Chairman Lim has forgotten about our company, but according to my cousin, Chairman Lim has invested a large sum of money into a film city development project, which is currently facing difficulties. Therefore, Chairman Lim no longer has the financial ability to spend extravagantly as before, and cannot continue to spend money lavishly on female streamers. My goodness, how could it be? Chairman Lim is so wealthy, yet facing financial issues. At that moment, Siu Hyan happened to pass by and overheard the news, stirring up doubts within her. Chairman Lim facing financial issues. Thinking so, Siu Hyan didn't immediately leave, but instead listened further to the conversation among the female streamers. Is this news accurate? Chairman Lim is filthy rich. How could he possibly have financial problems? This news must be 100% true. I trust this source. Immediately afterward, Siu Hyan hurriedly ran to the CEO's office, recounting everything to Kim Jisoo. Kim Jisoo, upon hearing it, couldn't help but flinch. It's impossible. I know Park Jimin's capabilities well. If he's facing financial issues, then surely no one can withstand it. Siu Hyan hesitantly continued. But rumors are spreading outside about our company going bankrupt. Is it true? Perhaps we should make a call to confirm. After Siu Hyan left, Kim Jisoo internally harbored some doubts. For the past few days, Park Jimin hasn't appeared. I thought with his personality, he would come back and contribute hundreds of millions. After all, this is also his business empire. Or perhaps he's truly facing difficulties. The news quickly spread throughout Gyeongbokgung, with a series of consecutive events unfolding at Fei and Real Estate and Biket TV, stirring public opinion. In particular, the silence of Chairman Lim only fueled suspicions, and the connections between him and these two conglomerates made the rumors more plausible and convincing than ever. Heard that the illustrious Chairman Lim is having financial difficulties. Is it true? Fact or fiction? Some say Chairman Lim facing financial issues. Serves him right. Everyone's saying the same thing, acting high and mighty with money, now facing consequences. Despite the uproar surrounding Chairman Lim's financial troubles, Park Jimin remained calm. His life was not affected by the rumors circulating outside. Also during this time, Park Jimin purchased a villa worth 150 million, near the Gwanggu Business District. This villa spans 5 above-ground floors and 2 basement levels, totaling 7 floors, equipped with all modern amenities, such as a private elevator, parking for over 20 cars, a swimming pool, a cinema, a gym, a banquet hall, a wardrobe room, a study, a rooftop, a basketball court, and a game room. Almost everything imaginable under one roof. Park Jimin was extremely pleased with this villa, and it was also the first time he bought a house for himself, with the rent book recorded under his own name. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yang Widbai was calling. Park Jimin, I heard you're having financial difficulties lately. Park Jimin was surprised and asked back. Financial difficulties? Nu of Vu, where did you hear that from? Thinking Park Jimin still wanted to conceal his situation, Yang Weibai said with concern. Don't worry about it, I heard it somewhere. If you're really in trouble, I can sell the Kim Mao Tower to help you. I don't know if it'll solve the problem, but as long as you need it, I'll always be by your side. Park Jimin was bewildered. What on earth? What nonsense are you talking about? Then he quickly denied. I'm not having any difficulties. His only problem was having too much money, spending endlessly, and even spending more the more he spent. Park Jimin decisively hung up the phone, then couldn't help but worry and wonder. I just took a few days off, and it's already so noisy outside. What's wrong with Yang Widbai lately? Such a nuisance. If she sells the Kim Mao Tower and gives me the money, the authorities will definitely suspect me of money laundering. It's better if she just gives me gifts. Don't give me money anymore. Every time I see money, I get a headache. Yang Weibai, filled with worry and anxiety, hurriedly sought out her mother, Kang Sanha. Mom, what should I do? Yang Weibai, both anxious and agitated, explained. He's really adamant about it. Mom, I'm planning to sell the Kim Mao Tower to help Park Jimin. Kang Sanha vehemently objected. Absolutely not. Subsequently, in order to dissuade her foolish daughter from selling the Kim Mao Tower, Kang Sanha began advising in various ways, even speaking loudly and assertively. My dear daughter, you haven't thought this through. The Kim Mao Tower, while valuable, is nothing compared to Chairman Lim's investment projects. If he's truly short of money, under attack from the leading financial conglomerates in the country, then tens of billions won't make a dent. Have you considered how valuable the Kim Mao Tower is to our family? Furthermore, Park Jimin is intelligent. How could he be easily outwitted? Perhaps his apparent financial strain is just a ruse, intended to unsettle the enemy psychologically, launching a decisive counterattack at the critical moment, all part of his plan. Kang Sanha spoke as if she was absolutely right, to the point of almost bursting out of her skin, so much so that even Kang Sanha herself began to doubt her own words. My daughter, your impulsive actions just now nearly ruined Park Jimin's plan. Besides, who can calculate everything perfectly, without revealing any flaws? Even lions have moments of dozing off. Yang Weibai still harbored doubts. Mom, what you're saying is, this risk of a broken capital chain created by Park Jimin is real, with the purpose of luring in the enemy for infiltration into the large financial conglomerates. But I feel like Park Jimin isn't like that. Based on the analysis from within Big Cat TV, there's absolutely no sign of Chairman Lim's financial shortage, nor any fabricated traces. Moreover, Park Jimin has recently invested in many projects. He indeed may be under financial strain. Everyone's analysis seems reasonable. Kang Sanha explained with some coercion. That's right, precisely because it's so natural, without any traces of arrangement. That's Chairman Lim's cleverness. If everyone could see through his tunneling, then those financial advisors wouldn't be fools. How could they easily fall into a trap? Suddenly, Yang Weibai had an epiphany. So that's it. Park Jimin is truly intelligent to this extent. He can toy with Jin family tycoons, Hongjian Capital, Ruwon Jin Bank, three major financial conglomerates in the palm of his hand. Although Yang Weibai still couldn't fully believe it, she chose to trust her mother. Perhaps this is the master move in the chess game. While Kang Sanha's verbal prowess has reached the level of a master debater. Just 5 minutes after hanging up with Yang Weibai, Park Jimin's phone rang again. This time it was Kim Jisoo calling. Kim Jisoo spoke decisively. Hey Park Jimin, are you having financial difficulties? I can help you out with money, just say the word. I'll sell you the whole Big Cat TV if you need to. Jun Sun couldn't help but curse. Seriously? Is that true? Indeed, the emperor was not quick to appoint officials. This Park Jimin was the real official. Just as Park Jimin hung up the phone with Kim Jisoo, half an hour later, Oh Young-sil's phone rang again, with the same question. Park Jimin, are you having financial difficulties? How much do you need? Just tell me the amount. Not long after Park Jimin hung up with Oh Young-sil, Park Min-young's phone buzzed. Min-young spoke softly, as if comforting Park Jimin. Park Jimin, are you in trouble? Why didn't you come to me? Do you really think I'm just standing by indifferently? Park Jimin felt genuinely annoyed. Next, Suk-won, Kim Jenny, and Kim Harry-won also continuously texted and called him. They all inquired about Park Jimin's situation. From afternoon until evening, he tirelessly explained to them. Finally, he felt exhausted and didn't want to explain anymore. Oh my, I'm really fine, just tired. Clearly, I'm so idle that it's tiring. Can you guys stop overthinking? Just be normal for a bit. I sincerely appreciate your concern. Absolutely do not transfer any money to me. If you do, I'll cut ties with you all. But right after that, Park Jimin sat up muttering. What's with today? Why is everyone calling me? Who's spreading rumors about my financial difficulties? Life truly flips 180 degrees. Previously, I only knew how to splurge money on women. Now it's the younger sisters fighting over wanting to spend money on me. Seems like my charm is increasing, making them infatuated with no way out. As Park Jimin was indulging in self-admiration, suddenly the phone rang incessantly. The water, just brought up to his lips, immediately spurted out as he startled. Park Jimin felt extremely annoyed. Who's this again? Answering the phone, he growled with a touch of irritation. Hey, spit it out quickly. Jung Ji-lu had just set foot in Jeongbokgung, his heart-embracing longing for Park Jimin after days of separation. Unexpectedly, the first greeting was a yelling. Jung Ji-lu also retorted, Oh my, Park Jimin, you're so brave, daring to be fierce with this young lady. All right, let's not argue with you anymore. Just send me your current address. Park Jimin showed disdain. What do you want? If you want to come, come. If not, then forget it. Do as you wish. The young lady wants to come to give me a big surprise at home. Just obediently wait for it, ha ha. Although Park Jimin didn't quite like it, he still sent her the location. But when he thought of Jung Ji-Lu's somewhat obtuse mind, Park Jimin truly felt a headache. Big surprise. Why do I only feel surprised and not happy at all? Just as Jung Ji-Lu rushed towards Park Jimin, an unexpected event occurred at the Yujun Fortress Villa. Her brother, Jung Dik, was also preparing to host a party to welcome an important guest, who was none other than Jin Jiamu, the first legitimate heir of Jin Company, one of the 4 giant conglomerates in the country. He was exceptionally talented, hailed as a business genius. Jin Jiamu's visit to Gyeongbokgung this time was to discuss a crucial collaboration project with Jung Company. The dinner party tonight was precisely to welcome Jin Jiamu and foster a good relationship between the two sides. At the gate of the Yujun Fortress Villa, Jung Dik and a butler in his 50s, dressed immaculately, along with over 10 uniformed bodyguards, formed an imposing lineup. Jung Dik solemnly instructed, "Today's reception must be meticulous. No room for errors. The dinner tonight is attended by prominent figures. Besides Jin Jiamu of the Jin family conglomerate in Mado, there are also elders from Ruwon Jin Bank and Hongjian Capital conglomerates." At the moment, everyone was eagerly anticipating. A stretched Lincoln slowly approached. Behind the Lincoln was a Mercedes. Then, a beautiful secretary stepped out of the Lincoln, simultaneously opening the door for Jin Jiamu. Jin Jiamu, in immaculate white attire, standing at about 1.8 meters tall, with sharply defined facial features, as if sculpted with a knife. His eagle-like eyes stood out among the all-black-clad entourage, exuding an extraordinary aura that commanded obedience. Although Jung Dik had entered the high-level power circle in Mado, Jin Jiamu's status was still superior. So as soon as Jin Jiamu stepped out of the car, he hurriedly approached to greet him warmly. "Jin young master, you've arrived. Please come inside. Please come inside." Not seeing the master of the house, Jung Dik personally welcoming him, Jin Jiamu patted his shoulder. But his words carried deeper implications. "Jung young master is too polite. We are all acquaintances here. Relax. How's the elder Jung doing lately?" Knowing that Jin Jiamu was referring to his father, Jung Dik felt compelled to explain. "My father hasn't been in good health lately, still recuperating in the hospital. So that's the situation. Allow me to inquire about him on behalf of the family." Just as the two young masters were engrossed in conversation, a taxi rushed up, and the door was swiftly opened. Yuling Shuang, with a cloth wrapped around her head, looked particularly struggling. "Here I am, specifically instructed by Mr. Jin. I must come tonight." Yuling Shuang approached behind Jin Jiamu, and then spoke up. "Mr. Jin, I apologize for being late." At this moment, a bodyguard turned around, rudely pushing Yuling Shuang. "Who's this brat? Get lost! You miserable beggar! Get lost!" Yuling Shuang stumbled and fell to the ground, adding to the pain in her leg from an unrecovered injury. Now she was pushed roughly by the bodyguard, causing her to cry out in pain. "Protect the young master! Be careful, young master!" Immediately after the warning cry, the bodyguards formed a barrier in front of Jin Jiamu and Jung Dik, their demeanor exuding fierceness, ready to fight at any moment. Yuling Shuang hurriedly spoke up. "Young master, it's me, Ling Shuang." At this point, Jin Jiamu also turned around, looking somewhat surprised at Yuling Shuang's appearance. Then, Jin Jiamu forced a hesitant smile. "Oh my, Ling Shuang, how did you end up like this? Come here quickly, get up." Jin Jiamu intended to help Yuling Shuang up himself, but as he leaned down, he suddenly caught a very unpleasant smell. Yuling Shuang had been in a car accident, her face was bandaged, and to avoid infection, she hadn't been able to bathe for 6 days. Especially in this scorching August weather, the stench was simply unbearable. Jin Jiamu was naturally inclined towards cleanliness, so upon smelling the foul odor, he instinctively covered his nose and mouth, displaying his disgust. "Ling Shuang, it's been several days since you last bathed. Being in such a state is somewhat uncouth." Yuling Shuang, already emotionally fragile due to her situation, was extremely vulnerable. She was particularly sensitive to others' attitudes, and Jin Jiamu's repulsion only deepened the wounds in her heart. But it didn't stop there. Jin Jiamu instructed a few nearby bodyguards. She's under my care, all of you, including you and you. Escort Secretary Yu here. After saying that, he didn't care and immediately turned away. Jin Jiamu's disdainful attitude felt like salt on Yu Ling Xuan's wounded heart. In her mind, she whispered to herself, I've devoted my whole heart to him, meticulously fulfilling my duties regardless of life or death. I haven't bathed for days only out of fear of infection on my wounds, but he treats me like this. In his eyes, I'm no different from a dog that can be kicked away at will. Even a dog desires respect. I am too arrogant, unlike Part Jimin, who never mistreated me. On the contrary, he trusted me greatly. At this moment, Yu Ling Xuang's younger sister's heart grew even colder. She felt like the whole world was collapsing before her eyes, filled with disappointment. Her mind became increasingly chaotic, feeling only a cold numbness creeping over her. In just a moment, under the guidance of the butler, everyone arrived at an immensely vast open field. On the field, a long dining table was set up. 2 high-ranking elders were already seated. Jin Jiamu, the guest, spoke a sentence. CEO Joe, CEO Han, we've kept you waiting for too long. It's truly impolite. Let's raise our glasses. The lean figure was Zhou In-sung from Ruan Jin Bank, while the stout figure was Han Sung from Hongjian Capital. Zhou In-sung thundered with a commanding voice. Jin, there's no need for pleasantries here. We didn't come for a meal. If everyone is present, let's cut to the chase. Jin Jiamu casually agreed, paying no heed to the change in Yu Ling Xuan's expression. All right, CEO Zhou said it. Let's delve straight into the main issue. Secretary Yu, please brief these two on the situation. Clarify Chairman Lim's urban development plans for the film city, along with his intentions and future ideas. Yes, sir. Yu Ling Xuang began her report. Chairman Lim's actual situation differs slightly from the rumors outside. His roots are deeper, and his capital chain remains intact. He can fully meet the 30 billion financial investment into Feitian real estate. Therefore, based on the information I've gathered, it's safe to say that Chairman Lim currently has funds. Ovyang Sil's announcement of a 100 billion investment into the project may not be exaggerated. The likelihood of Chairman Lim actually possessing 100 billion in finances is very high. The crux of the matter is that we hold some very crucial land plots, situated in prime locations within Tianmen City, aligning with his strategic urban planning for the film city. Yu Ling Xuang paused in her speech, hesitating a bit, as she harbored a suspicion but couldn't voice it. Forget it, it's unlikely. Jodeci Company is secretly buying land, most likely owned by the Jung family. The Jung family is also besieging Chairman Lim, but I didn't expect the Jung family to scheme so deeply. Of course, cutting off all avenues of retreat for Chairman Lim, I, on the contrary, disdain them. With that thought in mind, Yu Ling Xuang chose not to mention this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou In-sung, Han Sung, and Jung Dik all took a sharp breath. Just a month later, Han Sung's expression completely changed, replaced by a twisted smile, full of cunning and greed. In that case, he still has 60 billion in liquid capital. No wonder he's not afraid. However, as long as he wants to build a film studio, no matter where, we will control it. To escape this situation, he must suffer heavy losses. Jung Dik spoke with a sinister expression. CEO Han is right, we've already nailed the spike into him. If he wants to pull out this spike, it seems he'll have to sacrifice some flesh. This time, it's definitely a fat piece of meat for us to feast on. Haha. Moreover, I've heard recently that this guy is facing financial difficulties. A dilemma indeed. Jin Jiamu couldn't resist adding, bottomless greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This time, Chairman Lim is definitely doomed to a catastrophic failure. Haha. Jin's words ring true. Haha. Unless he still has 300 billion, using absolute dominance to crush everything. If that's the case, we truly have no means. Haha. 300 billion, if he can actually mobilize that much liquid capital. I'll eat shit. The party continued with people throwing jabs, making the atmosphere lively. Based on the current situation, if Chairman Lim wants to continue developing the film city, there's only one choice: to buy land from us at a higher price. By then, he'll surely learn his lesson. Bottoms up. Suddenly, Jung Dik sniffed and said, "To be honest with you all, my sister is currently by Chairman Lim's side. When the time comes, as long as I give the order, my sister will definitely cooperate with us. making Chairman Lim permanently unable to raise his head. As soon as Jung spoke these words, his younger sister, Jung Ji-lu, rushed to Park Jimin's new villa, craving an apple pie. As she arrived at the large door, Jung Ji-lu, without hesitation, kicked it open and leaned against the doorframe, shouting loudly, "I'm starving. Hurry up and make me the beef stir-fry you made last time." Jung Ji-lu, unable to contain her excitement, kicked open several layers of doors, reaching Wang Meng-meng's room. "Park Jimin, I'm starving. Hurry up and make me the egg-fried rice you made last time." Not only Jung Ji-lu, but Oh Young-sil also insisted on meeting Park Jimin. However, the timing wasn't right. Park Jimin, to treat the two girls, personally went to the kitchen to showcase its cooking skills, and even went shopping to buy ingredients. Speaking of Oh Young-sil, she's been under immense pressure lately. The issue of land for the Film City project remains unresolved, and the progress of film shooting has been delayed. Everything is going against her, encountering countless obstacles. Learning that Park Jimin had secretly arranged for Fei Tian Real Estate to buy land made her feel undervalued. But even when Park Jimin silently arranged things, Fei Tian Real Estate still faced difficulties. Currently, Park Jimin is facing financial problems, and the project is in a dilemma. The responsibility is overwhelming, making her feel extremely guilty. Even eating is not enjoyable, and sleep is restless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she is determined to meet Park Jimin to talk directly. Park Jimin promptly sent her the address of his new villa. Upon seeing Jung Ji-lu, Wang Meng-meng couldn't contain her excitement. "Ji-lu, you're here. Last time you left, I thought it would be ages before I saw you again." While Park Jimin was cooking, the two sisters began to chatter incessantly, their voices echoing in the room. Jung Ji-lu complained, "Meng-meng, why is your brother cooking so slowly? It's been over an hour, and the egg-fried rice isn't done yet." Wang Meng-meng explained, "Jimin didn't just cook egg-fried rice today. He bought a lot of ingredients, and it seems there's another guest coming." Jung Ji-lu raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of suspicion. "Another guest, huh? I told you, this playboy isn't just dating another girl, is he? If this guest is a guy, how can he be cooking and buying so many ingredients on his own? It must be a girl. I'll have to see who dares to seduce Jimin." Wang Meng-meng teased with a probing tone. "Whether it's a girl or not, I don't know. But today, Jimin cooked himself because of you. Ji-lu, you're not jealous, are you? Maybe you really like my brother." Jung Ji-lu vehemently denied in various ways, her expression exuding extreme arrogance. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? Suitors for me are lining up from here to the Yellow River, but I just don't like a playboy like him." Park Jimin, busy in the kitchen, muttered to himself, "I can't understand. How can the Jung family, an aristocratic family, raise such a quirky Jung Ji-lu? Wherever she goes, she brings excitement with her. But it's okay. Meng Mei is home alone and about to explode. Now with someone to keep her company, the atmosphere at home will be a bit livelier." At that moment, a special guest arrived. The doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation between the two girls. "Park Jimin, quickly open the door for me. I know you're home." The doorbell's call was not casual, causing Jung Ji-lu and Wang Meng-meng to be suspicious. From the voice, it's clearly a woman. So Park Jimin is really dating another girl. Ji-lu guessed it right. "Ha, here they come. It's definitely another one of your brother's romantic debts." Afterwards, Wang Meng-meng and Jung Ji-lu tiptoed closer to the door, curious. The door creaked open a crack, just enough to reveal the tall, slender figures of the two girls, with their eyelashes delicately curved. Finally, the door swung wide open, immediately eliciting awe from both of them. Standing before them was a girl. No, she must be a goddess. Her beauty was indescribable, with skin as fair and smooth as snow, and eyes sparkling like precious gems. But what impressed Wang Meng-meng and Jung Ji-lu the most was the mesmerizing allure hidden beneath her ample bosom. "Oh, isn't this Park Jimin's house? Who are you two?" they exclaimed. In the next moment, Wang Meng-meng and Jung Ji-lu widened their eyes in astonishment. "It's the big star, Oh Young-sil. Why is she here?" Oh Young-sil's presence stirred up mixed emotions in Wang Meng-meng, especially with the idol sitting right beside her, causing her young heart to flutter wildly. She was almost unable to control herself, swinging between fear and excitement. She hurriedly rushed into the room, rummaging through her notebook and pen. Emerging again, she looked up at Oh Young-sil with admiring eyes. "Sister Young-sil, could you please autograph for me?" "Thank you." Oh Young-sil was also very enthusiastic about Wang Mengmeng's request. Of course. As for Jung Ji-lu, being the pampered daughter of the Gyeongbokgung Palace, she had grown accustomed to meeting with top celebrities and elite society members from a young age. Jung Ji-lu felt slightly surprised, even harboring a hint of resentment towards Oh Young-sil. It's hard to believe that Park Jimin knows a big star like Oh Young-sil. If she also has feelings for Park Jimin, then there's another formidable rival. I must be more careful. Can't let this fox seduce Park Jimin away. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Jung Ji-lu felt an indescribable anxiety. But before she could come up with a plan, her senses were overwhelmed by the aroma of food, making her mouth water. Park Jimin emerged from the kitchen. "Food's ready. Let's eat." Park Jimin prepared a total of 5 dishes: stir-fried green chili potatoes, braised carp, assorted stir-fried meats, sweet and sour spare ribs, and tomato egg soup. They looked simple, but when prepared by Park Jimin, they became exceptionally special, emitting irresistible fragrances that made one want to dig in immediately. Jung Ji-lu wasn't polite at all, eating like she hadn't had a meal since 1975, delicious like super deluxe fried rice. The more she ate, the more Jung Ji-lu couldn't stop herself, continuously putting spare ribs into her mouth, occasionally expressing her admiration. The ribs melt in your mouth, indescribably delicious. Wang Mengmeng was no different. So delicious, absolutely amazing. As for Oh Young-sil, she had never tasted food cooked by Park Jimin before. She delicately picked up a piece of braised fish and gently put it in her mouth, instantly experiencing an explosion of exquisite flavors, stimulating her taste buds and bringing a sense of immense happiness. Then, she completely abandoned the dignity of a top actress and ate like a starving person. "Park Jimin, I never expected your cooking skills to be this good. Even better than any 5-star chef I've ever eaten from." Park Jimin asked in a somewhat indifferent manner, not really paying much attention. "Young-sil, why did you suddenly want to see me?" Oh Young-sil looked at Park Jimin with great affection. "Well, I'm worried about you. I heard your voice on the phone sounding a bit off. Afraid that you might be facing difficulties, so I decided to come and see for myself." 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes along with a bowl of tomato egg soup were completely polished off. All 3 of them felt incredibly happy to have their loved one cook for them. Wang Mengmeng's goodwill score increased by 2. Current goodwill score 92 points. Oh Young-sil's goodwill score increased by 1. Current goodwill score 94 points. Jung Ji-lu's goodwill score increased by 1. Current goodwill score 97 points. Jung Ji-lu's dog-licking behavior. Goodwill breakthrough, 97 points, rewarded with a 10-point reinforcement. Seeing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel delighted. "Today, I decided to cook by myself, and it turned out to be a wise decision. To win a woman's heart, you must first conquer her taste buds. Of course, men cooking regularly won't be effective. When women are regularly cooked for, they gradually get used to it, and take it for granted without appreciating it. That behavior is akin to a dog licking. Delicious food should not be served to them regularly, or they will lose interest. It's only after some time that surprises are created, which will make them remember it forever." After the meal, Jung Ji-lu took out a thick document from her bag and pushed it towards Park Jimin. Park Jimin looked at the documents. 4 large words appeared before his eyes. "Financial report." Jung Ji-lu glanced at Park Jimin, flipped through the financial report, and then smirked proudly. "What do you think, Park Jimin? Did I disappoint you? In just a short half-month, I've developed the conglomerate to such a scale, even surpassing Fei and real estate. This proves that Ji-lu, this little prodigy, can achieve what others cannot, with unmatched work efficiency." Oh Young-sil, hearing this, also looked over curiously. "Jodisi real estate. Sounds like it's competing with Yuling Shuang's Fei Tian real estate, doesn't it?" Shortly after, Jung Ji-lu pulled out a map from her bag and explained, "The financial report is just a part of the achievements. For easier understanding, I brought this map. This map is an enlarged province map, clearly marked with cities: Gyeongbokgung, Jinju, Yigu, Xiangyang, Shaiyuan, Huangkun, Jigan, Suijiao, Tianning, Huanxi, and Taxai, Tianmen, Tianjing, Xiandao, Shenlong, and the primeval forest, along with over 10 other inland cities. Furthermore, this map not only marks the inland cities, but also clearly displays every fault, including the 3 key cities Tianmen, Xiandao, and Qianjiang, which I've marked with symbols. The red area represents the Fei-Tian region, while the purple area represents the Jiaodasi real estate acquired region. Currently, only a few households are still under compulsory acquisition and ideological work is underway. The leaders of Xiandao and Qianjiang cities have also agreed to collaborate on building a film city project. They have also introduced a series of preferential policies. These 2 areas, along with the land previously acquired by Fei-Tian Real Estate, have exceeded 1 million mu. I've said it before, the 50 billion you gave me hasn't even been fully utilized yet. Zheng Ji-lu finished speaking, but Park Jimin's expression remained indifferent. He showed neither happiness, nor sadness, nor any surprise or disappointment. Such indifference made Zheng Ji-lu ponder. Oh my! I've gone this far, and Park Jimin still remains so calm. This person's cunning runs deep. Park Jimin's response was normal, as if everything was within his expectations. This 50 billion is just me giving her the freedom to spend it as she pleases. Why should I have to explain so much? It's making me sleepy. Furthermore, I've previously mentioned asking her to help me buy land, which was just an excuse for me to use the money. Now that Zheng Ji-lu is actually buying land, I naturally don't need to be surprised. Just because Park Jimin is fine doesn't mean others are. Oh Young-sil stared intently at the triangular area on the map containing Tianmen City, Xiandao City, and Qianjiang City, then widened her eyes and mouth. Oh my, the Jiaodasi group, of course arranged by Park Jimin, has silently completed the land purchase. If it were someone else, their reaction wouldn't have been so shallow. But Oh Young-sil, being an insider, had suffered a disastrous defeat in the land battles of the First World War, so when she looked at this map, Oh Young-sil suddenly awakened, experiencing a complete shock. Thus, these 2 areas, along with the land south of Mangshizhen, have formed a contiguous landmass. At the same time, this landmass includes 3 provinces. If used for developing a film city, it would completely break free from the constraints of large financial conglomerates. Previously trapped by others, it is now free to roam. Like playing a game of Go, the situation immediately expands. Moreover, choosing this location to build a film city is indeed a smart move. Collaborating with the leaders of the 3 cities, no one can monopolize it. Everyone hopes that this project will bring huge economic benefits to the city, thus achieving success. Therefore, everyone wants to win the favor of project investors. Park Jimin also holds more power, and importantly can strike behind the backs of the financial conglomerates besieging them. I fear that these large financial conglomerates will not come back this time. If one wishes to retreat, they may have to endure heavy losses. It's all a scheme from start to finish. Openly build a plank road, secretly cross Chenkeng, such a sinister name. Moreover, he not only inflicted trauma once but continuously twice. It's difficult to guard against. Young-sil Broadcasting is just a name. Fei-Tian Real Estate is also just a name. Behind him is Jiaodasi Real Estate. Oh Young-sil's scalp went numb. Internally, she constantly shook like riding a high-speed roller coaster, extremely stimulating. It turns out the issue that has been bothering me all this time fundamentally isn't an issue. It's all part of Chairman Lim's plan. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This is the wrist of a former billionaire indeed. Turns out the wealthy often have their own ways. I suddenly feel that with my intelligence, perhaps I'm also being toyed with to death by him. Fortunately, the person beside me is Park Jimin. This name is even more terrifying than Jin, the young master in Mado. But how can I feel extremely safe and trustful when by his side, despite such a dangerous person? He is indifferent, yet why do I find him captivating and brimming with intelligence? To that extent, at this sacred moment, Oh Young-sil looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of admiration, her heart skipping a beat. The determination of an intelligent man is irresistible. It's a kind of intellectual dominance that earns her deep respect from the bottom of her heart. Oh Young-sil's goodwill level has increased by 1, with the current goodwill rating at 95 points. Measuring towards the target, the 9th liquor, Oh Young-sil, for the successful owner of the breakthrough goodwill score of 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for successfully counterattacking the 9th liquor. Total expenditure on the liquor, 2,836,954,751 won. Reward for the owner. 283,695,476 won. Oh Young-sil successfully transformed into the owner's liquor, rewarded with 30 enhancement points. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the skill, demonstrating mastery in just 1 second. A stream of theoretical knowledge about acting rushed into Park Jimin's mind. His face slightly enhanced, facial expressions becoming incredibly natural, as if he had undergone countless challenges. It seems that whatever emotion he wants to express, his face can naturally reflect it. Furthermore, facial muscles are controlled vividly and unaffected by mood. Even tears can fall when crying. At this moment, Park Jimin also noticed Oh Young-sil, looking at him foolishly. Not only that, her cheeks were also flushed. Seeing this scene, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel a bit dry-mouthed. I didn't do anything. Why the sudden breakthrough? Could it be that when I flipped through the financial report, my appearance seemed particularly handsome, causing a headache? Lately, it seems like there's always someone deeply misunderstanding me. Kim Jisoo is the same. She calls me all the time, feeling like I'm very distressed, very tired, feeling like I shouldn't bear this pressure at this age. But clearly, I'm leisurely to the point of feeling sore all over. Why you all feel like I'm so busy? Forget it. You've thought so. I don't want to deny it either. So just let me handle everything alone. Indeed, with money, it's easy to do things. Jiutsu real estate has gained the upper hand. At this point, other financial conglomerates are jumping in, fearing it's already too late. On the other hand, precisely because of the nonchalant tone in Park Jimin's phone calls, Kim Jisoo becomes even more uneasy. Sun, can I ask you for a favor? These past few days, I've been spending time researching Fei Tian real estate. The current person in charge of Fei Tian real estate is named Yu Ling Shuang, who is Park Jimin's secretary. There's a major issue though. Fei Tian real estate has signed contracts to deliver apartments within a year. If they breach the contract, they'll have to compensate triple the penalty fees. With such a large number of houses, this is indeed a colossal figure. Jian Sun couldn't help but suspect. Jisoo, hold on. Why do I feel like there's an issue with the person in charge of Fei Tian real estate? Why does she set such high contract compensation fees and require the delivery of apartments within a year? Isn't this approach creating pressure for the conglomerate? I'm afraid she might have another agenda approaching Park Jimin. Kim Jisoo couldn't help but worry after hearing this. Currently, Fei Tian real estate's land acquisition speed is increasing rapidly. She might be trying to accelerate the progress for Park Jimin. But with the rising land prices and massive capital inflow, Park Jimin will face even more dilemmas. I wonder if he can handle the financial strain. Although Park Jimin hasn't mentioned this, I still worry about him. Can you help me look up information about this company? Jisoo only knew Jian Sun as a talented hacker. But she didn't know that she was one of the best hackers in the country, also known as Inferno Fire. For a hacker of such caliber, investigating someone's background was extremely easy. Jian Sun confidently assured, Jisoo, don't worry. If Fei Tian has issues, then surely Park Jimin will face difficulties too. Okay, it's settled. With my top-notch hacking skills, I'll look up information about Fei Tian and Yu Ling Shuang for you tonight. Jian Sun eagerly agreed, relieving Kim Jisoo of her burden. She quickly embraced Jian Sun and thanked her profusely. Thank you, Sun. I knew you were the best. At this moment, Jian Sun also couldn't understand why she cared so much about Park Jimin, and moreover, her initial purpose in forming the sisterhood wasn't to make Park Jimin fall in love or anything like that. Park Jimin sensed the change in his expression, his lips curling slightly. Interesting, quite skilled in performance. I wonder if I can use this to charm girls. Acting is a talent that's very difficult to learn, and Park Jimin now possessed this talent. In a fleeting moment, his demeanor also showed a bit of cunning and a bit of intelligence. Young-sil, why are you staring at me like that? No, there's nothing. Oh Young-sil turned away, her face flushed and embarrassed. Oh my, what's happening? Just now, Park Jimin's gaze seemed to penetrate through my defenses, seeing deep into my soul. Does he always have such a lure, or is it my illusion? Too weak. At this moment, Park Jimin once again examined the Jeongju-lu map carefully, speaking earnestly. This little girl buying land seems to be connected to the land area that Fei Tian real estate acquired. In other words, this Film City project seems chaotic at first, but actually managed to gather 1 million acres of land, completing the initial project planning area, while inadvertently undermining several financial conglomerates. Thinking about this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel stunned. Could it be that Oh Young-sil thinks all of this is arranged by me, already set up beforehand, hence her admiration for me, even breaking through the limit of goodwill? This is purely coincidental. I didn't plot anything. I am completely innocent. Jung Ji-Lu acted on her own. It has nothing to do with me. Oh heavens, another person deeply misunderstanding. Well, true men don't need explanations. Let them continue to misunderstand anyway. I'll bear it all alone. Seeing Park Jimin carefully examining the map, Jung Ji-Lu appeared extremely pleased, but she still hadn't received his praise, so she added again. How about it, miss? Quite impressive, huh? Just a few days, and you've turned Jodeci into a renowned conglomerate, stronger than some people, huh? Returning to Yujun Fortress Villa, Yu Ling Shuang also brought out a map to present. She relied on the incidents that occurred while covertly lurking beside Park Jimin, then speculated and analyzed clearly. Given the current situation, Chairman Lim's chance to turn the tide is very fragile, unless... The four of them collectively inquired, unless what? Yu Ling Shuang confidently replied, unless he can come up with 200 billion to overwhelm everything. But I don't think Chairman Lim has that capability. Hearing the amount surpassing their expectations, Jung Ditch couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you scared me for a moment. Thought you were serious. Secretary Yu, you're quite humorous. At this moment, Han Sung suddenly asked, Oh, Jin Young Master, is Secretary Yu your secretary? Jin Jia-mu responded indifferently. So what, CEO Han? Any issue with that? Upon hearing this, Han Sung made an extremely inappropriate request. I heard that the secretaries beside Jin Young Master are all stunning beauties. Miss Yu is his reliable assistant. She must also be exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if she could remove the face mask to let everyone admire her beauty. Yu Ling Shuang's psyche was already sensitive at this time. Such disrespectful and humiliating demands immediately caused her expression to change drastically. Amidst the piercing gazes, her eyes immediately turned to Jin Jia-mu, with a hint of urgency and expectation in her eyes. Young Master, about this. Jo In-sung interjected, but compared to Han Sung's rudeness, his speech was more restrained. That's right, Jin Young Master. Back in Motto, I heard rumors that Miss Yu beside Jin Young Master is an exquisite beauty, exceptionally talented, comparable to entertainment industry stars, and has already attained a master's degree at a young age. I truly admire having such a secretary. Miss Yu, why not remove the face mask, just in case we collaborate again and fail to recognize Miss Yu? It would be embarrassing. Jin Jia-mu didn't like it, but he didn't want to escalate the situation either. Damn it, this Han Sung guy is really a hindrance. But in such a short time, I couldn't mobilize enough liquid assets, so I turned to Ruan, Jin Bank, and Hongjian Capital. Essentially, this collaboration is me seeking favor from others. Shouldn't provoke him. Moreover, Ling Shuang is understanding, so she will prioritize the bigger picture. Jin Jia-mu always regarded himself as the center, paying no heed to Yu Ling Shuang's feelings. After pondering, he arbitrarily decided for her. Ling Shuang, said CEO Han said so, then please remove the bandage, and let CEO Han have a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Ling Shuang immediately stepped back 2 paces, unable to believe her ears. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with indignation as she asked, Young Master, do you really want me to remove the bandage? Jin Jia-mu's gaze turned icy, his tone extremely stern. I said remove it, so remove it. Are you doubting my orders? Hearing those words from the person she trusted, Yu Ling Shuang's heart seemed to shrink. Yes, sir. When Yu Ling Shuang uttered these 2 words, there seemed to be tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. But they didn't fall. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears. Back then, when she was beaten by human traffickers, she didn't shed a tear. But today, she truly couldn't hold back. Trembling, she removed the bandage, revealing a delicate yet slightly disfigured face, with scars like vicious centipedes crawling across her skin, a sight that startled onlookers. The once exquisitely beautiful left side of her face was now marred with scars stretching up to 10 centimeters long, deep and unsightly. The more one looked, the more horrifying it appeared. The atmosphere became stifling, as if something was about to happen. The chubby CEO Han took a sip of red wine and immediately spewed it out, even surprising Jin Jiamu. Her face has been severely disfigured. Restoring it to its former state would be extremely difficult. Her covert mission is almost complete, and the utility value is dwindling. Besides, I have no shortage of beautiful women by my side. A secretary is the face of the company and cannot afford to become unsightly. If there is no longer much utility value, there's nothing to blame for being discarded like rubbish. At this moment, Jin Jiamu's true nature was fully revealed: cunning, cruel, merciless, with no pity for anyone. Initially, when Yu Ling Shuang revealed her right cheek, Han Sung felt a bit smug. However, as the left side was exposed, in an instant, he felt nothing, especially since he was extremely critical of women's appearances. Upon seeing her like this, he furrowed his brow in disgust. It's revolting. I thought she was a stunning beauty, but turns out she's a hideous monster like that. It makes me nauseous. Fine, you can leave. You're only disturbing my meal here. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang felt her thin shoulders tremble gently in the wind. She felt as though thousands of knives were stabbing into her heart, one by one, bleeding and numbing. But then she clenched her fists, trying to suppress the surging frustration within her. If CEO Han finds me disturbing his meal, I'll leave. Jin Jiamu furrowed his brow again, but said nothing. Look at her. CEO Han, does she resemble a dog? Ha 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 ha. CEO Joe is truly amusing. Ha 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 ha. Just like Chong. Cheers to our cooperation. Let's empty the glass. Yu Ling Shuang, feeling forlorn, left Yu Jun Fortress Villa, her solitary figure lost amidst the crowd, ignored and uncared for. When she was beautiful, the world revolved around her, but now that she was ugly, even her breath seemed foul. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang felt truly lonely, abandoned and deserted like a lost dog without its owner. Returning to the warm and loving home of Park Jimin, Zheng Ji Lu continued to tempt Wang Mengmeng. Mengmeng, it's still early. Let's go to a bar and have some fun. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself. Wang Mengmeng firmly refused. I don't want to go, and I can't go. You said bars are full of loose women, and it's nearly 11 p.m. now. Let's just take a shower and go to bed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ji Lu immediately countered. Who says going to a bar makes you promiscuous? I go to bars regularly. My older brother owns over 10 bars, and I've been frequenting them since I was 10. Nobody ever called me loose. Park Jimin is just old-fashioned. Don't listen to him. Curious, Wang Mengmeng asked. What? Ji Lu, your older brother owns a bar. Zheng Ji Lu explained earnestly. Yeah, besides bars, my brother also owns a chain of hotels, a financial company, bubble tea shops, a real estate company. Basically, our family is involved in various businesses. Oh, I see. Your family is so wealthy, Ji Lu. It'll be a while before you catch up to Park Jimin. Anyway, whether you go or not, I don't want to be led astray by you. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang returned and punched in the door code to open it. Seeing Yu Ling Shuang's return, Wang Mengmeng asked with concern, Sister Yu Ling Shuang, you're back. Is everything all right? You don't look well. Did you go for your hospital checkup today? Is everything okay? Yu Ling Shuang, the younger sister, responded stiffly. Oh, I'm fine. Everything's okay. Seeing Yu Ling Shuang walking as if in a daze, Wang Mengmeng rushed to help, saying, Yu Ling Shuang, take it slow. I'll support you. Thanks, Mengmeng. I can manage on my own. Zheng Ji Lu found this scene extremely displeasing. Hemph, betrayer, acting like she's innocent, pretending to be a weak little girl. Yu Ling Shuang, I know your sister is busy and probably doesn't have time for dinner, so you deliberately left some for her. Let me tell you, I personally cooked tonight. If it weren't for his instructions, we would have finished it all. Wang Mengmeng's care stood in stark contrast to the humiliation at the party, especially her meaningful words, once again stirring emotions in Yu Ling Shuang. Park Jimin, leaving dinner for me, giving careful instructions. Wang Mengmeng nodded. That's right, sister. Although just a small incident in life, nothing particularly touching. Now Yu Ling Shuang's soul was deeply wounded, like a little cat shivering in the pouring rain. Simply receiving an umbrella from someone would deeply touch her. Yu Ling Shuang, having just eaten, felt incredibly warm inside. Today, at the party in Yujun Fortress Villa, I didn't eat a single bite, didn't drink a drop of water. Throughout the entire event, I just carefully explained things, only to end up humiliated in front of everyone and thrown out like a dog. Yet, I still have no intention of betraying the Jin family. It turns out that from start to finish, only Park Jimin sees me as a person, not just a tool. Why does Park Jimin treat me so well? The more Yu Ling Shuang thought about what Park Jimin had done for her, the more moved she became. She couldn't hold back the tears streaming down her face. Feeling extremely sympathetic, Wang Mengmeng, adding 10 points to her goodwill, looked at Yu Ling Shuang, crying, and became deeply concerned. "Oh my, Yu Ling Shuang, why are you crying? Wounds exposed to water can get infected, or is someone bullying you? Tell me, I'll have my brother deal with it." "It's okay, Meng Meng, I'm just recalling some things." "Oh right, Meng Meng. Where are the others?" Wang Meng Meng explained. "He's already asleep. He said there were too many things going on today, so he's a bit tired and wants some quiet time. He asked us not to disturb him." Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang felt even more ashamed. Park Jimin is besieged by 4 powerful forces. He must be very tired. But even though he's facing losses of tens of billions, he still thinks of me, goes down to the kitchen, and leaves dinner for me. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang felt her conscience gnawing at her fiercely, feeling guilty towards Park Jimin. Every minute and every second, Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill increased by 10 points, reaching 55 points. However, Park Jimin's fatigue wasn't due to financial problems. But from afternoon until tonight, he had been receiving constant messages and phone calls asking if he needed money, and then worrying that the system would suspect him of money laundering, making him feel irritated. Wang Meng Meng suddenly asked, "All right, Yu Ling Shuang, do you know if he has any problems recently? From morning till night, many people have been calling him, and he's been reacting very violently, saying things like, 'Don't transfer money to me. If you do, I will cut off ties with you.'" Hearing Wang Meng Meng's words, Yu Ling Shuang became more convinced of her speculation. Surely Park Jimin is having financial problems. Many people are constantly calling to help, but Park Jimin keeps refusing, showing that he is a person with a high self-esteem. To clarify further, Yu Ling Shuang continued to ask, "Did my younger brother mention anything else about the issue?" Wang Meng Meng then pulled Yu Ling Shuang to the front of Park Jimin's room and whispered, "There, do you hear that? From morning till now, he's been locking himself up alone and telling us not to disturb him. He wants to be alone in peace." In addition to his younger sister, there are also some powerful figures from the 2 families, along with some influential people from large clans intentionally inquiring about him. Their words are becoming excessive, and Park Jimin doesn't want to explain further. To dispel his worries, he opened up League of Legends to play. "Oh, these 4 chickens dare to join forces to siege. Let me show them how I'll bring them down to meet their ancestors." After hearing that, Yu Ling Shuang thought Park Jimin was truly at a loss. Once again, she felt heavy guilt in her conscience. It was indeed true that Park Jimin was besieged by major conglomerates. Currently, Park Jimin was being jointly besieged by Lin Shufu and the Jin family tycoons. Now, with the addition of Ruan Jin Bank and Hongjian Capital collaborating, the 4 forces were besieging him from all sides. He must be really confused. Despite that, he still remembered to prepare food for me, cooking for me himself. He's so good to me, and yet I have to betray him. Wouldn't that just make me more miserable? I am just a creature of emotions. How can I face him like this? The more she thought about it, the more tormented Yu Ling Shuang felt internally. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill plus 10. Current goodwill is 65 points. Yu Ling Shuang couldn't sleep well that night. The next day, while it was still early in the morning and the rooster hadn't even crowed, Kim Jisoo was still asleep when there was a loud knock on the door. Jun Sun Sun urgently called out, "Jisoo, wake up, I have made a crucial discovery." "What is it?" "It's still early," Jisoo replied. "Sun Sun, can't you let me sleep a little longer?" "No, you can't sleep anymore. I found out who Yu Ling Shuang is," Jun Sun Sun answered, revealing that Yu Ling Shuang's identity was not simple. Kim Jisoo recognized the urgency in Jun Sun Sun's tone and immediately got out of bed, opening the door to let Jun Sun Sun in. "I stayed up all night to find it and finally discovered that Yu Ling Shuang has a problem," Jisoo said, focusing on the computer screen. "Here is the information about Yu Ling Shuang. She didn't attend primary or secondary school, but was homeschooled from a young age. Even stranger, she has no educational records, and did not take any entrance exams, instead going straight to Fushan University in Mado at the age of 17. After that, she went on to Cambridge University in England and earned a dual master's degree in just 3 years. Truly a genius. After graduating, she was sent to train in the Iron Street and managed over a few billion in liquid capital at the age of 20. When she was 21, she joined Chang Company and became the CEO's secretary at just 22 years old. Jisoo, do you know who the chairman of this conglomerate is? After not allowing Kim Jisoo to answer, Jun Sun continued to explain. Chang Company is one of the conglomerates of the Jin family tycoons in Mado, and Jin Jiamu is the heir to the Jin family conglomerate, one of the richest young masters in Mado. But there's very little information about him online. Kim Jisoo felt confused. What is the Jin family conglomerate? I'd never heard of it. Jun Sun anxiously explained. You don't know. But the Jin family tycoons are the sharks in the film industry. The city of Shenduan is the largest television base in the country, and arguably one of the largest television bases in Asia. 1/3 of the shares of Shenduan Film City belong to the Jin family conglomerate. Park Jimin wants to build a film city, which is a competitor to the Jin family tycoons, and Yu Ling Shuang is the secretary of the Jin family. At this point, both immediately awakened. Yu Ling Shuang is a commercial spy. Right after that, Kim Jisoo kept saying all morning, "Oh my, no wonder Park Jimin's business has been constantly encountering problems these days. Even buying land has not been smooth. No wonder the contract with Fei-Tian Real Estate has so many disadvantages." It turns out all of these things are all arranged by Yu Ling Shuang. As she spoke, Kim Jisoo immediately took out her mobile phone and called Park Jimin. "No, I have to let him know about this, to prevent him from being deceived by Yu Ling Shuang again. I'm sorry, the subscriber you have called is currently unavailable." Kim Jisoo called again, still a familiar line from the operator. "I'm sorry, the subscriber you have called is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Kim Jisoo felt increasingly annoyed. Why is the phone off? At such an important time, the only way is to go to his house and talk to him directly, but I don't know his address. Kim Jisoo started calling each person, asking for the address and revealing this shocking secret to everyone. What, the new address of Park Jimin? I don't know, really. What, there's a commercial spy next to him. Wait a moment, I will go with you all. Finally, Yang Wei called a hacker and found out Park Jimin's new address. Oh my god, I have his new address. What, there's a commercial spy next to him. Park Min Young is also there. I will go with the girls. Yang Wei, Park Min Young, Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun, the 4 girls together devised a plan to rescue Park Jimin. Together, they advanced towards Park Jimin's new mansion. Together, they wanted to expose Yu Ling Shuang to completely awaken Park Jimin. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Park Jimin had just gotten out of bed. The weather today was particularly fresh because it had been raining continuously for the past few days. So today, when the sun appeared, everyone's mood also improved. A good, refreshing sleep, after a long day of torture by hundreds of phone calls. As he got out of bed, Park Jimin stretched as if to shake off all the exhaustion. Just then, there was a sudden noise in the kitchen, along with a pleasant aroma wafting out. What's this smell? When Park Jimin ran to see, he found that Yu Ling Shuang had showered and cleaned up, lightly makeup, exuding easy and attractive beauty. Yu Ling Shuang, she's making breakfast. What's going on? Did I take the wrong medicine? Good morning, Secretary Yu. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's spirits were quite good. Perhaps because she was rejected at last night's dinner party, a darkness arose in her heart. So today she must wash it away. Good morning, boss. I made porridge and sunny-side-up eggs. Try it. Okay, I'm hungry. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang looked straight into Park Jimin's eyes, and he also looked back at her. Their eyes met, but Park Jimin's gaze was extremely indifferent, not overly concerned. Nor did he treat her differently. Nor did he hate. Immediately, Yu Ling Shuang's heart was filled with something very complex, difficult to put into words. According to my knowledge of psychology, Park Jimin's attitude towards my cancellation was completely indifferent, as if that horrific scar didn't exist. Furthermore, from within, why doesn't Park Jimin care? Could it be that he is really different from other men? However, Yu Ling Shuang did not know that since the accident, Park Jimin also had his own calculations. He looked at the system that verified his medical skills and couldn't help but think, Yu's secretary's face is almost ruined. As a woman, she must be very devastated. However, I have activated my medical skills, started to concoct ointments. If the system doesn't deceive me, she will probably recover very quickly. By then, Secretary Yu will definitely treat me very well, obediently following. Like a thunderbolt strikes where it's aimed, ha ha ha. However, Yu Ling Shuang did not know any of this. She only felt the difference in Park Jimin's eyes towards her compared to Jin Jiamu. A sincere look opened the door to Yu Ling Shuang's heart. Park Jimin doesn't dislike me. He doesn't hide it. He's not hesitant, just natural and normal. But this is the look I desire most. Once again, without comparison, there would be no hurt. Without Jin's disdain, how could Chairman Lim's sincerity stand out? From this moment on, Yu Ling Shuang's inner turmoil became overwhelming. She didn't want to hurt Park Jimin anymore. In fact, in some moments, she wanted to speak the truth but couldn't. Finally, Yu Ling Shuang instinctively asked a question that a professional spy should not ask. Boss, if one day I do something wrong to you, will you forgive me? Park Jimin took a bite of his omelette and said firmly, it depends on the severity of the situation. If it's just about money, no matter how much you lose in business, I will forgive you, because I really don't care about money. After hearing Park Jimin's words, Yu Ling Shuang didn't know whether to believe it or not, whether to be happy or sad. Those words seemed like a joke, making her wonder. If Park Jimin knew I was a commercial spy, collaborating with other conglomerates to harm him, even pushing him to his death, could he forgive me? No one can accept betrayal like that, but that wasn't my initial purpose when approaching him. Why now, when success is almost within reach, I don't feel any joy? When the mission ends, sooner or later, Park Jimin will know I am a spy. At that point, my identity cannot be hidden forever. The more she thought, the more Yu Ling Shuang felt dissatisfied. The more she thought, the more Yu Ling Shuang felt a great sense of loss. Just as she was immersed in conflicting thoughts, suddenly Wang Mengmeng, Zheng Jilu, and Oh Young-sil appeared. Wang Mengmeng took a deep breath of freshness and said, "Oh, it smells so good. You and Yu Ling Shuang have had breakfast already. Did you prepare for me?" Yu Ling Shuang smiled, putting aside her worries. "Of course, I have prepared for everyone. Everyone, please sit down quickly." As soon as Yu Ling Shuang stood up, Wang Mengmeng quickly ran to the kitchen, saying eagerly, "Yu Ling Shuang hasn't fully recovered yet. Let me do it myself." With that, Wang Mengmeng hurriedly ran to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and Zheng Jilu also called out, "Meng Meng, help me get another portion, please." The spacious kitchen was filled with the morning sunlight, and compared to the rather impersonal evening feast, Yu Ling Shuang felt extremely peaceful here. Yu Ling Shuang's omelette is delicious. It can rival that of a professional chef. Not that good, she thought. Finally, the doorbell continued to ring from outside. Kang kang, kang kang, kang kang, kang kang. Everyone in the house glued their eyes to the door, listening to the urgent and hurried sound of the bell, as if urging the person inside to quickly open the door. Zheng Jilu couldn't help but spit. "Who is it, ringing the doorbell so early, so noisy?" Wang Mengmeng explained, "Oh, it could be Yang Weibai and the other sisters. This morning, Yang Weibai called to ask for the new address of his brother." Yu Ling Shuang immediately grabbed the key. "The other sisters," Wang Mengmeng happily explained. "That's right," she said. "The other sisters asked her. They are very worried. It seems they mentioned that his company has commercial espionage, and they want to report it to him, but his phone is turned off." When Wang Mengmeng uttered the phrase commercial espionage, Yu Ling Shuang's body visibly shook. She took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. "I'll go open the door first." After Wang Mengmeng finished speaking, she dropped her chopsticks and ran to open the door. The sound of the door opening echoed sharply, like the pounding of a heartbeat. What comes comes. It's just unexpected that it comes so quickly and unexpectedly. The door opened, and Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun Sun, Yang Weibai, and Park Min Young, 4 women with extraordinary charisma and beauty, emerged. Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sight. They looked so majestic, 4 women, each with their own unique beauty and charisma. How does my brother usually hang out with these billion-dollar ladies? Doesn't he feel pressure at all? Then, Wang Meng Meng widened her curious, sparkling eyes and asked, "Wow, why are there so many beautiful billion-dollar ladies? Yang Weibai. Who are they?" Yang Weibai furrowed her brows and spoke with a slightly hurried tone. "It's urgent. I don't have time to explain to you. Meng Meng, is your brother and Yuling Shuang at home?" Sensing the seriousness in Yang Weibai's voice, Wang Meng Meng nodded and said yes. "They are having breakfast in the dining room at the back. Let me take the ladies there." As soon as Yang Wei was pinned down by the enemy, Jun Sun Sun quickly proposed, "There will definitely be a battle, should we find some security guards to control Yuling Shuang or not. This professional spy, I heard their skills are very dangerous. Afraid that we may not be able to control her. What if she escapes?" Park Min Young, who had witnessed Park Jimin's skills, immediately objected. "No need, just expose her in front of everyone. Park Jimin can naturally subdue her." Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng was completely stunned. What is happening? What battle? Immediately after, the four of them followed Wang Meng Meng to the dining room. The air was suffocating. 8 female students gathered inside the villa, making the atmosphere heavy with the smell of gunpowder. Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun Sun, Yang Weibai, Park Min Young, all 4 women stared sternly at Yuling Shuang. Over 30 seconds passed. Silence engulfed the entire room. At this moment, Jun Sun Sun angrily slammed a thick file onto the table in front of Park Jimin and loudly interrogated, "Park Jimin, do you know who Yuling Shuang is? She is a spy planted next to you. Here are the documents about her. Take a look for yourself." Park Jimin took the documents, flipping through the information revealed. As he read, Park Jimin felt like he had struck gold. He couldn't contain his excitement. Wow, she graduated with 2 master's degrees from Cambridge University, trained in the Iron Street, managed tens of billions of capital. During her time at Chongjiang Company, she completed over 10 merger and acquisition deals. A hidden talent. It's unbelievable. She's just over 20 years old, and her resume is already so impressive. Yuling Shuang must have dropped out of press school, but she's done more than that. I don't care about Jin's young master, Mado, or the Jin family tycoon. Anyone sent my way, as long as they are talented, I will employ them. Jun Sun Sun handed out each part of the evidence to everyone. Yuling Shuang's identity was now clearly exposed. She looked at Park Jimin, her voice full of frustration. "Look closely. This woman is a spy. You trust her. Give her control of Fei Tian real estate. She not only spent tens of billions of your money, but also trapped you in the schemes of large corporations. Park Jimin, wake up." Wang Meng Meng looked at the documents in her hand, unable to believe it. Living together for over a month, I have considered Yuling Shuang as a close friend. She is intelligent, gentle, generous, understanding, but it's all fake. She is obviously a villain, sent here to harm me. Wang Meng Meng felt her worldview crumbling. She asked in panic, "Yuling Shuang, is she really?" Zheng Ji Lu glanced at the documents, smiling as if not noticing anything. "The emperor has not rushed, but the eunuch is already in a hurry. These foolish women, thinking Park Jimin is as foolish as they are. He has known all along, just pretending to catch a bunch of the corporations behind them." After thinking about this, Zheng Ji Lu felt very regretful. When Park Jimin told me about this, is he the one who trusts me the most? Haha. Oh, Young Sil looked at the document in her hand and felt even more frightened. If Yuling Shuang is a spy, then there is no doubt. Park Jimin has long seen through everything and has planned a counterattack. Judsi Real Estate and Zheng Ji Lu are the pawns he is using secretly. I believe that even Yuling Shuang doesn't know. Park Jimin is not the one being deceived, but using her identity to carry out a trap within a trap. It's terrifying. Thus, the 3 women, each with different thoughts. Yuling Shuang knew she was caught red-handed and understood that she couldn't escape. She admitted straightforwardly, "Yes, what you all say is true. From the moment I approached Chairman Lim, I had my own purpose. I have nothing more to say." All 3 of them thought that Park Jimin would be angry, but he didn't. He remained frighteningly calm as before the storm. After that, Park Jimin patted Yuling Shuang on the shoulder with a low but authoritative tone that made people dare not resist. "You, come with me. I have something private to discuss with you." Park Jimin walked ahead, with Yu Ling Shuang following closely behind. In the face of this situation, the girls naturally did not dare to follow. It's just that they all had the same thought. Betrayed like this, could he not be heartbroken? The atmosphere was still very suffocating. It wasn't until Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang completely disappeared from the sight of the girls that they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Meng took 2 steps back, tears streaming down her face. I can't believe that Yu Ling Shuang is a spy. She asked me so many questions about him before, and I answered truthfully. I don't know if I've harmed him or not. Zheng Ji-lu patted Wang Meng on the shoulder at an inappropriate time, comforting her. It's okay, Meng, don't cry anymore. Your brother has known her background for a long time. Park Jimin is a sly fox. How could he be calculated by someone else? Wipe your tears away. The words just spoken by Wang Meng, Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun, Yang Weibai, Park Min Young, the 5 girls all caused a commotion. What he's known that Yu Ling Shuang is a spy all along. The strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, making the 7 girls feel suffocated and tense. Yang Weibai continued to question. Has Park Jimin known that Yu Ling Shuang is a spy all along? How could he? If he did, why would he still give Yu Ling Shuang full authority to handle such an important matter like that? Zheng Ji-lu, feeling annoyed, said every word like a poison. Hemph, what do I rely on to tell you? After speaking, Zheng Ji-lu turned and stomped away, full of resentment, constantly cursing in his heart. Annoying, these women. I'm afraid they all have unclear relationships with Park Jimin. It's disgusting. If I'm not careful, these women will steal Park Jimin from me. All the men in China are dead. Why do you all cling to Park Jimin? Why don't you find someone else instead of fighting over me? I won't let you have your way. Upon hearing that, Yang Wei's anger flared up. She looked at Zheng Ji-lu with resentment. Zheng Ji-lu, refusing to back down, spoke defiantly and responded with a mocking smile. Unable to bear Zheng Ji-lu's glory, Yang Wei rushed forward to attack. The 2 women pounced on each other like fierce tigers, sharp claws scratching and tearing, hair in disarray. How dare you steal Park Jimin from me? I will make you live worse than death, you little brat. Don't think that a little beauty can make a difference. Let me show you what love rivalry is all about. Just then, Oh Young-sil, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Stop. Let me explain this. In conclusion, Oh Young-sil pulled out a map that Zheng Ji-lu carelessly did not collect. This map marks the planned direction of the city of electric film. Perhaps the ladies did not know that more than half a month ago, Chairman Lim had delegated Zheng Ji-lu to purchase land in Xiandao and Qionjiang cities, and at the same time established Jodeci Real Estate. Look carefully, the land purchased by Jodeci Real Estate, along with the land of Phi Tian Real Estate after being connected, form a unified entity. As you can see, the parts marked on the map are also not difficult to understand. It focuses a lot on the planned location of the electric film city. Oh Young-sil had not finished speaking. Yang Wei suddenly woke up. Oh, I understand. It turns out that Jodeci Real Estate is founded by Park Jimin. This is not the action of the Jin family, is it? At first, I thought my mother just didn't want me to sell the tall office building to get money to compensate for the shortfall for Park Jimin. I thought she was just worried about losing a large asset. I misunderstood my mother. It turns out all of this is exactly as she predicted. He is truly strategizing, laying out tactics from afar, determining victory or defeat from thousands of miles away, anticipating opponents, devising plans and strategies at a higher level. This man is deeply cunning, careful in his calculations, not revealing any weaknesses. His intelligence is extraordinary, truly a multifaceted character. Yang Wei trembles in fear, feeling inadequate, while Yang Wei is unable to contain the turmoil in his heart. Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun, Park Min Young, and even Wang Meng all suddenly woke up. So that's how it is. Park Jimin knew early on that Yu Ling Shuang was a spy, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he kept her by his side, and even used her. It's all just a pretense. Park Jimin made her lower her guard, making the Jin family think they were in control. In reality, they were still being manipulated by Park Jimin without even knowing it, thinking they were clever, when in fact, they were being outwitted by Park Jimin. He is truly a genius, cunning and calculating, foreseeing everything, truly unparalleled. 10 seconds of silence passed, and everyone took in a cold breath. Jun Sun grabbed Kim Jisoo's sleeve and blamed herself. Jisoo, I think I messed up. Yu Ling Shuang's identity has been compromised. Will the person behind her quickly find out? Will it cause a stir? And will it affect Park Jimin's plan? Kim Jisoo reassured her. Son, it's okay. Park Jimin has already taken the initiative to talk to Yu Ling Shuang, which shows that he had planned ahead. Moreover, based on the current situation, even if it does have an impact, it won't be too big. And you see, maybe Park Jimin will have to suffer. Don't blame yourself anymore. Hearing this, Jun Sun sighed lightly. Oh, that's good then. At this moment, Kim Jisoo suddenly realized the reason why Park Jimin didn't want to show up at the opening ceremony of Big Cat TV and didn't give a gift to the female streamer is not because he is stingy or having financial problems, but because he has deeper considerations. If he didn't give a gift, people would suspect and link it to the fact that he had invested a large amount of capital into his project. They would naturally speculate that he is experiencing financial difficulties. At that time, many people would want to take advantage of him. This trick is really clever. There are no traces, but it's actually all arranged by Park Jimin on purpose. At the same time, he also takes advantage of the time when Big Cat TV is lived to guide public opinion. Very dangerous. The more I get in touch, the more I feel that Park Jimin is difficult to grasp. From start to finish, he always acts irrationally, and in the end creates a difficult situation for himself. Thinking about this, Kim Jisoo felt overwhelmed. She had thought that Park Jimin had not been doing anything lately, and his actions seemed a bit lazy. Even not giving a gift to the female streamer could be part of his plan. Maybe I'm just a pawn in his game. Inside the villa, the girls started to think and speculate about Park Jimin's plan. At the same time, Park Jimin led Yu Ling Shuang to a pavilion, which was designed with outdoor seating. Rain or shine, one could sit here and enjoy the view of the stars. Yu Ling Shuang lowered her head and confessed, I'm sorry, boss. I approached you only to investigate and sabotage the development plan of the film city. But out of necessity, I have no other choice. Everyone has a master. I hope you understand. As Yu Ling Shuang spoke these words, she was extremely worried. She was mentally prepared to endure Park Jimin's anger. She would accept any punishment, whether it was scolding or imprisonment, without a word of complaint. There is something Park Jimin used to be calm, but he becomes even calmer. Even a rare seriousness disappears. Then, Park Jimin just nodded. I know all of this. Yu Ling Shuang was shocked. You know. Park Jimin looked into the distance, his eyes shining, and his whole body exuding an extraordinary aura, making people can't help but admire. Then he spoke decisively, without hesitation. Yes, from the beginning, I knew you were deliberately approaching me, and I also knew who sent you. But these things are not important to me. Remember what I said. If it's just business or money, I will forgive you. No matter for what reason, no matter what event, the promise cannot be changed. A man's promise must be kept. Faced with Park Jimin's sudden actions, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly felt hot all over, her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches. It had been a long time since Yu Ling Shuang had felt the warmth and gentleness of a man towards her. The image of a man who always keeps his promise deeply moves Yu Ling Shuang's heart. Yu Ling Shuang's affinity plus 10. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill plus 10. Current goodwill 85 points. Embarrassed, Yu Ling Shuang tilted her head to avoid Park Jimin's affectionate gaze. However, Park Jimin continued to give Yu Ling Shuang an affirming look. But starting today, you belong to me. I highly value your talent and abilities. Join my team. It doesn't matter who you worked for before, I still trust you. Park Jimin's proposal not only did not make Yu Ling Shuang appreciate it, but it also made her angry. But boss, Park Jimin continued to give Yu Ling Shuang a sincere look. Stop talking. You are the Zhu Liang of my life. With you, I will dominate the world. With that, Park Jimin turned and left, leaving Yu Ling Shuang alone in the wind. Yu Ling Shuang, try harder. Yu Ling Shuang felt confused and bewildered by Park Jimin's actions. The boss has left. Why is he so easily forgiving me? And he didn't even send me to jail. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang's phone rang. King. Account number ending in 7687, received 30 billion. At the same time, Yu Ling Shuang's WeChat suddenly received a message from Park Jimin. This is your task for next week. Don't disappoint me. Yu Ling Shuang was in a state of shock and emptiness, her mind reeling. This is 30 billion. Finally, the strong defense in Yu Ling Shuang's heart was broken. An overwhelming emotion washed over her, causing tears to fall like rain. Hoo, Park Jimin knows I'm a spy. Knows I deliberately set a trap. Knows everything about me, but still completely trusts me. Moreover, he didn't just say it. This man immediately transferred 30 billion to me. That's the level of trust. Why is he so kind to me? I don't deserve it. Boo-woo. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang completely collapsed. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 10 points. The current goodwill score is 93 points. Park Jimin looked at the notification system, so angry that he wanted to burst into tears. Continuously attacking like this, and still being able to endure it. This girl is too stubborn. I've spent over 50 billion, and she even used acting skills. Moreover, it's at the moment when she is most vulnerable, yet she still stands strong in this crucial moment. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago. If she hadn't been destroyed internally, hadn't been harmed, and her mind wasn't firm, I'm afraid there's really no way to move her. But it's okay. Today, I can't catch her. But in the future, she will have to be treated. Anyway, I have activated the medical skills. If money doesn't move her, then what about her appearance? When she turns the tables, let's see how I handled her. Slowly but surely, I don't believe her heart is made of iron and stone. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Ling Shuang finally replied to Park Jimin's message. I'm sorry, boss, I have disappointed you. I will not betray the Jin family. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. I hope you don't blame me. Reading this message, Park Jimin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled. Oh, she's still expressing her feelings to me. Even though the content of the message is firm and unwavering, the reality is that she is truly shaken inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to send this message to assert herself. Moreover, the degree of goodwill has increased and cannot be faked. Currently, she only lacks a reason to betray Jin Jiamu, and she has not yet found this reason, so she is still caught in that mindset. Jin Jiamu hates her, but she also cannot erase the affection of the Jin family for her. According to the information Jun Sun brought, she was raised by the Jin family from a young age, brainwashed, loyal to the ideals of the Jin family, stubborn and difficult to sway. Betraying the Jin family is like betraying her parents. How could she join forces with those who harmed her parents just because they were not good to her? After careful consideration, Park Jimin immediately replied, "Less talk, more action. I don't care who you work for. Once the task is assigned, it must be completed. Money cannot be refunded." Yu Ling Shuang, after reading this, was filled with intense inner turmoil. She wanted to surpass that boundary, but she couldn't. She wanted to refuse, but it was not possible. Park Jimin continued to send another message to persuade her. Yu Ling Shuang, are you overthinking? I just want you to join my team, use your talents, and make money for me. I never told you to betray the Jin family. These two things are not contradictory. Why is your mind so rigid, unable to be flexible at all? Working for the Jin family and making money for me. I don't blame you. But you still don't understand. Yu Ling Shuang had said everything she could, but this Park Jimin was not following the norm. She felt increasingly frustrated. Why was he so confident that I would definitely listen to him? And to say that 30 billion cannot be repaid? What is he thinking? Or does he want me to be a spy, secretly replacing him to monitor the actions of the Jin family tycoon? Currently, the Jin family tycoon, Hongjian Capital, Ruan Jin Bank along with Lin Shufu, have set their sights on the Film City project, carrying out an invasion. Even if he has given me 30 billion, I am not sure if I can help him stop this wave. It's like a quagmire. The bigger it gets, the deeper it gets. Thinking of this, Yu Ling Shuang felt confused, not knowing what to do. She was like a boat in the middle of the vast sea, lost its direction, only being swept by the waves and strong winds, drifting with the flow. Upon entering the house, Park Jimin sensed that something was not right. Before Park Jimin, Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun, Yang Weibai, Park Min Young, Wan Mengmeng, Jung Ji Lu, and Oh Young Sil's attitude towards him had completely changed. Looking at this scene, Park Jimin's mouth was a bit tight. His heart felt choked. Not because of the cold, but because of trembling. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Other people? Never mind. But even Jun Sun looks at me like that. I'm not close to her. At this moment, Jun Sun's son was also full of admiration. I thought I had obtained top-secret information using hacker techniques. That great effort should be enough to be proud in front of Park Jimin, but who would have thought that he seemed not to need it? At this moment, Jun Sun's son was dizzy, her face blushing like a ripe mango. Jun Sun's son's empathy level +1, current empathy level 95 points, well measured to please Jun Sun's son's target. For the owner's breakthrough successful empathy level of 95 points. Congratulations to the successful owner. Jun Sun's son has spent the total of 333,333,333 in licking fees, rewarding the owner 33,333,333. Congratulations to the successful owner for transforming into the owner's liquor, rewarding 25 enhancement points. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the skills of expert hacker, software design, advanced mathematics, and skilled violin. This time, everything truly lay beyond Park Jimin's data, leaving him speechless. This isn't just about talent. It's about being careless and achieving success effortlessly. I've put a lot of effort into Yuling Shuang, but she's still stuck at 93 points. On the other hand, Jun Sun's son hasn't done anything and suddenly made a breakthrough. It's been so long since I've paid attention to this girl. It's just that her hacking skills seem really impressive, but nothing special. The important thing is that Jun Sun's son and Kim Ju-soo are very close, so it's best not to mess with them. Suddenly, Park Jimin's mind was overwhelmed by a large amount of computer and math knowledge. The numbers that were once blurry now became easier and clearer than ever. It feels like a new door has been opened, leading him to a world of endless knowledge. As soon as the hacker's computer knowledge entered Park Jimin's brain, he felt his mind suddenly light up. This is truly the pinnacle skill of a hacker, different from what I had assumed. Hackers are people who specialize in discovering and exploiting vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, including software, hardware, and network protocols. Any vulnerability can be an opportunity for a hacker to infiltrate phones, computers, and even national security networks. Now I can create viruses, steal account passwords, and pose serious threats to the safety and privacy of users. Not stopping there, this system has enhanced Park Jimin's brain to become an advanced artificial intelligence, with the ability to learn and make independent decisions. This stark difference has left him deeply immersed in thought. Could this system really be high-level artificial intelligence? But modern artificial intelligence, no matter how advanced, cannot enhance the human body. So where does it come from? Is it the result of extraterrestrial scientific and technological achievements, or the future achievements of science and technology? The existence of this system is truly extraordinary, far beyond my understanding. At this moment, Park Jimin felt a persistent headache, hallucinations. Why do I feel so sleepy after activating this skill, or is it because of too many skills? The system notified. The master recently absorbed too many new skills, leading to a massive amount of knowledge stored in the brain, causing great mental pressure. It is recommended to strengthen the mental attributes to reduce this pressure. Upon hearing the reminder sound from the system, Park Jimin continued to curse quietly in his mind. Damn it, why didn't the system say it earlier? No wonder I've been sleepy all day recently. It's only 11 o'clock and I already feel so tired. Turns out it's because my mental needs strengthening. It makes sense. The skills that normal people would take a lifetime to learn, I obtained in an instant. This massive amount of knowledge has created a great burden on my brain, leading to feelings of lethargy and weakness, especially after reversing Jun Sun's son. This condition has become even more apparent. I can't believe I possess such a top-notch skill. This time, it's a bit too much. System, strengthen me with 50 mental points. Suddenly, a huge surge of warm water rushed into Park Jimin's mind, as fierce as a flood. The most intense pain struck, making him unable to describe it in words. However, his mind was incredibly alert. It lasted for about 5 seconds, continuously producing muffled sounds echoing like thunder in his ears. His head was throbbing, making Park Jimin unable to bear it, and had to close his eyes tightly. Just a second later, Park Jimin opened his eyes. The world before him suddenly became completely different. His mind was extremely sensitive, sharp thinking, a refreshing spirit, full of energy. His observation ability was also heightened to an extraordinary level. He could remember every detail about Jun Sun's son in front of him, from clothing, handbags, perfume, jewelry, even to her facial expression, and the emotions hidden in her eyes. With just a glance, he could remember everything perfectly, never missing any small detail. The tremendous changes in this substance left Park Jimin amazed. Damn, turns out this is the world of geniuses. The ability to remember everything at first glance is unforgettable in Legends. If I could go back in time 3 years ago and take the university entrance exam, I might only need half a month of studying to achieve the highest score. Even at Harvard University, I could achieve top scores, even in the International English Test. Even if the world's top professors and experts stood in front of me, they would have to call me sir. Jun Sun bowed and apologized, with an ashamed expression on his face. Park Jimin, I'm sorry. I didn't know your plan. Did I ruin things? Park Jimin gently comforted him. It's okay. Revealing Secretary Yu's secret is also good. Sooner or later it would have come to light. A little earlier or a little later doesn't matter. But I hope that when she comes back, she and everyone else won't make it difficult for her. Let everything happen naturally as if nothing happened. She will still be Secretary Yu as before. Do you understand? Upon finishing his words, the 7 sisters in the room immediately began to discuss eagerly. Going with the flow as if nothing had happened. Although Park Jimin did not explain further, Jun Sun suddenly understood everything. Could it be that Yu Ling Shuang has completely surrendered to Park Jimin, or is he taking advantage of this opportunity to insert her into the Jin family? The tycoon like a master player. The Jin family tycoon probably never imagined that the talent they painstakingly nurtured would become a sharp dagger in the hands of Park Jimin. Borrowing a knife to kill, deceive, sneak under the bottom of the pot, strike by stealth, deceive. These tactics are admirable, truly cunning, using one strategy within another. This is the god in my heart. Returning to the moment when Park Jimin spoke these words, Yu Ling Shuang seemed to have been destined to hear what Park Jimin had just said. Later on, don't make it difficult for her. She is still my personal secretary, my important subordinate. Yu Ling Shuang's heart once again trembled, feeling warmth spreading throughout her chest. He is seriously protecting me. His words were just now came from the bottom of his heart. Very natural, without any signs of pretense. This is the man worth pursuing for a lifetime, upright, generous, and magnanimous. The sisters looked at Yu Ling Shuang with more suspicion and no longer trusted her after finding out she was a spy. Even though Yu Ling Shuang went to Park Jimin's side and Park Jimin told everyone not to make things difficult, once the mirror is broken, it cannot be mended as before. Yu Ling Shuang packed her belongings and left the mansion alone in silence. She didn't say goodbye to anyone, only Park Jimin saw her off at the end. Boss, stop here, I can take a taxi back on my own. At this point, Park Jimin could only let out a deep sigh and helplessly look at the situation before him. Finally, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. Actually, it's okay for Secretary Yu to stay. Yu Ling Shuang also refused to respond. I have already made up my mind. Please don't advise me any further. Master, once there is a crack, there will always be a gap. Even if I don't care, I am still a traitor. Staying here just adds to the trouble. Why should I make it difficult for myself? Wang Meng looked at the two of them and asked anxiously, Zhilu, is my sister really overwhelmed by my brother-in-law? Why do I feel that her mood is so heavy? Maybe she has to return to the Jin family, but her identity has been exposed. Surely the Jin family and large financial conglomerates will not forgive her. When Jin Jilma knows about this, he will be furious. In addition, Yu Ling Shuang's failure in the mission will cause heavy losses to the Jin family. She will be punished. Zheng Ji-lu took a deep breath and nodded. Meng, you're right. I just thought of this issue too. It seems like Yu Ling Shuang has no idea about Park Jimin's plan. When we were discussing earlier, Park Jimin intentionally pushed her out. If the Jin family tycoon is heavily defeated this time, even though Yu Ling Shuang has never betrayed them before, they will no longer trust her. Jin Jia-mu will definitely see her as a traitor. Even if Park Jimin doesn't act, her life will not be easy. His plan is too profound. At this point, Zheng Ji-lu and Wang Meng seemed to inhale a cold breath. It's really sinister, using such despicable tactics again. If everything goes as normal, this could have been predicted. Yu Ling Shuang will definitely be seen as a traitor. By that time, even jumping into the river won't wash away her sins. What a kind-hearted Park Jimin. His cruel intentions make my hair stand on end. He clearly wants to push her into a death trap. Yu Ling Shuang left alone. Her figure exuded loneliness, like a lost dog without a home to welcome him back. At that moment, Jung Ji Lu's mobile phone rang. Looking at the screen, she saw that it was a call from Jung Dick. "Oh my brother, why suddenly think of me today?" As she answered the phone, Jung Dick immediately asked, "Ji Lu, where are you?" Jung Ji Lu excitedly replied, "I'm at Park Jimin's house. Let me tell you, I just watched a big play. You don't know." Hearing this, Jung Dick couldn't help but think, I placed the girl next to Park Jimin to lower his guard. Yet, she still believes that the Jung family is closely collaborating with Chairman Lim, and now she even calls Park Jimin brother. It seems like I can't keep her next to him anymore. If she accidentally reveals the true intentions of the Jung family, then we will suffer heavy losses. After thinking, Jung Dick interrupted Jung Ji Lu and said with a firm tone, "All right, go home right away. Don't hang out with Park Jimin all day long. He's not good, and you only have half a month left before the university entrance exam. Don't be so playful. Focus on studying." Jung Ji Lu didn't understand Jung Dick's true intention, and she angrily snapped at him. "Ha, you still think of me as a clueless kid. Wait until I can really do something. I will prepare a big surprise for you." Hanging up the phone, Jung Ji Lu sank into thought. Chairman Lim and the Jung family are cooperating, while Jin's family is a tycoon with Ruwon Jin Bank and Hongjian Capital. These three financial groups are on different sides. I believe that with Chairman Lim's help, the Jung family will win completely this time. Thinking about this, Jung Ji Lu couldn't help but feel excited. These achievements are all the result of Jai Lu's efforts, a little business genius. When everything is successful, it will surely amaze everyone. Those who always look down on me as a child. Wait and see. I, Jung Ji Lu, am truly an outstanding business talent. Inside the room, the air was heavy with the smell of gun smoke. The girls began to look at each other with cautious eyes. The race for Park Jimin's heart included 7 girls, but Park Min Young, Yang Widbai, Jung Ji Lu, Oh Young Sil, and Kim Jisoo did not hide that fact. They were direct competitors for his affection. They could not control themselves, and always sought opportunities to approach him. As long as Park Jimin had not determined who his official girlfriend was, they still had hope. But at this point, only Jung Ji Lu could help Park Jimin. Suddenly, the girls felt a huge pressure from Jung Ji Lu weighing heavily on their shoulders. Kim Jisoo looked at Yang Widbai and said, worriedly, "Yang Widbai, Park Jimin has entrusted Jung Ji Lu with an important task. This shows that her relationship with Park Jimin is not simple." Yang Widbai also disliked this rival and boldly said, "She's not just anyone, she's the second young miss of the Jung family, with a wealthy and noble background, a very strong competitor. But the person next to her is important. She is the half-sister of Park Jimin, named Wang Mengmeng." Kim Jisoo couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. The Jung family, the richest tycoon family in Gyeongbokgung. Suddenly, Kim Jisoo erupted in anger, mixed with a hint of insecurity and hesitation. It's only been a few days, and he's already flirting with another girl. This Park Jimin is never idle, but he's too perfect, too noble, comes from a prestigious background, talented, and the young master of an ancient family. Just relying on looks to match him isn't enough. No, I have to strive to become even better. Otherwise, I'll just be seen as a mobile vase. After that, Kim Jisoo directly approached Wang Mengmeng to introduce herself. "You guys are Mengmeng and Jai Lu, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Kim Jisoo, the Vice President of the Student Association at Park Jimin's University, and at the same time the CEO of Bigket TV." At this point, Kim Jisoo opened her WeChat code. "Everyone is a friend of Park Jimin. Let's exchange contact information. My name is Jun Sun Sun. I am Jisoo's close friend. I am Park Min Young, currently the Vice CEO of Innova Company, also a student at Hunan University." 7 girls just introduced themselves and added each other as friends on WeChat. Everything revolves around one person, none other than Wang Mengmeng, the foster sister of Park Jimin. Even Oh Young Sil, a top A-list star, wants to befriend Wang Mengmeng. Because, for them, befriending her would make it easier to get close to Park Jimin. And once they get close, developing feelings would be even easier. With such a good relationship, How can they give it up? Park Jimin just walked into the mansion and discovered a very lively atmosphere. Since when did you all become friends? Not only that, Wai Meng Meng also added everyone to a group chat for easier communication. I have created a group on WeChat called Park Jimin's Harem. From now on, we will be good friends. Park Jimin was shocked to hear that, almost praying blood. What nonsense are you all talking about? You can't even name the group like that. Although she was the enemy, as an older sister, Kim Jisoo had a very subtle and sarcastic way of talking. Ji-Lu, I have also joined the Park Jimin Harem. I am very happy to be able to share the same direction with you. I hope you will care for and help me more. It was really clever. She hit the nail on the head as soon as she met. Park Jimin looked at this scene and felt very annoyed and dissatisfied. Oh damn, people can socialize. Why do they have to add someone to the group? And they even named it the Park Jimin Harem. Do they want me to sit on fire? And Wai Meng Meng, she's not my younger sister. Why does she like to do things that make me angry? At 11 a.m., time seemed to slow down. Yuling Shuang walked wearily straight to room 3608 at the Great International Empire Hotel. She couldn't sleep all night. Early this morning, a series of events had left her mind exhausted. However, her identity had been revealed. The most important thing now was to report to Jin Jiamu immediately to avoid unforeseeable consequences. In the president's room, several female secretaries and 2 male bodyguards stood by like servants, attending to Jin Jiamu's every personal need. He was having lunch while comforting Yu Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, welcome back. I didn't mean to hurt you yesterday. You know, Ruan Jin Bank and Hongjian Capital are collaborating with us. Because they provide a large financial source, I can't easily offend CEO Han and CEO Zhou. However, yesterday was my mistake. I promised to make it up to you. For now, please bear with the resentment. I have arranged for you to meet the best plastic surgeon in Korea after you complete your mission. I will take you to Korea to treat your facial scar and ensure that you will regain your former beauty quickly. Jin Jiamu explained and comforted in all kinds of ways. But after a sleepless night, Yu Ling Shuang felt completely different. She had fallen for Park Jimin and her feelings for Jin Jiamu were fading. After that, she only replied casually. Thank you, young master, I understand everything. Jin Jiamu nodded satisfactorily. Ling Shuang, I really didn't misunderstand you. You always know what to do and have a far-reaching vision. So what brings you here this time? Yu Ling Shuang lowered her head and explained. Young master, my identity has been exposed. Chairman Lim has found out the truth about me. Early this morning, I was exposed in front of everyone. Immediately, Jin Jiamu's gentle eyes turned cold and sharp. Exposed and caught red-handed. Yet he didn't cause you trouble. Yu Ling Shuang continued. He didn't cause me trouble. He even invited me to continue working for him. But I refused. Now, any explanation from Jin Jiamu would only sound like a defense. When it comes to this, Yu Ling Shuang fell silent for a moment and thought to herself, the fact that Park Jimin gave me 30 billion temporarily should not be mentioned to the young master. Currently, Chairman Lim knows that I am a spy, yet is still willing to give me 30 billion. No one would do that, especially since he is known to be foolish and reckless. But Chairman Lim is definitely not foolish, yet he did this. If I were to mention this, the young master would surely not believe it and think that I betrayed him, only adding more trouble. Thinking this way, Yu Ling Shuang could only hesitate and not speak the truth. Jin Jiamu looked at Yu Ling Shuang's expression and grew even more suspicious. How did he react when you left? Yu Ling Shuang remembered and explained. He had no reaction, very calm. Jin Jiamu grew even colder, feeling that something was not right. He didn't show any disappointment or anger, or any abnormal emotional signs. Without the young master, his control over his emotions is really good. But it seems that when it comes to this, Yu Ling Shuang paused for a moment and then continued. But it seems he knew my background from the beginning. As soon as these words came out, Jin Jiamu immediately felt a chill from the depths of his heart. His mind was like being judged. Damn, it's a trap. Wait, if Chairman Lim already knew Ling Shuang's background, how could he trust her and give her full control of Fei Tian real estate? This makes no sense, unless this is a trap. Immediately after that, Jin Jiamu stood up and hurriedly asked. He knew from the beginning. I ask you, who currently owns the shares of Fei Tian real estate? Yu Ling Shuang hurriedly explained. The shares of Fei Tian real estate are currently held by his younger sister, Wang Mengmeng. Because Park Jimin did not allow me to transfer the shares and the company to his name, I transferred them to Wang Mengmeng to avoid suspicion. Jin Jiamu broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the news, then ordered loudly, "This is bad. The trap has been discovered. Bring the map of the city here, and call the Jin family immediately." Jin Jiamu took out the map and began to study it carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. I heard that the Geodesy Group, owned by the Jin family, has recently appeared in the cities of Xiandao and Qianjiang. Moreover, they are taking over a lot of land in Xen and Fangmang Shizhen, aren't they? Yes, young master. Just this afternoon, someone reported that the Geodesy Group is quietly buying a large amount of land, much more than we imagined. I was going to report this to you. Jin Jiamu suddenly shouted in anger. Report what? How come I'm only hearing about such a big issue now? Young master, this is mainly because the Jin family has been acting too secretive. They have not released any information before. It wasn't until recently, when the Geodesy Group began to grow stronger, that our people started paying attention. Useless, a bunch of useless people. What do we keep them for? Jin Jiamu was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He instinctively knew that this was a trap. On the other end of the line, Jung Dik also noticed Jin Jiamu's call. He picked up the phone and was somewhat puzzled. Oh, why did Jin Jiamu call so early? While answering the phone, Jung Dik laughed and said, Jin, I was actually planning to invite you to dinner. I didn't expect you to call first. The guest is here, so today I will take you to try the specialty dishes of crab and abalone from Gyeongbokgung. I guarantee you won't regret it. Not only did Jin Jiamu not appreciate it, he also cursed at Jung Dik. You dog, Jung Dik, dare to cooperate with Chairman Lim to conspire against me. Where do you get the audacity? It seems that the young master of the Jung family is quite cunning. I may have to look at the young master of the Jung family with different eyes now, two-faced. Jung Dik heard this in confusion. What, Jin? What are you talking about? What have I done to offend you? When have I ever plotted to harm Jin Jiamu? Jin Jiamu interrogated directly. Are you still pretending to be innocent? I ask you, is Geodesy real estate yours or not? Both Geodesy and Fei Tian companies purchased land that can be connected into one block. Chairman Lim is now like a fish in water. Do you really not know, or do you think I am a fool? After listening, Jung Dik was extremely confused. Geodesy real estate, where did it come from? Jung Dik explained, Jin young master, please calm down. This really surprises me. However, I affirm that Geodesy real estate is not the property of the Jung family. I'll give you half a day to come up with a satisfactory answer. If not, I will consider the Jung family as enemies, which means you have offended both Hongjian Capital and Ruwon Jin Bank. Think about the consequences. Jung Dik emphasized, all right, Jin young master, this issue definitely has a problem. I will investigate and make things clear, and I affirm that Geodesy real estate is absolutely not the property of the Jung family. Jin Jiamu coldly warned, and then hung up the phone. Listen, Jung family, from now until the evening, give a reasonable explanation. If not, I will not hesitate to punish anyone who dares to oppose. Consider the consequences before it's too late. At this moment, Jung Dik's face turned pale. He angrily threw his phone to the ground, smashing it into pieces, and cursed. Damn it, that wretched Jin Jiamu. At first, I was going to invite him to have dinner at Gyeongbokgung to show hospitality. But this dog didn't show any respect, threatening as soon as he opened his mouth. Jin Jiamu, who does he think he is to step on my head like that? I'm giving him a little face by being polite to him. What gives him the right to threaten me, ignorant, thinking I'm afraid of him? We are in a cooperative relationship. I am not his son. Does he think he's the boss of the world or something? After calming down from his anger, Jung Dik still maintained the necessary clarity. He ordered the butler, Phew uncle, go check and see whose property this Geodesy real estate truly belongs to. Jin Jiamu's anger like that. I'm afraid there's a big problem. Yes, sir, young master. The steward immediately nodded respectfully. As soon as the steward stepped out, Jung Dik furrowed his brow and thought, something is not right. This time, the Jung family, Jin family, Tycoon Hongjian Capital, and Ruan Jin Bank have joined forces to mobilize a total of 50 billion to strike a fatal blow to Chairman Lim. Over 20 billion has been disbursed in the initial investment phase, with the remaining over 20 billion being held back to deal with any possible situation. I have also mobilized over 10 billion. If anything goes wrong, I really can't speak to the family. Fu Uncle has truly extraordinary work efficiency. Just 2 hours later, a set of documents was placed in front of Jung Dick. Jung Dick carefully examined the documents, but as soon as he looked through them, he was so shocked that he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The head of Jodeci Real Estate is actually my half-sister, Jung Ji Lu, a cunning 18-year-old who hasn't even cleaned her nose. This is too incredible to believe. As Jung Dick read to the end of the page, he became even more infuriated. This cunning person dared to rely on the Jin family's relationship to quickly receive support from the Xiandao and Qianjiang city governments. In addition, the two city leaders personally opened a downtown planning project for this ghost company. What's even more intriguing is that the registered capital of this ghost company is as high as 50 billion. Damn it, Jung Ji Lu. Where the hell did he get so much money? The steward standing beside him began to point at the map for analysis. Young master, have you noticed that the land pieces purchased by Miss Jin, if combined with Phi Tian Real Estate, will open up a new path for Chairman Lim's film studio project? At the same time, this area is located in the golden triangle of the three cities with a huge geographical advantage, similar to the secret chess piece of Chairman Lim that has been fully opened. Jung Dick said, "We thought we had squeezed a little of Chairman Lim's power, but looking back now, it's clear that we're walking into a trap. We bought the land at an exorbitant price, not for development, but just to intimidate Chairman Lim and make a profit. Unless this area is linked to the film studio project, it won't bring any economic benefits. However, Chairman Lim will surely not give in to us, so this piece of land will be isolated. Furthermore, buying the land at 3 times the market price exposes us to great risk. If this area is isolated, the possibility of recovering the capital will be extremely difficult, even heavy losses, due to a sharp decline in land prices. The only way to avoid capital losses is to wait for the land prices to rise. However, this massive film studio project is still a big question mark. Even the waiting time could be extended for another 10 years. Spending such a huge amount of capital to just sit and wait here is like throwing money out the window. This is truly a fatal blow to the family." Fu Uncle spoke up to this point. The consequences did not need to be spoken about. Jung Dick hurriedly took out his backup phone, calling Jung Ji Lu, while cursing, "Fei Tian, Jodeci, that damn Part Jimin has set a trap for me. This cunning Jung Ji Lu must have been brainwashed by him. In the morning he boasted about doing big things for me, and now this is the big thing. Killing his own brother, this traitor wants to destroy the Jin family." Jung Ji Lu picked up the phone casually and asked, "Hey, big brother, what's the matter again?" Jung Dick angrily interrogated, "I'm asking you, is Jodeci your doing?" Hearing this, Jung Ji Lu chuckled smugly. "Finally, big brother has found out. You always underestimate me. Now you know the power of Lil Genius Ji Lu, huh? From now on, you have to call me CEO Lu, got it?" Upon hearing this, Jung Dick exploded with anger. "CEO Lu, damn it, who told you to use Jin family's connections to buy land for Part Jimin? Do you have any idea how serious this is? Get back here, right now." Jung Ji Lu immediately hung up the phone and muttered, I won't be home for a long time. Part Jimin has just realized the value of my talent. He is much better than my brother. Hello. This annoying brat dare to hang up my phone. How dare he? Who gave him the guts to hang up my phone? I'm so furious." In a fit of rage, Jung Dick threw his second phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. This destructive brat, so foolish, he even dares to claim he's a genius. I've pampered and loved him since he was young, treating him like a treasure. I would buy him anything he wanted, and now he dares to argue with me because of Part Jimin. Jung Dick continued to swear, and immediately ordered the butler, "Fu Uncle, bring me another phone. I don't believe I can't handle this brat." The butler brought the third phone to Jung Dick and suggested, "Young master, things have come to this. Calling the second miss back won't change anything. Chairman Lim's plan has been completed. Now we should consider how to salvage the damage. Jung Dix sensed a different insinuation from the housekeeper, so he suspiciously asked, "What does Uncle mean by rescuing losses?" According to this old man's observation, Chairman Lim is superior to the Jin family in both strategy and power. His suggestion is that instead of trying to mend relations with the Jin family, we should fully lean towards Chairman Lim. Also, looking at the expression of the second miss, he won't make things difficult for us either. When we join Chairman Lim's film project, we will also be a major shareholder, sitting in the shade and eating gold. Isn't that better? However, if the young master chooses Chairman Lim's side, then there's no need to cherish the second miss of Yangwei, because it seems she and Chairman Lim have. Thinking of having to bow in front of Part Jimin, Jung Dix felt that he couldn't accept it. Furthermore, his heart was fully dedicated to Yangwei. Therefore, when Uncle suggested, he firmly cut off. Uncle, don't say any more. I will never give up Yangwei by. Furthermore, choosing a faction again will make my Jung Dix become a cowardly traitor. Moreover, bowing down this time, don't tell me to keep quiet in front of this cunning Jai Lu in the future. More importantly, the Jin family has not reached a dead end yet, although the losses this time are heavy. But if we retreat in time, we can still recover at least half. At least we won't lose everything. Seeing that Jung Dix would not give in to Part Jimin for a few billion losses, and even refused to give up the woman he loves, the steward brought the family into reasoning. Young master, why do you have to be like this? Right now, the old master is seriously ill, causing the family to suffer a lot. Besides, a man of great wisdom should know when to let go. It's just a woman after all. Jung Dix still insisted, rejecting the butler's offer. Uncle, please don't say any more. My father is seriously ill, and everything in the Jung family is under my control. I will take responsibility for all the consequences. The butler knew Jung Dix's stubbornness, so whatever he said would be of no use. Yes, young master, I will take my leave then. As he turned and left, the butler couldn't help but worry. The young master is still too young, and this issue is not just a matter of a loss of a few billion. The second young miss is currently managing the Geodesy real estate group, inadvertently creating a power against the Jung family. Can the Jung family completely sever this relationship? Currently, if the Jung family does not ally with Chairman Lim and stands on the opposite front, they will become enemies of Chairman Lim. I fear the future of the Jung family is not very bright. Regardless of how the Jung family explains, the Jin family, Taifeet, Hongjian Capital, and Ruan Jin Bank will still have doubts. This debt will be pinned on the Jung family, and that is the crucial issue. In the end, if the Jung family does not align with Chairman Lim and still offends the other three families, even the powerful Jung family cannot offend everyone. At the moment when the Jung family was celebrating on the fire, on the other side, the Jin family's tycoon also did not rest. Obviously, Jin Jiamu did not expect a satisfactory answer from the Jung family about Geodesy Corporation. Therefore, he decided to investigate himself. Young master, here is detailed information about Geodesy Corporation. The head is Jung Ji Lu, the second daughter of the Jung family. However, she has a close relationship with Chairman Lim. Furthermore, behind Geodesy Corporation, there is the shadow of Kejun, the head of Jianghuang Capital. Another piece of information is that Chairman Lim also has an abnormal relationship with Sukwon, the son of the secretary. This explains the rapid development of this corporation. Overall, the development of Geodesy, similar to the model of Fei Tian, is extremely fast. All the information made Jin Jiamu more suspicious of Yu Ling Shuang. He raised his hand to stop the words. All right, I know it all. No need to say more. Jin Jiamu closed his eyes tightly, the suffocating atmosphere making it difficult to breathe. The entire presidential suite suddenly fell silent to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing became strangely audible. The two secretaries also held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yu Ling Shuang began to feel anxious, realizing the worst was about to happen. It's over, I'm finished. As the close secretary of Chairman Lim, and also a spy planted by the Jin family, a tycoon next to Chairman Lim, holding a very important role. Yet Chairman Lim took bold actions right in front of my eyes that I had no idea about. Can you believe that a professional spy got turned upside down, didn't even realize that they were exposed, and continued to report false information, leading to huge losses for the company? Does the young master really trust me as unprofessional, or is he silently suspecting me of betrayal? Surely the young master would rather believe in the latter possibility. Thinking about this, Yu Ling Shuang admitted and explained, "I'm sorry, young master, it's my fault. I really didn't expect." Yu Ling Shuang hadn't finished explaining yet when Jin Jiamu directly interrupted, saying, "Mistake? Haha, over 10 billion in losses, just one mistake can erase everything. Why do people say that without comparison, there is no loss? Over 10 billion in losses is truly a huge number." But Park Jimin didn't even frown, immediately turning and transferring 30 billion to Yu Ling Shuang. When compared, the difference immediately became clear. Yu Ling Shuang asked disappointedly, 10 billion in losses. Does that mean in the eyes of the young master, I am not even worth this 10 billion? After hearing this, Jin Jiamu mercilessly threw the remaining chicken at Yu Ling Shuang's face, then angrily said, "It's just 10 billion, and yet you can say it like that. Who gave you the courage and confidence? Is it because I have been promoting and using you that you have become so arrogant? Do you know the significance of this 10 billion? It can build how many houses and feed how many people. On what basis do you think you deserve that amount? Because of your abilities?" Jin Jiamu glared. "Let me tell you, there are many people in the world who are more capable than you. They simply don't have the opportunity to excel, while this opportunity will always be in the hands of the upper class like me. I give you this opportunity, then you have value. I don't give you the opportunity, you are not worth a penny. Never delude yourself about your importance. The Jin family tycoons have trained you at a cost of hundreds of millions, and your value is only equivalent to that amount. Starting from now, I am temporarily suspending all your positions in the group, and you must accept the investigation. You are not allowed to go anywhere before clearing the suspicions." A secretary spoke up in defense. "Young master, Yu Ling Shuang will never betray you. We grew up together from childhood in the Jin family, and the Jin family is our second home. Don't you even trust Yu Ling Shuang's loyalty? This action of yours will truly hurt Yu Ling Shuang." Jin Jiamu coldly replied, "Why are you so heartbroken? Are you saying I shouldn't have let Yu Ling Shuang investigate? When something big like this happens, I have to give an answer to the company. In the end, whether you betray or not doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that someone takes responsibility for this. So even though the incident has happened, it can't make people doubt my abilities and judgment, as that would affect my position as the heir of the company. Anyway, I still have a younger brother who can totally replace me. Yu Ling Shuang, if you don't take responsibility, do you really hope that this young master will bear all the blame for you?" At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's heart turned as cold as ice. "What do you mean? Whether I truly betray or not, if the plan fails, I will still be unfairly blamed and become a scapegoat, won't I?" Conclusion. Yu Ling Shuang's heart felt as if it had frozen. A raging fire of anger burned within her. Did Jin Jiamu only value her at a few 100 million silver coins in his eyes? The company suffered more than 10 billion in losses, and surely I had to take responsibility for it. If he is careless, don't blame me for being meaningless. If he thinks I betrayed him, then I will truly betray him. He will regret this. But for now, I have to run away, seeking the protection of Chairman Lim, because the company's betrayer will be handled ruthlessly and without mercy, even with punishments so cruel they cannot see the light of day. 3 days passed, and there was still no news about Yu Ling Shuang after she was brought back to Mado. Park Jimin also did not have any leisure these days. He set up a large medical laboratory in the basement of his villa, while also formulating some medicines to remove scars. Park Jimin worked very efficiently. Only after 3 days he had completed the exclusive scar ointment and arranged everything in order. But when calling Yu Ling Shuang, her phone was switched off. This unusual incident made Park Jimin wonder. I wonder if anything has happened to her since I returned. Yang Weibai couldn't stand it, so today she went to his door. Wang Meng Meng immediately called Park Jimin over the walkie-talkie to inform him. "Hey, Yang Weibai is here to visit you. Hurry out, she even bought a lot of clothes for you." When Park Jimin was not seen inside, Yang Weibai asked curiously, "Meng Meng, where is my brother? What is he doing lately? I can't call or message him. Why are you using the walkie-talkie?" Wang Meng Meng explained, "He is in the basement. I used the walkie-talkie to communicate with him." Yang Weibai continued to inquire, "What was he doing down in the basement? It seems like he's conducting some kind of experiment in there. studying something, not allowing me to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Yang Weibai couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my God, an experiment. Immediately after, Yang Weibai began to suspect. Could it be that Park Jimin is planning to study for a PhD and is still conducting experiments? 2 hours passed and Park Jimin only said, "I'll come out soon." But when engrossed in his research, he completely forgot his promise, only raising his head when he had the experimental results. Success. It wasn't in vain to research medical techniques at level 60 for days. Finally, I have developed a suitable ointment for Yu Ling Shuang's scar. When Park Jimin didn't emerge, Yang Weibai had to go down to the basement and call out, "Park Jimin, it's Yang Weibai. Please let me in." Looking at the ointment, an idea immediately came to Park Jimin's mind. Yang Weibai is here. Perhaps I can test the effectiveness of the ointment. When Yang Weibai entered, Park Jimin suddenly asked, "Yang Weibai, luckily you're here. Do you have any scars on your body?" Confused and surprised by Park Jimin's strange question, Yang Weibai replied, "Huh, scars? What are you up to?" Park Jimin, asking me about scars. Yang Weibai then lifted her hair to reveal a scar near her temple, and explained, "Yes, I do have a scar. It's been 13 years since I got it from fighting with my little brother when I was a child. I usually cover it with my hair, so no one sees it unless I tie up all my hair, and don't leave any strands. Then the scar becomes visible." Park Jimin brushed aside Yang Weibai's hair to see the scar and seriously observed, "Let me see. This is the scar. It looks like it's been there for a long time." Yang Weibai did not resist at all. She even carefully put her purse down to avoid any mistakes. Sometimes, she tried to avoid Park Jimin's gaze, but she didn't dare to move too much. The more Park Jimin approached, the more Yang Wei's heart pounded, and her mind was in chaos. In her head, she kept imagining dark thoughts. What is he going to do? He's probably not going to propose to me. What if Meng Meng comes in? Well, whatever. If he wants to kiss, just come and do it. Thinking like that, Yang Wei's heart began to beat heavily like a drum, echoing in her chest. Every strong beat made her feel like it was about to jump out of her chest. Her lips kept trembling, her cheeks blushed, and she was so tense that she was almost drooling. However, Yang Wei, who had been waiting for the moment, still didn't feel any contact, so she blinked her eyes in confusion. Why hasn't he kissed me yet? What's this smell? Park Jimin put on a dangerous look and explained, "Yang Wei, don't be scared. This is a special ointment that I researched. It can erase any scars. Listen to me, don't fidget." The smell of ointment filled Yang Weibai's nose, causing her to constantly frown. She tried to suppress the feeling of nausea and suspiciously asked, "What kind of ointment is this? Does it have government approval? Why does it smell so terrible? I've had this scar for over 10 years. Can it really be removed? Is it truly effective?" Although not objecting, Yang Weibai still felt uncomfortable applying this ointment to her face. After Park Jimin finished applying it, he confidently asserted, "You don't understand. Have you ever heard of rotten tofu? It smells bad, but tastes good. My ointment is the same. Don't wash your face or apply anything for 3 hours. You can't buy this ointment anywhere else. It's a special product that I researched myself. Do you want me to bring some for you?" At this point, Yang Weibai couldn't suppress the feeling of nausea anymore. No need, I don't believe that just applying ointment can remove a long-standing scar. The internet is full of deceptive advertisements for products like this, even if it really works. It's only a small effect. Park Jimin reminded with a slightly regretful expression. "All right, but don't blame me if you miss the opportunity to look beautiful." At this moment, Yang Wei gently bit her lip and suddenly became bold. She actively hugged Park Jimin's head like a little chicken pecking at rice, and lightly kissed his lips. After the kiss, Yang Wei blushed, then ran away like a startled deer. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was still immersed in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, I have been molested." Yang Wei ran out behind the villa, panting heavily, her face red, her heart pounding. She repeatedly slapped her chest and put her hand on her cheek, feeling extremely excited. "Oh, I am so ashamed. Park Jimin's lips are so soft. I can't believe I just did something so bold. It's crazy." At this moment, Park Jimin also had a similar feeling to Yang Wei. The inappropriate actions made him confused. But in his heart, there was a bit of a wonderful feeling. After 3 minutes, that feeling still hadn't disappeared. He gently touched his lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of pleasure throughout his body. Your mother blushed as if an electric current ran through every cell. Ah, why is she so rude to me? Yang Wen muttered and then ran off. In this day and age, men are really difficult, always having to deal with unscrupulous women with improper intentions. Yang Wei, wait and see. Dare to be rude to me. Next time, I will definitely get back at her. And so, a pure white piece of paper, originally blank and indifferent, was now stained with ink full of emotions. Just a moment later, Wang Mengmeng angrily ran down to the basement and questioned, "Why did Yang Wei run away? Are you hiding something? Did you make her cry?" Park Jimin simply replied in a nonchalant manner, "Oh, she said she had to go to the bathroom urgently, so she went home. Do you think she's a 3-year-old child? If she needed to go to the bathroom urgently, why did she hide her face? I saw Yang Wei's sister blushing like an apple. I'm sure I did something to her." Certainly, Wang Mengmeng also knew that Park Jimin was up to something mysterious. When his adopted younger sister asked, Park Jimin was startled, his face not changing, as he confessed. But just 5 seconds later, with his impressive acting skills, Park Jimin began to deny and dodge, saying, "No way, I am a gentleman. Don't falsely accuse me." Wang Mengmeng expressed her doubts. "I don't believe you." But deep down, she felt a sense of melancholy. Park Jimin is too kind, but he has too many girls around him, too flirtatious. Nevertheless, no matter what, he will always be my only brother. Just now, when Park Jimin applied ointment to Yang Wei, she felt slightly nauseous. This time, even his younger sister wouldn't let it slide, and then Park Jimin started joking. "Meng Meng, do you have any injuries on your body? Let me try my own ointment on them." This scent was really hard to bear. Wang Mengmeng continuously shook her head and refused. "Oh gosh, it's disgusting." Immediately, Wang Mengmeng covered her nose and ran away barefoot. "I'm not interested." Park Jimin also looked bored and didn't bother to say anything. It's true that she doesn't know how to appreciate it. "This is my secret recipe. Not everyone can buy it even if they have money. But the current smell is too strong and unpleasant. Maybe I should add some spices to reduce the discomfort. But if I add spices, it may affect the effectiveness of the medicine. Well, this is not a product for sale anyway, so I can endure a little." For over a month, Park Jimin has not spoken in the Gyeongbokgung Tycoon group. The group currently has nearly 500 members, and with just a piece of hot news, the atmosphere in the group becomes livelier than during the Tet holiday. Most of these people joined the group just to build a relationship with Chairman Lim. But Park Jimin didn't care. There are too many people, and he doesn't know who they are, so he doesn't want to waste time making friends with them. However, Chairman Lim has been a bit domineering lately, causing some wealthy playboys to become more and more arrogant. After Park Jimin finished reading, he also felt nauseous. "Uin, how is Chairman Lim's situation lately? Haven't heard any news about him for a long time. Heard that he's having financial issues, and the Movie City project is at risk of failing. Whether it's true or not, that's unbelievable. Everyone knows about Fei and real estate. This group used to be very famous, completing the plan to buy hundreds of thousands of hectares in a short time. But in recent days, everything has been so tumultuous. A distant relative of mine is managing Fei and real estate. From what I know, not only the leadership is shaking, but CEO Fei and real estate, Yu Ling Shuang, has also disappeared without a trace, unable to be contacted for the past few days, likely to have fled after embezzling money. In addition, some construction material suppliers cooperating with Fei and real estate have also started to turn around, demanding full payment once, and the construction team has also gone on strike. Another person spoke up. "Think about it. Such a big issue, and the Fei leadership has no reaction at all. It's like a headless snake with no decision makers. Everyone below is in a state of confusion. They want to contact Chairman Lim, but he is also silent, indifferent to this matter. Even a blind man can see that his financial chain has been broken. Thinking back, Chairman Lim probably has already run away. Your analysis is very logical. A person so extravagant and high-class like Chairman Lim, Biket TV has been on air for a long time and still hasn't given any gifts, and their platform is in this state. It seems like they're really out of money, huh?" At this moment, Yu and spoke up in the crowd. "This tycoon shouldn't speak like that. Chairman Lim is still our boss. Discussing him like this in front of everyone, If he sees it, wouldn't be good. A skinny camel is better than a fat horse. Even if Chairman Lim is facing difficulties, it's not something for you to compare. I believe that even in difficulties, he can overcome them. This little brother is really something. Park Jimin finished reading and laughed mockingly. Haha, I thought you guys were rich kids with power. That's why you're so arrogant. I didn't expect it to be this bad. I just left for a few days, and you're already saying I'm bankrupt and on the run. Kwon Ji-young has been slapped in the face by Park Jimin numerous times, but he still refuses to back down, instead holding on to his grudge. You reap what you sow. I'll take this opportunity to throw more stones down the well. Mocking that poor guy Park Jimin, haha. After that, Kwon Ji-young also spoke up in the crowd. What's wrong? Even if Park Jimin is the boss, that doesn't give him the right to forbid people from talking about him. If you guys like being dogs, then go ahead. I'm not interested in serving him. Park Jimin, hearing Kwon Ji-young barking, thought to himself, this guy, on the basketball court, I made him lose face. During the charity auction at Gyeongbokgung, he was slapped in front of so many people. He couldn't resist early in the morning, probably adding more fuel to the fire. Yi Ryun angrily scolded, Kwon Ji-young, shut up, who are you calling a dog? Kwon Ji-young unflinchingly replied, I'm talking about you guys. Don't you like being Park Jimin's hunting dogs? Look at him now. This boy has offended the Jin family and has a grudge against the Jung family's eldest son. Now being criticized by the public, two-faced enemies. I don't know how much money he owes the bank. This trash also wants to be our boss, can't even handle himself. Oh, it's so ridiculous. Everyone has a brain. If you don't want to be involved, better withdraw quickly. Kwon Ji-young's words are truly inspiring. The rich always value their interests over relationships. Ultimately, Park Jimin and his gang are not close. They only gather because they respect Chairman Lim. Now that they know Chairman Lim is about to fall, they naturally do not hesitate to turn their backs. Young Master Kwon is right in the current situation. We small fries should cut ties with Chairman Lim decisively to avoid being implicated by the big clans. Indeed, we cannot compare to giants like the Jin family or the Jung family. It is best to cut ties decisively to avoid causing trouble. Many people find this hard to hear, but others push back. This is like throwing a stone into the well, cutting off a large supply of building materials for a real estate company, with a broken chain of capital being extremely dangerous. If Fei Tian Real Estate goes bankrupt and cannot pay, then everyone's company will not be able to recover the capital. It's so dangerous. Who dares to bear it? Park Jimin finished reading and felt his chest tighten. Haha, previously you all called me President Lim, or sent private messages to be friends. And now you want to rebel. Fine, I'll indulge you. Then Park Jimin suddenly spoke up. All right, stop arguing. You all just want to avoid responsibility. So if you want to withdraw, then leave quickly. I won't force you to stay. This was the first time in over a month that Park Jimin had spoken in the Gyeongbokgung group of tycoons, and some people started to get excited. Damn, President Lim personally appeared. I've been in the group for nearly a month, and this is the first time I've seen President Lim speak. Truly of dominant style. Kwon Ji-young noticed Park Jimin online, and at this point, he wasn't worried at all, and dared to confront him directly. Park Jimin, don't be aggressive. The situation has come to this, and you're still acting proud. This statement from Kwon Ji-young was meant to let everyone in the Gyeongbokgung group know that he, Kwon Ji-young, was not afraid of President Lim, showing the power of the Kwon family. Park Jimin continued typing his response. You're good. Kwon family is also good. Then, Park Jimin tagged the entire group and said, I'm telling everyone here, anyone who collaborates with Kwon family in the future is basically going up against me. On the lush green field, Yi Ryun and Yu Ah-in were playing a noble sport. The sound of the ball hitting the club was loud and clear. Just as the message ended, Yi Ryun looked stunned and said, Damn it, Yu Ah-in, big brother, hurry up and check the group chat. Chairman Lim is throwing bombs in there. He was already in a position of being enemies with both sides. In that situation, he still dares to act so arrogantly. He wants to push everyone into opposition. Then he won't have any friends. Yu Ah-in, while leisurely playing golf, preached his philosophy. A truly strong person is never afraid of not having friends. Yi Ryun, don't interfere in group matters. This time, I definitely support Chairman Lim. He's not a simple person. With my understanding of Chairman Lim, even combining Jin family and Jung family wouldn't be enough for him to play with. At the same time, the group once again erupted into chaos. If you don't want to cooperate, then don't. Who do you think you are, God? Chairman Lim, who had been reluctant to speak, couldn't stand it anymore. Have you become too arrogant and presumptuous? I admit that our family cannot compare with yours, but don't think you are great. This time, I stand with Quan, the youngest. I withdraw from this group. I also withdraw. Chairman Lim can handle it on his own. Youngest Quan family left the group. Jun the hot boy left the group. The universe's first marshal left the group. Uncle Davian left the group. Following that, a series of departure announcements continued to appear. In just a short 10 minutes, over 100 people had left the group. After 10 minutes, it seemed that Park Jimin's threats had no effect and instead created a backlash effect. Many people in the group have started to criticize and mock Chairman Lim. Chairman Lim told us to leave, so let's save face for Chairman Lim and leave. There's nothing big about it. So I'm leaving too. He is so arrogant that he doesn't even care about me. I don't want to play with people like that. Sooner or later, he will be taken down by the Jin family and the Jung family. In addition, Hongjian Capital and Ruan Jin Bank have also joined in. Chairman Lim is preparing to bow down to his ancestors. At that moment, Park Jimin posted a message that made everyone outraged. If anyone wants to leave the group, just leave voluntarily. Don't make me have to kick you out. Less than 3 seconds later, waves of anger surged in. Damn it, get lost. What are you barking at, Chairman Lim? You're good, the 1,000-year-old family. Look at Ra, he's just all about reputation. Is this a dog barking? Someone like that, compared to Jin and Jung, is truly far behind. I used to think Chairman Lim was a great figure, but now, looking back, he has no strategic vision, nor is he generous, that's all. At this point, Park Jimin finally began to use his supreme power within the group. With just a single sentence, he expelled one person from the group, and even more people left. Reform and rectify evil left the group. Murder in the middle of the night left the group. Danger of death left the group. So handsome that God won't forgive him left the group. In just an hour, the group of 500 people only had 204 members left. Finally, Park Jimin added another feature to block everyone from the group. Seeing that no one dared to argue anymore, Park Jimin let out a satisfied smile. Not bad, over 300 members disappeared in an instant. These spoiled brats really have no cure. It's good to get rid of them. Get rid of this stupid weed. In the future, even if they want to flatter Chairwoman Lim, they won't have a chance. However, there are still a few people who haven't been eliminated, but much fewer. Now the group is completely peaceful. You don't all think we're going bankrupt. Today, I will attack all of you. Next, Park Jimin opened the Big Cat TV application. In the Big Cat TV's recharge interface, the amount of money to recharge is divided into different levels, from 10 to up to 500 million. Park Jimin looked at the 2 deposit levels below, which were greatly amplified. He couldn't help but mutter, "Ah, there's a 500 million deposit level and a flexible deposit level. Kim Jisoo really understands me, so to assert my new position, why not go all out and deposit 10 billion? As soon as Park Jimin finished depositing the money into his account, it immediately shocked the internal staff of Big Cat TV. The assistant hurriedly called out, "Siu Hyen, come here quick." Siu Hyen walked over, curious, and asked, "What's going on?" The assistant's tone was extremely excited. "Oh my God, a notice from the system. Someone has deposited 10 billion into their account." Siu Hyen was startled by the news and immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be him? In just a minute, Park Jimin had completed the deposit, and he opened Big Cat TV's live stream to watch. Currently, the number of streams on the platform was not high, with just over 1,000 people in total. The most famous streamer only has over 300,000 viewers. Park Jimin immediately clicked into a viewing room. As soon as he saw Mira's streamer, he immediately exclaimed, "This is too cheesy." Although the appearance of this female streamer did not meet Park Jimin's standards, she also received a lot of gifts and positive comments. "This girl is so beautiful." Park Jimin left Mira's livestream room and continued to walk. At this time, Park Jimin discovered Yoon's livestream with a beauty rating of 8. "Beautiful. I am 180 centimeters tall, with an 8-pack abs. I am looking for a girlfriend. You are so beautiful. What do you eat that makes you so sweet? Just by looking at this, you can tell that she is a flirt. Yoon used to be with Shark, had millions of passionate fans. Now she's switched to Big Cat TV, and is this lonely. Yoon sadly responded to the fans. For the past 2 days, I also want to terminate the contract with Big Cat TV. Fortunately, when signing the contract, I only signed a temporary contract, so the compensation is not much. The loss is not too big. Park Jimin looked at streamer, Yoon, and fan chatting. At this point, he had lost interest. At first, I still wanted to give her a few tens of millions. But now, forget about it. Streamer Yoon also didn't know. Just because of an accidental mistake, she had lost 10 million in the blink of an eye. Park Jimin continued to walk. After passing by 6 live-stream rooms of other female streamers, he still didn't give gifts, because no one could catch his eye. Right then, Park Jimin coincidentally entered the live-stream room of a new female streamer. He was surprised. "Hello everyone, I'm a new streamer, Meng Winged Fairy. Today is my first day broadcasting. Thank you everyone for coming to watch my stream." Wang Meng's beauty is too high. Just sitting quietly without saying anything makes the audience restless. Oh my god, this streamer is too beautiful. And dare to live stream without filter. Seriously, without filter, she is this beautiful. Can I make this streamer my wife? I really like you, I want your cat-like style. Continuous comments flowed through the livestream room. The number of online viewers also began to increase. Many people even wanted to ask for Wang Meng's WeChat. Park Jimin immediately remembered Kim Jisoo's words a few days ago. I heard Kim Jisoo say before, Wang Meng also wants to try live streaming. I didn't expect this little girl to really start. At this moment, Wang Meng was given a bag of cat food, and Wang Meng happily thanked. Thank you Gunsik for the gift. I wish you all the best, as prosperous as the Eastern Sea, as durable as the Southern Mountains. Wang Meng's livestream room is getting more and more crowded. Not many people would just leave a comment like this. Such a cute streamer, first time seeing someone like you. Streamer, how many gifts do I need to send to add you on WeChat? Streamer, don't let that guy fool you. Especially that one over there. He doesn't look trustworthy at all. Bro, you're thinking too much. I don't even see the streamer's house. That window view looks like France. A girl living in a villa. You think you can afford this? Park Jimin glanced at Wang Meng, but said nothing. So that's why Meng didn't stick to me today. Turns out she's secretly live streaming. Then, noticing something on the screen, he raised an eyebrow. And what's with as prosperous as the Eastern Sea? Are you wishing for longevity in a live stream? Just then, a golden firework effect exploded on the screen. At the same time, a bold red comment appeared. Streamer, can I ask for your WeChat? The chat erupted. Oh my god, a 2,000 coin firework. A tycoon has arrived. He's too rich. That's Hansik. He's one of the big spenders on Shark Tank. He's already gifted over 10 million coins. The streamer must be touched, right? Wang Meng live streamed for the first time, and she didn't even understand the value of virtual gifts. In addition, she had a brother who donated over 100 million in spending money, and she might be tempted by 2,000 more. Then, Wang Meng hesitated and said, "Oh, let's add WeChat. It doesn't seem right. My brother doesn't want me to add random people, but thank you." In an instant, the livestream room became lively. Streamer, you're a bit out of line. Don't ignore Hansik at all. Hansik has also been rejected by a streamer before. Is this a big deal this time? This streamer isn't sure of money. Hansik has encountered a bitter fruit. This is the first time I've seen a female streamer dare to reject a rich man like that. Comments flooded the livestream room. Everyone was curious, as if it were a joke, making Hansik feel extremely embarrassed. As predicted, the tycoon Hansik has always been very generous. This time, he gave 10 firecrackers at once, worth 20,000. Then, Hansik sent a familiar message. Hey streamer, can I add you on WeChat now? Seeing this scene, Park Jimin felt a bit hot-blooded. Giving 20,000 and wanting to court Taeho's sister. Do you think it's that easy? If she were an ordinary girl, encountering a tycoon like that would have already wanted to take the initiative to have a private conversation. Moreover, one only wants to add WeChat, not necessarily to meet offline, nor to bring up any SA issues. But Wang Meng has no intention of doing so. She even feels a bit uncomfortable with this approach. Oh, this person, I said no to adding friends and he still persists. Do they think having money means they can do anything? Or do they see WeChat only as a tool for business? After that, Wang Mengmeng firmly refused. I'm sorry, big brother. I don't want to be friends. Please don't give me gifts either. I don't think this way of making friends is suitable. Once again, the livestream room suddenly became lively. Oh, what's this? Hansik's face is not to be trifled with. Such a personality, just a female streamer, but acting like she's very noble, dare to defy the boss. Hyunsik felt his face being thrown away. Immediately after that, Hyunsik confidently declared, "Today, I will definitely get your WeChat. I'm not short of money. I will give you gifts until you agree." True to his words, Hyunsik immediately gave Wang Mengmeng 100 Phoenix coins, the screen overflowing with effects, attracting the attention of all viewers. The live stream room, originally lively, now becomes more bustling than ever. Oh my goodness! Hyunsik is so generous, so extravagant, giving 100 big gifts at once, 200,000 in total. Hyunsik is really something. Making chai strong. 200,000 is my 5-year salary. Hyunsik only takes 30 seconds of his life to give gifts. Oh wealthy man, do you meet a dog by your side? I guess this girl won't be indifferent. At this moment, Hyunsik confidently sends a comment. Streamer, I sincerely want to be friends with you. I've sent you a message privately. After reading it, Wang Mengmeng feels extremely disgusted. Hey, isn't this bullying others? Using money to force friendships. And there are followers too. It's truly unreasonable. So the purpose of making friends on WeChat is not to maintain friendships, huh? Does that mean people are now using money to buy and sell friendships? Suddenly, the image in the livestream room was abruptly interrupted. Even Wang Mengmeng was not very enthusiastic about the gifts and had to open her eyes wide to look. A sparkling golden sphere, like a comet hitting the earth, engulfed the entire screen. The gift effect was extremely powerful, covering the sky, creating a scene of shaking the heavens and earth when this gift was sent. It not only activated a super special effect in the recipient's livestream room, but also displayed it across the entire platform. At the same time, notifications on all users' phones, and notifications on the entire server. Congratulations to streamer Meng Winged Fairy for receiving the Impact Planet gift from a lonely cigarette. The entire Big Cat TV sends their congratulations, firing a shot that sends money flying in the wind, blowing up everything, dazing the entire server. Since the launch of Big Cat TV, this is the first time someone has given an Impact Planet gift. This magnificent scene made the Big Cat TV team extremely excited. CU High-end CEO. Just now someone gave the highest value gift in the whole server, a 1 million gift bomb. Everyone was almost going crazy. Even CU High-end almost wanted to scream with joy. Oh my god, he must have come back. At this moment, the screen was flooded with comments, shaking the frame. President Lim has descended. President Lim has descended. President Lim has descended. It's incredible. President Lim has finally appeared. I saw it. It's President Lim. You can tell it's President Lim by his hand. The first gift bomb was 1 million. This streamer is so beautiful. President Lim's aesthetics are still so refined. Wang Mengmeng's livestream room suddenly filled with countless netizens flooding in like a torrent, and her number of followers skyrocketed from 10,000 to 80,000 in just 10 short minutes. And then, the number of viewers in Wang Mengmeng's livestream room directly soared to 130,000. When the number of followers reached 200,000, Wang Mengmeng felt dizzy. This collision planet has reached 1 million followers. I didn't expect to reach 200,000 followers in just a moment. Park Jimin saw Wang Mengmeng fainting and felt triumphant. Those little missiles want to overthrow my sister. Today, I will continue to support Wang Mengmeng, making those who used to be arrogant bow down. But do you think everything will end here? Too naive, everything is just beginning. You will never expect how terrible I can be. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to streamer Meng Winged Fairy for receiving the second Collision Planet gift from a lonely cigarette. All of Big Cat TV send their congratulations. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to streamer Meng Winged Fairy for receiving the third Collision Planet gift from a lonely cigarette. All of Big Cat TV send their congratulations. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to streamer Meng Winged Fairy for receiving the fourth Planetary Touch gift from a lonely cigarette. The entire Big Cat TV sends their congratulations. Over 1,000 female streamers on Big Cat TV have switched to Wine Meng Meng's livestream room just to watch Chairman Lim give the gift. The continuous sound of the notification bell rang crisply, signaling Chairman Lim's terrifying appearance. Park Jimin continuously pressed to give gifts while muttering, "You little punk, do you still dare to dream about Tao?" 30 minutes later, the viewers of Wine Meng Meng's livestream room soared to 2 million. Everyone went crazy, gaping at the magnificent gift effects in the livestream room. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to streamer Meng Winged Fairy for receiving the 3,000 planetary touch gift from a lonely cigarette. The entire Big Cat TV sends their congratulations. After giving the 3,000 planetary touch gift, Park Jimin finally stopped. At this moment, 2 million viewers are shocked, breathless, petrified, their eyes filled with longing. Why Meng Meng also couldn't contain her excitement. "What is this? Oh my, stop giving gifts, I can't see anything anymore." At the current time, Why Meng Meng's followers have reached 1 million in just 1 hour. This is enough to elevate Why Meng Meng to the peak of fame. At the same time, behind the scenes of Big Cat TV, Siu Hyan and her assistant were so agitated that they couldn't speak. I didn't see wrong, did I? He gave 3,000 planets, which means 3 billion. Oh my god, Chairman Lim gave this streamer a 3 billion gift and she's just a new streamer. Wang Meng Meng's livestream screen was flooded with comments like a waterfall. Park Jimin couldn't help but smile triumphantly. It's only 3 billion, but it already made you all shocked, right? There's still 7 billion more to give. Let me continue to make you all cry out loud. Right at that moment, Park Jimin suddenly received a text message on his phone. "Hey, what are you doing? Have you been continuously giving me gifts?" Park Jimin replied, "Yeah, it's me." After reading it, Wang Meng Meng couldn't help but complain. "Oh my god, why are you giving me so many gifts? It's such a waste of money." Park Jimin replied indifferently, "It's not a waste. Just think of it as money transferring from one hand to the other." Wang Meng Meng then understood. "That's right, Big Cat TV is owned by you. So it's not like someone else is benefiting from it. So it's not unreasonable for you to give so much." But thinking about the money drain, Wang Meng Meng couldn't help but lament. Even if Big Cat TV is owned by you, it still has to pay taxes. With the huge amount of gifts, even just a 10% tax would be about 300 million. So please don't give any more. And my live stream is stuck due to effects and comments. I can't even see it anymore. It's all lagging. Alright, just consider it as a contribution to the country. After replying to the message from Wang Meng Meng, Park Jimin also fell into a moment of contemplation. I actually wanted to give another 7 billion. Anyway, I have already deposited 10 billion. If Wang Meng Meng's livestream room has lagged, then switch to another livestream room to give gifts. It's really not okay to only give gifts to one female streamer. After that, Park Jimin continued to search for new streamers. As long as they had outstanding looks above average, he wouldn't hesitate to spend a lot of money. He also casually donated 5 to 10 million to the rooms he passed by to encourage their spirits. This action made numerous female streamers from other platforms envious. Just a few hours later, a large number of female streamers had quit their jobs on other platforms and joined as streamers for Big Cat TV. By the evening, the number of new streamers registered on Big Cat TV had exceeded 5,000. It was truly a livestream industry craze. Behind the scenes of Big Cat TV, Kim Jisoo and Siu Hyan are discussing this issue. Kim Jisoo mentioned that since Park Jimin gave gifts to the female streamer, the number of people registering to become a streamer for Big Cat TV has also increased significantly. The female streamer who received the gifts also constantly flaunts them on social media with friends, pretending to casually live stream, but then receives gifts worth tens of millions from Chairman Lim. However, when Siu Hyan hesitated, Kim Jisoo noticed and urged her on. Siu Hyan began analyzing that in the past, rumors about Chairman Lim's financial difficulties led to Big Cat TV's downturn. Therefore, giving gifts to the female streamer is the best way to clarify these rumors. However, giving too much money will cause Park Jimin to lose capital. Kim Jisoo also did not hesitate to demand that Siu Hyan be sincere in her efforts. Chen immediately interrupts Kim Jisoo. So, Wang Meng Meng is the perfect choice. Park Jimin giving billions to Wang Meng Meng not only helps her become famous, but also they are biological siblings. So the money transferred from left hand to right hand doesn't really lose anything. Suddenly, Siu Hyan understands everything. She slams her hand on the table and exclaims, "Is Park Jimin preparing to reap benefits?" Kim Jisoo, confused, asks, "What is Sister Siu Hyan talking about? What do you mean by benefits?" Siu Hyan explains, "The Film City project has completed its first phase under the shrewd leadership of Park Jimin. Large conglomerates such as Jin Family, Jung Family, the headquarters of Hamjeon Capital, and Ruwon Jin Bank all secretly want to sell off land. However, Park Jimin cannot let them withdraw easily. This time, the gift not only helps to enhance the prestigious reputation of Chairman Lim, but also strengthens it once again. And it brings positive effects to the film project, attracting public attention and promoting the project's progress. When people know that Chairman Lim's land acquisition project has been completed, those tycoons will no longer be able to secretly sell off land." Kim Jisoo heard that, also contributed to the gift. Park Jimin's gift also helped Big Cat Tev, which was originally discouraged, to prosper. The important thing is that no one knows that this new streamer is actually the younger sister of President Lim. Everyone thinks that Park Jimin is really generous, willing to throw 3 billion dong for a new streamer. This action made everyone extremely surprised and admired. It's really hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. Sister Siu Hyan is really amazing. Just a glance understand everything. Siu Hyan hurriedly brushed it off. "There's nothing. I didn't say anything. Surely CEO Kim is smart enough to guess." Then Siu Hyan sighed and said, "It's been a long time. He has grown up so much." Siu Hyan's mind involuntarily panicked. Chaotic thoughts began to creep into her mind. Park Jimin not only has a perfect appearance, but also has extraordinary intelligence. A man like that, who wouldn't want to possess him? Moreover, there are many beautiful and talented women by his side. He must be very good at burying and destroying flowers, right? Early the next morning, a series of sensational headlines skyrocketed to the top of search results, hot on all social media platforms. "Oh my God, the generous Chairman Lim just gave 3 billion in gifts to a beautiful female streamer just to get a smile from her. How much money does Chairman Lim really have? Who said Chairman Lim went bankrupt?" These news has caused a stir and sparked discussions among netizens. Yi Rian also read it and was shocked. 3 billion, Chairman Lim is slapping in the face those arrogant people. I bet that punk Kwon Ji-young must be scared to death, haha. Big brother Yu Ah-in is right. Yu Ah-in had already known that Park Jimin is not a simple person, so he was not surprised when he heard this news. Chairman Lim and I are close friends. He has immeasurable power. Playing with these guys like an old man playing chess, just a simple move and it's a direct hit, no misses. Thinking about the Jin family and Jung family being teased by President Lim, Yu Ah-in unconsciously sweated profusely. Actually, I couldn't guess what President Lim was planning yesterday. I just said it for fun. Who would have thought he could be so arrogant? Luckily, I didn't have enmity with him before. At the same time, the dark and deadly atmosphere of the Gyeongbokgung Tycoon group suddenly disappeared, replaced by excitement and liveliness. Look at this chat group. It's as lively as a beehive. The Gyeongbokgung Tycoon chat group was as lively as a market, messages pouring in like a waterfall. Just turning to get a glass of water would cause them to miss a bunch of messages. What? President Lim was really overbearing yesterday, sweeping away all opponents with one hand. His power exceeds all imagination. Who would believe that he's having financial difficulties? The 3 billion he threw at the female streamer is more than my entire fortune. It's unbelievable. Luckily, I didn't back out. Those who did are surely regretting it. They want to come back to the group now. But it's too late. President Lim has banned them, and letting them back in won't be easy. At this very moment, someone suddenly released a series of shocking information. Does anyone know about this? Recently, I planned to buy land in Tanmen City, but I discovered that someone was quietly selling land at a surprisingly low price. After investigating, I found out that these land sellers are intermediaries of the Jung family, Jin family, Hamjeon Capital, and Ruwon Jin Bank. The 4 investors had to work very hard to buy these pieces of land at a price 3 times higher than the market price, and now they are hastily selling off the land. Something must be wrong. After a few days of investigation, it turns out that those financial conglomerates are plotting to dominate President Lim's film project. They want to block President Lim at a crucial moment, to give him a deadly blow that he cannot resist. Surprisingly, President Lim cooperated with Lam Thai, unleashing 2 trump cards, Phi Tien and Zhou DC Real Estate. Thanks to this, President Lim has turned the tables and trapped Jin family, Hong John Capital, and Ruan Jin Bank. Now they hold a huge amount of land but don't know how to handle it, to be in a dilemma. Just in less than 3 seconds, the Gyeongbokgung chat group of tycoons started boiling up. Amazing! Chairman Lim is the pride of Gyeongbokgung. The Jin family failed this time, which means Chairman Lim's movie theater project cannot be stopped. Perhaps in the next 10 years, the entertainment industry will undergo a new wave of purification. Furthermore, such a huge movie theater complex will certainly boost the economic growth of Tianmen City and the surrounding areas. I also heard that this time, the party secretary is secretly backing Chairman Lim. The times have changed. Hardly anyone can stop Chairman Lim. It's too great. The entertainment industry in the entire province, even the country, will have a tremendous transformation in the future. Yesterday, Yi Rian in the group caused enmity with the Jin family, Jung family, and countless other families because of Chairman Lim. At that time, Yi Rian felt that Chairman Lim was out of control, acting on impulse. Even some of his close allies were expelled from the group. But today, the truth has proven everything, making Yi Rian feel extremely worshipful. It's unbelievable that Chairman Lim alone can handle 4 people and still make them spin. At first, I was worried that Chairman Lim had lost his mind. But surprisingly, Chairman Lim was just using this opportunity to purge the traitors. The most frightening thing is that Chairman Lim not only has money, but also has cunning ways that make people abhor him. It is truly the imposing aura of an emperor. As soon as the Gyeongbokgung group was having a lively discussion, Park Jimin also began to calculate. Just yesterday, I was still being mocked and ridiculed by everyone. But now, after just one night, I have turned the situation around and regained my position. Not only that, but my reputation and influence have also improved compared to before. Currently, the film project land has been purchased, but due to the previous scandal, many investors have withdrawn, leading to the project facing difficulties and needing support from the government. But this is a big business opportunity. Surely there will be many people who want to seize this golden opportunity. After that, Park Jimin unexpectedly released a shocking message. The film project is gearing up to start, and I have decided to invite everyone to contribute. The power of the collective is extremely strong. What do you think? Overall, this is a great opportunity. If successful, this project can help elevate the status of your families. The message just sent. Immediately 204 members erupted in cheers. Chairman Lim can share a portion of the rice. We, brothers, affirm our commitment to cooperation. Chairman Lim, my family specializes in operating a nationwide supermarket chain. I believe that the presence of the Cinema City will contribute to boosting the shopping market, creating favorable conditions for our business. My family's elders specialize in restaurant chains. We commit to being present at the Cinema City as soon as the project is completed and will bring great culinary experiences to our customers. Chairman Lim, I operate a hotel, and am ready to participate in the Cinema City to serve our customers in the best way possible. Chairman Lim, my family has officially cut off all business cooperation with the Kwan family. I hope you prioritize choosing my company to supply building materials for the Cinema City project. The crowd becomes extremely lively. Everyone is excited and crowded to grab the most favorable position. With just a nod from Park Jimin, the opportunity to make a fortune in this deal is almost within reach. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng excitedly exclaimed, "You don't know, I went on Hot Search on Weibo. Look at this." Although the main character on Hot Search is Chairman Lim, my image was also captured and spread all over social media. Now countless netizens are discussing it, with many praising my beauty. Park Jimin teased, "I know, you want to become an internet hot girl overnight." Upon hearing this, Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but feel annoyed. I'm not an internet hot girl at all. Look at the comments below. Many people are cursing you, saying that you're unjustly making money, using people's feelings to become rich, and that you're just a playboy. They even mentioned how Sangwoo offered a reward of 50 million to find a Go Master, but you only spend money on female streamers. They don't know anything. You're not doing it for the money. They just go online and talk nonsense. It's so infuriating. Park Jimin waved his hand and said, "Actually, I didn't mean that." Wang Mengmeng still doubted, saying, "Don't deceive me. Yesterday, Yang Weibai told me everything. You went crazy buying gifts because you had ulterior motives. Today's hot search isn't just beneficial for the film project, but also helps Big TV increase its traffic and attract a large number of visitors. So your flaunting of wealth is just a trick. In reality, you are a business genius. Park Jimin couldn't explain and said helplessly, I didn't do anything. You misunderstood me. Wang Meng Meng looked at Park Jimin with admiration and said, don't treat me like a child. I may not understand everything, but I know that your every action has deep motives. You are smarter and more talented than others. No wonder there are so many jealous and unreasonably criticizing people online. What do those ordinary people understand? I understand, you like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, don't you? Park Jimin lightly tapped his forehead in frustration and sighed. It's over. Why is Meng Meng starting to delude herself too? It's clearly a simple matter. Why make it complicated? I just simply want to make money. Why are people so curious and making baseless assumptions about my actions? If this continues, I'm worried that our brotherly relationship will be affected. We need to change the subject. With that in mind, Park Jimin seriously asked, Hey, did you say something about Sangwoo offering a 50 million prize to find a Go Master? Wang Meng Meng explained, Oh, you don't know yet. This has been making a lot of noise lately. The reason is because our national Go Master Hyun Hyuk Sik lost to a Japanese teenager in a Go match. Since then, that Japanese teenager has been causing a stir on social media, boldly challenging and declaring that the Go players in our nation are no good. This statement has angered the online community in our nation, and everyone is hoping someone will step up to teach that Japanese teenager a lesson. So Sangwoo has offered a 50 million prize to find a Go Master. After listening, Park Jimin asked in disbelief, Really? Unbelievable. How can that guy from the land of the rising sun also know the proverb? Wang Meng Meng explained as she brushed away. No, that's not it. The point is not here. But the Japanese Go player, his name is Kimura Ichiro, only 20 years old. He started playing Go at the age of 5, joined the Go club at the age of 7, and became a professional player at the age of 10. At the age of 11, he studied under Japan's top Go master, Sato, who was a world champion. Last month, Kimura Ichiro officially graduated, but he didn't choose the path to fame in Japan. Instead, he is determined to go to Nation H to prove himself. In the past 10 days, Ichiro has continuously played against more than 10 Nation H Go players and has achieved absolute victory. In particular, Ichiro defeated the famous Go player Lai Zhongtang, chairman of the Jiangnan Province Go Association, one of the top 10 Go players in Nation H, and the most respected figure in Nation H. However, in the 3 chess games, Lai Zhongtang lost all 3 times. Ichiro's victory over Lai Zhongtang made him the center of attention in the Go world and raised questions about his reputation. But in front of everyone, Kimura Ichiro ridiculed Nation H's Go. Go in Nation H is only like that. Compared to Japan, it is far behind. Senior Lai, you are the second-ranked player in Nation H. But I haven't even used my full strength, and you have lost. Go in Nation H really disappoints me. Everyone here is garbage. No wonder in international Go tournaments, Japan is always the winning country. Kimura Ichiro's words made Lai Zhongtang so angry that he fainted on the spot. The video quickly spread on the internet and caused outrage among netizens. 3 days later, Hyun Hyuk Sik, the #1 Go master in Nation H, accepted Kimura Ichiro's challenge to defend the honor of Nation H's Go world. However, the results were not as expected. Hyun Hyuk Sik only won 1 out of 3 chess games, causing a sensation in the Nation H Go world. I heard that Jin Dong Company, CEO of JD and QQ Conglomerate, has offered a prize of over 200 million. Do you want to offer a prize to find someone to defeat Kimura Ichiro? Park Jimin took out his phone, looked at the news about Kimura Ichiro, and replied, I'm not interested in offering a prize, but I'm very interested in receiving one. Wang Meng Meng asked in surprise, Oh, do you want to receive the prize? Are you serious? Park Jimin firmly affirmed, Of course I'm serious. I will participate in the competition. When Park Jimin watched the video of Kimura Ichiro again, he couldn't help but think, this Japanese teenager Kimura Ichiro is indeed too arrogant. Anyway, I have some free time, so I might as well find an opportunity to compete with Kimura Ichiro and regain the honor of Nation H. I have already mastered the skills of Go, and I am confident that I can defeat him. If my current level is not enough, I will upgrade my skill level. Wang Meng Meng was stunned. I thought you were going to win a $1 billion prize, attract media attention, and even surpass the business tycoons. But I didn't expect you to say that you want to compete by yourself. When did you learn to play Go? Then Wang Mengmeng asked suspiciously. Do you know Kimura Ichiro's level? Kimura is a Go genius from Japan 7 years ago. I heard that Kimura only accepts challenges from professional players or amateur players with a level of 9 or higher. You are not a professional player. If you want to challenge Kimura, you need to register for an online Go account and upgrade your level to 9 in a short time, which is almost impossible. Plus, your work is very busy. Do you have enough time to play Go? Part Jimin replied casually. You have time. So why don't I have time? This answer made Wang Mengmeng a bit doubtful about life. He really is an extraordinary person. Every day he has to deal with so many things, from arranging plans to completing each project. Yet he still has plenty of time for his hobbies. Indeed, it seems like he is always relaxed and at ease. Besides having fun and fooling around, he also spends time brainstorming to play games, completely unlike a billionaire. And now he even knows how to play Go. How does he manage to do so many things? Is it because of super efficient time management skills? It can't be. I should also try hard to be correct. Not only Wang Mengmeng, but Part Jimin also started to doubt about life. Why is the little girl suddenly discouraged? And she sees me really busy every day. But why don't I feel that way? Can't be. I'm just lying at home and don't know what to do. Busy with what? Busy with what the hell? It's probably the invisible pressure from Part Jimin that keeps Wang Mengmeng pushing herself. She was live streaming while reviewing her exercises. Hello everyone, I'm Meng Winged Fairy. I'm back on the stream. Today's live stream topic is reviewing the exercises. Thank you for your support. Just after 1 hour of live stream, the number of online viewers reached 2 million. Below the comment section, netizens were discussing excitedly. Oh my, writing exercises and still attracting 2 million viewers. I came here because of hot search. Heard that Chairman Lim gave her 3 billion. Today news about this girl is spreading everywhere. Her beauty is truly stunning. I worry, this girl won't escape from Chairman Lim's influence. Thinking of a pure girl, like her being owned by Chairman Lim, it makes me uncomfortable. Part Jimin returned to his room and signed up for an online Go game account. This is definitely it. This is the platform for online Go game, which the home players love. After thinking for a while, Part Jimin decided to name his account Destroy the Japanese Empire. I'll take this name. If that teenager comes from the land of the rising sun, then I will take the name Destroy the Japanese Empire. It sounds a bit eccentric, but also quite cool. At 10 a.m., Part Jimin completed the registration of a Go game account on his computer. Immediately, the screen displayed the grand interface of the Go game, which resembled a virtual arena where players from all over the nation gathered. In addition to the competition area, there was also a waiting area for players who wanted to exchange and learn from each other. Without waiting any longer, Part Jimin entered the game with a determined attitude. I have mastered the skills of Go. Now I just need to find an opponent to compete with. Part Jimin quickly paired up with a random player arranged by the system. On the virtual chessboard, Part Jimin not only showed lightning-fast moves, but also placed each stone with high accuracy, leaving his opponent overwhelmed and only able to defend passively. Seeing his opponent falling into the trap he had set, Part Jimin couldn't help but feel pleased. Why do I feel no pressure at all, and the opponent keeps making mistakes? It's so easy to figure out what to do. Faced with Part Jimin's explosive and overwhelming gameplay, his opponent could only resist weakly. Gradually, Part Jimin's opponent became more and more desperate and struggled. In less than 10 minutes, Part Jimin ended the first game with a resounding victory. However, winning the first game, Part Jimin felt somewhat unsatisfied. What? It's too simple. The opponent's skills are at the beginner level, just taking one step at a time, ending quickly to the point of dissatisfaction. 30 minutes passed. Initially, Part Jimin was still full of enthusiasm, but after playing a few games, he felt a little bored and disappointed. It's just a chess game. The opponent is too weak, doesn't even care about winning or losing, and can't even break through the defense. Part Jimin has won 10 consecutive games of Go and has achieved many unbeatable records. With a 100% winning rate, he quickly advanced to the amateur level 3. Even though his opponent's playing speed began to slow down, Part Jimin still maintained the time for each game to be under half an hour, from 10 in the morning to 6 in the evening. After playing 30 consecutive games of Go, Part Jimin still maintained his unbeatable form with a 100% winning rate and advanced to the amateur level 5. He felt pressured that with this speed, it would be difficult to reach the level 9 in one day. However, he was confident that his victories were based on his Go skills and a spirit that exceeded 80 points, without the need for using reinforcement points. Despite facing more cautious and challenging opponents, Park Jimin still believed that he had no rivals, even without using reinforcement points. He felt lucky that the Go system had a limited time frame, preventing opponents from intentionally prolonging the game. After ending another boring game of Go, Park Jimin could only sigh deeply. Then he began to complain again as he started the next game. Lonely as falling snow, who could possibly defeat me? How desolate life is, not knowing when I will face that Kimura Ichiro. In some apartment there was also a young man sitting in front of the computer playing Go. He was Kimura Ichiro. After a resounding victory over Hyun Hyuk-sik, Ichiro felt extremely bored. He leisurely searched for opponents online and used the account name Heavenly Demon Slayer. With this title, Ichiro had won 62 consecutive games and never lost. After finishing another game, Ichiro smirked. The boredom is evident on the face. As the ancients said, the trendy person is the one who is thrifty. The one who surrenders and resigns from chess is truly the smart one. Ha ha ha. I once promised within half a month I would continue to accept challenges from chess players from all over Nation H. But in just one day, I defeated 20 opponents. No one can beat Kimura Ichiro. See that this Nation H doesn't even have a talent. Kimura Ichiro began to search for opponents for the next game. Let me see. Is there anyone who dares to step up and be humiliated? I will crush all weaklings and prove to this Nation H that Kimura Ichiro is the champion. Suddenly, an account caught his attention. None other than Destroy the Japanese Empire. Immediately, this name made Ichiro feel extremely uncomfortable and angry. This name is truly bold. He must be a foolish person, not knowing his place in the world. That name was like a challenge, an insult to him and his country. After that, he couldn't take it anymore. He decided to teach a lesson to the account name, Destroy the Japanese Empire. On this side, Park Jimin also received a challenge from Kimura Ichiro. What? Someone challenging me? Heavenly Demon Slayer. Just by looking at the name, you could tell it's childish, probably an elementary school student. According to his level 7 rank, Kimura Ichiro could not possibly detect an account with such a low level. However, the ranking system for Go has a special feature, which is that players with high win rates will be pushed up the ranking board. Thanks to this, Park Jimin, even though only a novice level 5 player, had the opportunity to appear on the list of potential opponents for Kimura Ichiro. Ichiro looks at the information of Park Jimin, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. This person is just like me, with a 100% win rate. After opening the opponent's track record information, Park Jimin also realizes the same thing. An amateur level 7 who has won more than 60 consecutive matches. The name Heavenly Demon Slayer doesn't seem simple. Someone with a 100% win rate like that, definitely not a casual player, probably a hidden Go master somewhere, idle enough to enjoy tormenting others. Quickly, the first game between Park Jimin and Kimura Ichiro officially begins. Park Jimin moves the first piece, opening the game. He chooses an offensive strategy to dominate the opponent from the very first moves. Ichiro responds with tight and firm defensive moves. After 10 moves, Park Jimin felt immense pressure as his opponent had set up too many subtle traps. These traps were tightly connected to each other, creating countless illusions and deceits. No matter which move Park Jimin made, he fell into the traps that his opponent had set up. The opponent's chess-playing style was truly cunning, full of tricks and unpredictable changes, as if every move contained countless traps waiting for him to fall into. No matter how he attacked, the defense of the Heavenly Demon Slayer could not be penetrated. Park Jimin gradually felt the pressure increasing day by day. Upon reaching the 20th country, Park Jimin furrowed his brows and realized something. This game seems a bit similar to the legendary Great Demon transformation. This strategy is known for its deceit and unpredictable transformations. However, in the modern Go village, very few people use this strategy because it can easily put oneself in a disadvantageous position. When he sets numerous traps for me, it means he is also putting himself in a dangerous position. Without strong calculation skills, he could make himself lose without my intervention. But this guy can successfully apply this strategy. It can be said that he is someone with exceptional thinking ability and information processing speed far beyond ordinary people. After the first 30 moves, Part Jimin clearly felt the difficulty gradually engulfing him. Ichiro had unleashed sharp moves, pushing him into a disadvantageous position. Part Jimin concentrated intensely, analyzing each of Ichiro's moves, with the increasing pressure making him sweat on his forehead. I'm in trouble. I'm pushed into a disadvantageous position. Even though my calculating ability is not inferior, and I can also recognize the traps set by this heavenly demon slayer, but in terms of experience and go tactics, I am not his match, which puts me at an increasing disadvantage in the game. Ichiro was enjoying his traditional sushi from his hometown, saying with a sense of admiration, "Mom, this opponent is quite strong, falling into a trap only after 30 moves. With this level of skill, he must have reached the level of a professional player. But to defeat me, he still has a long way to go." Part Jimin took a breath, feeling extremely helpless. No wonder this guy can win more than 60 games in a row. If this keeps up, I will lose. If the winning streak is broken, it will take even more time to upgrade to level 9. It seems like I have to force him to show his true strength. System, I need to enhance my experience in playing Go. One enhancement point can enhance 5 years of experience in playing Go. How many years of experience in playing Go does the owner need to enhance? Then enhance 50 years. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 50 years of experience in playing Go. The current Go level is professional level 9. The owner still has 25 enhancement points left. A second later, countless experiences of playing Go appeared in Part Jimin's mind. He understood every move of the opponent, every Go strategy from ancient Kim dynasty. This was not just a way of thinking, but a crystallization of thousands of years of wisdom. With each next move of the opponent, he seemed to have predicted their intentions and could professionally counteract the moves, based on his extensive playing experience. Part Jimin looked at the Go board on the computer, his eyes sharpened. I understand now. The best move to counteract the celestial demonization is the heaven and earth unification. This is the first move, placed at the position of heaven's origin. No matter how the game develops, I can always create an appropriate response and avoid the traps. Although the heavenly earth grand unity can counteract the celestial demonization, I also have another way. In terms of calculation ability, tactical experience, and trap setups, I'm not sure I will lose to this opponent. After about 5 minutes of contemplation, Part Jimin continued to move his chess pieces. This time, he did not hesitate, but charged straight into the trap, surprising his opponent. Earlier, I almost lost because of a strategic and experiential mistake, but now, I have both strategy and experience in playing. Furthermore, with over 80 points in mental attributes, I can withstand dark energy and traps much better than this guy. Let's wait and see who the real winner is, punk. Before Part Jimin activates the hack, Kimura Ichiro was leisurely enjoying his tea and playing chess. It's been a while since there has been any movement. Haha, looks like the so-called destroy the Japanese Empire is running out of steam. After finishing half of his tea, Ichiro noticed Part Jimin continuing to move his pieces. Not only that, his opponent was rushing into the trap he had set. Seeing this, Ichiro became arrogant and scornful. I am still the #1 master in the world. I thought there would be some drama, but it's still as dull as ever. Upon reaching move number 50, the opponent continued to play chess randomly, causing Ichiro to feel confused. What kind of chess is this? His playing style completely lacks strategy, as if he's playing randomly, as if he's given up. And so the game quietly progressed to move number 62, when suddenly, Part Jimin made a move, and in an instant, the chess position reversed, completely turning the tide in his favor. Faced with the Great Transcendence, Part Jimin smirked. Great Transcendence is truly a hidden strategy. It seems chaotic at first glance, but it hides countless deadly moves. Kimura Ichiro was stunned to the core. He felt unable to explain. This familiar feeling is, this is Great Transcendence. How can he unravel my moves? Furthermore, he even used Great Transcendence to defeat me. Who exactly is destroy the Japanese Empire? Has someone changed sides? It can't be. It can't be. He can't know Great Transcendence. I am the Great Transcendence. Unbelievable. The power of the opponent is truly terrifying. Even though I have fallen into a trap, I can still arrange the chess pieces within the bureau. Lure me into a trap, carelessly. After 100 moves, Heavenly Demon Slayer became weaker and weaker, eventually falling into a rut, and then reaching a dead end. Failure came as a sudden shock, leaving Kimura Ichiro feeling numb and powerless. I have lost. This is truly painful. Who is this person, after all? Then, Kimura Ichiro began to despair. For the past half-month, I have been dominating all over Nation H, defeating every opponent. In over 100 games of Go with the top players, I only lost one game, the third game, and won the second game against the top Go player in Nation H, Zhang Mujai. I can say that, except for Alpha, I am not afraid of any Go player in the world. And yet today I was defeated by an amateur player with only a 5th level rank, and even lost using my own specialty. I cannot accept this. I must reclaim my honor. After playing chess continuously for 12 hours, Park Jimin also felt extremely bored. He stretched his body, relaxing his numb muscles. Finally, the game has ended. It's only 10 p.m., still early to play another game. Otherwise I will miss out on a lot of points. Just as Park Jimin was about to change players, a sudden message appeared in the chat box. Since he didn't know anyone on there, he was a little curious when he received the message. A private message. Who could it be? The message was none other than Kimura Ichiro, who sent, "Don't rush to leave, I want to play another game with everyone, accept my challenge." After reading the message, Park Jimin chuckled a little. It seems that this heavenly demon slayer is not willing to accept defeat, and the way he talks is a bit arrogant. It seems like a primary school student who has never failed before. Losing to an opponent in 5 moves probably won't be too bitter for him. Then, Park Jimin quickly replied, "Kid, you're not my opponent, so don't bring shame upon yourself. Go home and do your homework quickly." Seeing this message, Kimura Ichiro became furious to the point of almost exploding. Bakadao is a young prodigy in the game of Go, champion in every arena. When have I ever been looked down upon by others? This destroy the Japanese empire is too arrogant. It makes me furious to death. How can I, a Go prodigy from Fusang, ever have to endure such humiliation? This destroy the Japanese empire is too arrogant. After that, Kimura Ichiro immediately defended himself. Don't talk nonsense. Just now I wasn't focused on playing, but this time I will play with all my strength, accept my challenge. After reading the message, Park Jimin said nothing. You really are a stubborn donkey. If you don't agree, I will make you agree. Park Jimin clicked confirm, and the second game began. In the second game, Park Jimin played as the white player. On his first move, he boldly placed his piece at the Tian Yuan position, the center of the board. This aggressive move truly surprised Kimura Ichiro. Usually in the game of Go, players often place their pieces in the corner, or on one side of the board to create a solid position. Placing the first piece at Tian Yuan, similar to King Explosion right at the beginning of the game, is an extremely risky move. Placing the strongest piece right from the start caught me off guard, or the piece placed at Tian Yuan will become a discarded piece. Could this be a tactic of destroy the Japanese empire? But immediately after, Kimura Ichiro thought of a possibility. Could he be planning to use the Tian Yuan law of least resistance? If so, he must know unity of heaven and earth Go. It's impossible. The master once said that since the nation H Holy passed away, no one could master unity of heaven and earth, the path of Go. Even if one can grasp a small part, it's just a worthless waste. Unity of heaven and earth has truly been lost for a long time. Only great transcendence is the strongest path of Go. I will never lose to him. This time, Kimura Ichiro began to focus on height. He skipped his meal, his eyes glued to the computer screen. His moves were slower than the previous game, showing caution and alertness to height. Although in the first 10 moves, Park Jimin was at a disadvantage due to no one could oppose Tian Yuan. But 10 minutes later, the two players started to lay out battle formation, creating a thrilling battle between Dragon and Tiger. But still unable to determine the winner, by the 36th move, Park Jimin unexpectedly placed a chess piece, completing the heavenly distance advantage formation, and won absolute victory over Kimura Ichiro. At this moment, Kimura Ichiro was feeling desperate. A sense of helplessness engulfed him, making him extremely uncomfortable. It's impossible. I can clearly predict his moves, know his next move, and how it will create the game situation, but I can't find a way to counter it. Every trap becomes meaningless, and there is no chance to reverse the game. As he looked at the situation, Kimura Ichiro could hardly believe it. His sweat had already soaked his face, and large drops of sweat started to fall like beans, once again being defeated. This time even more tragic than the previous game. The first defeat could be blamed on lack of focus, but this time it was a complete domination from start to finish. A bitter defeat, too hard to accept. Play again. Kimura Ichiro started to make a determined effort. He was determined not to lose the third game. The third tense game began. This time Kimura Ichiro, with the black pieces, immediately made a bold move, placing his piece at the Tien Yuan position, which was a secret taught by Master Sato Maku, a teacher whom Kimura Ichiro greatly respected. This move, utilizing fire to nurture wood, aimed to block the opponent's path, leaving them confused, and with no way to retreat. Even this strategy had been carefully studied and transformed into his own tactic, like mastering 10 moves at once. Part Jimin laughed scornfully. Haha, trying to copy my moves. Interesting. But in this world, there is no strongest move. Only the strongest player. You still don't understand that, and still want to use great transcendence to defeat me. Do you know that I understand my own moves better than anyone else? Great transcendence cannot overcome unity of heaven and earth. In less than 10 minutes of the third match, Kimura Ichiro was hit so hard that he lost all of his armor. This defeat clearly demonstrates the lack of skill and instability in his abilities. Just a few hours ago, Kimura Ichiro was full of confidence in his superior skills. But by the third loss, every subtle trap, every clever move had made him doubt life itself. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. I don't believe it. Just 20 moves. I can't believe it. Only 20 moves, and I have lost. For a Go Master, losing in just a few short minutes like this is unacceptable. Kimura Ichiro's mind exploded, his belief completely shattered. After 15 years of dedicated research, being taught, and having high expectations, I want to bring the flag of Fusang back to its peak, to rise to the position of world champion. Not beyond expectation. Since I graduated a month ago, I have been dominating across Nation H, thinking that there were no more opponents. Yet I was defeated by an amateur player in Nation H. I cannot accept being beaten by an unknown player, and this means that my dream of competing for the World Championship is shattered. I must definitely defeat him, otherwise, this failure will not only be a normal loss, but also a heavy blow to my confidence and courage. He will become a ghost in my mind, and I will find it difficult to progress from now on. Failure crushed before Part Jimin, Kimura Ichiro did not give up. He quickly sent a challenging message. Give me another chance to redeem myself. Let's play another round. This time, Part Jimin really had nothing more to say. Again, this guy has lost 3 consecutive rounds and still refuses to submit. The matchmaking system should have a function to prevent too many invitations. It's really irrational for elementary school students. After that, Part Jimin replied, but decisively refused. No more matches. You're too weak. It's not fun at all. I don't like bullying the weak. Don't waste my time. I'm busy climbing the rank up to novice level. Kimura Ichiro stared at the screen, immediately bursting with anger. He's saying that I am weak, saying that I am too weak. Kimura Ichiro shouted in rage, throwing his expensive computer to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Destroy the Japanese Empire. I will definitely find him. I will defeat him. I will definitely win. At this moment, the door opened, and a beautiful fusion girl stepped in, her beauty as if coming out of a painting. With long flowing hair and big sparkling eyes, she is Sato Mike, a fellow disciple of Kimura Ichiro. Born into a family with a tradition of playing Go, Mike has been passionate about this discipline since she was young. With anyone being able to conquer the chessboard, she admires them. Currently, the person that Mike admires the most is Kimura Ichiro. Even though he may seem aloof and only care about Go, it's precisely because of that aloofness that makes Mike infatuated. Sato Mike gently asked, Kimura-kun, why are you so angry? What's wrong? Kimura Ichiro, feeling upset, said, I lost to someone named Destroy the Japanese Empire from Nation H. I'm sorry, Mike, I shouldn't be so hot-tempered, but I can't accept it. Hearing this, Sato Mike gently patted Kimura Ichiro to comfort him. There's a saying in Nation H that winning and losing is a common thing. No one can guarantee that they will always win. Even the best players have times of defeat. Moreover, this is an online competition. How do you know the opponent didn't cheat? You can't be sure that they are stronger than you. Kimura Ichiro doubted and asked again. Fraud. No, Mike, I don't understand. I didn't just lose one game. I lost 3 games in a row. Destroy the Japanese Empire is too powerful. I must defeat him. Mike, please help me find him. I want to meet and compete with him in person. Only in reality can I unleash my full strength. Also, I have realized my mistake. I understand great transcendence. But that strategy does not completely counter unity of heaven and earth. They are mutually exclusive. Only when competing directly can I avoid that mistake. Kimura Ichiro muttered to himself, as if still immersed in the third game of Go. Sato Mike continued to encourage him, at the same time giving Kimura Ichiro words of encouragement. You can rest assured. Mike is not only an excellent Go player, but also a talented hacker. Mike can track IP addresses and determine the exact location of others on the network, and he shouldn't put too much pressure on himself. You know AlphaGo, in an online match, your opponent could use AlphaGo to compete with you. You may think you are only facing a normal opponent, but in reality it could be the world's leading AI. No matter how strong your calculation ability is, you cannot beat artificial intelligence AI. Kimura Ichiro remembered the abnormalities of the 3 games and nodded. So that's it. Now I understand. Initially, his strength was not particularly strong, but then suddenly changed. If he cheated, then my defeat was not in vain. Sato Mike continued to affirm. That's right. Kimura-kun's strength even surpasses the master. Even Zhang Muji, who was defeated by him a few days ago, has caused a stir in the Nation H Go village. Recently, Nation H has invited some grandmasters of Go to compete with him. It is said that some tycoons in Nation H have put up prizes on the internet. Anyone who defeats him will receive over $1 billion in prize money. Kimura-kun, don't let these small failures make you fall. Thinking about the potential cheating of his opponent, and with the enthusiastic cheers from Sato Mike, Kimura Ichiro felt a sudden surge of energy and regained his composure and confidence. Ha! No way! My path will not end here. After that, Kimura Ichiro's eyes showed determination. Mike, arrange for me to only receive 1 challenger per day starting from tomorrow. I want to spend more time studying the Great Transcendence opening. Currently I can only calculate up to the 17th move. I must calculate up to the 18th move, even the 20th move. Sato Mike could only sigh and exclaim, yes, I will arrange it. Kimura-kun, you really are crazy. Kimura Ichiro took a deep breath and thought to himself, at first, I was worried about whether the participants in the competition would have a name like Destroy the Japanese Empire. This name is too terrible, especially as he has a tendency to mistreat amateur players. But now, I have nothing to fear at all. No Grandmaster of Go can make it difficult for me. I have a feeling that as long as I absorb the experience from this time, my Go skills will reach a new level. Seeing Kimura Ichiro regaining his composure, Sato Mike also felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Kimura-kun is just a teenager with a simple soul. Just a few words of encouragement can help him boost his spirits. Otherwise, the slap just now could have easily thrown Kimura-kun's psyche off balance, and his level would have dropped uncontrollably. Father, handing over your profession to Kimura-kun for him to inherit your uncle's will was a bit rushed. His temperament cannot keep up with his level of Go skills. Moreover, Great Transcendence is an extremely complex Go strategy with a variety of traps and diversifications. My father can predict up to 15 moves in Great Transcendence. The later it goes, each move becomes unpredictable. Each piece that falls on the board creates completely new formations. Thus, predicting the next 15 moves is almost impossible for humans. However, Kimura-kun has surpassed this limit. He has studied and developed Great Transcendence to the point where he can calculate up to the 17th move, an extraordinary achievement, far surpassing his teacher. So why is he still not satisfied? But thinking of the master defeating Kimura Ichiro 3 games in a row, making Sato Mike feel worried. So why today when playing online chess he was easily defeated with only 40 moves, he defeated Kimura-kun. Even Dad couldn't do it. Is this kind of person really exist? Unbelievable. But why such a master come and bully amateur players? He doesn't feel ashamed. Really shameless. Over here, Park Jimin spent the whole day playing online Go until 12 p.m. Unlike the 2 senior brothers and sisters from the Fusang land, Park Jimin completely ignored the opponent, nicknamed Heavenly Demon Slayer, with a bit of power illusion, and he only thought it was an elementary school student. Looking at his information, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel proud. I spent the whole night playing and finally reached amateur level 7. He thought to himself, just to challenge that brat, Kimura Ichiro. I definitely have to reach professional level, or I won't even be able to step foot in his house. At this rate, I'll probably need 3 days to reach amateur level 9. But it's okay, there's no need to rush. Continuing to encourage himself, Park Jimin thought. What is my current level of Go? Am I strong or weak? Why does it feel like I'm playing against elementary school students every time? Right now, I am rated as a professional level 9 with 55 Go experiences, plus extraordinary mental attributes. I possess all the necessary elements to become a top Go player. Park Jimin was in deep thought. Looking at me, one might feel like I'm playing a trick. But I believe that achieving the 9-dan rank is not that big of a deal. In the nation it alone, there are many Go players who have already reached this rank. I even encountered an elementary school student who almost caused me to flip over. But luckily I still have my system. No matter what, there are still many areas I need to improve on. I have to keep trying. After all, professional 9-dan player Zhang Mujai even lost to Kimura Shiro. In this vast world, there will always be someone better than me, a taller mountain than the one I'm standing on, a stronger wave than the one I'm riding. Therefore, I shouldn't be arrogant, but always maintain a humble attitude. In another place in Mado, inside the luxurious villa full of the ancient Western style, Yuling Shuang was held in absolute silence. She was completely isolated from the outside world. Her phone, bank cards were all confiscated, and no one brought her any information or spoke to her. But Yuling Shuang seemed to be used to this treatment compared to the ups and downs in the past. These few days of confinement were nothing, and deep in her soul, the flame of resistance still burned quietly. Today, Yuling Shuang was finally taken out of confinement. Her face, which was already pale, now looked even more haggard, the wounds on her face still losing blood, making everyone shudder at the sight. A security guard said, "Yuling Shuang, you can go out now. The young master Mok wants to see you." During the time when Yuling Shuang was brought out of the prison cell to Jin Jiamu's location, the sisters of the Big Juju Tree had also finished their investigation. Qin Keiyan approached Jin Jiamu respectfully and reported, "Young master, we have obtained some important information." Unable to contain himself, Jin Jiamu immediately asked, "So, have you found them?" Similar to Yuling Shuang, Qin Keiyan was also a valuable assistant to Jin Jiamu. If Yuling Shuang was called the Queen of Diplomacy, then Qin Keiyan was the Queen of Internal Affairs. Jin Jiamu had devoted a lot of effort to train these two generals from orphans. It was also because the two of them were the most outstanding candidates in Jinsi's elite that there was always an underlying competition between them. In this opportunity, Qin Keiyan began to dig deeper. "Master, during the time interacting with Chairman Lim, the behavior of Yuling Shuang is very suspicious. She has provided the company with a lot of misleading information, leading to heavy losses for the company. In addition, we also discovered 30 billion in her personal account." Qin Keiyan's words stunned Jin Jiamu. He grabbed the report and read it with extreme indignation. How much? 30 billion. A huge amount that even with all the resources of Jin Jiamu, I can hardly mobilize in a short time. How can a mere secretary own such a huge amount of money? Qin Keiyan continued to fuel the fire. "Yes, young master, apart from suspicious behavior, this is also one of the key pieces of evidence showing that she has issues." After hearing this, Jin Jiamu sneered. "So that's how it is. Chairman Lin was truly generous to spend 30 billion to bribe her. It's easy to understand her betrayal of the conglomerate and of Jin Jia. Even I would find it hard to resist such temptation." Jin Jiamu began to interrogate, his tone filled with disappointment. "Yuling Shuang, you're quite skilled. I can't believe the woman I trust in would be a traitor. No wonder your tone has changed so much lately. Perhaps it's because you've been nurtured by someone." Yuling Shuang's originally delicate face is now also filled with disappointment. "So the young master thinks of me like that. The young master thinks I would betray Jin Jia for money." As soon as Jin Jiamu finished speaking, he threw the report straight into Yuling Shuang's face, then yelled angrily, "Is that not true? If you didn't intend to betray, why did you deliberately hide the truth at Jianbagang before? Did you ever report the existence of that huge 30 billion account to me? What else are you pretending for?" Yuling Shuang remained silent and did not respond. The silence of Yuling Shuang only made Jin Jiamu even angrier. He continued to question harshly. "Why are you not saying anything? Do you have anything to defend yourself with? Being bought off is being bought off. The truth is obvious. Jin Mu paused for 3 seconds. His next words carried a chilling tone that made Yu Ling Shuang shudder. You must know, betraying me will have serious consequences. The atmosphere in the villa suddenly turned cold, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Silence enveloped the room. Even Qin Keiyan felt a chill after more than 20 seconds of silence. Yu Ling Shuang finally spoke. I know the consequences of betraying the young master, and I don't want to continue arguing because it's pointless. It's better for us to discuss the practical issue. Jin Mu looked at Yu Ling Shuang coldly and asked, Is that a fact? Yu Ling Shuang knew that it was crucial to save her life at this point, so she immediately proposed a way to make amends. I know that the young master's plan this time has caused losses to the company, which may affect your inheritance position. However, this 30 billion VND is enough to compensate for those losses. I agree to take out this amount to repay the kindness that Jin Jia has shown me over the years. I also hope that this amount can receive the young master's forgiveness. From now on, I will no longer have any involvement with Jin Jia. With a sigh, Yu Ling Shuang closed her eyes tightly, as if trying to hide the tears rolling down her cheeks. However, her expression remained strangely calm, as if all emotions had frozen. The days of speculation have made me stronger and more determined. I know that handing over 30 billion to Cho Jin Jia is a betrayal to Park Jimin, who has always trusted me. But this is the only way to escape my current situation. Otherwise, I may never see the sunrise again. I'm sorry, Park Jimin. If I can safely return to Gyeongbokgung, I will definitely spend the rest of my life making up for my mistakes. Yu Ling Shuang's offer to redeem herself made Jin Mu extremely pleased. He laughed triumphantly and mockingly. Ha ha. After that, Jin Mu turned to look at Yu Ling Shuang with a cold and emotionless look. Well, you are quite timely. 30 billion to buy back your freedom. A real bargain. Transfer the money, then you can leave. Xiao Yu, the younger sister, didn't know if Jin Mu was really kind enough to easily forgive her, or if this was just a cunning plan of his. But the fact that Jin Mu had promised to forgive her showed that he was someone who always kept his word and valued his reputation, as evidenced by the title of Mad Du Lai Xiao, famous in the underworld. When the enormous 30 billion dong was transferred, Jin Mu smiled dangerously. This account is overseas. After the money is transferred, there will be someone to help me launder it into legitimate financial sources and transfer it to my personal account. As for the promise I made to forgive her while she's here, I will keep it. But after she leaves, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Yu Ling Shuang left the luxurious villa, each step heavy, as if carrying the weight of half of her life. In just 30 short seconds, the notification of a 30 billion transfer from an overseas account appeared on the screen, showing a successful transaction. Jin Mu smirked, his eyes gleaming with fire, and a wicked smile forming on his lips. Haha, I may be the chairman of the conglomerate, but I only hold 15% of the shares. Especially when making important decisions, I still need to seek the approval of the board of directors. It's really annoying. A bunch of old men sitting on top of me giving orders. With this massive 30 billion, I will hold more power. I won't need to suck up to those old fogies on the board anymore. Even if someone tries to interfere with my path, I will make them pay a heavy price. Thanks to Yu Ling Shuang, from now on, anyone who dares to obstruct my path will have to pay the price. I will eliminate them. Ha ha. His chilling laughter echoed throughout the mansion, and Qin Keiyan suddenly spoke up. Young master, why did you let Yu Ling Shuang leave? She knows a lot of the company's secrets. Jin Mu looked at Qin Keiyan coldly. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Hearing this, Qin Keiyan quickly apologized, bowing her head. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Jin Mu snorted. It's good to know. Pay attention to your words and actions. On the surface, he didn't say anything more, but deep down, Qin Keiyan was secretly laughing to herself. Yu Ling Shuang used to rely on the young master's favor, always looking down on me. Now she's nothing more than a house dog with a collar. She knows so many secrets of the Li family's business tycoon. Yet she still naively believes that the young master will forgive her. After leaving the villa, Xiao Yu didn't feel relaxed at all. On the contrary, she had a premonition that something was not right. Will the young master really forgive me? Maybe he will remember the old feelings. Anyway, I have dedicated a lot to the Li family. But the more I dedicate, the larger the secret I have to hold, especially the underground dealings with the aristocracy and the gathering of evidence of the network of relationships within the conglomerate. These secrets are related to too many things. Can the young master forgive me when he knows these things, in case? The more she thought, the more alert Yu Ling Xuan became. She began to pay attention to every movement around her. Just as she was crossing a major road, Yu Ling Xuan suddenly noticed a delivery truck speeding straight toward her at a terrifying speed. The driver's eyes flashing with a ruthless, devilish look, ignoring the pedestrians hurrying to cross the road, he didn't slow down, but instead accelerated straight toward Yu Ling Xuan. Everything happened in just a split second, so fast that it left no time for reaction. In that breathtaking moment, Yu Ling Xuan's heart pounded wildly, as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. The hot blood rushed through her body, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of excitement and anxiety. However, Yu Ling Xuan had been alert early on. She quickly dodged the oncoming truck, whose driver was trying to control the vehicle to run her over. The position underneath the truck was quite safe, and Yu Ling Xuan's slender figure enabled her to roll under the truck without any harm. Moments later, the truck crashed into a building by the roadside, causing a severe collision. The windows of the vehicle shattered, the body of the truck was heavily damaged, and debris scattered everywhere. Yu Ling Xuan quickly got up, still feeling frightened, and hastily ran away from the scene. From that moment on, Yu Ling Xuan's heart was as cold as ice. Luckily, I am always vigilant. If not this time, I would have really been in danger. Young master, do you really want to chase and kill me? Why did I hand over 30 billion, yet you still want to force me to become an enemy of the Li family? Am I no longer useful? I must die. From now on, I completely cut off ties with the Li family. From now on, if you don't die, I will. At this moment, Yu Ling Xuan truly revealed her outstanding special forces skills. She ran down the busy street, then rushed into a crowded shopping center, quickly disappearing into the crowd. A few seconds later, the two assassins looked at each other with meaningful glances. One of them immediately made a phone call. "Sir, the driver has carelessly lost track of the target." Jin Jiamu contemptuously disregarded the words. "Failed, ha! Well, just leave it. Regardless, she's already on guard now. It will be much harder for her to make a move next time. Besides, she's a well-trained assassin. Even if we catch her, it won't make much difference now. Losing 30 billion is a big deal, ha ha." As he spoke, Jin Jiamu's eyes showed a ruthless look. "I might forgive her, but will Chairman Lim? In vain. And she's also provoking the underground forces behind him. Moreover, she's taken the 30 billion. He will be even more ruthless towards her. Now she's in a dead end, no different from a lost dog." According to conventional wisdom, Jin Jiamu's thinking is very logical, but Chairman Lim does not follow the norm. He thinks that Xiao Yu is truly in a dead end, a mistake. The assassin confirmed with a nod. "Understood, young master." Yu Ling Xuan successfully escaped. She was like a wild dog with no place to go. Being chased and hunted, she only had one way to go, which was to return to Hancheng and seek help from Park Jimin. At 6 p.m., Wang Mengmeng carried a steaming bowl of noodles into Park Jimin's room. The bowl of noodles emitted a strong aroma, with the green color of scallions and the yellow of eggs, placing the noodles in front of Park Jimin. Wang Mengmeng asked, "Which noodles do you want? You have been playing chess for 2 days. Aren't you bored?" Park Jimin shrugged and replied, "No, I find it very interesting. You don't understand. Bullying the weak is a refined pleasure." Wang Mengmeng looked at the screen, then exclaimed, "Wow, you're really good. How come you play chess so well? It's only been 2 days and you've reached the amateur level already. So just win a few more games and you'll be at the 9th level. And online is extremely complicated. There are many hidden masters. So reaching the amateur level is enough to prove your strength. You're not just an ordinary person. Do you intend to challenge Kimura Ichiro? I heard that for the past 2 days. Some masters have been challenging him, but they all lost miserably." Park Jimin said with a serious face while eating noodles, "I thought you were joking. With your talent, earning rewards is as easy as taking things out of a pocket." Wang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, suddenly felt her heart touched and a surge of endless pride overwhelmed her. Park Jimin, who seemed indifferent to the world, actually had a passionate love for his country. He is not just a frivolous person, but quietly striving. He wants to challenge Kimura Ichiro, regardless of the outcome. He has sacrificed billions to stay home and practice Waiki for this match, just to defeat the enemy Fu Tang. to bring glory and protect Hoaxia from being insulted. This is a great sacrifice. A great man must be like this. Thinking of this, Wang Meng Meng blushed, feeling extremely shy, and she couldn't resist the attraction from Park Jimin. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill increased by 1, and her current goodwill is 93 points. A few seconds later, Wang Meng Meng's heart suddenly burst into flames. Even her eyes contained a spark of fire. You know, for you, 200 million is nothing at all. You even spend billions on female streamers, so this amount of money is not worth your attention. The most important thing for you is the national honor. You didn't say anything, but I know you've made a lot of effort silently. I will follow your example. You are the greatest for me. Seeing this scene, Park Jimin couldn't help but spit. What's going on? How did her favorability increase? Oh no, she must have misunderstood again. I really care about that money, and my relationship with Wang Meng Meng is a bit dangerous. Her current favorability has gone up to 93 points. If it exceeds 95 points, she might turn into a real wolf, even more dangerous than when facing her just now. I sensed a complex emotion in her eyes, not just admiration, but also a damn love. Thinking of this, Park Jimin couldn't help but worry. No, absolutely not. I can't develop feelings for my own sister. That's morally wrong. I can't do that. I must cut it off decisively. I can't let Wang Meng Meng sink deeper. But how do I tell her? The more he thought about it, the more Park Jimin fell into a whirlpool of dilemma. Then he became serious. Meng Meng, I have something to tell you. Wang Meng Meng asked in confusion. What do you want to say? Just say it. Park Jimin still didn't know how to have this conversation. I must find the right time to make it clear, and the current situation doesn't seem stable. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang, and at last Park Jimin had to let it go, and urged Wang Meng Meng. Go and open the door. It seems like we have a visitor. Wang Meng Meng obediently ran outside. I'll go open the door. As soon as Wang Meng Meng left, Park Jimin let out a sigh of relief. Meng Meng is 18 years old. The child's soul is often very fragile, and she has experienced trauma. If I say something too harsh, it could hurt her again. How should I handle this? Maybe I should find a more appropriate time. Wang Meng Meng quickly opened the door while speaking. Come here. Come here. At this time, Yang Weibai always had a vague sense of worry because Park Jimin was too outstanding. She often doubted herself, feeling unworthy of him, especially with formidable competitors. She didn't want to become a mere decoration, feeling worthless. This time, Yang Weibai discovered a very potential business opportunity. The ointment manufactured by Park Jimin could be produced on a large scale. She came up with the idea of starting a business and decided to discuss it with Park Jimin. Yang Weibai's sister is here again. Yang Weibai's radiant smile, and today she has a ponytail, different from her usual goddess-like demeanor. This hairstyle makes her look younger and more beautiful. Hello, Meng Meng. Then Yang Weibai quickly stuffed a gift bag into Wang Meng Meng's hand. This is a gift for you. Yang Weibai's sister is so thoughtful. This gift must be expensive. Not really. Where is your brother Meng Meng? Wang Meng Meng immediately noticed the difference on Yang Weibai's face and replied happily, My brother is in the bedroom playing Go. Oh, Yang Weibai's sister has changed her hairstyle today. Yang Weibai happily shared. Haha, I used to have a small scar on my forehead, and I used to cover it with my hair like my brother. You gave me some kind of medicine, and the scar completely disappeared. After listening, Wang Meng Meng was extremely curious. Is it really so magical? I thought that smelly ointment would ruin Tai's face, but that smelly ointment is so effective. I used to not want to use it. Then, Wang Meng Meng remembered Park Jimin's appearance at that time. At first, I thought Park Jimin was just joking when she made this ointment. A moment later, Yang Weibai was standing in front of Park Jimin's bedroom door, while Park Jimin was still sitting in front of the computer, engrossed in playing Go, with one hand controlling the mouse and the other peeling sunflower seeds. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibai and complimented, Yang Weibai, you're here. Oh, today you look even more beautiful. Just sit wherever you want. You can even sit on the bed. There's not much stuff in the room, and there's no spare chair either. Yang Weibai blushed and obediently sat on the edge of the bed, next to a large, very comfortable-looking bed. This was the first time she had entered her son's bedroom. She couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. Is this part Jimin's bed, where he sleeps at night? I might be the first woman to sit on this bed, but will he be shy or too sincere, always wanting the girl to take the initiative? As time went by, Yang Guibai did not feel as calm as usual. On the contrary, she felt more and more tense, her heart beating faster when she was near him. Especially when the two of them were alone, Yang Guibai found part Jimin to be cute. Finally, to avoid the atmosphere becoming too awkward, Yang Guibai took the initiative to speak. Part Jimin, the ointment you applied for me last time was really effective. I'm sorry, can you give me some more? Part Jimin scratched his nose and smirked. Haha, I told you so. Last time, I offered to give you some more, but you said you didn't need it. Now you see the effectiveness. Yang Guibai regretfully exclaimed. Oh my, I know I was wrong. Please don't be mad at me. Your ointment is truly miraculous. If mass-produced, it would surely bring in a fortune. By the way, is the production cost high for this ointment of yours? Part Jimin turned back to the screen, playing Go while answering. Mass production is too troublesome, and the raw materials for just a small batch of this ointment already cost nearly a few thousand. Hearing this, Yang Guibai was stunned. Just a few thousand. I thought a breakthrough product like this would cost hundreds of millions, even billions for research and development alone. I can't believe that part Jimin only spent a few thousand to create it. With a little packaging, it's definitely going to yield enormous profits, maybe even more than selling drugs. Before Yang Guibai had a chance to express her intentions, part Jimin quickly grasped her thoughts, and then he actively suggested, in a casual and generous tone, running a company is very complicated. From packaging to bringing products to market, it has to go through many complicated procedures. I have so much money that I can't spend it all, so there's no need to work so hard on this. If you want, I can give you the formula, and I'll invest in your company. Before part Jimin's offer, Yang Guibai suddenly hesitated. What, you want to give me this secret formula? This ointment is a breakthrough product, and with part Jimin's intelligence and savvy, it can only be done better. So why does he want to hand over a money-making project like this to me? Suddenly, Yang Guibai's soul once again stirred up, creating wide waves from the usual ripples, gradually forming a fierce tsunami. It turns out, as long as I want, this man is willing to give up a project worth hundreds of billions. Without hesitation, he doesn't even calculate the loss. Before I thought if part Jimin agreed to my request, I should demand 15% of the shares. After all, my mother also wants 10% of the shares. But now, the shares are not important. Nothing is important. He is so sincere with me. What more can I ask for? When the company opens, I will transfer all the shares to him. Part Jimin, you are too good to me. Yang Guibai's mind became increasingly confused. Unable to contain her emotions, she ran to hug part Jimin tightly. But their posture, with one tall and one short, caused their big grapefruits to almost burst out, hitting part Jimin's face, getting stuck in the middle, causing part Jimin to feel blood rushing up, his nose continuously bleeding. Carrying the fear of being hunted down by the Li family tycoons, Xiao Yu hurriedly left Madu. Immediately, she rented a car and drove along the highway, taking more than 9 hours to reach Hancheng. After going through so much, Xiao Yu finally arrived at the villa. Ironically, she held the code to the villa, but she couldn't open the door on her own. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and she was still standing in front of the door, torn between ringing the bell or leaving. Finally, she decided to ring the bell. Unfortunately, part Jimin and Yang Guibai were in the midst of their romantic encounter, and the sound of the doorbell once again rang out, causing both of them to wake up from their love-induced trance, narrowly avoiding a situation that cannot be described in words. Wang Mengmeng quickly ran to open the door, and the villa door opened to reveal Yu Ling Shuang, with her slender figure hidden behind a wide cloak, a face mask, and sunglasses covering her face. Yu Ling Shuang's discreet and secretive dressing style made Wang Mengmeng quite wary. Who are you? At this moment, Xiao Yu didn't know where was a safe hiding place. After 9 hours of running around, her body and spirit were exhausted. As soon as Xiao Yu took off her mask and sunglasses, Wang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Yu, you are... Xiao Yu replied in a hesitant voice, Mengmeng is my brother at home. I have something important to discuss with him. Thinking that Yu Ling Shuang was a secret agent, Wang Mengmeng's initial surprise turned into coldness. In the next moment, she yelled with anger, Go away, He has already forgiven you. Why are you coming back to find him? This place does not welcome you. Xiao Yu choked up and wanted to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. I know I have wronged my brother, but Wang Mengmeng cannot forgive Yu Ling Shuang. All explanations now are just excuses. She becomes more and more agitated. Don't say anything more. I trusted you like a sister. But you meddled in my boyfriend's business, completely insincere, and even wanted to harm him. Get out immediately. You are a fraud. Yu Ling Shuang, because of Part Jimin's always forgiving words, drove 800 kilometers for more than 9 hours to find him. But Wang Mengmeng's actions caused Xiao Yu to be deeply hurt. Yang Weibai heard the commotion outside, then asked with a suspicious look. It seems like Mengmeng is arguing with someone. I rarely see the child this hot-tempered. With sharp hearing, Park Jimin immediately recognized Yu Ling Shuang's voice. He quickly stood up, set aside the Go board, and left the computer table. Let's go see. Park Jimin and Yang Weibai had just come down the stairs when they saw Wang Mengmeng chasing after Yu Ling Shuang. Park Jimin immediately looked happy like crazy when he saw Yu Ling Shuang. It's really Yu Ling Shuang. Wonderful. Finally, she's back. I've been waiting for her to come back to give me money, and also to preside over Fei Tian real estate. She disappeared for a few days, making all the high-level leaders bother me every day, even demanding my WeChat friend request. I didn't agree. And so many contract profiles, work emails. I'm not the CEO. I'm lazy enough to even refuse packages. I just hope people stop bothering me, but they still continue to send messages, report all kinds of trivial matters. Luckily, Xiao Yu came back at the right time. Someone finally rescued me from this hell. Now I can play Baduk to my heart's content. Wang Mengmeng still angrily shouted, Get lost, don't ever come to find my man again. He will never see you again. Yu Ling Shuang bowed and turned away, saying, It's okay. Sorry for bothering you. At this moment, Xiao Yu's eyes seemed to lose all light, and her mind was completely plunged into despair. I don't know the meaning of my life. I don't know what I should do next. I am completely lost. In this world, I have no one to rely on. I am alone with no relatives or friends. I am just a stray beggar, taken in by the Li family. From a young age, I was instilled with the idea of being loyal to the Li family for life, until death. That was the meaning of my life and my value of existence. But now even the Li family won't forgive me, so who should I serve? I am truly broken. I have lost my master, which means I have lost my value. My home, where is it in the end? And I have done something so unreasonable. How could Chairman Lim forgive me? It's all just my fantasies. As soon as Xiao Yu turned to leave, stepping away as if in a trance, at that moment Park Jimin reached out and grabbed Xiao Yu's arm, forcefully pulling her in, his grip strong enough to make her unable to refuse, especially since this strength came from the warmth in his heart. Wait. Then, Park Jimin casually advised, Yu Ling Shuang is back. Hurry up and go inside. What are you waiting for? Seeing Park Jimin pulling Yu Ling Shuang inside, Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but scold. What are you doing? Park Jimin cut off Wang Mengmeng's words directly, then commanded, Don't bring up the past. Yu Ling Shuang is my personal assistant, Mengmeng. Go downstairs and cook some noodles. Looking at the secretary's appearance like that, she must be hungry. Wang Mengmeng was treated like this by Park Jimin, and she kept yelling, Hey, did you tell me to cook noodles for her? You're really too much. I completely stand by you, and you talk to me like that. At a critical moment, Yang Weibai hurriedly pulled Wang Mengmeng away, saying, Oh my, it seems like he has something to say to her. Mengmeng, let's go to the kitchen. Park Jimin continued to urge as he walked. Secretary Yu, come with me to the basement for a little bit. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. Xiao Yu followed Park Jimin to the research room. She had been silent for a long time, and finally couldn't hold it any longer. I'm sorry, boss. I have something to tell you. The 30 billion you gave me, I'd lost it. Upon finishing her words, Yu Ling Shuang immediately became worried. 30 billion, how can it be explained with just a few words? Such a huge financial loss can hardly be accepted by the boss, and it could even lead to a fierce anger. If I made a mistake, I have to accept any punishment. Whether Park Jimin wants to scold or even act aggressively like hitting, I will willingly take responsibility. After that, Xiao Yu prepared herself to receive Park Jimin's judgment. But after standing there for more than 20 seconds, there was no sign of anger, on Park Jimin's face. He looked into Yu Ling Shuang's eyes with a hint of appreciation, and finally sincerely said, completely from his heart, "I thought it was a big deal. Turns out it's just 30 billion. Park Jimin's reaction left Xiao Yu puzzled. Why is there a feeling of appreciation? Yes, it's a feeling of appreciation. Oh, could it be that throwing away 30 billion isn't worth it? At the sight of Yu Ling Shuang's utter astonishment, Park Jimin's sincerity in his eyes was even more evident than ever, with no hint of reproach, but rather filled with a warmth that was more intense than before. Secretary Yu, oh Secretary Yu, you have not disappointed me. From the start, I have felt that you are a talent, and indeed it has been proven. You are truly a talent. I need someone like you by my side, and this time, I sincerely invite you to join my team. Please do not refuse." At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's frail body trembled slightly. The long-suppressed grievances finally found a refuge, and most importantly, the long-frozen heart began to melt. Park Jimin did not deceive me. He keeps his word, a word worth 1,000 gold. No matter what I do, this man always forgives and accepts me unconditionally. His trust is stronger than Jin Jiamu's 1,000 times over, making me deeply impressed and respectful. The more she thought, Xiao Yu could hardly control her emotions, intense in her heart. Since I was young, I was a girl who rarely shed tears, almost never cried. I have experienced too much suffering, so I became stronger than other normal girls. Even when the Li family treated me badly, Park Jimin has never abandoned me. Even when my face was destroyed, so ugly that I dare not face others. Even pedestrians avoid me out of fear. But not Park Jimin. He has always been like this. He is a loyal man. His character and intelligence are extremely excellent. Yu Ling Shuang's mind was originally confused, but now it seems to be illuminated. Chairman Lim is like a bright beacon, lighting up the path ahead for her. Finally, Xiao Yu couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down her face. "Boss, why are you so good to me? Why? I have wandered half my life, only regretting not meeting a leader like you. If you don't mind, I would like to worship you as a foster father. From now on, I am willing to follow my foster father until death." Park Jimin quickly caught Xiao Yu, simultaneously refusing and sternly reprimanding her. "Oh my, what are you doing? I am your boss, not your foster father. Quickly get up, stop crying. Do you think that crying will make me lenient? No way. At most I will give you a day off, and tomorrow you will immediately take over the factory and real estate for me. Do you not understand that there is a mess at the company waiting for you to resolve? And don't think that just because you are a girl you can be lazy. In my place, that doesn't exist. This time, when you come back, I will definitely push you to your limit." The indifferent words and expression of Park Jimin seemed like that of a ruthless employer exploiting his employees. But when Xiao Yu heard those words, they were like the sun shining in spring, warming the snow-covered heart of hers. That sunshine melted the thick layer of snow, making her once resilient soul suddenly become gentle and warm in a strange way, giving her a feeling of finding a home. Finally, her life had started again, becoming meaningful without having to drown in confusion. After that, Xiao Yu excitedly asked, "Really? So fast, huh? Is the boss really willing to let me take over Fei Tian real estate? Actually, if the boss is difficult to deal with, I can also start from the lowest level." Park Jimin sniffed and showed no interest. "Stop talking nonsense. Of course, you want to take over Fei Tian real estate. If you build it with your own hands, you have to take over. Do you want me to clean up this mess instead of you? You hired so many workers. I also don't know what to do to organize them. And if you don't take over, then the thousands of workers can only wait to be unemployed." Park Jimin was not joking. As he spoke, he took out a black card and handed it to Xiao Yu. "Also, I don't trust anyone else. No one is as talented as you. I only trust you. Take this card. Inside is a 50 billion code with 6 8s. Xiao Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. When she looked at the sparkling black card in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but feel dazed and breathless. Just lost 30 billion. And yet Park Jimin has given me an additional 50 billion, while allowing me to continue managing Fei Tian real estate. Why is he treating me so well? I have betrayed him several times. But why does he still trust me? I really don't deserve his trust like this." Finally, the seemingly invincible wall had completely collapsed. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill increased by 1, bringing her current goodwill to 95 points. As soon as the system announced this, Park Jimin's face lit up with excitement. Oh my god, it's not easy. But we finally made a breakthrough. Notification. Measurement to the target, Tan-gu number 13, Yu Ling Shuang. For the owner, successfully breakthrough goodwill 95 points. Congratulations to the successful counterattack owner. Target Tan-gu number 13. Total expenditure Tan-gu. Money 106,100,000,000. Reward owner 10,600,000,000. Yu Ling Shuang successfully transformed into the owner's Tan-gu. Rewarded 50 enhancement points. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the skills of disguise, concealment, management of combat proficiency, monster proficiency, hacker proficiency, tea art proficiency, cooking proficiency, wine proficiency, ancient astrology proficiency, painting proficiency, musical proficiency, English proficiency, and fashion design proficiency. Looking at the constant notification system, Park Jimin's face was ecstatic. This time's reverse raid, I gained 13 skills and 50 enhancement points. It's really good, not to mention, just the bonus from this reverse raid alone has exceeded 10 billion. It seems that putting a lot of effort into Yu Ling Shuang is worth it. Indeed, the harvest and effort are proportional. I should have given her a few 100 billion more. Xiao Yu went through 3 souls, 7 spirits, manipulated by Park Jimin's cruel psychology, causing her to suddenly erupt with passion and momentum. She raised her hand and swore firmly, "Boss, I solemnly vow never to betray Yu Ling Shuang. If there are 2 hearts, they will be destroyed by heaven and earth, dying without a trace." Park Jimin looked into Xiao Yu's sincere eyes, feeling the trust and appreciation from her heart. Then he cheerfully patted her shoulder. "That's right, Secretary Yu. We are a family from now on." The line "two of us share the same house" by Park Jimin made Xiao Yu feel excited and touched. At the orphanage, I didn't have a name. The name Yu Ling Shuang was also given to me by the Li family. But from now on, I have completely cut off all relationships with the Li family, so I don't want to use that name anymore. Instead, I want to reclaim the name Xiao Yu, a familiar name that close friends at the orphanage still often call me. Thinking about this, Xiao Yu shyly looked at Park Jimin and suggested, "Boss, can you call me Xiao Yu in the future? I prefer everyone to call me Xiao Yu. When I was young, everyone called me that." For Park Jimin, calling her Xiao Yu, or Secretary Yu, makes no difference. After complying with her request, he went straight to the point and explained, "All right, Xiao Yu is. I'll call you down to the basement to get something for you. Lately I have researched, experimented, and developed a type of ointment specifically for the scars on your face." While chatting, Park Jimin was putting ointment into a large box and then, with a sincere look, he handed it to Xiao Yu. "Apply 3 times a day. In about half a month it will be almost gone." Xiao Yu was moved to tears. All of this, for me, a busy boss with countless projects, each worth hundreds of billions, yet still takes the time to research and prepare ointment for me. No matter how effective the ointment is, his intention is sincere, truly a great boss. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt grateful from the bottom of her heart. Once again, tears rolled down her cheeks like raindrops. At the same time, Yang Guibai and Wang Mengmeng were in the kitchen, cooking noodles for Yu Ling Shuang. But after Park Jimin spoke so rudely, Wang Mengmeng sighed heavily, feeling extremely wronged. "Sister Yang Guibai, why didn't you help me? He clearly asked me to cook noodles for Yu Ling Shuang. I'm so dead. I definitely have to add a lot of spicy peppers to really burn that fox to death." The more chili powder poured into the noodles, the more Wang Mengmeng becomes fierce and angry. "No matter what, I will always stand by him. If anyone wants to harm him, I will never forgive them. I absolutely cannot allow a cunning woman to be by his side." Seeing this scene, Yang Guibai couldn't help but shudder. This girl is too cruel. Pouring the whole jar of chili powder like that is definitely overdoing it. But thinking about Park Jimin being the cunning person, Yang Guibai began to think and gently advised, "Meng Meng, calm down. Your older brother agrees to let Yu Ling Shuang come back. Maybe he has other intentions. Don't be angry anymore. You almost ruined your older brother's plan." Wang Meng Meng curiously asked, "What plan? What plan? Sister Yang Guibai, quickly tell me." Yang Guibai rested her chin with a deeply thoughtful expression. Yu Ling Shuang was originally a spy for the Li family, hiding beside her younger brother to gather information. However, her intelligence operations were unsuccessful, and instead provided misleading information, causing significant economic losses for the Lee family, including gold, investments, and confidential business deals. Pausing for a moment, Yang Weibai continued. Despite her mistake, Park Jimin chose to forgive her. After returning to the Lee family, she will surely be suspected. The Lee family may consider her a traitor and seek punishment. Yu Ling Shuang is at a dead end, only able to rely on her younger brother. This is indeed a clever move. Wang Meng continued to ask with a suspicious look. Sister Yang Weibai, I still don't quite understand. How can he be so smart? Yang Weibai continued to analyze. I have once looked through Yu Ling Shuang's personal file. Under the Lee family's guidance, she has reached a high position. Whether it's her personal abilities or the secrets she holds, I believe they far exceed our imaginations. When the film Urban Project begins, it will surely confront the wealthy Lee family. Although my current elder brother has won around, how can the wealthy Lee family accept that? They will never allow anyone to divide this lucrative cake, but rather want to seize it at all costs. In the future, during the development of the film Urban Project, it is not certain they can still do many shady things. That's why my elder brother is so eager, thinking of every possible way to win over Yu Ling Shuang. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will always win. With the help of Yu Ling Shuang, the wealthy Lee family, I believe, will be counterattacked. This is the greatest strategy. Whoever strikes first against the enemy will create surprise, and it is that surprise that will become victory. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng suddenly realized, so keeping Yu Ling Shuang by my side has so many benefits. Thank you, Yang Weibai, for reminding me. I almost misunderstood him. Normally he loves me so much. How could he bear to hurt me like that? Yang Weibai gently comforted her. A spy betraying Park Jimin is like a dagger aimed straight at the heart of the enemy. If Yu Ling Shuang holds some weaknesses of the Lee family, or evidence that they cannot deny, it will be a slow explosive bomb. The Lee family is a powerful force in the entertainment industry. Who knows what dirty secrets they have? Anyway, in the entertainment industry, everyone understands, so don't blame him. He's actually under a lot of pressure. You have to be obedient, so that you can share the burden with him. Wang Meng obediently nodded. Yang Weibai, you are right. I will be obedient. I will start cooking noodles right now, and in the future, I will not be capricious. I will definitely listen to him. After everything was cleared up, Wang Meng no longer felt resentful and began to empathize. Park Jimin, you've really been through a lot. On the surface, it seems like you haven't done much, but in reality, you shouldered everything alone. You thought far ahead, predicted hidden dangers, and made arrangements in advance. It's thanks to your arrangements that everything has been successful. There's no such thing as peaceful years, just someone silently carrying the burden for me. If this is your plan, then this bowl of noodles must be very important. I must support Park Jimin very well. 15 minutes later, Wang Meng finished cooking the noodles and set them on the table. A few minutes later, Park Jimin led Xiao Yu out of the study room. Upon seeing the two people, Wang Meng happily called out, Yu Ling Shuang, come out quickly, the noodles are ready. Yu Ling Shuang was both surprised and confused. Just a moment ago, you were still fierce and chased me away like a guard dog. How can you change so completely in such a short time, with such a sweet attitude? Is it that all children are like this, saying they've changed, but it's too sudden to understand truly? In front of Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang is a mixed noodles dish cooked with dedication by Wang Meng. Shrimps, crabs, clams, and mussels are arranged around each type of seafood, each bringing its own distinct flavor. To add more appeal, the noodles also have golden fried chicken legs and a fried egg placed in the center. With both hands, Wang Meng held out a pair of chopsticks, her eyes affectionately fixed on Yu Ling Shuang as she sweetly said, Yu Ling Shuang, are you hungry? Quickly, eat the noodles. Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang looked at this scene, somewhat speechless. Then he asked with a bitter smile, Meng, did you not put a lot of chili in the noodles? Wang Meng, seeing Park Jimin's doubt, felt angry from the bottom of her heart, her eyes sharp and fierce as she stared at him in front of her. What are you saying? I didn't put any poison in it. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it for you. Saying that, she picked up a shrimp and put it in her mouth, while glaring at Park Jimin. See, there's no poison in it. Standing beside, Yang Guibai could only smile bitterly, while Park Jimin and Yuling Shuang were already sweating as if they had taken a bath. At this moment, Yang Guibai looked at Yuling Shuang as if thinking, I know that Park Jimin is keeping Yuling Shuang by her side to deal with the Li family. She used to be Jin Jiamu's right-hand woman, possessing a lot of important information that can help Park Jimin achieve her goals. This is an important step in Park Jimin's business plan, with great significance. Realizing this, Yang Guibai was not at all jealous of Yuling Shuang. Instead, she decided to support him in gaining Yuling Shuang's trust, even adding fuel to the fire by actively flattering her in various ways. So it turns out that Park Jimin personally researched this ointment. It is specially for Miss Yu. This ointment is not simple. The scar on my forehead has been there for over 10 years, and it disappeared after just a few applications. This ointment is extremely effective in treating scars. Yuling Shuang asked in surprise, Is it really that effective? Yang Guibai confidently affirmed, Of course. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shuang once again moved to tears, saying, So my face can be saved. Yang Guibai continued to explain, I came here today to discuss with Park Jimin about the production of this ointment, and to gradually bring it to the market. Because its effectiveness is really fast, you can see the results in just a few days. It will definitely quickly attract a large number of users. At the same time, I plan to have high-end packaging, targeting the high-end consumer segment, building a brand and creating an effect, spreading through product quality. Yuling Shuang immediately added, If the effect is really like that, then your idea is not bad at all. Moreover, you can find a celebrity to represent the product. Gao Guanyin is not a bad choice. Her new movie has not started filming yet, so her schedule is quite free. You can invite her to represent. Besides, Delmao TV has quite a few female streamers. You can also invite them to live stream and sell products directly. Surely there will be buyers at a high price. Kim Jisoo is the CEO. Currently this platform is lacking in profit direction. Surely she will agree to cooperate with you. In this way, both Kim Jisoo and the female streamers can achieve the final synergy benefits. Traffic will be converted into revenue. But these words were unsettling to Park Jimin. Why does everything seem to be going against his wishes? What? I want to make money. Why does everything seem to be going the opposite way? So if this ointment creates profit in the future, what will I spend money on? After hearing these words from Yuling Shuang, Yang Guibai immediately opened his eyes, continuously praising Yuling Shuang to the sky. Miss Yu, truly deserving of someone with a dual master's degree, with extensive experience in business projects. In just a few brief words, she has outlined a complete business plan for a product, as well as addressed part of the issue of converting traffic into revenue through sales. Furthermore, her ability to collaborate with various parties to achieve mutual advantage is truly clever and skilled. As he spoke, Yang Guibai also recorded Yuling Shuang's entire plan. While Meng Meng looked at her bowl of noodles, which no one had touched, and then said to Park Jimin, It seems that Miss Yuling Shuang isn't very hungry, or maybe you should eat this bowl of noodles to avoid wasting it. Meng Meng's reluctant suggestion left Park Jimin feeling helpless. I thought you were a pig. Did you just finish eating rice? At this moment, Yang Guibai looked at Park Jimin with a suspicious look. Has Park Jimin already calculated these things in advance? Despite constantly losing money, he still wants to build his own traffic platform. With this traffic platform, everything else will become easier, like a tiger growing wings. The more Yang Guibai thought about it, the more certain she became. Before, I always wondered why Park Jimin would invest in such a money-burning project. And furthermore, let Kim Jisoo do as she pleases, with the female streamer taking over 80% of the profit. How could Delmao TV make money? This decision was also agreed upon by Park Jimin, making people think he has a lot of money, but they don't know where he spends it. Now, I understand everything clearly. Park Jimin does everything with a reason. He has a long-term vision. His vision is far different from ordinary people, of course. He won't be blinded by short-term benefits. He cares about long-term development. And at the same time, he plans to build a beneficial ecosystem. Through a project, he will connect other projects together, forming a conglomerate of benefits. With this strategy, his business empire will be unbreakable. At around 10 p.m., Yang Guibai didn't come home. Park Jimin personally called her down to the living room to explain the detailed process of producing ointments. Yang Guibai, You don't need to know a lot about pharmacology. Just follow the instructions. Oh, but it's really gone. It seems that this ointment is more useful than I thought. If we add some traditional Chinese medicine, improve the production process, the effectiveness will be faster and less painful. So even scars longer than 10 centimeters on the face, like Yuling Shuang, can be easily treated in just 1 month. At the same time, this ointment can promote the development of skin tissue and accelerate cell division. In 1 to 2 months at most, even the deepest scars can be completely removed. After explaining, Park Jimin also wrote down an exclusive method of preparing the medicine for Yang Weibai to prevent counterfeit products. One dark night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. A budding love story in the shy space. Yang Weibai completely fell in love with Park Jimin blindly. She became more and more excited and unable to control herself. Then, Yang Weibai actively embraced Park Jimin passionately, her eyes full of desire. Finally, we have a chance. This time, no one can disturb us anymore. Park Jimin. Park Jimin did not resist. He began to enjoy slowly. Yang Weibai not only wanted to stop at this step, she also wanted to actively sacrifice herself to go even further, and to stimulate even more, she even boldly used her tongue to awaken the beast inside Park Jimin. Park Jimin began to lead Yang Weibai into the bedroom, forgetting about time, forgetting about work. Only 2 people left, immersed in their private world. Everything around seemed to be silent, only 2 hearts facing each other, burning with intense emotions. Park Jimin looked into Yang Weibai's eyes, his gaze deep as if holding a sky full of stars. He gently lifted her chin, bringing his face closer. Yang Weibai, are you not afraid of anyone outside? Yang Weibai bowed her head, feeling the warm breath of Park Jimin blowing on her cheek, her cheeks blushing, the distance between the 2 of them gradually narrowing, only a few inches apart. No, Meng Meng has been upstairs for a long time. Said there are only 10 days left until the new school year starts. She's probably studying. And Miss Yu must be busy handling hundreds of emails. Her work is piled up like a mountain, so no one will come bother us. It's finally come. This time I must have you, Park Jimin. At this moment, only the sound of their hearts beating excitedly, their breaths blending together, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. And then, the first kiss came. Their lips touching gently like butterflies landing on a flower, bringing warmth and hesitation, but also full of excitement, the kiss gradually becoming more intense, their tongues entwining gently, exchanging intense and profound emotions. The hand of Park Jimin was tightly holding the hand of Yang Weibai, bringing their bodies so close that there was no space left for a long, lingering kiss, until both of them couldn't resist any longer. Park Jimin and Yang Weibai finally let go of each other, breathing heavily, their cheeks blushing with embarrassment. Finally, the sacred moment had arrived. Yang Weibai pushed Park Jimin onto the bed, surprising him. Yang Weibai, trying to take the lead, absolutely can't be underestimated. I've invested so much enhancement points. Tonight you'll get to taste my skills. At that moment, the romantic atmosphere was shattered by a loud knocking on the door. Perhaps this time a relationship had been established. It's so late, who could be so unconscious? Hey, are you asleep? I have a problem with a math question. Can I come in? Seeing her adopted younger sister about to open the door as lightning struck, Yang Weibai's face turned red, her heart beating wildly as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. She quickly pushed Park Jimin away, hastily put on clothes, feeling so embarrassed that she couldn't look at anyone, while Park Jimin, also flustered, quickly put his clothes back on and said, "Come here. Come here. Just wait a moment. My legs are numb." The next morning, the atmosphere became awkward and somewhat tense. "Good morning. Good morning. That thing I also." Both of them tried to speak, but the words seemed to get stuck in their throats, not knowing what to say or do next. The atmosphere is becoming more awkward and tense. Yang Weibai looks at Park Jimin with a very shy look. What's wrong with me? Every time I see Park Jimin, I feel strange, and last night was really exciting. Crazy to the point of wanting to actively devote myself, even though last night I didn't complete the final step. But we were still intimate. I definitely have to sleep with Park Jimin. The next time I have a good opportunity, I can't let him run away. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'm a girl who should be shy. How can I have these thoughts? But if I can't sleep with Park Jimin, what if he sleeps with someone else first? No, I absolutely can't let that happen. Park Jimin didn't expect Yang Weibai's thoughts to be so crazy. He just hesitated and said, Yang Weibai, I just. At this moment, the younger foster sister interrupted. Let's go have breakfast. Yang Weibai, you should come down for breakfast too. Park Jimin immediately looked angry at Wang Mengmeng. This Wang Mengmeng, this damn girl, ruined my good thing. Wrong behavior. Last time I took Gao Guanyin to the living room to rest, I also had a chance. But this girl came and ruined everything. Wanting to personally take care of me, Zhao Guanyin even told me to go to bed early. I didn't pay attention before, but now, I think this girl did it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. After seeing off Yang Weibai leaving the villa, Park Jimin began to apply medicine to Yu Ling Shuang. Yu Ling Shuang's wound was quite large, so Park Jimin spent quite a bit of time. It's done. Pay attention. Don't get it wet for the next 2 days. Applying the medicine 3 times a day will heal it quickly. In front of the mirror, Yu Ling Shuang looked at herself. Every line on her face was clearly illuminated. Her seemingly perfect beauty now had an unhideable wound, tinting her beauty with a sad and indescribable emotion. Then she solemnly thanked him. Boss, thank you. Park Jimin quickly interjected. Yu Ling Shuang, don't thank me yet. After breakfast, head over to Fei Tian Real Estate. The company over there is in chaos right now, and I trust your ability to quickly resolve the situation. Yu Ling Shuang nodded firmly. Yes, boss, I will not let your expectations down. After saying these words, Yu Ling Shuang had made up her mind. This time, I must do everything really well, not to let down the boss's trust. Only I understand Fei Tian Real Estate the best, and only I know the most about the important steps of the Lei family's tycoons, Ruanjin Bank, Hongjian Capital, and the forces of Lin family targeting Chairman Lim. Therefore, this time, I must make these big forces unable to retreat, even have to pay a high price. At the same time, I also want to take this opportunity to warn the domestic tycoons how brave Chairman Lim is in the end. Farewell to Yu Ling Shuang. Park Jimin seemed very excited. Finally she's gone. Now I can be free and go comfortably. However, Yu Ling Shuang's departure also made Wang Mengmeng very interested. Hey, can you come over here for a moment? Park Jimin looked at Wang Mengmeng's expression and felt very suspicious. Mengmeng, what's wrong? Tell me you could tell me anything. I love you the most. Wang Mengmeng then proactively asked. Actually, I just want you to help me apply some medicine. There's only one large scar on my back, from when I fell from a tree when I was little. I couldn't reach to apply the medicine by myself, so I can only ask for your help. Wang Mengmeng finished speaking, then unbuttoned her shirt, turned her back to Park Jimin with a very innocent and upright expression. Her graceful and soft figure made Park Jimin feel a little uncomfortable. In his head, a series of descriptions quickly appeared. Long hair like a waterfall, graceful figure, flawless beauty, willow drooping in the wind, graceful and elegant figure, newly bloomed lotus flower, enchanting, epitome of beauty. What's going on? She's my sister. Why do I have these thoughts? Then, Park Jimin said seriously, Meng, girls can't be like that. Put on your shirt quickly. Men and women should not touch each other directly. It's not good to be seen by others. And even in the future, you should not take off your shirt in front of a boy. It's like not wearing a bra. Do you understand? Wang Mengmeng immediately retorted. But there's no one here. I'm just showing a little shoulder. Hurry up and put some medicine on me. Stop hesitating. People on TV even wear bikinis and catwalk. I'm not afraid of anything. What are you afraid of? No matter what Wang Mengmeng said, Park Jimin felt that there was a hidden meaning in those words, and then seriously advised. Meng, sooner or later, you will have to get married and start a family. I just want to say that girls need to have self-respect, then boys will treat you with respect. If you don't respect yourself, how can others respect you? Wang Mengmeng rolled her eyes and began to tease. So, can I find a boyfriend like you? Park Jimin heard that and felt extremely angry. This brat dares to tease me. Really doesn't know the difference between young and old. But Park Jimin is not a fool. How could he not hear the meaning in the words? Why does the girl keep talking more and more strangely? I have to shut it down right away. Only then can her wrong thoughts be corrected. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Then he quickly denied and warned. Guys like you Absolutely not to be sought. My husband is a very fickle person. Wang Meng Meng shook her head and analyzed. I do not allow you to talk about yourself like that. Don't deceive me. You really aren't at all fickle. I heard Song Jong Ki talk about you before. During university you pursued a girl for 3 years without giving up. It can be seen how devoted and faithful you are. Furthermore, you have so much money but still keep yourself clean, not even having a girlfriend. If others saw that you have so much money, I'm afraid they would have started changing girlfriends very early, but you have never done that. Although you have some close friends, it can only be explained that they like you. It doesn't mean you have to like them. You have so many choices, but still always careful in matters of love. Can it not prove your loyalty, your attitude towards love? Park Jimin listened and sighed helplessly. For a long time, no one has ever said I was loyal. Most people think I am not a good man. Now, in the eyes of this little girl, she sees me as loyal. Every day she sees me flirting with other girls, yet she still calls me loyal. Thinking about this, Park Jimin felt helpless and explained, All right, you win. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. After saying this, Park Jimin didn't say anything else. He picked up the ointment tube and started applying it to Wang Meng Meng's wound on her back. Wang Meng Meng felt very pleased in her heart. Haha, I still won. Park Jimin started applying the ointment to the scar on Wang Meng Meng's back. The scar was not large, just a small patch. Even when she looked in the mirror, she could apply it herself. However, she pretended not to know and deliberately moaned softly. Then bit her lip with a very excited look. Haha, Park Jimin is applying ointment for me, so I'm not completely lacking in the appeal of a woman, am I? Park Jimin knew Wang Meng Meng's intention and just shook his head with a faint smile. All right, the ointment is applied. It will dry in 10 minutes, so it's okay to put on clothes then. You rest, I will go to my room to play chess. I must improve my amateur skills today. Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng expressed regret. No, there's not always an opportunity like this. If we miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come? Immediately after that, Wang Meng Meng was startled and asked, You're done applying it already, so fast? Park Jimin, while putting his things in the first aid box, replied with a faint smile. Yes, it's that fast. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng Meng couldn't help but blame. It's not fair. When you applied ointment for Yang Guibai, you took so long. Why is it so fast for me? Arriving at the door, Park Jimin turned around and replied, Oh, maybe it's because I'm already so skilled. Well, let's not talk about it anymore. I have other things to do. After saying this, Park Jimin decisively left the room, leaving Wang Meng Meng sitting there, unable to do anything. But at this moment, the originally emotionless face of Park Jimin revealed a hint of sadness. Meng Meng, you're playing with fire, aren't you? A completely unaware 18-year-old girl, beautiful and perfect. How attractive she is to an adult man. Luckily, I'm her brother. If it were some other despicable person, wouldn't it be too good for them? I need to find a chance to educate this girl. The family is about to be in chaos. But forget it. What's more important is to improve my Go skills. After playing a few more games, I will be an amateur 9 paragraphs. On the side of Kimura Ichiro, Destroy the Japanese Empire has rejected his challenge 8 times. And the opponent is a newcomer, which makes him extremely humiliated, especially since Kimura Ichiro is a very proud person. He is also someone who doesn't accept defeat, and on top of that, 2 days ago, he lost 3 games in a row, gradually driving him into a frenzy. If it weren't for Sato Mike guiding and opening up, then Kimura Ichiro would have been in a state of cultivation deviation. Sato Mike suddenly spoke up. Kimura, I have blocked his IP. This Destroy the Japanese Empire is likely in Hancheng. I will find the specific address in the next 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Kimura Ichiro felt extremely excited. Great, keep it up, Mike. Sato Mike continued to analyze in a logical manner. After 2 days of observation, I noticed something strange about him. In 100 chess games, he almost always easily crushed his opponents. In just 2 days, he reached the level of a novice 8 paragraphs. However, at crucial moments when he reached 9 paragraphs, he would lose in a strange way. It's clear that he had a significant advantage over his opponents in the game, but ultimately he would lose. Based on my speculation, I suspect that he might be cheating, and the likelihood of this is very high, so he intentionally loses a game. Kimura, you don't have to be angry about losing anymore. Stay calm. He's not worth your concern. If this Kimura Ichiro knew, in that game, Park Jimin lost because he abandoned the attack on Yuling Shuang, it would surely make him furious. Kimura Ichiro couldn't help but curse. Mike has a point, but this despicable guy has created a grudge in my heart. I must personally determine whether he cheated or not, and after beating me a few games, he continuously refused my challenge, not giving me a chance for revenge. If I don't defeat him, I can't control myself from thinking about this. Mike quickly find his specific address. I want to go to Hanchang and directly challenge, destroy the Japanese Empire to end this internal conflict. Park Jimin, who had mastered top-notch hacking skills from Jun Sun Sun, then launched a surprise attack against Yuling Shuang, who was also a talented hacker. Currently, Park Jimin's hacking skills can be said to be among the best in the world, at least a top expert in the country. Upon returning to the room, Park Jimin realized that there was something unusual with her computer. Could I be hacked? Is there a hacker using network techniques to trace my IP address? A small hacker dares to play tricks in front of Guan Yu. You're tired of living, aren't you? In just a short 10 seconds, Park Jimin managed to reverse Sato Mike's IP address and even broke through the firewall to infiltrate the system. Sato Mike was stunned. Oh my god, how can it be so fast? Who is it in the end? Why can they have such strong hacking skills? Kimura Ichiro, seeing Sato Mike's reaction, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Mike?" Sato Mike replied in a panic, "My computer has been attacked in reverse. The opponent's skills are very high." At this moment, the screen automatically displayed a series of error messages, and at the same time, a series of pornographic images appeared on the computer screen, along with a message from Park Jimin. "Do you want to join my music party?" The consecutive images appearing made Sato Mike extremely frightened. "Oh my eyes, I'm going blind. What should I do? I'm doomed." Who? Seeing this, Kimura Ichiro stood beside him, constantly reminding, "Mike, stay calm. Stay calm. Quickly handle the computer." At this point, Sato Mike was so scared that he started to cry. "Kimura, this person's hacking skills are really too strong." Before I could react, he had traced my IP address. "I'm sorry. I can't determine his specific location, but I could confirm that he is in Hanchang, and I suspect he knows about us." In just a short 10 seconds, Park Jimin made Sato Mike feel powerless and scared by his bold intrusion. As soon as he successfully took control of the system, Park Jimin smirked, with a hint of malice in his eyes. "Haha, follow me. Didn't expect I have hacking skills too. Let me see who's brave now." Sato Mike hurriedly turns off the computer, but it still takes a few seconds. He is very surprised to see what is in front of him on the computer screen, a girl with a scared yet adorable look, carrying an irresistible charm. Then the image continuously breaks up, then sinks completely into the black screen. In that chaotic moment, Park Jimin vaguely hears two sentences in the N Nation's voice, as well as an IP address displayed 3 miles away from Yanjing, which completely baffles Park Jimin. The hacker is a girl from the N Nation. What did I do to be tracked by the N Nation? Maybe she knows the identity of Chairman Lim and is curious. But why would a girl from the N Nation investigate me? Chairman Lim's reputation is formidable, but it doesn't resonate overseas. Forget it, I need to be more careful when using the computer from now on. Who knows when my personal information will be compromised again? Maybe I should buy a new dedicated computer, preferably a supercomputer. My current computer is still not powerful enough. Half a day later, Yuling Shuang began to consolidate internally and comprehensively replace Fei Tian Real Estate Group. In her first move, she fired 1/3 of the senior staff and over 100 mid-level officers, earning her the nickname of Female Demon Leader. After handling internal affairs, Yuling Shuang also proposed the idea of merging the company with Zhongji Lu. After 3 days of hard work, Park Jimin finally improved his Go skills to the amateur 9 paragraphs level. At this time, Park Jimin took out his phone to browse the news of the day, wanting to learn more about Kimura Ichiro's recent movements. In addition to the news that Kimura Ichiro is coming to Hanchang to challenge without limits, one piece of news caught Park Jimin's attention. Undercover investigation, severe sanitation issues at Junyu Hotel. The post contained images of the hotel rooms in a messy and dirty state. Some even had long-standing stains on the pillowcases. In a short time, numerous netizens called for a boycott of the Junyu Hotel chain. Upon reading this news, Park Jimin furrowed his brows and muttered, This Junyu hotel chain does not belong to the Lin family, does it? Is this information accidentally leaked? Or is someone deliberately spreading rumors to harm the Lin family? Early the next morning, a series of negative news about the Junyu hotel chain spread like wildfire on social media, stirring up public outrage. Countless netizens condemned the hotel and demanded a reasonable explanation for the customers. TikTok, Weibo, QQ, and other major news outlets were flooded with articles exposing the dark side of the Junyu hotel chain. This scandal dealt a heavy blow to the prestigious reputation of Junyu hotels, thrusting the Lin family into the spotlight in a negative way. Making things worse, the land acquisition and Fei Tian real estate merger were exposed, leaving the Lin family vulnerable. At the Junyu Corporation headquarters, Jung Dix's face was gloomy, on the brink of tears, muttering, "That despicable Jin Jamu is too much." Standing next to him, Fubo also reported in detail, "Dear young master, now many websites and media have appeared to accuse Junyu Hotel, the Li family's tycoon, of tarnishing our reputation, inciting public opinion attacks. Our stocks have already dropped 2 points, causing over 1 billion yuan in losses. Even when the stock market opens, the Lin family could have sold the land and left Tianmen with just a signed contract, but now the land and Fei Tian merger have been exposed to the light, causing everything to be turned upside down. Investors have decisively refused to continue negotiations and canceled their intention to cooperate, combined with the fact that the bank has refused to loan Lin family. It is clear that they want to target the Lin family. Young master, if we cannot merge these land blocks into Chairman Lim's Movie City project, their value will be extremely limited. And if Chairman Lim deliberately makes it difficult, these land blocks will be completely cut off from the Movie City project, making the huge investment of Lin family meaningless. The problem is not only whether we can recover the capital or not. Combined with the lack of loans from the bank, the Lin family will not be able to continue to withstand, and there is a risk of bankruptcy." After listening, Jung Dix was so angry that he almost fainted. Before, the Lin family could easily borrow 10 billion yuan. Now they can only borrow 2 billion yuan and still face difficulties. At this point, Jung Dix roared in anger. "Why is the whole world against me? This way Lin family will fall into difficulties. There is no way out." Just when Jung Dix was extremely angry, that little brat Jung Ji Lu suddenly called. Jung Dix suppressed his anger and answered the phone. "Hey, you should watch the news. Why do I have a feeling that someone wants to harm the Lin family recently? It's true that Junyu Hotel has hygiene issues, but it's not that bad. That servant was clearly bribed. Moreover, this news was only released one day, and many famous bloggers are constantly attacking, deliberately making a big deal. I know for sure this is done by the Li family. They like to play public opinion, then create topics, create black points, and expose them. Hemph, this despicable Li family. Too much." Upon hearing Jung Ji Lu say that, Jung Dix also tried to comfort him. "At least this little one still cares about the situation of the Lin family." Then Jung Dix replied, "You're not wrong. Our family has offended the Li family for some things, including Ruan Jin Bank and Hongjian Capital. So there is some instability lately, but I have a solution." Jung Ji Lu hadn't said a few words yet, and she had already returned to her habit of flaunting her wealth. "Oh, don't worry. Even though this is bad news, I also have good news. Dunda Group has merged with Fei Tian Real Estate, and now I am the female chairman of a $100 billion conglomerate. Ha! Am I amazing or what?" Just as Jung Ji Lu finished speaking, Jung Dix almost exploded in anger. "This brat, how dare she come here and boast? Does she even know what she's doing?" Jung Ji Lu immediately questioned back. "What did I do? I brought glory to the family, and you're not even praising me, but rather criticizing me." Jung was so angry that he couldn't speak. "You have the nerve to speak. Do you know that because of you, the Lin family has suffered heavy losses, targeted by large financial conglomerates? The Lin family had no intention of cooperating with President Lim, but because of your naivety, we fell into a trap. You even used our resources to help Park Jimin. Have you lost your mind? I have never seen anyone so foolish, being deceived and still happily helping others make money." After hearing this, Jung Ji Lu felt deceived and angrily exclaimed, "That's not true. At first my brother didn't say that our family would cooperate with President Lim. If you didn't intend this, why didn't you tell me? Tell me the truth, instead of being afraid that I'm not mature enough to think for myself." being lured by someone. Jung Ji-lu retorted. So, older brother doesn't trust me. Older brother fundamentally doesn't trust my abilities. He's taking advantage of me. I hate older brother. Only Park Jimin treats me the best. I don't want to care about older brother anymore. Jung Dik, angry, slammed the phone down, escalating the conflict between the two siblings. Furious, he threw the phone to the ground, shattering it, and cursed. You damn brat, dare to hang up on me. Ungrateful. Normally, I wouldn't care what you do. But the Lin family is in a crisis, and you don't understand a thing. And calling Park Jimin your older brother, you don't even know who your real older brother is. Absurd. I've pampered you for over 10 years, and you still value Park Jimin more in 10 days. You're just a parasite. I've raised you, provided for your education, got you everything you wanted, and this is how you repay the Lin family. Utterly absurd. Fu Bo pondered for a while, then made a proposal. Young master, I think the Lin family is in a critical situation this time, in need of the support of Miss Nai. She has a good relationship with Chairman Lim. Currently, we still have the opportunity to cooperate with Chairman Lim. We can sell the land in Tianmen to him, even if it means a little loss, as long as we can get a reasonable price. With this capital, the operations of each sector in the route will become more favorable, and we will also have the ability to resist greater danger. Upon hearing this, Jung immediately objected. It's unnecessary. The Lin family is not in such a critical situation yet. The group still has a financial reserve to deal with any situation. For any negative news about the Junyu hotel chain, I will immediately deploy a team of 5 employees to handle it. This negative news will be forgotten in a short time. Fu Bo continued to advise. But the chairman instructed that this money should only be used as a last resort and should not be easily touched. Jung Dik, still defiant, objected. There are no buts. This is the time for the Lin family group to show resilience in the face of the storm. We will not easily be defeated. Fu Bo, you can step aside. Fu Bo had to leave when he saw Jung Dik being so stubborn. Yes, young master. Jung Dik, reluctantly suppressing his anger, gritted his teeth in humiliation. I would rather die than bow down to that trash Park Jimin. But the chain of events related to Junyu Hotel may not be over yet. I fear this is just the beginning, and there will be more attacks to come. The Lin family group needs to find strong allies, or we won't be able to endure the continuous attacks in the future. Returning to the villa, Park Jimin casually scrolled through the news about the Junyu Hotel chain, instead shifting his focus to the latest updates about Kimura Shiro. The Go Genius, Hot Boy Nation, and continues to defeat the top Go Masters in the country, sweeping across the continent without any opponents. Yesterday afternoon, Kimura Shiro, also known as Masterful Manipulation, challenged Jin, the #1 Go Master of Nation, N, online and emerged victorious with a score of 2-1. Following this defeat, Jin announced that he would not participate in the upcoming World Go tournament. At that moment, Park Jimin suddenly came across a news article. Hot Boy Nation N Kimura Shiro has come to visit Hanchang and will be organizing a Go tournament at the city's arena, welcoming all Go Masters from Hanchang to compete without any restriction on skill level. After reading this, Park Jimin felt a bit frustrated and muttered to himself, "Damn it, this Nation N brat never misses an opportunity. I don't need to spend 3 days at home playing Go, only to have this kid making it an unrestricted skill level tournament." But then, an idea crossed Park Jimin's mind. What is this kid up to? But it's good that Hanchang is here. It saves me the trouble of going far. I can directly challenge that kid from Nation N. But there's a long line to register for the competition. It might take a few days. The prize of 200 million yuan is a huge amount, enough to make anyone passionate. As Park Jimin was lost in thought, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the phone, Park Jimin found that it was Jung Ji-lu calling. Jung Ji-lu sobbed over the phone. "Park Jimin, I've been wronged. My brother scolded me again. I just want to prove myself and show everyone in the family that I'm not a child anymore. But for some reason, he thinks I'm a traitor. He always treats me like an outsider, hiding everything, because I'm a girl who will eventually have to get married. So he doesn't want me to inherit the family wealth. He just wants me to live a bland life. But I want that." Park Jimin was a bit confused. Damn, what the hell? It seems like Jung Ji-lu is at odds with the family because of me. Then, Park Jimin said in a gentle and triumphant tone, "Don't cry, don't cry. How dare that despicable Jung Dick bully you? I will buy the Lin family conglomerate and give it to you. In the future, you can decide everything within the family. What do you think? Jung Ji Lu thought that Park Jimin was just trying to be gentle with her, and she responded weakly. Hemph, Park Jimin, what are you joking about? The Lin family is a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. It's not something you can just buy. But I'm happy after all. You are the best person to me. I want to marry you. Jung Ji Lu was so adorable that just a few sweet words made her happy, and Park Jimin continued to be gentle. Who said I was joking? I can marry you too. In the future, anyone who dares to look down on you or not listen to you at Lin family, I'll make them pack up and leave. Jung Ji Lu only felt appreciated and trusted when she was with Park Jimin. After that, she had a desire. Park Jimin, tomorrow I will come to Hanchang to play with you. Of course, then, I will wait for you. After hanging up, Park Jimin realized, this little girl Jung Ji Lu, her nature is not bad, but maybe because she was neglected by her parents from a young age, so she lacks affection. Her older brother is the same. Even though I regularly give gifts to meet her every request, it still cannot replace care and affirmation. She hopes to do something big to attract everyone's attention and receive praise. But when she shares her achievements with her older brother, instead of being praised, she receives criticism and scolding. I'm sure she feels disappointed and discouraged now. Because she called me brother, I will help her with this. Thinking about it, Park Jimin called Yu Ling Shuang, who was still in shock at Phi Tien Dun Da Company. They used to think that Dun Dai Real Estate was a competitor, but now they both belong to Chairman Lim. The change of 1/3 of the personnel caused a strong impact within the company, but thanks to the wise measures, Yu Ling Shuang quickly stabilized the internal situation. Yu Ling Shuang picked up the phone when she saw Park Jimin calling. Boss, what can I do for you? Park Jimin went straight to the point. I'm assigning you an important task. Buy back the Lin family group. Whatever the cost, just let me know. Putting down the phone, Yu Ling Shuang quickly understood Park Jimin's intentions. He must want to take advantage of this opportunity to retaliate against the Lin family group for daring to collaborate with Jin Jiamu to harm them. Now he wants to strike back. Indeed, the Lin family group has just faced a public relations crisis. Their stock prices are in a terrible state. On the stock front, if manipulated properly, they can seize the Junyu hotel chain from the Li family, Ruwan Jin Bank, and Hongjian Capital. This is a golden opportunity to reap profits, especially with the backing of Park Jimin's power behind it. He could easily pick this ripe fruit. You fought with Nanju for half a day. I only need one hand to punish and seize the two Lung Dao, without breaking a sweat but still reaping benefits. This is the task that Park Jimin assigned to me, truly worthy of the person I admire. He is indeed a hero. Early morning the next day, the early sun rays sneaked through the leaves, gently awakening everything. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning. The air became fresher and cooler after a long rain. Jung Ji Lu hurriedly arrived at Park Jimin's house and knocked on the door, surprising Wang Mengmeng. Jung Ji Lu, why are you here? She asked. Jung Ji Lu approached Wang Mengmeng, teasingly and flattering. It's been a while. The famous internet hot girl. I heard you're really hot on Daimao TV. Wang Mengmeng responded with admiration. Stop talking about me. You're the impressive one. You become the vice president of a billion-dollar company. I've been reading articles about you on the internet these days. Truly admirable. In front of Wang Mengmeng's adoring eyes, Jung Ji Lu happily laughed. Haha, don't praise me anymore. I'm just following your example. You're the real legend. At this point, the car was waiting outside the villa. Park Jimin stepped out of the villa and cut off the conversation when he saw Wang Mengmeng and Jung Ji Lu. All right, you two, are you ready to go or not? Wang Mengmeng happily listened and asked, where are we going, Jung Ji Lu? Jung Ji Lu turned around and replied, we're going to Hanchang Stadium. I heard that the young Go genius from Nation N, Kimura Ichiro, is hosting a Go tournament there to welcome Go masters to compete. You may not know, but my cousin is also a professional Go player. Her Go skills are very high, even higher than mine. I heard she has been preparing for this match for a long time to challenge Kimura Ichiro. Wang Mengmeng curiously asked, what is your cousin's name, and how old is she? Jung Ji Lu replied, her name is Sukwan. She is a little older than me. Her father is my father's cousin, so you can say the relationship is a bit distant. Park Jimin, upon hearing Seok-won's name, immediately coughed, then couldn't help but be surprised. The world is so small. The Lin family and the family are related, even though the relationship is quite distant. But the rich and powerful have many visitors. Just having power makes them as friendly as close neighbors. Jung Ji-lu tilted his head, with a very skeptical look, asked, Park Jimin, do you also know her? Wang Meng also asked in surprise, do you also know her? Park Jimin replied while drumming his fingers on the table, I have met her a few times. I saw her at a dinner party before. Let's keep moving. Jung Ji-lu pursed his lips and started to speak in a joking tone. This person. Why does he like to tease? Even my cousin Seok-won, so beautiful and elegant. Could it be that he is dating her? Park Jimin vehemently denied. Haha, no, we only met a few times. How could that be possible? After saying this, Park Jimin quickly sat in the driver's seat and started the engine, as if wanting to avoid something. Seeing Park Jimin's reaction, Jung Ji-lu began to suspect and analyze. Seok-won's brother is being pursued by someone. He is the son of a high-ranking officer, and he himself is a very dangerous special forces soldier. Normal rich young men wouldn't dare have any intentions with Seok-won's brother. Furthermore, the Yang family in the military seems to have intentions of connecting with the family. Seok-won's brother definitely would not have the possibility of developing feelings for Park Jimin. That's right, I'm suspicious. With Park Jimin's status and position, him knowing Seok-won's brother, a top lady, is completely normal. Jung Ji-lu pondered for a while, and then sighed with relief. Jung Ji-lu, Wang Meng, and Park Jimin began to head towards the Hanchang Stadium. After the rain yesterday, the sky was bright and clear, and the sun shone as if to dispel all darkness. After 3 days of improving his skills, Park Jimin was about to go crazy out of boredom. Watching beautiful girls with long legs on the street, his mood suddenly became cheerful. It is true that one cannot always avoid the outside world, only when immersing oneself in the social flow. That is the true meaning of life. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the stadium in Hanchang. Standing out in the lively space was a bright banner with the words, Kimura Ichiro, the great Go player, competing limitlessly in Hanchang. News of Kimura Ichiro's Go competition at Hanchang Stadium has spread everywhere, attracting not only professional Go players in Hanchang, but also Go enthusiasts from other cities. In addition, there are many people who came to watch, including celebrities, social media influencers, regular audience, and professional Go players. The lively atmosphere excited Jung Ji-lu. Park Jimin, in front of us is Hanchang Stadium. Today it's really bustling. My sister must have come. Park Jimin was also overwhelmed by the crowd. Damn, this is too crowded. Jung Ji-lu happily explained. Of course, this competition is sponsored by big names like Mapaba, Dongji, Tainj. In addition, winning against Kimura Ichiro will bring a huge prize of up to 200 million yuan. This is a golden opportunity to change your life, so it's no surprise that Hanchang Stadium is packed with people coming to watch and cheer for the players. Upon Park Jimin, Jung Ji-lu, and Wang Meng's arrival, amidst the crowd, a heated debate was going on. Why are they not letting people in? I heard we have to buy tickets, 500 each. Without hesitation, Park Jimin ordered Jung Ji-lu, Ji-lu, go buy 3 tickets. Jung Ji-lu obediently followed Park Jimin's command and happily approached the ticket counter. Wang Meng accompanied Jung Ji-lu. Park Jimin possessed stunning beauty and a tall figure, deserving to be called supreme beauty. These two distinguished beauties stood out wherever they went, even more so as they walked alongside a man. This scene left numerous young men at home astonished and jealous. Who is this guy, bringing 2 beautiful girls to play? And the most absurd thing is that he can make the beautiful girls buy tickets, and even dance and cheer like a happy child. In a blink of an eye, the eyes of these young men admiring from home completely changed as they looked at Park Jimin. Who is this man after all? He must be a successful ladies' man, possessing the ability to conquer women with great skill. Although the ticket price of 500 per person may seem a bit expensive, there are still many ordinary people coming here to enjoy the excitement and eat melons. Especially for those who are passionate about chess, they are willing to pay this amount to satisfy their passion. At this moment, Park Jimin led Jung Ji-lu and Wang Meng Meng into Hancheng Stadium. The stadium is extremely large, with an area of up to 13,000 square meters, usually used to organize sports competitions. However, today, inside Hancheng Stadium, there are many Go chess boards arranged, with many spectators coming to watch, including professional Go players. The center board is where the most spectators gather. There is a young lady playing chess with an old man, her face showing complete calmness. However, the old man frowns, holding a chess piece, hesitating to put it down, clearly falling into a completely unfavorable position. Looking at the crowded people around him, Park Jimin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It's so bustling. Why are there so many people like this? It's worth the 500 ticket. Jung Ji-lu looked around and then said with a suspicious expression, "Weird, I don't see Kimura anywhere." Wang Meng also nodded in agreement. That's right, nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Wang Meng pointed towards a girl wearing a kimono playing chess. Who is that girl? Isn't it Kimura? While playing chess, Sato Mei's appearance is extremely delicate and lovely, exuding a mysterious aura like in a manga. Everyone looked at the chessboard projected on the screen, instantly leading to a debate. Unexpectedly, he was the president of the Hancheng Go Association, yet he was being overwhelmed by a goddess Nuwa Futang, who was just an assistant to Kimura, a powerful assistant. If Kimura's assistant is already this strong, isn't Kimura even more terrifying? When I came here, I heard that Kimura is not easy to compete with. Unless he has to defeat the girl named Sato Mei playing that game of Go, only then can he challenge Kimura Chiro. But from yesterday until today, basically no one can defeat this goddess Nuwa. Challenging Kimura is even more desperate hope. While Park Jimin listened to everyone discussing, he suddenly had an awakening. It turned out that he wanted to play chess with Kimura, but first he had to defeat Sato Mei. Fu Tang was indeed cunning, but when Park Jimin looked up, he felt a sense of familiarity. Wait, why does this girl Fu Tang look so familiar, as if they have met somewhere before? After asking the organizers, Wang Meng excitedly explained, "Ha, I have inquired thoroughly. Anyone who wants to challenge Kimura can register directly on the spot. If anyone is a professional chess player or has an amateur level 9 in online Go, they can compete against Kimura's assistant, Ms. Sato Mei. Only by defeating Ms. Sato Mei can Kimura come out to compete. Those who do not have the title of professional Go player or have a Go ranking below level 9 can still participate in the competition. However, those who want to compete must play against other contestants. Only by defeating their opponent and becoming the best player of the day will they be eligible to compete with Ms. Sato Mei." Jung Ji-lu also expressed admiration and understanding for Sato Mei's limited strength and time, as she cannot play chess with hundreds of opponents in a day. There are too many people wanting to challenge her, making it difficult for her to accommodate everyone. This rule is clever and reasonable, avoiding continuous matches. Therefore, players who have not reached amateur level 9 must challenge each other to find the best player. But it is not certain that they can defeat Sato Mei. Currently, Chess Association leader Huang has not been able to defeat her, so it is unlikely to find someone qualified to challenge Kimura. Park Jimin also added that no wonder there are so many chessboards here, as they are meant for everyone to compete against each other. After 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Huang CEO finally had to admit defeat. Huang CEO, disappointed, collapsed on the chessboard, causing astonishment and lively discussions below. "Oh, Huang CEO has lost. It's really embarrassing. I can't believe that he, as the president of the Go Association, couldn't defeat a little girl. I fear that his great reputation will be completely destroyed. I thought that with the power of Huang CEO, even if he couldn't necessarily defeat Kimura, he wouldn't lose so badly. But Huang CEO couldn't even pass the first round, defeated by a little girl. This goddess Nuwa is not simple. Her level of Go is very high, absolutely a professional player, capable of reaching level 8, or even professional level 9, not much different from Kimura." During the lively discussion, everyone was talking enthusiastically. A young girl with an elegant demeanor stepped out from the crowd. Her delicate face, graceful gestures, and gentle demeanor exuded the noble air of a refined young lady without carrying any hint of worldly dust. Upon seeing Jung Ji-lu, one can immediately recognize that he is Seok-won. Then she cheered up a bit, waving her hand excitedly. Seok-won's sister, join in," she urged. "Come on, cousin." Seok-won looked over, fitting in perfectly. But when she saw Park Jimin, a ray of doubt arose in her heart. Why is Chilak's cousin here? And also, why is this name part Jimin also here? But now, I have to focus on the chess game. Sato Mai is a very strong opponent. I must give my all to deal with her. I cannot be distracted. If I want to challenge Kimura, I must defeat her. With determination in hand, Suk-won immediately focused all his thoughts on the game. Time passed by every second, every minute. Suk-won and Sato Mai are competing with equal strength on the chessboard. The pieces are densely packed on the board, with each position being fiercely contested. Both sides are constantly attacking and counterattacking each other. Despite there being only 2 women on the board, their moves are extremely sharp. One side is full of trickery and cunning, while the other side is thoughtful and righteous. White and black are in contrast, like 2 fierce dragons biting each other on the chessboard. You bite me, I bite you. You bite my tail, I shed your skin. More than an hour passed in a moment. The air gradually became tense. All the Go enthusiasts here frowned in nervousness. Some people who understood Suk-won's extraordinary Go skills felt more and more amazed. It is unexpected that Sato Mei's strength is this powerful. Even Suk-won himself is facing such difficulties. The stifling air made everyone struggle to breathe, all holding their breath in anticipation. And then, the chess match between Sato Mai and Suk-won came to an end. In the end, Suk-won lost to Sato Mai by 1 move. Suk-won couldn't believe his eyes. This time, to prepare for the match with Kimura, I have spent a lot of time training. I even quit my job at the police station. I have diligently studied the art of Go, preparing for a life-and-death battle. But now, I even lost to Kimura's assistant. This result disappoints Suk-won a bit. I lose. Oh my God, it's really heartbreaking. So embarrassing. At this moment, countless people who are passionate about Go are eagerly discussing and pointing fingers, whispering. Apart from the audience at the scene, even the online community on the live stream is in turmoil. Unbelievably, Miss So has lost to a helper of Kimura. As far as I know, Miss So was a student of the divine Go player Wei Changtai that year, who is known as the national chess saint. Even Sato Moku, the former arrogant ghost-level chess player #1 Fu Tang, has also lost a old master in the past. Could it be that Sato Mai is related to the former ghost-level chess player #1 Fu Tang? I remember now. Sato Moku has 2 daughters. Could she be one of the 2? Clearly, this is not an ordinary helper. This is clearly a master at the peak who has mastered the ancestral secrets of Sato Moku. Recently, her unpredictable chess-playing style is the great transcendence in legend. It's a challenge now, the whole H-nation. Yet she lost to a goddess Nua. After staying silent for a long time, Xiao Yijun could no longer bear it, and it was time for him to show his courage. Xiao Yijun approached Suk-won with a casual gaze, gently comforting him with a pat on the shoulder. In martial arts, winning and losing is a normal thing. Losing a game of chess doesn't mean anything. Nor can it confirm that she is stronger than me, just lucky to beat me. Let me fight for you. True masters always appear at the last minute. It is only in dangerous moments, throwing oneself into the rescue situation, that makes everyone look at things differently. Xiao Yujin is not only a special forces king, but also a championship Go player. He looks at Suk-won and dreams of impressing her with his skills. I have achieved the highest success in military Go tournaments, and I am unbeatable in the game of Go. However, I usually underestimate professional Go competitions. But this time, I want to impress everyone and become a hero in Suk-won's eyes. If I can defeat the teenage Go genius Kimura, Suk-won will surely look at me differently. Suk-won cheered with excitement. Xiao, you're here. Can you do it? Sato Mei's skill is very strong, possibly reaching a professional level 9. I have never seen you play Go before. Xiao Yujin spoke with a confident expression, his face revealing a hint of arrogance, giving him a somewhat whimsical appearance. Suk-won's younger sister can rest assured, there is nothing in this world that Dakwon cannot do, because he is Xiao Tian's. The sudden appearance of the chess master, Xiao Tian's, made the entire hall gasp in astonishment. Everyone's amazed and stunned eyes looked at Xiao Yujin, speechless for a long time. It turns out it was the chess king, Xiao Tian's. He also came. Could it be that Xiao Tian's, the chess king, ranked 2nd on the chessboard of the nation H, is here? Still the great disciple of Chess Saint, also known as the Chess King, 3-time online Go chess champion. deserving to be the pioneer of the new generation of Go Chess Nation H. Why is Chess King so young? Looking like he's not even 30 yet. I remember Chess King Xiao Tians was already famous 10 years ago. Could it be that the Chess King who dominated the chess world back then was only 17, 18 years old? Hey, how is it possible? Xiao Yujin appears humble, even wanting to hide his own talent as much as possible. It wasn't until the crucial moment that he revealed his strength that made Suk Wan unable to forget, wanting to forget, but unable to. Even Wang Mengmeng was deeply impressed. Oh, how about Chess King Xiao Tians? Sato Mei bowed 90 degrees to show respect for his opponent, who turned out to be the Chess King Xiao Tians. I have heard of the Chess King's reputation for a long time. Please, my lords. Very quickly, the Go battle between Xiao Yujin and Sato Mei officially started. In the first game, Xiao Yujin played with the black stones. He used his index and middle fingers to pick up a black stone, raised it in the air, then decisively placed it down. The sound of collision resounded sharply when the pieces touched the chessboard. In the hotel room, Kimura Ichiro watches Xiao Yujin compete and feels extremely intrigued. Moreover, the previous failures always make him restless. Then, Kimura Ichiro suddenly exclaimed, "The Chess King, the National Go Champion H. Could it be that he is the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster? No matter if he has defeated me online or not, I still want to compete with this person. And this time, I will not lose anymore." At that moment, Zheng Ji-lu pulled Part Jimin and Wang Mengmeng towards Suk Wan to say hello. Suk Wan's sister, it was really a pity just now. We were only a little bit away from winning against Sato Mei. Suk Wan couldn't help but start to explore when looking at Zheng Ji-lu. Kim Jenny, you also came here. Why are you going with Part Jimin? Zheng Ji-lu couldn't help but brag. Her cousin said, "Part Jimin, you and he are close friends." Suk Wan's sister probably doesn't know. Now he is the deputy CEO of a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Part Jimin invests in his project. Impressive, isn't it? Within his heart, there was a slight curiosity. But Suk Wan didn't intend to ask. Instead, he just thought to himself, "Why do I find Chai-Lak so strange? With Part Jimin's beauty, it's not to the point of being involved with this girl, right?" Returning to the chessboard, Sato Mei was completely overwhelmed. As the game progressed, the pressure on her increased. In the end, the match ended with a victory for Xiao Yujin. Sato Mei bowed her head in defeat. But in her eyes, there was still a glimmer of hope. Similar to Kimura, because he is an anti-Japanese chess grandmaster, the Chess King is truly powerful. I have lost. This time, Xiao Yujin displayed his chess skills in a bold and confident manner, defeating his opponent spectacularly, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. The Chess King is truly the king of chess. Excellent. Calmed the anger. Feeling ecstatic. That's right, it's Xiao. Chess King triumphs. Finally, there is a winner. Oh mother, I've been sitting here from morning till evening. Finally, someone is able to defeat the beautiful goddess Nua Futang. That kid is truly powerful. Waving his hand to give orders, finally witnessing the great unity of heaven and earth reappearing in the world. So exciting. It's like seeing the image of the chess saint from the past, dominating all around, unrivaled and majestic. Xiao Yujin enjoyed the applause of everyone, at the same time radiating a surge of power. So do I have the right to challenge Kimura now? Sato Mei smiled brightly like a flower in response. Perhaps I will go inform Kimura. Before Sato Mei could finish speaking, Kimura Ichiro stepped out of the resting room, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. It's not necessary anymore. I have arrived. I have been waiting for you all, for a long time. Adding Xiao Yujin's chess-playing style is extremely similar to that of the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster, making him even more confident. It seems that this person is indeed the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster who defeated me online. This time, I must wash away my defeat and defeat him squarely on the real chessboard. After that, Kimura Ichiro spoke fluently in Nation Age language, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. This time I traveled from Yanjing to Hancheng, setting up this chessboard because I am waiting for the subordinates to appear. I have been defeated by you all before. Because my skill is not equal to yours, however, you should not humiliate me. I will definitely use my own strength to wash away the disgrace that you have sown. Xiao Yujin furrowed his brow, surprised by Kimura's declaration. Not everyone immediately had enough mind to use. On their faces were expressions that could hardly be believed. What? Chess King Xiao Yujin once defeated Kimura. Xiao Yujin looked puzzled and felt confused. When did I insult him? I can't remember anything at all. Could it be that in the past, while playing chess online, I inadvertently insulted a few people, including him? Is it possible that such a strange thing could happen in the world? But then again, he used to be quite arrogant and would curse at others online. Therefore, I don't know if he mistook me for someone else, or if this really happened. Xiao Yujin stood proudly, one hand adjusting his glasses, the other hand resting on his waist, exuding the aura of an unparalleled warrior, arrogantly standing atop the world of chess. His voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of casual confidence. All right, I don't know how you all obtain accurate information about me, and Seal Hanchang. I guess the strongest chess piece of yours is the Great Transcendence, and your chess pieces compared to your mentor Seto Moku are even more cunning and unpredictable, truly surpassing the master. However, it's unfortunate that you have encountered me, the sole heir of the divine primordial mystic arts, and you have no chance of winning. Xiao Yujin exudes a powerful aura, sweeping across the whole school, leaving everyone stunned. Kimura is a rare genius in the game of Go, a once-in-a-century talent of the Futang. In just a short month, he dominated the chess village of Nation H, and 3 years ago, he rose to the #1 spot in the power ranking of JAMP. Such a genius, yet he bows before the chess king, Xiao Tians. In the first game, Kimura, playing with the black pieces, makes the opening move. He starts with the diabolical transformation of heaven, creating many strong attacking positions and surprising his opponent. Xiao Yujin looks at the board without showing any signs of worry. He calmly plays according to the standard style. The group of people passionate about the chessboard was buzzing with excitement. Kimura seemed a bit weaker against the chess king today. Yes, even in the way he spoke, he seemed somewhat hesitant, as if suppressed. I have never seen Kimura like this before. He has always been arrogant, self-important, and fierce. But today he is careful in every move. I suspect that he has been defeated by someone. Did you hear the conversation between the chess king and Kimura just now? It seems that the chess king has defeated Kimura online before. If that's true, then this time Kimura is at risk of losing. Part Jimin stared at the screen with a slight frown. Why does Kimura's chess play seem familiar? Then Part Jimin no longer focused on the chess game, but paid attention to the appearance of his younger sister Fu Tang. Immediately, Part Jimin felt his scalp tingling, his mind spinning, and cursed under his breath. God damn it, this goddess knew of Fu Tang. This is not a stupid hacker trying to hack into my computer. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and successfully counterattacked. Wait, if Seto Mai is that hacker and is Kimura's assistant, then Kimura may want to investigate me. The familiar way of playing. Could it be that he is not an elementary school student challenging me online? Damn it, that elementary school student is Kimura. He is the heavenly demon slayer. Thinking about this, Part Jimin remained silent for a moment. It turns out that Kimura suddenly came to Han Chang and organized a Go chess challenge. It was because he was not satisfied with losing and being looked down upon in a match, so he came here to regain his dignity. Thinking this, Part Jimin's mouth corner revealed a smile. I used to think that Kimura in Legends was a master. To what extent? Turns out, it's only that much. Seems like I overestimated my opponent. Kimura seems to have mistaken me for a chess king. There will be a fun game to watch. Wang Meng Meng knows that Part Jimin is also very good at playing Go, so she is a bit curious. Part Jimin wonders who will have a higher chance of winning between Kimura and the chess king. Part Jimin confidently analyzed the game. The two players were evenly matched. If at their peak, the chess king would have a higher chance of winning, but his playing style is a bit outdated. It's true, as the saying goes, the old bamboo shoots grow tall, while the chess king's performance is declining while Kimura is at the peak of his game. I think chess king Xiao Tians will lose. The words of Part Jimin immediately angered the crowd. Many players spoke harsh words and even wanted to fight Part Jimin. Who are you, you daring brat who knows nothing but dares to criticize the chess king? That's right. Do you even know how to play chess properly to dare say that the king's way of playing chess is outdated? If you're good, then go compete. Laughable. A fellow player dares to ridicule a grandmaster of chess. Someone who doesn't understand chess has no right to comment on this game. You speak ill of the chess player Nation H. You are a traitor. Upon seeing everyone's intense reactions, Wang Meng Meng also felt a sense of fear. Even Suk Wan, standing nearby, did not raise an eyebrow. Part Jimin's words this time were really inappropriate. If Chess Saint were to come here in person, only then would he have the right to evaluate this chess game. But Part Jimin is not the Chess Saint. Xiao Yujin's playing style is old-fashioned and declining, something no one notices. So how does he know? Could it be that his Go skills are higher than everyone else's? Jimin Park frowned and argued back. Based on what am I not allowed to make an assessment? I'm just stating the truth. Why do people make such a big deal out of it? Meng Meng, sign up for me. Wang Meng Meng nodded in agreement. All right, bro. As soon as Wang Meng Meng challenged Part Jimin, Suk-Wan immediately looked at Part Jimin with a bullet-like gaze. I admit that Part Jimin has extraordinary talent in many different fields. However, he knows nothing about chess, so he shouldn't speak recklessly. Every profession has its own expertise, and everyone has their own strengths. He cannot think that just because he is good at one field, he can come here and show off. Thinking about it, Suk-Wan's goodwill towards Part Jimin began to decline. Suk-Wan's goodwill decreased by 5, with the current level at 65 points. Part Jimin also furrowed his brow slightly, his friendliness decreasing. So everyone thinks I'm pretending. It's really ironic. Some players continued to mock Part Jimin. Kid, you think you're good, huh? Saying the Chess King is losing, one of them said. On the board, the Chess King was clearly in a secure position, while Kimura furrowed his brow, moving his pieces slowly, as if taking a long time to think for each move. It was evident that Kimura was in a weak position. The player's words made sense. Sometimes, in a chess game, you don't need to look at the board, but just observe the player's state to judge who has the advantage. Furthermore, the situation was leaning towards the Chess King. The Chess King was advancing step by step, while Kimura was retreating, completely overwhelmed. In this situation, the Chess King had a very high chance of winning. People started to talk back and forth, wanting to completely humiliate Part Jimin. The opinions of everyone seemed reasonable, but in reality, it is completely different. Kimura has changed his playing style today compared to before. He plays chess very carefully. Each move is carefully calculated with no intention of taking risks. Furthermore, every time he makes a move, he thinks for a long time. At first glance, it seems like he is in a weak position. In contrast to Kimura, Xiao Yujin is becoming more and more confident when playing. He gradually presses, completely dominates Kimura, and takes the initiative on the chessboard. Time passed by every second, every minute, and suddenly half an hour had gone by. The battle between the two opponents had reached the most intense stage. Kimura seemed to be completely overwhelmed from start to finish. Just when everyone thought the Chess King would surely win, Kimura unexpectedly moved a black chess piece, surprising everyone. On the chessboard, the celestial net of the earth is formed by hundreds of dragons in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yujin broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at the chessboard, unable to believe his eyes. It couldn't be true. I lost, didn't I? How could the great unity of heaven and earth chess formation be broken? In this game, I lost unfairly and with no dignity. Just one move away. Later, Xiao Yujin collapsed and said with a disappointed tone, Kimura, I admit defeat. Upon hearing Xiao Yujin's confession, Kimura regained his confidence. He no longer looked at Xiao Yujin with reverence, but instead as a weakling to be ruthlessly trampled upon. He then returned the words that the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster had once mocked him with. There is no strongest move, only the strongest player. I have calculated every move of yours and set traps in advance, and there is no way for you to escape. It's amusing that you only realize this now. It's truly a big disappointment. The chess game ended, and the air became suffocating. Everyone at this moment had furrowed brows, filled with confusion and disappointment. The Chess King was in such a position that he lost. In the subsequent game, Kimura played more aggressively than in the previous game. Initially, he believed Xiao Yujin to be a powerful and somewhat cautious tiger, but later realized that Xiao Yujin was just a weak kitten. Therefore, he became more daring and less worried. On the chessboard, Kimura played with a relaxed and confident attitude, while Xiao Yujin struggled more and more. He was dominated from the beginning of the match and could not recover until the end. After winning 2 matches in a row, Kimura began to adopt the demeanor of the victorious to educate the loser, openly mocking Xiao Yujin without restraint. Haha, you all lose. So the National Chess King H only comes to this level. At first, I thought, forget it, don't say anything more. Overall, I highly appreciate all of you. If you are in your peak form, I believe we will have a fair and competitive match. Unfortunately, It seems like you have not been playing chess for a long time and have focused your energy on other things. Therefore, you appear to be unfamiliar with the latest strategies in chess. Although your chess skills are still very sharp, they cannot compare to my peak form. So how can you defeat me? What will you rely on to beat me? A player who doesn't dedicate 100% effort to the game of Go, in my opinion, does not respect their opponent or themselves. Those who do not deserve to be my opponents. Never mind. If you all are supposed to represent the pinnacle of the nation H's Go board, then I truly have made a pointless trip here. It's really boring. Wang Meng Meng said with a pleased expression, her voice quite loud, clearly intending for those around to hear. As predicted by Elder Brother, King Xiao Tian's has indeed lost. They had mocked Elder Brother before, but now the truth has been proven. Only Elder Brother's prediction is the most accurate. Wang Meng Meng's words momentarily sparked a wave of anger. How does this girl talk like that? Xiao Tian's lost and you're gloating so much, huh? Are you still a member of the H Nation? People like you, 70 to 80 years ago, may have become spies, losing without shame, taking it as an honor, not knowing what education and morality of students are like now, maybe because of the rebellious group teaching. This annoying child knows nothing, yet acts so arrogant. Go away. At this point, Wang Meng Meng is not afraid of anyone. She angrily raised her hands and spoke loudly. Some people are really too much. Just now my older brother predicted that Chess King Xiao Tian's would lose. They didn't believe it, saying he made random comments and didn't know anything. Now that the Chess King has lost, they are accusing him again. They can say whatever they want. It's really disgusting. They have no ethics, don't know how to admit that others are better. When Wang Meng Meng was about to continue debating with the others, Kimura spoke up again. It seems that today can only be like this. The game of Go, originally from Nation H, has really declined. Haha. Kimura is about to leave. Just 1 second later, Part Jimin steps out loudly. Hey, elementary student, you haven't even fought with me yet, you're planning to run away. The voice of Part Jimin still echoes throughout the auditorium, making everyone hear it. In an instant, many audience members turn their heads towards Part Jimin, causing a buzz of mixed voices. Elementary school students. What does that mean? What is he doing? Trying to become famous. Almost everyone didn't understand what was going on, but only Kimura himself felt a shudder run through his whole body. He called me a primary school student. Could it be him? After that, Kimura suddenly turned around, staring angrily at Part Jimin, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. So, who are you after all? Part Jimin quickly replied, anti-Japanese chess grandmaster. However, these 4 words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Kimura's heart, causing him to feel dizzy and the world to collapse. Kimura took 2 steps back, his face turning fierce, his eyes filled with a deep sense of resentment. I was wrong from the beginning. The person playing chess with me is not the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster. You all are the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster. Part Jimin knows that this little elementary school student is a bit obsessed, challenging him to play Go every day. After figuring out the opponent's psychology, Part Jimin smirked, revealing a cold smile. You have always been looking for me, haven't you? You hired a hacker to track my whereabouts, and now here I am. You lose but refuse to admit you suspect me of cheating online. Want to defeat me in real life? Fine, it's possible. Now I will fulfill your wish. Just said Part Jimin looked straight into Kimura's eyes, his eyes piercing through his soul. Kimura was seen through from head to toe, making him feel terrified to his very soul. He knew I was the heavenly demon slayer. This man was truly frightening, absolutely terrifying. He can analyze 8 to 9 out of 10 of my emotions. Even though he is thousands of miles away, he can still understand everything about me. Does he have a tracking device installed on me? How is that possible? Looking at Kimura's face, everyone can clearly see that he values this opponent very highly, even feeling tense and excited at the same time, causing everyone to discuss. Who is the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster? I have never heard of this name before. This young man calls himself the Grandmaster of Chess. A bit arrogant. Our chess nation has Chess King, Chess Saint, but I have never heard of Grandmaster of Chess. Where does this name come from? Grandmaster of Chess, Grandmaster of Chess, meaning a master of chess, standing at the pinnacle of all players. Well, why do I feel like Kimura is very scared of this person? What is the background of anti-Japanese chess grandmaster? That's right, Kimura's face has turned white, and he is starting to tremble. While everyone was discussing excitedly, Park Jimin confidently walked towards the Go board. Today I have come here. I will make you admire me. Don't stand there anymore. I value time. Let's start. Kimura couldn't wait any longer, and this humiliation only made him more determined than ever. All right, this time I will absolutely not lose to you all. I will definitely defeat you all. At this moment, Suk-won also showed a more surprised expression than ever. Park Jimin, why is he so good at chess? Moreover, he plays very well. Sitting on the competition table, Park Jimin sat in a very relaxed and sloppy manner, showing a lack of focus, completely contrasting Xiao Yujin's confident demeanor. Kimura looked at Park Jimin, compared to Xiao Yujin's heroic demeanor, making him shake his head in disgust. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be an anti-Japanese chess grandmaster, as the saying goes, wearing old shoes while digging new paths, indeed effortless. Now the netizens of Nation Age constantly criticize me, but it has no effect. The more people criticize, the more famous I become and attract attention. Here is what I desire. I want more people to pay attention to the game of Go the better, and I also want to seize this opportunity to become famous in a battle. Sato saw that Kimura still did not care about the rules of the game he had set before, even eager to play, so he reminded him closely. Kimura-kun, he has not played with me yet. According to the rules, it is not allowed. Hearing this, Kimura immediately challenged Sato Mei to a match. The 4 words anti-Japanese chess grandmaster have not yet proven their true strength. Rules are only used to bind the weak, not the strong. Upon reaching this point, Kimura looked towards Park Jimin with extreme excitement. The anti-Japanese chess grandmaster, this time I will definitely defeat you all. Disregard this rule. Mai stepped back and left. Wang Mengmeng said proudly, "Have you seen it? He is truly a master. Many people completely underestimate his strength. The truth is proven that everyone can only be silent and say nothing." Zheng Ji-lu was curious and asked Meng Meng, "Park Jimin, do you still know how to play Go? Why did I not know that before?" Wang Meng spoke with a reverent manner. "My father has been playing chess for a long time, but he has only played online and has never lost. It seems like there is nothing my father can't do. He claims to be a grandmaster of chess, and perhaps he truly is a grandmaster of chess." Before Kimura, especially losing right in front of Suk-won, made Xiao Yijin feel like his face was slapped, his nose thrown away. Now looking at this scene, Xiao Yijin cannot accept it more. He is becoming more and more frustrated. Where did this wild kid come from? If he wins against Kimura, Womai, the chess king, become a laughingstock. The chess match between Park Jimin and Kimura has officially begun. The chessboard is surrounded by professional cameras recording the match live. In particular, the images on the chessboard are being captured very clearly. This time, fortunately, Park Jimin did not smile at Kimura. In the first game, Kimura held the black pieces and went first. When it was Park Jimin's turn, even his commanding posture was completely wrong. Furthermore, he has never had any contact with the game of Go. There is one thing, the game between the two sides is extremely balanced. Park Jimin plays chess at an astonishing speed, almost without needing to think. At first glance, your chessboard seems messy, but just a few moves later, everyone realizes that your pieces are placed in an incredibly strategic position. Even Suk-won is amazed to the point of being dumbfounded. Damn, this trap boy Park Jimin can compete evenly with Kimura. Even more, it can easily neutralize Kimura's fierce and dominant attacks. 20 minutes have passed. Suk-won was amazed to have long turned into a chess master. Is this the great unity of heaven and earth formation? How can he create the great unity of heaven and earth formation without using divine primordial mystic arts? His layout is much more profound than I could have imagined. Surely, this formation must be the lifelong pursuit of chess saint old master. Every move by Park Jimin's pieces is one step ahead of the opponent. The layout may seem disorderly, but it hides immense power. Finally, I realized that no chess piece is useless. Each piece plays a crucial role in victory. Looking at this chess position, I suddenly realized that the great unity of heaven and earth formation can have such diverse variations. Perhaps I have been too reliant on traditional formations, making my gameplay restrictive and lacking in creativity. At this moment, Kimura was also dizzy. His fingers holding the chess pieces were trembling. Damn it, how could this anti-Japanese chess grandmaster be so strong, even without needing to think? limiting the opponent's thinking time to quickly win the game. Even Master Sato did not put as much pressure on me as that. This is the deep foundation of where the game of chess analysis is developed. At this moment, Park Jimin placed a piece on the chessboard that led to the formation of the great unity of heaven and earth. The array formed like the advent of the true dragon, crushing opponents, killing humans if obstructed, killing Buddhas if obstructed, completely no chance of counterattack. No matter what the opponent does, the result cannot be changed. The formation of the great unity of heaven and earth chess situation made Kimura's heart race, his sweat pouring out profusely. He stared intently at the chessboard, unable to believe his eyes. After just 20 minutes, I suffered a humiliating and hasty defeat. What's even more embarrassing is that during the game, I was completely oblivious to the fact that this anti-Japanese chess grandmaster had quietly defended and created such a formidable position. Especially when playing with the black pieces, I had never lost before. This is not just a disgrace, but the ultimate disgrace. Park Jimin looked at Kimura with disdain, saying, "Hey, elementary school student, the game is already decided, you've lost." Seeing Park Jimin not only looks down on me, but also treats me like an elementary school student, making Kimura immediately blood boil, feeling humiliated and embarrassed. It's too much. All right, I admit defeat. When Kimura admitted defeat, it left the whole auditorium in a stunned silence. This feeling was truly unbelievable. It shook everyone to the point where they widened their eyes, gasped in shock, and at the same time, many felt a sense of pride in their hearts. The silence lasted for a moment, and then everyone regained their spirits. From players to audience, men and women of all ages rejoiced. Even those who once criticized Park Jimin now worship him like an idol. Kimura Ichiro, you lost. The anti-Japanese chess grandmaster is the champion. Chess Nation H is the champion. Due to the obsession of failure in the first game, Kimura needed to be more careful in the next 2 games. However, Park Jimin's unpredictable play style caught Kimura off guard, putting him at a disadvantage right from the start. Park Jimin's quick and strategic moves only added to Kimura's stress and frustration. With every move, Kimura felt increasingly frustrated as he found himself trapped in Park Jimin's carefully laid traps, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Park Jimin seemed to control Kimura without him even realizing it. As expected, Park Jimin secured 3 absolute victories, crushing Kimura completely. At this moment, the whole audience erupted in joyful applause and cheers. Initially, the applause was quite sparse, but after 3 seconds, the applause resounded like thunder, ringing in the ears. Not only the audience at the scene, but also millions of viewers watching live were all excited, with blood surging. H Nation won. Japan lost. Destroy the Japanese Empire resounded. Destroy the Japanese Empire undefeated. Fantastic. Destroy the Japanese Empire is truly amazing. I want to have a son from him. While Park Jimin's glamour is shining, Xiao Yujin's face is dark. He begins to resent Park Jimin and expresses his dissatisfaction. Ha! To think that you won. It must be because Kimura and I competed for too long, exhausting our strength, allowing this kid to take advantage. Park Jimin. Destroy the Japanese Empire. I will remember this shame forever, and make him pay back 100 times what I had to endure. Jung Ji Lu was so excited that he hubbed Sukwon. Hey cousin, look over there. Park Jimin has won. He is so good. He won all 3 matches, completely crushing his opponents with his skills. Park Jimin is amazing. He is excellent and extremely talented. Compared to that despicable Jung Dick, he is much more formidable. Yes, he is truly excellent. When he said he wanted to challenge Kimura, I thought he was joking. At this moment, Park Jimin's charisma has driven Jung Ji Lu crazy, always in a state of actively dedicating himself. System notification. Jung Ji Lu's overall friendliness rating has increased by 1. Current friendliness rating is 97 points. System notification. Measurement to Jung Ji Lu's lit ball object. Breakthrough goodwill score of 97 points, praising the owner for strengthening and adding 10 points. There are still 85 strengthening points remaining. Wang Meng Meng hesitated, tears streaming down his face. In the end, his efforts paid off. Every day he didn't sleep, didn't rest, day and night practicing online Go. Even for this, he neglected his business. Everyone thought he was lazy, only I knew how hard he had worked. To train his Go skills to this level, he even fought tirelessly through sleepless nights. Finally, he succeeded. He truly defeated Kimura. No one is more diligent than my brother. He deserves this honor. After that, Wang Mengmeng turned to look at everyone who had criticized Park Jimin before and arrogantly said, "Huh, these people used to mock my brother. Now they pretend like nothing happened. They really are a bunch of petty people. Finally, I also know how good he is." At this moment, Wang Mengmeng's emotions overflowed, gradually becoming intense to the point of losing control. System notification. Wang Mengmeng's likability level increased by 1. Current likability level is 94 points. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Park Jimin was startled. His mind was dizzy. What? The friendliness score has increased to 94 points. When did I put in so much effort? Playing games all night, how is that considered effort? If playing games all day and calling it effort, then young people all over the country who are tirelessly striving day and night are facing much more challenges. Is it just because I have money? Playing games all day also becomes a great sacrifice. Just as the saying goes, the speaker's unintentional words are understood by the listener. Wang Mengmeng's words made Seok-wan even more emotional. It turns out that there is no such thing as a genius in this world. A genius is simply someone who works harder than others. Park Jimin understands piano, basketball, martial arts, and excels in every field. Now he has reached the pinnacle in the game of Go and easily defeated Kimura. Therefore, Park Jimin's talent lies behind the effort and sweat that surpasses others. Relying solely on talent, one cannot reach the pinnacle in all areas. During this time, Seok-wan was astonished and felt a bit embarrassed. At first, Park Jimin, with his arrogant tone, evaluated the skills of Chao Yujin and Kimura. I even felt that his words were somewhat inappropriate, overall creating a feeling of boasting and insincerity. However, the truth proved that he truly had the right to comment on any opponent. On the contrary, I had no idea about Park Jimin's true ability, and hastily came to a conclusion that was indeed somewhat shameful. Since I was little, my father has spent his whole life turning me into a refined lady. I have studied all kinds of skills: chess, calligraphy, guitar, painting. In addition to studying in the classroom, I also have to learn many other things at home. Even on Saturdays and Sundays, there is no time to rest. While my peers are having fun at the amusement park, I only know how to study diligently. Over a dozen years have passed as if every day, my free time is almost non-existent. However, despite my best efforts in the field I am most knowledgeable about, it will still be a long time before I can achieve the level of Park Jimin. It is imaginable how much hardship he must have gone through to achieve such a high level of expertise in the game of Go. In this sacred moment, Park Jimin's efforts and struggles only make Seok-wan admire him even more, especially with Park Jimin's noble background, yet always striving harder than others. It has started to make Seok-wan's heart beat faster. System notification. Seok-wan's friendliness level increased by 5. Seok-wan's friendliness level increased by 5. Seok-wan's friendliness level increased by 5. Current friendliness level, 80 points. When Seok-wan's goodwill towards Jimin increased, Park Jimin felt very satisfied. As predicted, after winning against Kimura, Seok-wan's goodwill had increased again. Even Jung-ji-Lu's goodwill had skyrocketed to 97 points. But right after that, Park Jimin's eyes looked at Wang Mengmeng. "Hey little sister, wake up. Why did you end up like this? We are siblings. How can a sister love her brother?" Currently, the little girl is almost successful in her reverse breakthrough. It's not okay. I have to make Wang Mengmeng feel hatred towards me. If the reverse breakthrough is successful, it will be difficult to handle in the future. How can this be possible? This is incest. Somehow, we need to find a way to lower the level of goodwill. Just as Park Jimin was thinking about a plan to make Wang Mengmeng hate him, a system notification suddenly appeared. What's going on? Looking at the name of the person appearing in the system message, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. Jung Hosek's kindness level increased by 1, currently at 98 points. In an array, Ting, the target licks the ball. Jung Hosek's likability breakthrough 98 points, rewards the owner with 10 enhancement points. The remaining enhancement points are 95 in front. It took Park Jimin a long moment to recover. Then the contemplative look on his face deepened. Wait, why is Jung Hoseok here? What's going on? It's been so long since we last met, and yet she still has such a positive attitude. Her friendliness not only hasn't decreased, but has increased. It's really too much. During this time, Jung Hoseok has just moved into a new apartment to rent in Hancheng. In the afternoon, she agreed to go on a date with a young man driving a BMW. Since last time actively proposed to reconcile with Park Jimin, but was rejected by him, Jung Hoseok feels extremely disappointed. But sometimes involuntarily, the hand uncontrollably scrolls to your contact number. Park Jimin. What is he doing right now? It seems like the distance between us is getting larger. We are two people from different worlds already. That's why, even though Jung Hoseok still loves Park Jimin in her heart, she has to decisively end this relationship. And in order to forget Park Jimin, she has started a new life, accepting the new man to let go of the past. Jung Hoseok tried to force himself not to care about any news about Park Jimin. In fact, she even forbade herself from mentioning the name of Chairman Lim. If she happened to remember them, it weighed heavy on her heart. Sitting in the car, Jung Hoseok kept pondering and then leaned back in her seat, with a distant look in her eyes, staring out the window. The status of not charging the battery continues until the BMW stops at the red light. At this moment, the BMW guy paid close attention to the girl and sincerely asked, "Jung Hoseok, are you happy today? You seem to have something on your mind." Jung Hoseok suppressed his unstable emotions and responded with a bright smile on his lips. "Ah, I'm so happy. It just cost me a little." Two people continue to have a conversation, sharing their future plans and dreams hidden in their hearts. The dark sadness that once loomed has completely disappeared, replaced by joy and hopefulness. In addition to this luxurious BMW, Jung Hoseok also feels that the handsome appearance of this person is not inferior to Park Jimin, especially his courteous, refined gestures and apparent concern for her make Jung Hoseok torn between desire and reason. It is true, it is time to let go of the past, to heal the heart, and be ready for a new relationship. Park Jimin belonged to the past. Let him stay there. Expand your heart. Allow yourself to love and be loved. Start a new life, aiming towards the future. Jung Hoseok took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air fill his chest. He closed his eyes to let thoughts of Park Jimin slowly fade away from his mind. Just back from driving back to the new apartment I just rented in Hanchain, Jung Hoseok felt like he was about to forget the boy he had loved for 3 years. But unexpectedly, the BMW boy who was pursuing her inadvertently brought back the pain. "Hey, Jung Hoseok, have you seen the game of Go? Today there is something incredible." Jung Hoseok replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I don't really care. But if it's something you like, I also want to learn a little about it." Listening to Jung Hoseok's words, the face of the young BMW man was filled with excitement. "Haha, do you know, this person's skills are truly amazing, bringing glory to the country." Jung Hoseok, curious, asked back, "Bringing glory to the country?" The BMW guy quickly opened a video about the game of Go at that time. Jung Hoseok, "Watch this. This man is the one who just played the game and defeated Kimura." Jung Hoseok was surprised to see the man in the video was none other than Park Jimin. The BMW guy continues to release a series of videos. Here, he wins against a Japanese player in a game of Go. Furthermore, the prize for this competition is 200 million yuan. He is truly my idol. I heard that this hot boy is not only good at playing chess, but also plays the guitar, basketball, and all are at the world-class level. It's really amazing. I have been learning chess since I was young, but only know a little bit, haha. The BMW guy thinks that discussing topics like this with Jung Hoseok will make her see him as a man who cares about current affairs and has modern thoughts. However, after watching a series of videos, Jung Hoseok burst into tears. Park Jimin. Park Jimin. Turns out I still can't forget Park Jimin. I still remember every sweet moment with him. He has devoted 3 whole years to me, so why do I want to give up after just 3 months? No, it can't be like that. I still love him in my heart. If I look for a replacement, I will never forgive myself, and Park Jimin will never forgive me either. I can't give up. I must reclaim him, even if it means paying any price." The BMW boy was puzzled seeing Jung Hoseok like that. "Oh, Jung Hoseok, why are you crying? You're crying too much. It's not that serious. Hey, wipe your tears away." There is something about BMW's cool and caring attitude that now makes Jung Hoseok feel annoyed. "Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. I already have someone I like, so I give up on that idea." After listening, the young man with a BMW stood still, his heart heavy, his soul cold and desolate. The excellence of Park Jimin once again stunned Jung Hoseok, and she could not bear her fate. She decisively ended her relationship with the BMW boy with a strong slam of the door. After that, Jung Hoseok came back to the apartment while clenching his fist tightly. A fierce determination surged in her heart. Park Jimin, I have to go find back the lost love. How can love rely on others? Love must be earned by myself. What love doesn't require sacrifice? What love doesn't go through hardships and challenges? The BMW guy felt more and more depressed and irritated. Feeling uneasy, he continuously sent more than 10 messages apologizing to Jung Hoseok. However, his phone displayed a red exclamation mark. Jung Hoseok had blocked him, without any explanation. This time, BMW's heart truly shattered. Why is it like that? Do all girls not keep their promises? Why is that? Why? For 5 years, I worked tirelessly, day and night, constantly coding and typing. Finally, I reaped the rewards. Bought a house, bought a car in a big city, and my career also had some success. Yet why can't I find a girlfriend? Is it just because I am a programmer? After blocking the wet chat of the BMW guy, Jung Hoseok sat in the apartment crying bitterly, but she still felt that she had made a very wise decision. I can't understand why a man driving a BMW would send me constant messages, like a love-struck fool. It's annoying. Who does he think he is? How many girls are chasing after him that he keeps clinging to me and won't let go? Only Park Jimin is my moon chunky, my true love, my destiny. Jung Hoseok, I despise men like him the most. Being involved with men like him makes me feel uncomfortable. He always promises to love me forever, wants to marry me, but who would believe his words? This kind of man, just by looking at him, is extremely low. He only knows how to boast about his BMW, but he himself is nothing. His market value is also low and pathetic. No girl cares about him. Every girl wants to find a better man. Who would want to be with such a worthless guy? Am I really inferior to other girls? When Park Jimin defeated Kimura, numerous media outlets immediately started reporting on the news. Within just half an hour of Jimin's victory, major media companies continuously released eye-catching headlines and shocking news. Even short video platforms like TikTok, Bilibili were flooded with videos about Park Jimin, going back to when Jung Hoseok suddenly increased his friendliness to 98. However, Park Jimin remained steadfast. This woman was inherently damaged. She was insatiable, didn't appreciate what she had, liked to cast a wide net, step on many boats, and always pursued things that didn't belong to her. If she could easily get it, then she would lose interest. I decided I would never get involved with her again. Wang Meng ran to Park Jimin's side, speaking with a face full of love and excitement. You're amazing. This time, you will definitely become famous nationwide. Jung Ji-Lu also nodded in agreement and added, That's right, Park Jimin's previous videos online didn't show his face clearly like this time. It's different. There were dozens of cameras filming in the stadium and millions of people watching live online when he played chess with Kimura. This time, he will truly become famous, Park Jimin. Even if he wants to hide, he can't anymore. This event will quickly spread throughout the country, and everyone will know that he won against Kimura, helping the nation regain its pride. Park Jimin will be the hero of the nation. In Jung Ji-Lu Noive, a sense of panic unlike anything else surged in Park Jimin's mind, causing him to exclaim uncontrollably, Oh, this is trouble. My personality is famously reserved. Confronted by the intense gazes of Wang Meng and Jung Ji-Lu, the expression on Park Jimin's face suddenly became hesitant and then involuntarily worried. Despite trying to keep my identity hidden for a long time, the more I conceal, the more my reputation grows. Anything I do can potentially shock public opinion. In particular, the combination of the illustrious Chairman Lim, Prince, Piano, Flying Magical Bird, Basketball Star, and many other famous identities will create a media explosion. There is something. The more Park Jimin thinks, the more insightful he becomes. Sooner or later, the secret about Chairman Lim's identity and my other online identities will be uncovered. In fact, quite a few people already know that I am Chairman Lim. The reason it has not been widely publicized is because it has only been circulated within a few small groups, and many are still hesitant. Therefore, this information has not been brought to the media yet. Clearly, this is only a matter of time. But now, I have defeated Japan's Go player Kimura. Thinking to himself, Park Jimin began to accept the harsh reality. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter if I get exposed. According to my medical notes, in the ancient traditional medicine of Nation H, There is a special kind of technique called disguise technique. This technique is basically similar to modern makeup techniques, but much more sophisticated and effective, almost like changing faces. Others will not be able to recognize when I have disguised myself. Wang Meng Meng and Zheng Ji Lu looked at Park Jimin's changing expressions, both puzzled and confused. What happened to Park Jimin? Everyone admires and praises him. Yet he doesn't seem very happy. Right at this moment, a system message suddenly appears. What? Again? Kim Hae-won's likability score increased by 1. Current likability score, 97 points. Suddenly a strange event occurred, making Park Jimin feel dizzy. What is happening? It has been a long time since I last contacted my classmate Kim Hae-won. So why did her sudden kindness towards me increase so suddenly like that? Since the end of the summer break, Kim Hae-won returned to the Northeast. Upon arriving home, she met a high school friend that put her in a difficult situation. If it were a normal friend, she probably wouldn't care. But this friend was anything but normal. His name was Liu Lingyun, a hot boy that Kim Hae-won secretly admired throughout their 3 years of high school. The dramatic transformation of Kim Hae-won left Liu Lingyun in disbelief. The girl he had slowly rejected for her ordinary appearance has now become so beautiful and alluring. Even her figure makes people desire her. Facing the pursuit of the former hot boy, Kim Hae-won falls into a confused state. Moreover, being persuaded by her best friend, Kim Hae-won agrees to go on a date with Liu Lingyun at the basketball court. Kim Hae-won, this time you must seize the opportunity. It is said that he has also started working in the media to make money and build a career. Just entered university, he has already bought a house and a car. While many other university students are still skipping classes to play games, such a hot boy is truly rare. After being tempted by her best friend, Kim Hae-won began to waver. Hannah. In the past, I wrote love letters to him, also because I was attracted to his handsome and charismatic image playing basketball. But now, after a few years have passed, that feeling has faded. After hearing that, her friend Hannah continued to urge, "Why are you so hesitant like this? Not at all like you. He and his ex-girlfriend have broken up, this time right in summer. It's a good opportunity. Lee worked hard this time to return. You don't always secretly miss him, do you? You should confess your feelings to him. Hurry up and bring him some water." Liu Lingyun plays basketball to remind Kim Hae-won of the memories of youth, so that she can find the feeling of the past, with the hope of making her heart flutter once again. But without comparison, there is no hurt. Previously, Kim Hae-won had witnessed Park Jimin's excellent basketball skills, so when watching Liu Langvan play basketball, Kim Hae-won was not particularly happy. I do secretly admire Liu as a schoolmaster, but when I see him play basketball, I see Park Jimin's image. Why is Liu Lingyun's basketball technique so terrible? He can't even make a shot, nor can he block the ball. His three-point shooting percentage is even below 50%. His shooting form when going up for a layup is not pleasing to the eye. His basketball style lacks dynamism and the opponents are sparse, lacking defensive coordination. In my heart, a basketball hot boy should be like Park Jimin, dominating the court, with a 100% shooting accuracy, and must do a 360-degree dunk when going for a layup. But why is Liu Lingyun so incompetent? Or have I been too idealistic about him in the past? After 30 years of the Han River and 30 years of the West River, he no longer impresses me. Park Jimin is now my new hot boy, making Kim Hae-won feel like all of her dreams have shattered. Continuing to encourage, Han said, "Liu, the head student, threw 20 balls and hit 15 of them. The vacation is almost over. If we can't conquer him quickly, we might have to wait until next year. Such a long time. There are too many variables. I heard he is also a hot boy in the university. We must accelerate the attack speed. We must conquer him." After the basketball game, Kim Hae-won didn't even offer water to Liu Lingyun. While concentrating on his phone, "Hannah, I feel that Liu Lingyun has a mental issue. You called me out here just to watch him play basketball. Playing ball is fine, but making me wait for him for half an hour is too much. If it wasn't for you being an old classmate, I would have left long ago." Suddenly, an edited video appeared on the phone screen that made Kim Hae-won extremely surprised. "Oh, this is Park Jimin. He knows how to play chess. He even defeated Kimura Ichiro. I have to quickly return to Han Chain to continue pursuing Park Jimin. I don't feel any intense emotions like this with any other man. This is love." After the basketball game, Lei Lingyun completely failed to recognize the poor performance. He also didn't notice the disdainful looks from those around him posing. That's enough to attract the attention of the girls, right? Can I ask Kim Harry-won to go to the hotel today? However, as she turned around, Lee Lingyun was surprised. Where is Kim Harry-won? Why hasn't she brought me water yet? I heard that. Kim Harry-won's close friend just awkwardly smiled. Kim Harry-won, he said he wants to start school immediately. After just one night, Park Jimin defeated Kimura. Park Jimin's videos quickly became famous nationwide. These videos have received millions of likes and tens of thousands of comments in less than 24 hours. During that time, other famous bloggers also followed suit. This time, Park Jimin truly became famous. The whole internet exploded. Lively discussions took place as if never before. Everything became more exciting. It's like suddenly wanting to be interviewed. From friends to relatives, even Kim Jenny called to inquire. Hey Jung Ji Lu, what's going on? Kim Jenny teasingly replied, Hey, Park Jimin, what's up? Can't I call you without a reason? I just watched your chess video on TikTok, so I called to congratulate you. I didn't expect Park Jimin to be even better than I imagined. Park Jimin listened and felt happy, then humbly replied, Oh no, not to that extent, it's just a fleeting fame. I suppose yesterday's news has spread widely and attracted a lot of attention, like drifting clouds. Kim Jenny hesitated for a moment, and then asked with a hint of loss, Park Jimin, have you not been coming to Kinyuan district lately? Are you not planning to stay here anymore? Upon hearing that, Park Jimin immediately explained, That's not true. It's just during the summer break, I bought a larger villa for the convenience of my experiments. But after the school year starts, I will move back there, because the Kinyuan area is closer to the school. Kim Jenny, who was feeling sad, suddenly became happy. That's great. Now, I can't wait for the summer vacation to end. Then I can cook rice for Park Jimin every day. Upon hearing these words, Park Jimin felt touched in his heart. Kim Jenny truly knows what she's doing. She still sacrifices silently. Although she used to be a true bad girl, now she has become a gentle and thoughtful woman, because of me. After Kim Jenny turned off her phone, Park Jimin felt a little disappointed. I can give other women hundreds of billions, even trillions, so I should treat Jung Ji Lu a little better too. A few days later, famous high-end fashion brands all rushed to Han Cheng, wanting to invite Park Jimin as their image representative. Even running shoe brands, underwear brands, energy drinks, face masks, and lipsticks all wished to collaborate with him. Seeing this, Park Jimin immediately ran to Mandu to avoid the chaos, and took Wang Meng Meng to Mandu for schooling. Moreover, the young lady in Mandu is very well known. Park Jimin wants to broaden his horizons to see if he can meet the beautiful girls known as the Belles of Mandu. And the luggage is almost sorted. But do you really want to take me to Mandu for school? Aren't you also about to start classes? It seems inconvenient for both of us to go together, right? I think I can go alone. Park Jimin rolled up his sleeves, looking extremely comfortable. It's no trouble at all. I only have one younger sister, and her matters are much more important than mine. Besides, this is her first time entering university, so of course I have to take her. I'll also bring along the clothes I bought for her. Everything necessary will be taken. A girl must know how to do makeup. In response to Wang Meng's overloaded luggage, Wang Meng pointed at the mountain of baggage and replied, I'd have already brought everything I need, even things I don't need. Can I bring less stuff, please? Park Jimin with an indifferent attitude. What are you afraid of? He takes me to school. Just leave it all to him. Wang Meng Meng blinked her eyes, feeling touched as she looked at Park Jimin. Really? You know, you're not someone who can easily spare time, with hundreds of projects under your control. Yet a busy person like you managed to rearrange so many important tasks just to accompany me to school to enroll. This great sacrifice touched Wang Meng Meng so much that she couldn't help but embrace Park Jimin tightly. You're so kind. I like you the most. In this life, only you love me like that. Wang Meng Meng nestled into Park Jimin's chest, feeling the familiar warmth. Her overly intimate actions caused the young girl's heart to beat intensely, difficult to restrain. She blushed, feeling a bit shy, and caught a whiff of the gentle scent of flowers and grass on Park Jimin, making her infatuated. His chest was firm, providing a sense of extreme safety. She wished she could hold on to him like this forever. Would he notice anything? Or should I find an opportunity to tell him that we are not related by blood? Does he still accept me? But if he doesn't, what then? In the future, we may not be as close as we used to be, but also, Thank you for this enjoyable summer vacation. It brings me completely new experiences, never before seen. I feel like I'm living in a magnificent castle, being treated like a princess. Perhaps it's time for this short-lived princess dream to come to an end. Because I am not a princess. I am just an ordinary Cinderella. Being mistaken by Part Jimin as his blood sister has completely changed my life. However, this luxurious life does not belong to me. I want to return to my old world. Living based on deception and hiding only makes me feel guilty, restless. It's time for me to courageously speak frankly with him. During this time, Wang Meng Meng's passion was being suppressed. She decided she could not continue hiding the truth. Thinking of herself, Wang Meng Meng took a deep breath to regain her composure. Then, she gently let go of Part Jimin's hand, bowed her head to look at the floor, and softly said, "Do you have a moment? I have something to tell you." Part Jimin felt that something was not right with Wang Meng Meng. Adding to the 94 points of affection on her head only made his heart beat faster. What? This is not okay. Could it be that the girl is trying to confess her feelings? No, it's not allowed. We are siblings. How can we commit such an incestuous crime? I cannot let the girl do something reckless like that. Without giving Wang Meng Meng a chance to speak, Part Jimin looked at her seriously and decisively cut her off. Meng Meng, actually, I already know everything. I am not a fool. How could I not understand what is happening? But you know, I always see you as my sister. You don't need to say anything else. I don't want those words to affect our sibling relationship. Do you understand? Part Jimin thought to himself. Wang Meng Meng is my sister. So he expressed his thoughts clearly. He cannot violate ethics and must have certain principles and boundaries. But the person speaking casually, the listener intentionally, whispered into Wang Meng Meng's ear. Then it became meaningful. Immediately, she was stunned for a moment. It took her more than 10 seconds to react. She looked up at Part Jimin with wide eyes, containing both joy and excitement. Oh, so Part Jimin had known all along. Wang Meng continued to lightly pat her cheek and anxiously looked at Part Jimin. It turns out that the issue I have been worrying about for so long is not a problem at all. That's right, he is so smart. How could he not know? I have always been worried unnecessarily. He already knew that I am not his biological sister, but still treats me as his own sister. So isn't it true that he loves me in his heart? That's why he agreed to keep me by his side, and treated me exceptionally well. No one else was treated like that, not even Joan Ji Lu. In fact, I soon realized that he must come from a wealthy family since his university days. His biological parents must be very rich. A legitimate wealthy family. That's why he has so much money. It's so simple that I didn't think of it. I'm so foolish. If Part Jimin knows his identity, knows that there is no blood relation between me and him, then there is nothing to worry about. Part Jimin loves me, and I love Part Jimin. So just love with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Wang Meng Meng dismisses all barriers. The suppressed fire that has been building up for so long is now completely erupted. Notification system. Wang Meng Meng's friendliness level has increased by 1, currently at 95 points. 10. Evaluating Simp Lord Wang Meng Meng. The owner's breakthrough in friendliness level with 95 points. Congratulations on the successful reverse strike. 10. Wang Meng Meng has spent a total of 35 billion yuan on flattery fees, rewarding the owner with 3.5 billion yuan. 10. Wang Meng Meng successfully transformed into the owner's Simp Lord, rewarding 35 enhancement points. 10. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring proficient performance skills, which the owner has mastered, automatically upgrading planting skills. Part Jimin felt helpless, almost kneeling down to beg Wang Meng Meng. Oh my, why is life so cruel? Oh my, have I not explained clearly enough? I have clearly refused, so why does your affection towards me still increase? Meng Meng, are you crazy? How can your imagination be so rich? How can love arise between us as siblings? After that, Part Jimin turned to interrogate the system. What is really happening with the system? Can even family members fall in love? I do not accept it. System, you are a beast. How can such a fantastical thing happen? It's absurd, truly absurd. As Part Jimin was questioning the system remained silent. I only saw Wang Meng Meng, with a flushed face approach, and suddenly kiss Part Jimin on the cheek. Then, she hurriedly ran into her room in extreme embarrassment, leaving Part Jimin standing still in place. Staying still, Part Jimin gently rubbed his cheek where he had been forced to kiss. Then, he tried to justify Wang Meng Meng's moral standpoint by forcing an explanation upon himself. Perhaps kindness does not only represent love, and it is not necessarily limited to attraction between a man and a woman. Even between relatives, there can be high levels of kindness, and unexpectedly be attacked in reverse. That's for sure. This is definitely a familial love, a love of flesh and blood. Meng Meng just doesn't understand after all. She's just a child who I cherish. So there's a bond and affection. There's nothing to worry about. While the famous part Jimin's reputation was soaring in the financial center of Madu, Qin Kaiyan hurriedly came to inform. Young master, during your absence, there is something I haven't had a chance to report. After escaping from Madu, Yuling Shuang has returned to Tanmen, taken over Fei Tian, and merged with Dongdi Real Estate, forming Fei Dong Corporation. Currently, Yuling Shuang is the CEO of Fei Dong Corporation. As Qin Kaiyan finished speaking, Jin Jiamu's face immediately turned pale. He thought he could outsmart Chairman Lim, but the internal struggles of Chairman Lim turned out to be deeper and more terrifying than he had imagined. After that, Jin Jiamu threw the report down on the ground, and his face turned angry. It's hard to believe that Chairman Lim trusts her so much. Despite losing a massive 30 billion yuan fortune, Chairman Lim not only did not get angry or blame her, but also continued to promote her. He entrusted her with the management of Fei Dong Group, a corporation with total investment capital exceeding 150 billion yuan. If I were Chairman Lim, I would want to kill Yuling Shuang. Facing such a two-faced traitor, she should pay a high price to satisfy my anger. But Chairman Lim didn't do that. It seems that I underestimated him. This person is deeply cunning, and more patient than usual. In the end, no matter how he acts, 30 billion yuan is easily thrown away by him, without any anger, even continuing to value. Jin Jiamu's attitude makes Qin Kaiyan feel threatened, but she still steps forward to analyze it. Chairman Lim disregarded the massive loss of 30 billion yuan and continued to employ Yuling Shuang for 3 reasons. Firstly, he knew that the loss of 30 billion yuan was a fact, and therefore, even anger could not recover the money. Thus, he showed generosity to win the favor of his subordinates. In this way, he could win over everyone and make his subordinates trust him. Secondly, although Yuling Shuang had betrayed them, she truly possessed exceptional management skills. More importantly, she knew the weaknesses of the Li family's business, held many secrets of the Li family, and understood the Fei Dong conglomerate well. No one was more suitable than Yuling Shuang to manage this project. On the 3rd day, Chairman Lim possesses the ability to control people's hearts with utmost finesse, reaching the highest level. He knows exactly when Yuling Shuang is truly loyal, and when she is just pretending to submit. Although the young Shuang has been well trained, in front of him, she is like a blank sheet of paper. All her intentions are seen through. Chairman Lim follows the principle that if you use someone, do not doubt them, and if you doubt them, do not use them. Would anyone dare to hand over such a large corporation to someone who used to be a spy? The answer is no. If it were me, I would not dare to make such a decision. For the first time in his life, Jin Jiamu felt fearful in front of someone. He lit a cigarette to regain his composure. The smoke swirled in front of the glasses. His eyes turned dark. Yes, I can't entrust such a big project to a traitor. I can't trust her. In fact, I can't trust anyone. This is my weakness compared to him. I lack decisiveness, like he does. However, what kind of monster is Chairman Lim after all? He is only 20 years old, so how can he remain so calm? How to completely control one's emotions? Not all young people like to act recklessly, right? However, when faced with such a huge loss, he can still set aside all emotional factors, respond, and make decisions in the calmest manner. Is this really the cunning and calculation that a 20-year-old can possess? This management style is likened to the imperial court of ancient times. If someone can completely eliminate all emotional factors, make decisions based on absolute reason, then that person will be extremely frightening. Too frightening. Thinking about this, Jin Jiamu felt a sense of fear within himself. After that, Jin Jiamu questioned with a suspicious look, "Why is such an important matter only being told to me now?" Qin Kaiyan replied, "Young master, I have been traveling abroad for the past few days. I was just." After listening to Jin Jiamu's words, she felt extremely frustrated and burst out in anger. What is this? When is it my turn to just be? She thought that her power had grown so large that she could handle everything without my consent. Get lost from me. I regret being soft, not decisively chasing and killing Nguyen Lang Song. to let her escape from Madu. Currently, this eldest daughter of the family is highly favored by Chairman Lim. Once she solidifies her position, it is very likely that she will seek revenge on the Lee family tycoons. This is a major threat, absolutely cannot allow the film project in Tianmen to continue. If the film industry encounters problems, the position of the Lee family tycoons in the entertainment industry will also be shaken. Qin Kaigan was scolded for a match and felt extremely angry and dark. The young master went on a trip to deal with the 30 billion yuan finance, laundered money, and transferred it back to the country. Now there is a problem blaming me. You Ling Shuang, you despicable person. This is the dream life of hers. Now I can understand why she wanted to betray the Lee family tycoon and run away.